Crimes Against Humanity. A Shocking History of U.S. Crimes Since 1776. Chaitanya Davé. To the millions of victims of American atrocities around the world. Table of Contents. Preface. Acknowledgement. Introduction. Chapter 1, The Genocide of American Indians. Chapter 2, The Slavery of the Africans. Chapter 3, Annexing half of Mexico. Chapter 4, The Stolen Kingdom. Chapter 5, The Spanish-American War and Philippines Quagmire. Chapter 6, The Atomic Bombing of Japan. Chapter 7, The Korean Disaster. Chapter 8, Meddling in Iran, Congo, Indonesia, and Timor. Chapter 9, Assassinations, Coups and Interventions Latin America. Chapter 10, Bay of Pigs Fiasco and Subsequent Assaults on Cuba. Chapter 11, The School of the Assassins. Chapter 12, Devastation of Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. Chapter 13, Partners in Crimes Arab-Israeli Conflict and USA. Chapter 14, The Manufactured War, The Desert Storm. Chapter 15, War for the Empire, Iraq War II. Chapter 16, Conclusion. Final comments. Bibliography. About the author. Preface. This book attempts to inform those who are interested in knowing more about the dark side of the United States. The purpose of writing this detailed account of U.S. crimes against millions of poor people of the world is not to vilify the American nation or American people, because achievements of the American people, their adventurous spirit, innovative nature, scientific approach, and pioneering work in many fields, are highly commendable and praiseworthy. But there is the other side to America, and most Americans and other people around the globe seem to be unaware of it. It is vitally important that more and more people find out about that other side of this superpower, so that in the future, such crimes, policies of invasions, wars, coups, and assassinations, hopefully will decrease or will altogether stop. Violence, wars, and attacks on other countries should have no place in this world if humanity dares to call itself finally civilized in this 21st century. Wars, subversions, and violence are the ways of brutes, even if erroneously carried out on the name of freedom and democracy. In today's world, it should have no place. The world needs America's positive side and its constructive contributions to humanity, but it scarcely needs its ignoble policy of violence and hegemony. Such base policy is rooted in greed, selfishness, a deep desire to dominate other peoples, and utter racism. It is hoped that perhaps this detailed account and others like it will discourage, even to a minute degree, such a policy of wars and violence from taking place in the future. The American people can and will stop their irresponsible and misguided leaders from embarking on such policies against other poor nations, if they know what their leaders are doing in the name of democracy and freedom. Also, those on the receiving side will be better prepared to protect themselves if they know about the past history of the United States. I came to this country in 1966 as a young student. The Vietnam War was in full swing. It was not through the mainstream U.S. news media, TV, major newspapers, and radio that I learned about U.S. history, but through libraries possessing quality books and progressive magazines, and my thinking about the U.S. policy around the world metamorphosed. This book is an attempt to tell the world the truth as I see it based on vast historical facts. Acknowledgement. I want to thank many American and other thinkers, journalists, and historians who are rendering invaluable services to humanity by exposing the multitudes of historical facts and underlying reasons behind the United States foreign policy facts which are usually hidden from the public. I want to thank Noam Chomsky, Howard Zinn, Chalmers Johnson, Ramsey Clark, William Bloom, Larry Everest, Paul Kennedy, Samuel Huntington, Ralph Nader, D. Brown, Ward Churchill, John Hope Franklin, Alfred A. Moss, Jr., Philip D. Curtin, John Pilger, Amy Goodman, and many others for their excellent work, which has greatly influenced millions of people around the world. These people are true heroes. Their contribution to the world is beyond measure. My sincere thanks to the South End Press for granting me permission to quote several quotes from Noam Chomsky's books, to Hyperion Press for Amy Goodman and David Goodman's book, and to the Institute for Historical Review for letting me quote from Paul Findlay's essay. On a personal side, I want to thank my wife and sons for their ideas, suggestions, and help in writing and editing this book and in preparing the manuscript. Their patience and moral support during the writing of this detailed account was very helpful and inspiring. I will consider this humbly fooled and worthwhile if even a few individuals anywhere around the globe feel inspired by reading this detailed account of the U.S. foreign policy. Chaitanya Davé. Rancho Palos Verdes, CA. April 2020. Introduction. This world of ours consists of more than 190 countries. Each country exhibits certain attributes, good and bad. The merits of the United States are well known around the world. They are touted often by American politicians and news medias around the globe. Some of these praises are well earned by the American people. Their innovative spirit, adventurous nature, and pioneering work in many fields are highly commendable. Their freedom struggle from the British, which allowed the seed of democracy to sprout, was revolutionary at the time, although that democracy was only for the rich and propertied populace, excluding women, slaves, and the poor masses. Yet, a foundation was laid for a future democratic nation that would set a unique example to the rest of the modern world. It is said that even the French Revolution was inspired by the American counterpart. But this book is not about these good aspects of the country. The world undoubtedly knows about them. It is the ignoble side, the immoral side of the United States that the world at large does not know enough about. This book is an attempt to expose that darker aspect of the superpower that most Americans and people around the globe may not be aware of. In its constant thirst for power and prosperity, the United States and its multinational corporations have crushed, crumbled upon, and exploited countless poor nations and their peoples around the world. In this avaricious quest, it has left a trail of death and destruction of millions of people, shattering their hopes, their lives, and devastating their lands. This book is a humble attempt to tell this story, a story based on insurmountable evidence and historical facts. As this account totally based on historical evidence is about the sinister side of this empire, what you read further might be shocking and saddening, especially to Americans. But knowing the truth of the past, no matter how painful, is the only way to ensure that such crimes are not repeated in the future. The sole purpose of this book is to inform as many people in the United States and around the world as possible. Hopefully, someday, an awakened American public might force the ruling elites in Washington to alter and change their ways and their foreign policy so that it not only ceases to be detrimental to other nations and their masses, but also becomes more humane and caring so as to be a beacon of light to humanity at large. That is the kind of benevolent behavior the world expects and seeks from this superpower. Throughout human history, empires have risen, flourished, and finally fallen. The Roman Empire, the Greek Empire, the ancient Aztecs and the Incas of Americas, China under the Ming dynasty, the Mughal Empire of India, the Ottoman Empire or the Persian Empire, all were thriving empires at one time. Some were small while the others had spread far and wide. Ultimately they all witnessed their nadir. By the 15th century, European countries had started exploring the world, looking for gold, spices, and other riches. In the process, they soon realized that the indigenous peoples of the New World, as it was known to them, were easily subjugated and conquered. In that conquest Spain, Portugal, the Dutch, the French and the British managed to each acquire several colonies. The French, the Portuguese, and the British even went to other Asian countries and colonized them. Thus, these imperialist nations were well on their way to becoming empires. The 15th and 16th centuries saw Spain rising to become a rich and powerful empire, exploiting its colonies in South and Central America. The British, although initially somewhat late to the imperialist race, soon rose to become a global power, especially after conquering the vast subcontinent of India. During the 18th century, the world saw the British Empire economically and militarily rising to an unparalleled strength. It had by now colonized vast territories of Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. At the expense of its major colonies such as the Indian subcontinent, by the early 20th century, Britain had become rich and powerful. It was at this time, as an empire at its zenith, so widespread and unchallenged, that it controlled some 25% of the inhabitable land mass of the globe. Rightly, it was said that the sun never set on the British Empire. Yet, by 1925, the British Empire had started waning. Its crown colony India saw an emergence of a powerful freedom struggle led by a galaxy of great leaders: Mahatma Gandhi, Nehru, Patel, and others. By 1947, Britain was forced out of the country, granting India independence. Thereafter, one by one, its other colonies started falling apart. Many nations of Africa had started their own freedom struggles. The British Empire, which had overextended itself and had exploited all its colonies, was disintegrating rapidly. In less than 2 decades after losing its crown colony India, the sun finally set on the British Empire. By the 1960s, the United Kingdom had been reduced to an ordinary European nation, a far cry from its previous status of a world empire. But history repeats itself. A new empire, namely the United States, had emerged since the end of World War II. Until 1989, when the Soviet Union was still strong and powerful, there were checks and balances between these two superpowers. With the demise of the former Soviet Empire, however, the US inherited the title of the world's sole superpower. Since 1989, America has acted increasingly unilaterally and recklessly around the globe. One can see an abundance of arrogance and hubris in its foreign policy now. The invasion of Panama, in 1989, and kidnapping of its president Manuel Noriega, the first Gulf War with Iraq, the imposition of a brutal sanctions regime on Iraq where 500,000 children have died as per the UN report. The Kosovo War and the Second War with Iraq with thousands of civilian casualties. Are just a few examples of this brazen behavior on the part of this remaining superpower. The United States has military bases in about 180 countries of the world with troops stationed all around the globe. America has walked away from a nuclear test ban treaty with Russia. It has refused to sign the Kyoto Protocol. It has rejected the establishment of the International Criminal Court and has also refused to sign the treaty banning landmine use anywhere in the world. What does all this mean? One can see an obvious disregard for the rule of law in this world by a superpower. It seems to think it can do whatever it likes. But, with 18 million people protesting the Iraq War on February 20, 2003, the world seems to have noticed. The U.S. policy in the Middle East, especially its blind support of Israel in its brutal, illegal policy of occupation of Arab lands since the 1967 war, and its inhumane treatment of Palestinian people has earned hundreds of thousands of enemies in this region. The sad tragedy of September 11, 2001 in New York is a striking testimony of the blowback that the sole superpower has suffered as a result of its policies in the Middle East. Chalmers Johnson has rightly used the term blowback and had predicted in his famous book, Blowback, written in 2000, that there would be dire consequences of the flawed U.S. policy. Yale University historian Paul Kennedy in his 1987 book, The Rise and Fall of the Great Powers: Economic Change and Military Conflict from 1500 to 2000, has concluded that like all past empires, the U.S. and Russian empires would inevitably succumb to the overstretch. Kennedy argues further that their place would soon be taken by the rising powers of China and Japan, both still unencumbered by the dead weight of imperial military commitments. Emmanuel Todd, the famous French demographer and author, in his European bestseller, After the Empire, 2004, predicts that there will certainly not be, in 2050, an American empire because the United States simply does not have what it takes to be a true empire. Todd opines further that two types of imperial resources are especially lacking in the American case. First, its power to constrain militarily and economically is insufficient for maintaining its current levels of exploitation of the planet, and second, its ideological universalism is in decline and does not allow it, as before, to treat individuals and whole peoples equally as the leading guarantor of their peace and prosperity. He further says that the fragility of the American military is in a sense structural, a consequence of having never fought an adversary of its own size at any time in its history. America today is perhaps both the most feared and most hated nation in the world. Thanks to the neocon-dominated George Bush II administration and others before. Their disastrous foreign policy is designed to control the world for its own selfish interests by resorting to every means at its disposal, namely diplomatic, economic, and especially military. Throughout its history, but especially since World War II, the U.S. foreign policy has been hegemonic, erroneous, predatory, and dangerous not only for the rest of the civilized world but perilous for the American people themselves. From the Korean War to Vietnam and finally to Afghanistan and the illegal invasion of Iraq, the United States has brought enormous death, destruction, and devastation on the people of these countries, along with unnecessary deaths of thousands of young Americans. The resources plundered and hundreds of billions of dollars squandered in these unnecessary and immoral wars are beyond measure. The greatest mystery is that despite being a democracy, why do the American people and the public opinion allow their government to undertake such perilous and devastating misadventures? Aren't the people the rulers in a democracy? Yes, that is true in a genuine democracy where its citizenry are well educated and politically aware. But when the news media is controlled by just a few powerful multinational corporations, the American people do not get truthful news. They only get to hear and see news sanctioned by a powerful media. The news media in America have their own agenda. Like Herman S. Edward and Noam Chomsky so rightly point out in their 1988 book, Manufacturing Consent: The Political Economy of Mass Media. Today the United States political system has been hijacked. It can best be described as oligarchy, plutocracy, or corpocracy. Giant U.S. multinational corporations rule the United States by wielding enormous political power and influence. These corporations control politicians from both parties through their huge donations to both during elections. Once elected, the politicians of either party do their corporations' bidding. Needless to say, America is headed for a decline. This book attempts to inform the readers in detail about America's past record so that its future policies can be predicted and hopefully be altered. It is hoped that if enough Americans and people around the world know about the track record of the United States, perhaps this awareness amongst the masses could influence its future policy for the better. Dr. Martin Luther King had said that America is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world. The world needs a benevolent and peaceful America that it loves and respects, not a military monster, armed to the teeth that every nation fears. Chapter 1. The Genocide of American Indians. The Genocide. The history of the conquest of the North, South, and Central America bears witness to the worst crimes committed by white men against the Native Americans, including the Arawaks, Aztecs, Incas, Powhatans, Pequots, and many others. Starting from the arrival of Columbus, in 1492, until 1900, over a few centuries, hundreds of thousands of Native Americans were massacred, their women raped, and their lands stolen by the Spaniards and the English, later the Anglo-Americans, who invaded the so-called New World and forcefully settled there. To have just a glimpse into the enormous brutality committed by the Spaniards in the Indies, one simply has to read the sordid account by the humble Spanish priest Bartolomé de las Casas. Las Casas was born in Seville in 1484. He had reached Santo Domingo in what is now Haiti on April 15, 1502 via the largest Spanish fleet. There he was appalled, witnessing the horrific crimes being committed by the Spaniards against the native Indians. Later he became a priest in 1510 and devoted the rest of his life helping, defending, and protecting the Indians. A few years later, Las Casas wrote his account, The Destruction of the Indies, about the ghastly cruelty committed by the Spanish invaders against the gentle natives of the Indies. The same can be said of what Columbus did to the Arawaks of Bahamas, Cortés did to the Aztecs of Mexico, Pizarro to the Incas of Peru, and what the English settlers of Virginia and Massachusetts did to the Powhatans and the Pequots. 1. When the Spanish Armada appeared at Veracruz and ashore came the tall, white-bearded men, clad in iron with their strange beasts, horses. The naive and God-fearing Aztecs thought them to be the legendary Aztec man-god who had died some 300 years before and had promised to return, the mysterious Quetzalcoatl. So they welcomed him with great hospitality. The captain of this armada was Hernando Cortés, who came from Spain looking for gold and other riches financed by landowners and merchants. Montezuma, the ruler of the Aztecs, sent Cortés enormous treasures of gold and silver, begging him to go back. But Cortés soon realized that he could grab much more. He went on with his death march, from town to town, using deception and deceit, turning Aztec against Aztec, killing thousands with utter ruthlessness to paralyze the will of the peaceful people. When his crusade of plunder and killings were over, he with his men was in Mexico City. Montezuma was killed and the Aztec civilization was shattered. The country passed into the hands of the Spaniards. The Spanish conquistador Pizarro used the same tactics in Peru. The rich bondholders and stockholders had financed his deadly expedition for similar reasons: love of gold, slavery, and other riches of the New World. These were the violent beginning of an orgy of killing, murder, deception, theft, robbery, rape, and destruction of civilization, supported by the business, politics, culture and technology of their monarchical and feudal Western Europe. Thus with few hundred men, Pizarro was able to conquer Peru. Just like Columbus in the islands of Bahamas, in the North American English colonies, the pattern of deception and violence was set early. In 1585, before there was any permanent English settlement in Virginia, Richard Grenville came to the shore with 7 ships. He found the Indians he met quite hospitable. When one of them stole a small silver cup, he sacked and burned the whole Indian village. The colony of Jamestown itself was set up inside the territory of an Indian confederacy whose chief was Powhatan. He did not attack them, though he watched them settle on his people's land. He maintained his coolness and peace. But in the winter of 1610, the English were starving, so some of them ran off to the Indians where they knew they would be fed. By the time the summer came, the governor of the colony sent a messenger to ask Powhatan to return the runaways. According to English accounts, Powhatan replied with proud and disdainful answers. So some soldiers were sent out to take revenge. When they came upon an Indian settlement, they killed 15 or 16 Indians, burned many houses and cut down the corn growing around the village. Then they took the queen of the tribe and her children in boats and threw the children overboard in water. The queen was finally stabbed to death. Some 12 years later, the Indians were alarmed as the English settlements kept growing in numbers. So they apparently decided to try to wipe them out for good. They went on a rampage and massacred 347 men, women, and children. From then on, it was total war. Not able to enslave the Indians, nor willing to live with them, the English simply decided to exterminate them. So, from that first year of 1607, when white men set foot in Virginia, it was the beginning of the end of an entire race, their culture, their customs and, in reality, their existence in the vast North American continent. It is a sad story indeed, a sordid account of countless wars between the innumerable tribes of Native Americans and the white settlers who had invaded their land. While the white men who had escaped religious persecution in England were lucky to find refuge in this beautiful new continent, their continual abuse and harassment of native peoples had motivated Indians to fight back. From 1600 onwards, ship after ship would arrive to the Atlantic shores of America bringing more and more white men, women, and children. They would join other white men who had already settled. In their unending appetite and greed for more land and its plentiful bounty, the white settlers had started pushing the natives away from their own lands. In 300 some years, from 1600 to 1900, What took place in the North American continent is too horrific and ugly to describe. In those years, in countless wars and premeditated attacks, the Anglo-American invaders killed millions of indigenous people living peacefully for thousands of years on the continent, except for occasional intertribal wars. Before the advent of the white man, they had lived with nature, had respected it immensely, and had done no damage to the environment. What has followed after the arrival of the English in the early 1600s was a continuous war of annihilation of the native Indian men, women, and children. The English and later the Anglo-Americans, with their superior weapons and better organization, killed Indians by the thousands in order to push them more and more towards the west. In these wars, hundreds of white men were killed occasionally, but by and large it was the naive, trusting and ill-equipped Indian who was at the receiving end. The settlers in those years pursued the Indians mercilessly. Thousands upon thousands of indigenous people were massacred, shot, stabbed, their limbs cut off, their women raped and children killed. The white men who had invaded their land were clever, ruthless, cunning, calculating, merciless, racist, better equipped and united. Against them, the Indians had no chance. They were no match. An account or two of such wars gives good insight of what had happened all across the North American continent. Ward Churchill, once a professor of American Indian Studies with the Department of Ethnic Studies at the University of Colorado/Boulder, a Choctaw Cherokee Indian himself, in his well-documented book A Little Matter of Genocide, Holocaust and Denial in the Americas, 1492 to the present, writes so appropriately that the genocide which has been perpetrated against the indigenous peoples of this continent is an experience unparalleled in its scope, magnitude, and duration, other than that of the native peoples of Ibero-America. Moreover, according to him, it is a process which is ongoing. The famous massacre of defenseless Indian men, women, and children at Sand Creek, Colorado in 1861 is indicative of how the indigenous people of North America were annihilated by the English and the Anglo-Americans. The story briefly is this. Under Wynkoop's watchful eye, these Indians had been allowed to place themselves and their people, some 750 in all, under the protection of the military. They were required to surrender their weapons in exchange for official recognition of their non-combatant status and accept de facto internment under Wynkoop's supervision at a special site along Sand Creek, near Fort Leon in the 1861 reservation area. By early November, Chivington's fearless Indian fighter had become a laughingstock, as they had come across no Indians to kill earlier. At some point mid-months, prompted by a visit by Connor, both were embarrassed officers and their men agreed to serve beyond the expiration of their terms of service in order to make full-scale assault upon the peace chief's immobilized and defenseless village. 2. Moving under the cover of a blizzard, the regiment suddenly appeared at Fort Leon on November 27. Chivington was determined to preserve the element of surprise against his unarmed and woefully outnumbered opponents. He threw a cordon of pickets around the post with orders that no one would be allowed to leave under the penalty of death. At 8 p.m. that night, the colonel led about 900 soldiers out of the fort and headed for the village about 30 miles away. He told his troops to use any means under God's heaven to kill the Indians, and to be sure to kill and scalp all, big and little. 3. The volunteer killers struck at dawn, despite American and white flags were seen flown over the sleeping encampment. When 75-year-old White Antelope had displayed his hands open to show he bore no weapons in an attempt to stop the attacking cavalrymen, he was unceremoniously shot to death. 4. The Indians fled in all directions, but the main body of them moved up the creek bed because that alone offered some protection from the soldiers' bullets. They fled headlong until they came to a place above the camp where the river bank was cut back by breaks. There, the fleeing Indians frantically began digging in the loose sand with their hands to make holes to hide into. Most of them were women and children. 5. The scene was later described by Robert Bent, the mixed-blood son of a local trader and a Cheyenne woman who had guided the attackers from Fort Leon to the village. I saw 5 squaws under a bank for shelter. When the troops came up to them, they ran out and showed their persons, to let the soldiers know they were squaws and begged for mercy, but the soldiers shot them all. There were some 30 or 40 squaws collected in a hole for protection. They sent out a little girl about 6 years old with a white flag on a stick. She had not proceeded but a few steps when she was shot and killed. All the squaws in the hole were afterwards killed. The squaws offered no resistance. Everyone I saw dead was scalped. I saw one squaw cut open with an unborn child, as I thought, lying by her side. I saw quite a number of infants in arms killed with their mothers. Other soldiers were running down the Indians who had fled in different directions, killing some as far as 5 or 6 miles from the village. By then, mutilation of the dead and dying had begun in earnest, and the few prisoners taken were being summarily executed. Many women were first gang raped, and then were shot dead. As a lieutenant in the New Mexico Volunteers who had ridden along to gain experience, would later testify. Of from 500 to 600 souls, who were killed, the majority of which were women and children. I did not see a body of a man, woman, or child, but was scalped, and in many instances their bodies were mutilated in almost horrible manner, men, women, and children's privates cut out, and I heard one man say that he had cut out a woman's private parts and had them for exhibition on a stick. I heard another man say that he had cut off the fingers of an Indian to get the rings on the hand. I also hear of numerous instances in which men had cut out the private parts of females and stretched them over the saddle bows and wore them over hats while riding in the ranks. I hear one man say that he had cut a squaw's heart out and he had it stuck up on a stick. 7. All manner of depredations were inflicted on their persons. They were scalped, their brains knocked out, the men used their knives to rip open women, clubbed little children, knocked them in the head with their guns, beat their brains out, mutilated their bodies in every sense of the word. Worse mutilated than any I ever saw before. Children 2 or 3 months old, all lying there, from sucking infants up to warriors. 8. Centuries later, massacres like these will be repeated by the Americans at My Lai in Vietnam, No Gun Ri in South Korea, or at Fallujah and other towns in Iraq. This was but one of the countless massacres that took place all across the North American continent. The Anglo-Americans, just like the British, gave promises and signed treaties which were brazenly never kept and broken when convenient. The native Indians were constantly pushed away from their lands westward until there was nowhere for them to go. The English and later the Anglo-Americans had decided to exterminate the natives. There were instances where the Indians attacked white civilians and killed many. But by and large, it was the unfortunate Indian who was constantly harassed and attacked. It seems, in the eyes of the white men, the Indians were subhuman and a nuisance to be done away with. White men used every means at their disposal to kill the Indians. They soon realized that the Indians had no immunity of the infectious diseases. So they used the germ warfare against the natives. They intentionally infected the Indians with smallpox plagues by supplying the trusting Indian men, women, and children with smallpox-infested blankets and gifts. There are many episodes of this practice resorted to by the English. In one episode, about 30,000 Narragansets were inclined to join the New Amsterdam Dutch rather than with the Plymouth or Massachusetts Bay colonies. During the negotiations, the English introduced smallpox. Soon, a smallpox epidemic broke out that killed more than 10,000 Pequots by 1635. 9. There is another horrific episode of the use of biological warfare by England against the natives. In 1763, having fought a humiliating stalemate in the Ohio River Valley by a French-aligned indigenous military alliance that was organized by Pontiac, an Ottawa leader, the English Commander-in-Chief Lord Geoffrey Amherst wrote a letter to his subordinate Colonel Henry Bouquet. In it he suggested he should commence a peace parley and gifts should be distributed as was customary. 10. In a postscript of the letter to Bouquet, Amherst wrote that smallpox be sent among the disaffected tribes. In another postscript, Bouquet replied, "I will try to contaminate them with some blankets that may fall into their hands and take care not to get the disease myself." To Bouquet's postscript Amherst replied, "You will do well to infect the Indians by means of blankets as well as to try every other method that can serve to extirpate this execrable race. On June 24, Captain Aker of the Royal Americans noted in his journal, "We gave them 2 blankets and a handkerchief out of the smallpox hospital, I hope it will have the desired effect." 11. The disease spread like wildfire among the Mingos, Ottawas, Miamis, Lenni Lenapes, Delawares, and several other peoples. Even by conservative estimates, the toll was over 100,000 dead. This effectively broke the native resistance in what the United States would later call the Northwest Territory, allowing its conquest less than 30 years later. 12. This was by no means a singular incident. Eradication of Indians by deliberate infection had become common practice. Bounty offered by the government for scalping the Indians was another practice of exterminations. The earliest instance of such bounty was on September 12, 1694, when the Massachusetts General Court passed an act prohibiting unattended Indians from entering the colony without permission and offering to pay for every Indian, great or small, which they shall kill or take and bring in prisoner, the later to be sold by the colonial government. The payment for native Indians' scalp was 50 each, regardless of age or sex if the killer were a common civilian or professional scalp hunter. A militiaman was to get 20 and the regular soldier would make 10. In 1704, these rates were increased to 100, 40 per woman's and 20 for children. Men and women were defined as any Indian over 10 years of age. 13. With such payments, scalping of the Indian became a lucrative enterprise rather than a duty. Over the years, countless thousands upon thousands of Indian men, women, and children were murdered and scalped, and the rewards were taken. There are horror stories of many villages burned with hundreds of native men, women, and children roasted alive. The English and the Anglo-Americans used every means available to exterminate the natives. In order to achieve that, their main food supply of planted cornfields were burned along with the whole villages. Cornfields, sometimes many miles long, were devastated. The white men knew that bisons or wild buffaloes were an important part of the Indians' lives, a vital food supply. So all across the continent these animals were killed mercilessly. It is no wonder that these magnificent animals were nearly driven to extinction in the North American continent. Some of those who later became U.S. presidents were also involved in the Indian Wars. In 1779, George Washington ordered 4,000 troops under Major General John Sullivan to undertake an invasion into the heart of Haudenosaunee Territory. Simultaneously, under Colonel Daniel Brodhead, a force of 600 was sent against the Mingos, Munsees, and southerly Seneca Town. Washington's orders were to obliterate their military capacity as well as to destroy the very basis of their socio-economic existence. 14. By the time Brodhead was finished with the Munsees, they were totally wiped out. 15. By October 15, Sullivan had destroyed 40 towns, 160,000 bushels of corn and an unknown quantity of vegetables. He could not take the prisoners because most of them were mutilated and dead. 16. U.S. President Andrew Jackson was known as the Indian Killer before he became the president. Under his command at the Horseshoe Bend of the Tallapoosa River in Alabama, more than 800 Mujio Red Sticks, Baton Rouge, were slaughtered on March 27, 1814. He additionally supervised the mutilation of some 800 or more Creek Indian corpses, the bodies of men, women, and children that they had massacred, cutting off their noses to count and preserve a record of the dead, slicing long strips of flesh from their bodies to tan and turn into bridle reins. 17. In 1832, Black Hawk attempted to take his people along the Rock River, a portion of their home territory. Illinois Governor John Reynolds's response was to muster 1,700 militia, including future President Zachary Taylor, who served as an officer on this expedition. President Abraham Lincoln served as a common soldier here as well. The expedition was to repel the invasion by exterminating the 2,000-odd Indians. 18. Confronting this force, the Sac and Fox retreated, leading the troops on a grueling chase that finally ended on August 3, 1833, when, utterly exhausted, subsisting on bark and roots, reduced by now to barely 500 survivors, they were trapped by a force of more than 1,300 near the juncture of the Mississippi and Bad Axe rivers. 19. The surviving Indians tried to surrender on the east bank of the Mississippi, but the troops, frustrated by weeks of fruitless pursuit, stormed their position in an 8-hour frenzy of clubbing, shooting, and scalping. 20. Although about 200 of Black Hawk's followers did escape to the west bank, most were later tracked down and killed. Thus, the simple, trusting, naive and technologically less advanced indigenous millions all across North America lost out to the cunning, ruthless, and technologically advanced English and the Anglo-Americans. Rendered homeless, destitute, relentlessly pursued, harried and harassed, starving and disease-ridden, their numbers gradually decreased. Over 3 centuries, some 97 to 98% of them were wiped out. The destruction of the Indians of the Americas was by far the most massive act of genocide in the history of the world. That is why, as one historian has aptly said, far from the heroic and romantic heraldry that customarily is used to symbolize the European settlement of the Americas, the emblem most congruent with reality would be a pyramid of skulls. 21. The genocide perpetrated against the indigenous peoples of this continent was a catastrophic event, stretching over 3 centuries, unparalleled in its scope, magnitude, and duration except for that suffered by the people of Ibero-America. Perhaps the extermination of indigenous people in Hispaniola, Haiti, Mexico, and other South and Central American countries by the Spanish conquistadors might surpass in its barbarity, cruelty and inhumanity to the Holocaust of the North American Indians. The killing of some 6 million Jews by the Nazis before the end of Second World War in 1945 was an extraordinary example of barbarity of one man to another. However, this atrocity took place within a period of about 10 years by a single regime in Nazi Germany, while the extermination of the Indians was carried through by successive leaders for almost 300 years all across the North American continent. There are various estimates of how many Native Americans actually were living in the North American continent as well as in the hemisphere. Most researchers and authors, including the Smithsonian Convention until 1980s, have come out with much smaller numbers, thus downplaying the enormity of the crime committed against the defenseless people of North America. Henry F. Dobbins, however, after years of research had concluded by 1983 that there may have been as many as 18.5 million people inhabiting pre-invasion North America and that the population of these people in the hemisphere could have reached 112 millions. 22. Published in 1983, these figures were immediately put to critical analyses by Cherokee demographer Russell Thornton. In 1987, using stringent criteria, he arrived at a conservative minimal estimate of 9 to 12.5 million, with some 2 millions inhabiting what is now Canada. 23. A number of scholars lately have adapted the practice of splitting the difference between Thornton's minimum and Dobbins' maximum estimates. That comes to some 15 millions as the most reliable approximation of the actual number of the native Indian population in North America. 24. The extent of the genocide of these defenseless people at the hands of the English and the Anglo-Americans becomes obvious when we realize that some 96 to 99% of these 12 to 18 millions of them were systematically exterminated in a span of few centuries. Chapter 2. The Slavery of the Africans. Slavery had been practiced in Africa centuries before the Europeans started getting involved in the trade at around the 15th century. In earlier times, the slaves were taken from Africa to Egypt, Rome, and Greece, where they were used in the construction of large projects or as domestic servants. When they came to Africa, the Muslims engaged themselves deeply in the institution of slavery by seizing men for military and menial jobs and women for their harems. They either bought them or conquered them and shipped them to Persia, Arabia, and other Islamic lands. In all these pursuits, no matter how cruel, oppressive, and degrading the practice, there was neither much racial basis nor any profit motive. It was a manifestation of wealth. But the Europeans added a new dimension to the whole slave trade, and that also on a massive scale. Their motivation towards the slave trade was profit-driven. In their utterly racist outlook on the Africans and in their unquenchable greed and thirst for more profits, 15th and 16th century Europeans and Anglo-Americans practiced a form of slavery that was unparalleled in history in its scale, brutality, cruelty, and racism. The first Europeans to engage in the slave trade were the Portuguese around 1441. At first, they seized Africans from Africa's west coast and took them back to Portugal. In subsequent years, more and more Africans were enslaved as workers. Although the Portuguese had started this unholy trade, they did not realize great profits. That credit would ultimately go to the British. Soon after the Portuguese, the Spanish got lured into the trade. The Spanish colonies in the West Indies, with their growing plantations, began to require slaves for labor as they found the native Indians unsatisfactory workers. Charles II started issuing licenses to Flemish traders to take Africans to the Spanish colonies. Soon, however, the highest bidders started getting the monopoly of the trade. Sometimes it went to the Dutch traders, while other times, it went to the French, the Portuguese, or the English. Steadily, the West Indian plantations grew bigger and bigger. The slave trade also expanded into a huge undertaking, involving millions of dollars. About 10,000 slaves were purchased annually by 1540.1. By the 17th and 18th century, this huge business of slave trading was mainly in the hands of French, Dutch, and English companies. By then, there was a huge demand for slaves in the British colonies of the Caribbean and North America. The huge sugar, tobacco, and cotton plantations were paying quite attractive dividends with their bountiful crops for badly needed slaves. Thus, England's slave trade came to dominate the entire world. England by now, with a powerful navy and plenty of capital, started to fulfill the growing demand for slaves not only for its own colonies but also for other colonies of the New World. England transported more than 10,000 slaves to Cuba and about 40,000 to Guadeloupe during the 7 Years' War. Almost two-thirds of all slaves brought by England to the New World were sold in foreign countries by 1788. The slave trade by now had become an important arm of England's economy. 2. The areas from which the slaves were taken ranged from Angola, Congo, Bights of Benin and Biafra to the Gold Coast, Sierra Leone, and Senegambia. Also, a small percentage came from Southeast Africa and Madagascar. 3. The slave trade was threefold. Initially, they would load up their ships with guns, rum, and other cheap manufactured goods from Europe. The ships would reach the coast of West Africa. There, these consumer goods would be bartered for slaves. The slaves would be captured by local African chiefs, often with the help of European slavers. Once the ships were loaded with slaves, they would reach their colonies in North America, the Caribbean, Cuba, Brazil, and elsewhere in South America. There, the slaves would be sold to the highest bidders. Finally, from these colonies, the ships will be loaded up again with sugar, tobacco, and cotton, the goods produced by the plantations. The ships would now sail back to Europe. Again these goods will be sold there. By this triangular system, 3 separate profits were taken. 4. Dr. Eric Williams, former Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, in his book, Capitalism and Slavery, written during the Second World War, has expressed a yet unchallenged view. The commercial capitalism of the 18th century, Williams wrote, developed the wealth of Europe by means of slavery and monopoly. But in so doing it helped to create the industrial capitalism of the 19th century, which turned round and destroyed the power of commercial capitalism, slavery, and its entire works. What was popularly referred to as the Middle Passage, the voyage to the Americas, was a veritable nightmare. More slaves per ship meant more profits, so overcrowding was very common. They were chained together by twos, by hands and feet. There was hardly any standing, sitting, or lying room. The slaves had no room to move about and no freedom to exercise their bodies, even in the minimum. These crowded conditions greatly increased the incidence of disease and epidemics during this voyage. Smallpox was one of the dreaded diseases on the ships and took a heavy toll. Flux was another disease that proved fatal, though whites were spared from this disease. The filth and stench caused by close quarters and disease attributed further to the illness and to the increase in the mortality rate. Many slaves jumped overboard during the voyage and drowned in the sea. By the time the ships reached the New World, perhaps not more than half the slaves were left as effective workers. Many were maimed or disabled either due to diseases or due to struggling with the chains. A Spanish frigate ludicrously called the Amistad, meaning friendship, once in its voyage loaded 733 captives on the West African coast. 52 days later it disembarked in Havana with only 188 slaves reaching the destination. Despite such mortality rates, the slave trade was still one of the most vital sources of European wealth in the 17th and 18th centuries. 5. Historians John Hope Franklin and Alfred A. Moss, Jr. offer accurate details of the estimated total number of African slaves brought into the New World in their 1994 edition of the book, From Slavery to Freedom. As per their account, in 1861, Edward E. Dunbar estimated the total number of slaves imported into the New World. His figures were widely accepted during the following century. As per his estimates, the 16th century brought in 88,500 slaves, the 17th century 2,750,000, the 18th century 7 million and the 19th century 3,250,000. In 1936, R.R. Kozinski put the number of Africans brought into the New World at 14,650,000. Philip D. Curtin challenged these figures in 1969. He based his findings on exhaustive studies of records. It consisted of slave importations of slavers, slave populations in the New World at various times, regional and ethnic origins of slaves imported into the New World, and other pertinent data. Thus, he put the number of slaves imported in the 16th century to 241,400, in 17th century to 1,341,100, between 1701 and 1810 to 6,051,700 and between 1810 and 1870 to 1,898,400. Accordingly, his estimate of the total number imported between 1451 and 1870 is 9,566,100. J.E. Inakori challenged Curtin's estimates, insisting that the evidence very strongly suggests a substantial upward revision of the estimates that Curtin made. Though he refused to give a total figure for the entire slave trading period, he has pointed out that while Curtin's estimate for British exports between 1750 and 1807 was 1,616,100, his own research forced him to conclude that the figure was at least 2,365,014. It goes without saying that Inakori would put his total estimates much higher than the 9,566,100 estimated by Curtin. 6. Great numbers of Africans must have died resisting capture. A huge number died during the Middle Passage. Yet, millions successfully reached the Americas. Adding all these figures, the aggregate reaches staggering proportions. Whether one believes Dunbar's, Kozinski's, Curtin's, or Inakori's figures, fabulous profits were realized in such a sordid business. It is a testimonial to the ruthlessness with which the Europeans pursued it and to the tremendous demands made by the New World settlers. Poet Leopold Sedar Senghor, the first president of the Republic of Senegal, perhaps summed it up so well when he declared that the slave trade ravaged black Africa like a brush fire, wiping out images and values in one vast carnage. 7. The removal of millions of Africans in less than 4 centuries amounted to one of the greatest social upheavals in the annals of history. The slavers chose only the best, the most able-bodied, the strongest, the healthiest, the ablest, and the youngest. Removal of millions of these people from Africa had a devastating effect that is beyond any measure. Few had imagined that the 20 Africans who were put ashore at Jamestown in 1619 by the captain of a Dutch frigate, who were not slaves in the legal sense, would eventually transform the North American continent into a vast labor camp where millions of black men and women toiled until they met their early death. Throughout the New World, during the 17th and 18th centuries, a unique plantation system had developed which had metamorphosed into African slave labor camps. But we are mainly concerned with the practice of slavery in North America. In North America, the plantations had started flourishing from New York, New England, and Virginia in the north, to the Carolinas, Georgia, and Alabama in the south. Tobacco, cotton, indigo were some of the crops grown. Every colony from Virginia, Maryland to the Carolinas and Alabama had enacted stringent rules, known as slave codes, enacted to regulate and control the slaves. The slaves, without the written permission of their masters, were not allowed to leave the plantations. The slaves were returned to their masters if found wandering about. For major offenses like robbing a store or a house, they would receive 60 lashes and would be placed in a pillory. There, their ears would be cut off. Associating with whites or free blacks were counted as petty offenses for which they were maimed, branded, or whipped. No one was on their side. The courts, the sheriffs, and the slaveless whites were all on the side of the white masters. The slave codes were designed to break the most irascible black in the colony. The docility of the slaves was thus achieved through the enactment of a set of comprehensive slave codes. 8. Though punishment was swift and severe, there are examples of interventions on behalf of the accused slaves by their masters, who wanted leniency just for this time. The slaves were forbidden to engage in any kind of trade such as to deal in stolen goods or liquor. They were not allowed to possess guns, swords, or any other lethal weapons. Patrols had authority to search blacks and to whip any slave found to be dangerous to peace and good order. There was a constant fear of revolt by the slaves. In 1720, several slaves were burned alive and others were brandished because they were implicated in a revolt near Charleston, South Carolina. 9. The work on the plantations was hard and grueling. 14 to 15-hour workdays were quite common. The slaves were counted as property of the whites. More slaves owned meant more wealth and prestige. Slave breeding was one of the most approved methods of increasing agricultural capital and was encouraged. The breeding was so profitable that many slave girls became mothers at 13 and 14 years of age. By the time they were 20, some young women had given birth to as many as 5 children. Bounties and gifts were offered for such great fecundity. 10. As slave trading and ownership were essentially economic activities, it was a persistent practice to divide families at the time of sale. Wives were separated from husbands and children were separated from their mothers, though there were instances where the whites had shown enough compassion to avoid such separation. But there were traders who advertised that selling and buying young children was their specialty. A slave, even in self-defense, could not strike a white person. The killing of a slave, no matter how malicious the act, was rarely regarded as murder. The rape of a female slave was regarded as a crime only if it involved trespassing. 11. In Mississippi, slaves could not blow horns or beat drums. They could not conduct themselves as free people. They could not buy or sell goods. They had to keep their relationship with whites or free blacks to a minimum. Neither could entertain their friends in their cottages, nor could they visit homes of their white or free black friends. Unless a white person was present, they were never to assemble and were not to receive, possess, or distribute incendiary literature designed to incite rebellion. Conspiracy to rebel, rape of a white woman, and arson were all capital crimes in all the slave states. The slaves were not allowed to testify in court against whites, only against other slaves. 12. On the plantation, the lash was frequently used to get maximum amounts of work out of the slaves. The slaves were housed in very poor conditions. The small ugly huts were uncomfortable, inadequate, and always without windows and floors. Usually these living quarters were on the plantations or nearby. They were very small, dilapidated, and without any furnishings. The slaves were given simple foods of meal and salt pork. At times, it was supplemented with peas, rice, fruit, sweet potatoes, and syrup. 13. The laws meant to protect the slaves were very few and were seldom enforced. Overseers were notoriously brutal. Masters and mistresses were at times just as cruel. In 1827, a Georgia grand jury brought in a charge of manslaughter against a slave owner who had beaten his slave to death. But he was acquitted. Several years later, from the same state, a white slave owner named Thomas Sorrell was found guilty of killing one of his slaves with an axe, but the jury recommended him to the mercy of the court. One Mississippi master, who had suspected his slave of a theft, dragged him from his bed and inflicted over 1,000 lashes. 14. The slaves or even the free blacks were never allowed to vote. Shortly after the beginning of the 19th century, a campaign to reduce the free blacks' status was underway. States, both in the North and the South, began to disenfranchise them. In 1802, President Thomas Jefferson signed a bill, disenfranchising free blacks in the nation's newly established capital, Washington, D.C. 15. In 1777, Thomas Jefferson had headed a Virginia legislative committee. It set forth a plan of gradual emancipation and deportation of free blacks to Africa. Around 1817, plans were made to establish a colony in Africa with the aid from federal and state governments. Agents were sent out to raise funds and to interest free blacks in immigrating to Liberia, whose capital was honored with the name of President Monroe. Thousands of dollars soon flowed into the society for purchase and transport of the blacks. By 1830, the society had settled 1,420 blacks in the colony. Over a few years, not more than 15,000 blacks migrated. For several reasons, this project failed. Most important among them was economical. The cost of transporting and maintaining several 100,000 blacks was simply enormous. Secondly, the supporters of this scheme could not develop an agreeable program for all. 16. Trying to free themselves from slavery, many slaves resorted to self-mutilation and suicide. Some slaves, in order to render themselves ineffective workers, cut off their toes and hands. There are incidents where, upon being caught from running away, slaves had shot themselves in the foot or hand. Sometimes, slave mothers have killed their own children so that they would not grow up in slavery. By the 19th century, the movement for the abolition of slavery had grown stronger in North America. They came to be known as the abolitionists. They had supported Abraham Lincoln, who was finally elected president in February 1861. All the Southern states wanted to secede from the Union as they wanted to keep the institution of slavery. When the Civil War engulfed the nation, President Lincoln realized that unless he abolished slavery, the nation would break up. Finally he acted, after the Union victory on September 17, 1862. On September 22, 1862, he declared that after January 1, 1863, all persons held as slaves would be free forever. The Civil War continued until 1865. Along with it, came the end of one of the cruelest institution of human bondage in history. Human history cannot forget the killings and cruel suppression of millions of Africans at the hands of the Europeans, Anglo-Americans, and then Americans. With the exception of perhaps native Indian people, there are no parallel in the annals of human history where a whole people were subjected to such suffering and degradation for so long and on such a huge scale. As of this writing, there are neither memorials nor any appropriate museums anywhere in North America depicting the colossal injustice and inhuman treatment that the black people of Africa suffered at the hands of the Europeans and the Americans. Chapter 3. Annexing half of Mexico. Origin of U.S.-Mexican War. At the time of independence in 1821, Mexico was a divided nation. Its social and racial divisions were accompanied by a distinct lack of national unity. From the Yucatan to California, individual states occasionally defied the Constitution and mocked the federal government. While Mexico continued to allow its vast territories of Texas and California to be populated by American immigrants, At the same time it had left them undefended. Mexico's rule in Texas was threatened by sheer weight of numbers. By 1835, there were 35,000 Americans and less than 8,000 Mexicans. While the Mexicans were divided, weak and poor, the United States was strong, powerful, and rich. 1. In 1836, there did exist in the United States a strong sentiment for expansion, characterized not only by hypocrisy, but also by a sincere idealism. Long before the war with Mexico, there was a movement in the United States to totally absorb Mexico. For as long as 60 years before the war, there was perennial interest in the expansion of the United States. In order to rationalize the land-grabbing tendencies of the Anglo-Americans in America, propagandists had succeeded in instilling in the minds of many people such shibboleths as manifest destiny, extensions of religious and political freedoms, and the checkmating of European machinations in the New World. Therefore, when the Mexican War started in 1846, there was already a widespread sentiment in the United States which asserted the necessity, desirability, and the inevitability of expansion. A large group of ruling elites in America had started believing in manifest destiny at the time. The term manifest destiny was coined by a New York journalist named John L. O'Sullivan in the July/August 1845 issue of the Review. It soon became the slogan of U.S. expansionists in the period immediately before, during, and after the U.S. Mexican War. President Polk, his predecessor President Tyler, and others had an intense desire to take over Texas, California, and as much territory from Mexico as possible by whatever means. The American as well as Mexican settlers in Texas were angry at the Mexican government due to the restoration of centralism by Santa Anna in 1835. Instead of strengthening national unity, it had further destabilized the distant provinces of Mexico and had left them highly vulnerable to external threats. When the Anglo-American majority-led rebellion took place in Texas, Santa Anna led an army of 6,000 troops across the Rio Grande to crush the uprising. This changed the terms of the dispute, from defending the state's rights to one of independence from a foreign enemy. Then came the killings of 365 prisoners at the order of Santa Anna. This hardened the determination of many Texans and ruling elites in America against Mexico. In 1835, Texas declared independence from Mexico, and a decade later in 1845, the United States annexed it. Now, Mexico had no choice but to fight, and the United States finally got what it wanted: war with Mexico, because it knew it was strong and united while Mexico was weak and divided. The Polk administration and others in the U.S. ruling class knew that the war would give them a great opportunity to grab Texas and much more territory from Mexico. Texas takeover. Texas was a sparsely populated northern province of Spain throughout the colonial period. As the Spanish crown wanted to populate and colonize the territory in 1821, Moses Austin, an American pioneer, was granted permission to settle some 300 Catholic families in Texas. Mexico had gained independence by now in 1821. Meanwhile, Austin died, but his son Stephen F. Austin got the concession confirmed from the Mexican government and began the colonization. Thus began the influx of Americans into Texas. It gained tremendous momentum. The land was dirt cheap, only 10 cents per acre compared to $1.25 an acre in the United States, even for inferior land. A male colonist was allowed to buy 640 acres, 320 acres for his wife, and 160 acres for each child and 80 acres for each slave that he brought along. In addition, the colonists were given tax exemption for 7 years. By 1827, the Americans living in Texas were 12,000 while the Mexicans numbered only 7,000. The immigrant population swelled to 30,000 by 1835 while the Mexican population barely passed 7,800. 2. Slowly, political, religious, and cultural conflicts began to surface in Texas. Many in Texas had grievances against the Mexican government, a major one being their claim that they were not adequately represented in the state legislature. Many immigrants had started entertaining the idea of Texan independence. The U.S. Congress and the press were getting deeply interested in Texas and other Mexican territories. Alarmed at the possibility of these problems getting out of hand, the Mexican politicians started remedial actions. To prevent weakening of control in Texas, President Guerrero in 1829 proclaimed the emancipation of slaves. This did not help much. Next, a colonization law was passed on April 6, 1830, by which all future immigration into Texas from the United States was forbidden. The last straw was Santa Anna's annulment of the federal Constitution of 1824, which effectively meant that the Texans would have, instead of greater representation, no voice at all in the management of local affairs. Now, not only immigrant Texans but some Mexican liberals were very angry. The latter opposed everything that Santa Anna stood for. As Santa Anna had taken all power into his own hands, Zavala, a Mexican leader in Texas, along with David Burnett and others, decided to declare Texas independent. David Burnett was chosen as the president while Zavala as the vice president of the Lone Star Republic. 3. Battle of Alamo. In the winter of 1835, Santa Anna marched north with 6,000 troops and after an arduous and long journey reached the outskirts of San Antonio de Bejar, San Antonio. The Texans under the command of William Barrett Travis had taken refuge in the old Franciscan mission of Alamo. Santa Anna laid siege to the Alamo for a few days before March 6, 1836. The walls of the mission were high, very strong, and impregnable, and the defenders were not planning to surrender to the superior Mexican army. On the afternoon of March 5, a battle call like a bugle was heard by all. The call had come from Santa Anna, signaling the battle to be to death until victory. The next morning, the Mexican commander threw waves after waves of his soldiers against the adobe fortress. Hundreds were cut down, but the numerical superiority of the Mexican army began to have its effect after an hour. After several holes were inflicted into the walls, the fighting continued inside. The defenders also showed great zeal and courage but were killed to the last man. Santa Anna won a decisive victory. A significant episode took place a few weeks later that infuriated the U.S. Congress further. The Goliad executions. At the small town of Goliad, a force of Texans, under the command of Colonel James W. Fannin, was engaged by a Mexican general named José Urrea. Fannin, realizing that he was surrounded and outnumbered, surrendered, hoping that he and his men will enjoy the recognized rights of the prisoners of war. General Urrea wrote to Santa Anna requesting clemency for Fannin and his men. After handing over charge of these prisoners to Lieutenant Colonel Nicolas de la Portilla, Urrea moved to another assignment. Santa Anna, invoking the national law of piracy, ordered Portilla to enforce the law by executing all the prisoners. Portilla also received, an hour later, a message which instructed him to treat the prisoners well. Not having enough courage to reject the illegal order from Santa Anna, Portilla decided to follow Santa Anna, the general-in-chief's order, because he considered him to be their superior. All 365 prisoners were mercilessly executed. This execution of prisoners seems to have crystallized the opposition to Mexico in the United States. Men and supplies started pouring into Texas. Santa Anna captured. On April 21, Sam Houston and his men caught Santa Anna's troops off guard near a San Jacinto River. In a short time, the Mexican army was routed and Santa Anna fled. He was captured by Houston's patrols 2 days later. 4. Lone Star Republic of Texas. Under duress, in order to secure his own release as a prisoner, Santa Anna, the Mexican president, signed 2 treaties, one public and one private, with Texas President David Burnett. The public treaty concluded that he and his fellow Mexicans would not take arms against Texas, all hostilities would cease immediately, equal numbers of prisoners of war would be exchanged, and the Mexican army would be withdrawn across the Rio Grande. The private treaty was even worse. In exchange for his release and safe return to Veracruz, Santa Anna agreed to prepare the Mexican cabinet to receive a peace mission from Texas so that its independence could be formally recognized. When he returned to Mexico, his cabinet colleagues and other intellectuals were furious at these treaties. They immediately rejected these treaties by passing a law stipulating that any agreement signed by a Mexican president while held prisoner should be considered null and void. No recognition was to be given to the Lone Star Republic of Texas. As a Lone Star Republic, Texas remained independent from 1836 to 1845. It is ironic that Mexico, despite having far superior resources and manpower, could not bring Texas back into fold as it was so racked with internal divisions during these 9 years. In March 1837, the United States had recognized the independence of Texas. In 1844, James Polk won the U.S. presidency. But prior to Polk's inauguration, President John Tyler had introduced the annexation measure in the U.S. Congress. It passed the House of Representatives in January 1845 and the Senate the following month. Major conflicts between the United States and Mexico now became a certainty. 5. Before the war. Soon after the annexation of Texas passed the U.S. Senate, the diplomatic relations between the two countries were ruptured and both countries started preparing for war. Though his motives were not noble, the U.S. President-elect Polk tried one last belated effort to settle the dispute. He asked Mexican President José Joaquín Herrera to receive the special envoy John Slidell in Mexico City. Herrera agreed. He had come to negotiate the new boundary of Texas. Throughout the entire colonial period, the legitimate western boundary between Texas and Mexico was the Nueces River, but Texas falsely had claimed the Rio Grande as the boundary. At stake were not merely the 150 miles between the Nueces and the Rio Grande where they merged with the Gulf of Mexico. The Rio Grande wandered not north but northwest. The Texans claimed it to its source. Thousands upon thousands of square miles of territory, nearly half of New Mexico and Colorado, came to be part of this illegal claim. The Polk administration had decided to support this illegal claim when Texas became the 28th state. Polk wanted much more. Slidell had secret instructions to secure California and the rest of New Mexico. $25 million for California and $5 million for New Mexico were declared fair price. President Herrera informed President Polk that he had nothing to discuss with John Slidell. A General Mariano Paredes was sent north to reinforce Mexican troops along the border. Instead, he used his army to overthrow President Herrera. President Polk now had decided to wage a war against Mexico, but he could not muster the support of the Secretary of the Navy Bancroft or of Secretary of State Buchanan unless the U.S. was attacked first. The same day the news of the attack came. Mexico had invaded our territory and shed American blood upon the American soil. That is how President Polk described the hostilities that started when he sent American troops into Mexican settlements on the left bank of the Rio Grande. The area had been claimed by the Republic of Texas but had never been under Texan control. The House of Representatives expressed its disrespect on record by voting during the Mexican War that the conflict had been unnecessarily and unconstitutionally begun by the President of the United States when he sent the army into the Mexican settlements. 6. Here, the U.S. President Polk told the untruth to the people of the United States. This will not be the first time that a U.S. president will lie to the American people. President Polk had already ordered General Zachary Taylor into the disputed territory between the Nueces and the Rio Grande. The Mexican commander asked him to withdraw, but Taylor penetrated all the way to the Rio Grande. Between Taylor's dragons and General Mariano Arista's cavalry, a skirmish broke out. On May 9, Taylor reported to Washington that he had 16 men killed or wounded. Polk now got what he had been looking for all along, an excuse to declare war with Mexico. The declaration of war easily passed through the U.S. Congress. While the United States was spoiling for war, Mexico was a highly divided nation. It is interesting to note that there were officers in Zachary Taylor's army who were aware of the immorality of this war. A Lieutenant Grant was one such officer. He said at the time, "I was bitterly opposed to the war, as one of the most unjust ever waged by a stronger nation against a weaker nation, we were sent to provoke a fight, but it was essential that Mexico should commence it, Mexico showing no willingness to come to the Nueces to drive the invaders from her soil. It became necessary for the invaders to approach within a convenient distance to be struck. Another U.S. Lieutenant Colonel Hitchcock, as to the right of this movement, I have said from the first that the United States are the aggressors. We have outraged the Mexican government and people by an arrogance and presumption that deserve to be punished. My heart is not in this business, I am against it from the bottom of my soul as a most unholy and unrighteous proceeding, but as a military man, I am bound to execute orders. To Lieutenant George Diaz, the march to the banks of the Rio Grande was of itself an act of hostility. 7. Meanwhile in divided and weak Mexico, President Paredes was overthrown and Santa Anna again assumed all powers. It was 1846. The war and its course. America had a three-pronged strategy. The Army of Occupation would carry the battle to Mexico City, the Army of the Center would go into northern Mexico and the Army of the West would occupy New Mexico and California. Commanding the Army of the West, General Stephen W. Kearny got started first. In June of 1846, he left Ft. Leavenworth, Kansas with 1,500 men and began a 900-mile trek toward Santa Fe. Governor Manuel Armijo, a venal, licentious and cowardly bully, either accepted a bribe or was just afraid to make a stand. Before the Americans arrived, he ordered his 3,000 troops to evacuate the town on August 19. New Mexico had fallen without firing a shot. 8. It is perhaps better thus to have gained a bloodless victory by the terror of our arms than to have purchased it with blood and loss of life, said General Kearny. 9. Kearny now divided his Army of the West into three. Under Colonel Sterling Price, one contingent continued the occupation of Santa Fe. The second one, commanded by Alexander Donovan, was sent south to Chihuahua. The third one, led by Kearny himself, marched westward to California. California turned out to be a repeat of New Mexico. California had already fallen into American hands by the time Kearny arrived there. It had fallen to Naval Commodore John D. Sloat and Colonel John C. Fremont with little opposition. But Chihuahua was different. Donovan was forced to engage the enemy in Chihuahua. On the outskirts of Chihuahua on Sacramento River, a major battle took place consisting of an artillery duel. But due to grossly inadequate artillery pieces and insufficient supplies of powder, the Mexicans lost and Donovan won the battle. By February 1847, Chihuahua came under American control. Meanwhile, the Army of the Center under Zachary Taylor had to fight its way. His force of 6,000 troops moved on to Monterey in August 1846. By September they were on the outskirts of the city but were stopped there by a 7,000-strong Mexican army under General Pedro de Ampudia. A fierce battle took place for 3 days. Both sides sustained heavy losses. But finally, Ampudia raised the white flag and surrendered the city. In the meantime, Santa Anna had gathered a force of some 20,000 men. But the hard march, lack of food and water supplies, and harsh winter took its toll. Thousands had deserted along the way to Saltillo. On February 21, a fight took place between Santa Anna's army and Taylor's. Initially, Santa Anna forced Taylor to pull back to his perimeters. The next morning, Santa Anna brazenly demanded Taylor to surrender. Taylor refused. Later in the day, the Battle of Buena Vista began. Though Santa Anna's assaults on Taylor's well-fortified positions did a good deal of damage, they were all repulsed. By evening, it was a stalemate. Instead of attacking the next morning, Santa Anna gathered a few flags and 3 cannons as trophies and left for Mexico City as a proof of his decisive victory. Northeast Mexico was lost to the American invaders. General Winfield Scott's Army of Occupation was about to wage a major offensive. The United States, emboldened by easy victories, had decided to carry the fight to Mexico's heartland and to its capital. General Scott with his 10,000 men made an amphibious landing on March 9, 1847, slightly to the south of the harbor of Veracruz. They were unopposed as they established their beachhead. As it was always an object of foreign invasions and attack for centuries, Veracruz was a walled city, garrisoned by 4,000 troops. An additional 1,200 were stationed at the fortress of San Juan de Ulloa in the harbor. Scott bypassed the fortress altogether, ordered his troops to surround the city and attack from the rear, thus neutralizing the fortress as well as cutting off land supplies and all avenues of exit. The plan was to bombard the city with heavy mortar fire. This meant that hundreds of innocent citizens with no escape route available would be killed. It was a sound strategy militarily, but morally wrong. Scott devastated the city for the next 48 hours and refused requests by all foreign consuls to allow women, children, and other civilians to evacuate. Another day of intense fighting with heavy bombardment ensued. Hundreds of corpses were piling up in the streets. The fires were gutting the buildings. While the military and medical supplies had started diminishing, the hospitals were being destroyed. A yellow fever epidemic had started rising. Finally, Veracruz surrendered on March 27. 6,700 shells had been thrown into the beleaguered city. 1,000 to 1,500 Mexicans were killed. For every one military casualty, there were 2 civilians dead. Only 67 Americans had been killed or wounded. 10. When Veracruz fell, Santa Anna had reached Mexico City. He immediately prepared to block General Scott's expected advance on the capital. Some 20 miles east of Jalapa at the mountain pass of Cerro Gordo, the opposite armies met in the middle of April. Santa Anna had excellent position overlooking the entire road as the Americans approached. But Scott's scouts noted the possibility of bypassing the Mexicans on the left flank. While a small advance force feigned an attack along the road, most of the Americans skirted the left flank and attacked from the rear. A great confusion followed in the Mexican army. As a result, they broke and fled. Santa Anna himself just barely escaped and avoided capture. Santa Anna still wanted to make one more stand at Puebla, but its citizens refused to cooperate. Unopposed, Scott took the city. Despite the fact that the American invaders were not far from Mexico City and the attack on the capital was imminent, the politicians there were as divided as ever. They just could not muster up a united front. The states refused to provide money or the men for a government they so much mistrusted. The federal government had to place the federal district under martial law and had started conscripting a civilian workforce to help defend the city. Santa Anna argued and pleaded with the generals and with the National Congress. He condemned the legislature for denying him the support he needed, and they chastised him for his many military failures. The battle for Mexico City was the most monumental of the war. The 2 districts, namely Contreras and Curabasco, on the outskirts saw major initial engagements. While the Mexican leadership was deeply divided, the Americans were united and simply were superior in armaments, leadership, and tactics. At Curabasco, even though they faced a larger and better equipped fighting force, they fought bravely and refused to yield any ground. Finally it came to hand-to-hand combat. Ultimately, the Mexicans were tired and exhausted. On August 20, Scott asked for surrender. Santa Anna agreed to negotiate, but in reality used the respite to shore up his defenses within the city itself. Scott's cavalry attacked positions at Molina del Rey on the morning of September 7, moving his infantry behind. An intensely bloody battle took place here. The Mexican defenders had suffered over 2,000 casualties while the invaders took in over 700. After his position fell, there was only one fortified position left in the city. It was Chapultepec Castle. The castle was located at the summit of a 200-foot hill and was surrounded by a thick stone wall. About 1,000 troops and the cadets of the military academy were defending it. A furious artillery barrage failed to dislodge the defenders. On the morning of September 13, Scott gave orders to storm the castle. Though the surrounding areas were heavily mined, the mines failed to explode. Using crowbars and prick axes, the invaders were able to breach the walls of the castle. After setting up scaling ladders, the Americans poured over the top. Bitter hand-to-hand combat ensued. The last defenders were the young cadets, the Ninos heroes, and rather than surrendering, many died fighting bravely. The war ended with the Battle of Chapultepec. Now the United States, the invader and the aggressor, got ready to negotiate a tough treaty. 11. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo and the Aftermath. On February 2, 1948, just outside of Mexico City, at the village of Guadalupe Hidalgo, the treaty ending the war was signed. The treaty was between the victor and the vanquished, or between the powerful aggressor and the weak defenders. It was a treaty of great injustice and unfairness, and was not negotiated but rather imposed. The treaty confirmed the United States title to Texas and ceded the huge territories of New Mexico and California to the United States. Mexico was to retain all territories south of Rio Grande in return. The United States agreed to make a cash payment of $15 million to the Mexican government and also to assume $3,250,000 in claims that the United States citizens had against that government. Thus, for a mere total of $18,250,000, a sum which was less than 1 year's budget, the United States illegally and immorally grabbed half of Mexican territory. Mexico was left stunned and despondent. There was more to come. In 1853, after already spending the $15 million received as a result of the treaty, President Santa Anna decided that the treasury could only be saved by selling some more of Mexico to the United States. He negotiated what became known as the Gadsden Purchase, in which he sold some 30,000 square miles of Mexican territory, which was known as Mesilla Valley, that was wanted by the United States to build a railroad. Today, that territory is southern New Mexico and Arizona. The opposition politicians were so alienated by this final scandal of Santa Anna that they got rid of him for the 11th and the last time. The liberals proclaimed this the Revolution of Ayutla. It was a new movement. Now the ideology was to be more important than the personalities. Luckily, this ushered in a new breed of politicians who would try to set the country on a new course. 12. Chapter 4. The Stolen Kingdom. Before Captain Cook and other white men came to Hawaii, it was a peaceful kingdom, a paradise in the Pacific ruled by the Kamehameha dynasty. The people of these Hawaiian islands were gentle, generous, trusting, and hospitable. These were the descendants of the Polynesian sailors of the southern shores of the Marquesas Islands who had settled in the Hawaiian Islands prior to AD 400. The 8 populated islands of Hawaii cover an area of 6,435 square miles. Of course, there used to be wars amongst these people in different regions and in between islands. But as centuries passed, a stratified society had emerged with the chief as its head, who was sacred and all-powerful. He presided over a well-defined hierarchy of sub-chiefs, priests, advisors, craftsmen, and commoners. On his 3rd voyage, Captain James Cook, the Yorkshire-born Britisher, arrived on the Hawaiian coast on January 19, 1778. His ships Resolution and Discovery were seen by the natives on the coast of Oahu. At that time, the population of those 8 islands was estimated to be between 250,000 to 500,000. 1. It was early in the 19th century when the first American missionaries arrived in Hawaii. Their intentions were to Christianize the people of Hawaii and thus, to dominate their moral and intellectual life. The missionaries caused to do well and did well, it has been said. The Hawaiian kings innocently bestowed large tracts of lands on these proselytizers. Sons of these missionaries became rich plantation owners. Thurston, Bald, Wilcox, Andrews, Bond, Castle, Cook, Alexander, and Green are all missionary names. These names are also closely connected with the rape of Hawaii by the Americans. A Thurston, for example, was given much of what is today the Kona coast of the Big Island of Hawaii as a goodwill gesture by the king. These missionaries and their children over the years became enormously rich, wielding great influence in the islands. They ruthlessly exploited the cheap labor, paying pittance for the hard work done by the people of Hawaii. After these missionaries, came the businessmen who also thrived. Eventually, many of these foreigners were no longer foreign. Due to the carelessness of the monarchy, these foreigners had become Hawaiian citizens, on many occasions by marrying Hawaiian women. It was these foreigners, mainly the sons of the American missionaries, the plantation owners and the rich businessmen, who kept their American ways. They looked down upon the natives and ultimately stole their kingdom. The story is sad and depressing. These rich American Hawaiians had come to dominate the monarchy through the church and the educational process. Slowly, they penetrated the government by becoming members of the king's cabinet and his advisors. Finally, they staged a coup, getting the help from American Marines from the USS Boston docked in the harbor. The legitimate government of Queen Liliuokalani was overthrown. The queen was shamelessly jailed. And finally, Hawaii was annexed by the United States. It is interesting to note that, during the whole affair, there were thousands of Chinese, Portuguese, and Japanese workers. All of them were loyal to the king and later to the queen. They were all in favor of Hawaii and its people. But the Americans who were living in Hawaii, those rich descendants of the missionaries and the newspaper owners, were the ones who always wanted the United States to annex Hawaii. And finally, in 1898, the Republican administration of President McKinley obliged them. Beginnings. The first American missionaries settled in Hawaii in 1820. They were New England Calvinists. Their descendants became rich plantation owners and started wielding more and more political power through their wealth, through several newspapers they owned, and through their influence on the king. The political group they headed became known as the Missionary Party, while the Party of the Hawaiians and those loyal to Hawaii became known as Hawaiian or Royalist Party. Over the years, Missionary Party members had succeeded in penetrating the ruling circle of the king and had become the virtual rulers of the kingdom. When Kamehameha IV ascended the throne, these missionaries lost their behind-the-throne control in 1854 and were not able to regain it. The Kamehameha dynasty was founded by Kamehameha the Great in 1795 to rule a united Hawaiian kingdom. On December 11, 1872, the great conqueror's direct line had ended with the death of his bachelor grandson, Kamehameha V. He had refused to appoint the rightful heir Prince Lunalilo because he knew that the prince was weak-willed and that the foreigners could control him. 2. King to be elected. And so there was to take place an election between Prince Lunalilo and a 36-year-old noble, High Chief David Kiamakalakana. The missionaries vigorously supported the candidacy of Lunalilo with lots of money and propaganda. The legislators, most of them Hawaiian, fell prey to the propaganda and elected Lunalilo to the throne. For years, the sugar planters were pushing for a reciprocity treaty by which their sugar could enter U.S. markets without duty, and Hawaii's government would give the cession of the Pearl River to the United States. The planters prepared such a document and soon presented it to the king. Although the king smelled something bad, he understood little. He deferred to sign it later. Pressure, worry, frustration all took their toll on the king. His body was further weakened by tuberculosis. He grew weaker and weaker. Shortly after his 39th birthday, the king died on February 4, 1874. While the king was lying in state in the throne room of Iolani Palace surrounded by grieving natives, the kingmakers went to work swiftly to continue their control. New election for the king. Again, there was to be an election for the new ruler. There were two main candidates. On the one hand there was the Queen Dowager Emma, widow of Kamehameha IV. She was very pro-Hawaiian, anti-foreigner, and had devoted her entire life towards the welfare of the masses that were supporting her heavily. On the other hand, there was High Chief David Kalakana. Kalakana's strength was with the nobles and among upper-class Hawaiians. This time, the missionaries forcefully supported Kalakana because, in return for their support, money, and influence, Kalakana had agreed that he would permit them to name his cabinet officers and would personally go to Washington to ask for the reciprocity treaty in the name of the Hawaiian people. They promised not to seek the leasing of the Pearl River to the United States in return. Kalakana thus received much praise from the Gazette and the Advertiser, the missionary-controlled newspapers. When, on February 12, balloting was to take place, many of the delegates were drunk. 4 days prior to that, they were feasted at luau's, entertained by hula dancers, given all the gin they could drink, thanks to the missionaries, but were never permitted to talk to other Hawaiians. 3. These drunken delegates elected David Kalakana as the next king. Kalakana was 38 years old. A century had passed since British explorer Captain James Cook came to Hawaii. At the time, Cook had estimated the native population to be around 400,000. Now, in 100 years, it had dwindled to a mere 50,000. The cause of this tragic decline, according to impartial observers, lay not within the Hawaiians themselves. The alien civilization had brought diseases for which the Hawaiians had no immunity, a condition that was similar to Native Americans' situation in the Americas. Newsman David Adie wrote, "Born in a land that rendered them tranquil of mind and indifferent to acquisition. They were unable to cope with aggressive, avaricious, and self-assertive civilization. Calvinism broke down their spirits as European garments broke down their health." Ironically, his conclusion was, they would have been better off if their islands had been left undiscovered and unmeddled with altogether. King Kalakana appointed his new cabinet comprising of 3 foreigners and 1 Hawaiian. To placate the Hawaiian people, he announced that no cession of territory would ever be proposed on any ground to any country. He also toured all the islands of Hawaii and met its people. Throughout his tour, he spoke of his ardent desire to revive his land and its people. He emphasized the need to increase native population by praising large families. As promised, Kalakana sailed for America on November 17, starting with San Francisco. He visited many cities and was warmly welcomed all over the United States. Finally, he met President Grant and other congressional leaders. He urged the leaders to pass the Reciprocity Treaty, saying that Hawaiian people wanted it. In reality, it was solely the plantation owners who sought it. The U.S. Senate passed the treaty this time. Triumphantly, the king returned home to a rousing welcome. Now, the sugar planters stood to reap huge profits from the treaty. But soon they started attacking the king's land policy. Before 1849, all land had belonged to the king. He rented it to the people. But due to constant pressure by the foreigners, in 1849, Kamehameha III approved the measure of dividing the crown lands, the measure being known as the Great Mahole, division, of lands. The plan kept 1/3 of the land as the crown land for the king, 1/3 was meant for the chiefs, and the rest, 1,000,000 acres, were to be divided among commoners. Soon this 1/3 passed into the hands of foreigners. In less than 30 years, the majority of Hawaiians were rendered landless. Around 1878, an American named Walter Murray Gibson had risen to political power in Hawaii. He became a close advisor and confidant to the king. He was a great friend of the Hawaiian people and always worked for their causes. Labor scarcity. The lack of laborers to work on plantations had become a major problem. The plantation owners paid very poorly, so native Hawaiians were reluctant to work. It was quickly considered to bring in Polynesians, East Indians, Chinese, Japanese, and Portuguese laborers. So over the years, thousands of Chinese, Japanese, and Portuguese laborers were brought in to work in the plantation. In time, the Chinese population had grown to 12,000, a number which greatly worried the plantation owners. Princess Regent's wise rule. During the 8 months of the king's absence for a world tour, Princess Liliuokalani ruled Hawaii very wisely. When a smallpox epidemic broke out in some regions, the princess immediately went into action trying to contain it, isolating the infected, caring for the afflicted and burying the dead. Yet, thousands perished in the epidemic as the Hawaiians had no immunity to these diseases. The Chinese threat. The Chinese were now thought to be dangerous by the planters for a number of reasons. Many had left plantations and had started their own businesses. Their hard work, shrewd minds, and business acumen had enabled them to turn their meager savings into large fortunes. There were now more than 20,000 on the island. They were also totally loyal to the king. Joining with 45,000 Hawaiians, they had a clear advantage over the 35,000 other foreigners. Alarmed, the planters had started pressing for a change in their labor policy. The planters now wanted to import Japanese laborers instead. 4. The Hawaiian League and the Bayonet Constitution. Now, the king's enemies had formed the Hawaiian League, consisting mostly of foreign businessmen. Their total membership numbered about 400 and the ruling officers were known as the Committee of 13. The League also had an armed militia called the Honolulu Rifles. The League was rumored to have been formed to overthrow the government. One day, on June 30th, the League members gathered at the armory. Honolulu Rifles had surrounded the building, carrying rifles and ammunition. Inside the building, bellicose speeches were being given by Thurston, Rice, and others. The situation was tense and dangerous as a few days prior, all the ministers had resigned. So, Charles Bishop arrived at the meeting and offered a new cabinet of their choice. But the rebellious Hawaiian League members would not accept any compromise. Finally, the Committee of 13 called on King Kalakaua with the new constitution drawn up by them and never submitted to the people before. Under threat of violence and bloodshed, the king reluctantly signed it. Gibson was arrested on fraudulent charges of embezzlement. To prevent the cases coming to court, Gibson was ordered to leave the islands for good. A dejected and sorrowful man, he sailed for California soon after. Unfair laws. Now, the reformers had come to power. The new constitution required the election of nobles, not their appointment by the king. The number of nobles was increased to 24 while that of House members was decreased from 40 to 24. A candidate for the House of Nobles must have possessed unencumbered property worth $3,000 or an annual income of $600. Those who voted for them also had to have the same requirements. Candidates for the House of Representatives must have possessed unencumbered property of $500 or had an income of $250 per year. They must also have been able to read, write, and understand accounts. The franchise was extended to all aliens of European or American descent who had lived in Hawaii for 3 years even though they were not naturalized. The Asians were not allowed to vote, so intentionally the Chinese were disqualified. This was a constitution designed to seize control away from the king, the native Hawaiians, and their loyal Asiatics like the Chinese. The new constitution also provided further that the king could not dismiss the cabinet without the cabinet's own approval. It became known as the Bayonet Revolution and it all took place while Queen Kapiolani and Princess Liliuokalani were abroad visiting London. The first election under the new constitution was to take place in September. On election day, the reformers brought in from the plantations 5,000 Portuguese who did not know how to read or write. With the marked ballot, they all voted for the reformers along with the entire business colony. The helpless native Hawaiians, watching all this in dismay, knew that they had already been defeated. To no one's surprise, the reformers won the election with an overwhelming majority in the legislature. They carried entirely both, the House of Nobles and the House of Representatives with the exception of a single House member. King Kalakaua was now totally under the control of the Americans. He addressed the opening session of the legislature declaring that the Treaty of Reciprocity had been extended by another 7 years. Wilcox, a well-wisher for the Hawaiians, deeply unhappy at the conspiracy by the reformers to take full control of the kingdom, led an armed revolt at Iolani Palace but failed. He and his men were arrested and later on were tried. Hawaiians win the election. The Portuguese laborers and others were neglected by the reformers. So when the new election took place in 1890, this time all were united. The Hawaiians won the election. The wealthy Chinese, Portuguese, and others had all joined hands with the native Hawaiians, resulting in their victory. Now, when the new legislature opened on May 21, the Hawaiians presented a long list of bills. That included the removal of the property qualifications for the voters and no more people from any country to be allowed to enter the kingdom so that the missionaries could not smuggle arms into the kingdom. The elected Hawaiians unanimously dismissed the cabinet. The reform ministers were dismissed by the king and the pro-Hawaiians became their successors. The king dies. All this turmoil had taken its toll on the health of the king. So, the king decided to get medical treatment at San Francisco. On November 25, he sailed to San Francisco, his health deteriorating. On January 20, 1891, the King Kalakana passed away. Queen Liliuokalani takes over. On January 29, 1891, the 54-year-old sister of the king, Princess Liliuokalani, was sworn in as the new ruler queen of Hawaii. She was shrewd, kind, and dedicated to the welfare of her people. All Hawaiians except the most prejudiced reformers praised her integrity, ability, and sharp intelligence. The Rev. Sereno Bishop, editor of The Friend, wrote, "Her whole life has been spent in working for the uplift of her people. Her gentle and gracious demeanor, her good sense and fine culture have commanded the high regard of the foreign community. We have confidence in her integrity of purpose, her benevolent patriotism." A reporter for the San Francisco Chronicle wrote that she was the most able monarch the kingdom had ever had. She had none of the weaknesses of her brother. Her life was dedicated to the welfare of her people and the good of her nation. 5. In order to empower her poor subjects, she made plans to put them back on land. She opened up several thousand acres of crown lands on the island of Hawaii. All rentals were waived for several years, after which the leaseholder was to pay only $1 a year for a 10-acre plot. The land was quickly taken up. Also, all income from crown lands was to be used as an endowment for the Liliuokalani Education Fund. The giving away of crown lands upset the reformers very much. Their newspapers started a cry for the nationalization of all crown lands. As the legislative campaign of 1892 was approaching, rhetoric became sharper and inflammatory on all sides. Elections took place on February 4. The Royalists won a slim majority in both the houses. Opening the legislature, in her speech, Queen Liliuokalani called for many reductions in government spending, starting with a cut in her own privy purse by $10,000. Despite her attempts, her enemies were not placated. Liberals and reformers kept up the constant turmoil. Reformers insisted that the Queen's Guards be abolished to save $50,000. The Hawaiians, fearing physical harm to the Queen, assigned their own guards day and night for the protection of the Queen. When the Queen appointed Paul Newman the Attorney General, Lauren Thurston and others asked that the entire cabinet be removed, before that wily old fox has time to throw dirt in the eyes of the people. 2 days later the liberals and reformers, in an adroit coup, brought about the defeat of the cabinet. The Queen appointed a new cabinet, which was outright rejected by some people. Another one appointed by the Queen was also rejected. Meanwhile, anti-Hawaiian reform newspapers were sending horror stories to the United States about such as turmoil in the kingdom, Queen unable to govern, serious rioting barely averted on the election day. The reformers demanded a cabinet from the group in power. Minister McFarland informed them that the Queen was trying her best to form a cabinet but would refuse to accept open annexationists. The Queen, in order to break the stalemate, offered the reformers 2 cabinet posts. They asked for all. Finally a compromise was reached. The floor of the assembly had become a stage for the quarrels between different factions. Meanwhile, America's Minister John L. Stevens, upon his arrival in Hawaii, had declared himself as an annexationist and had started working hard to fulfill his goals in the Hawaiian politics. Anglo-Hawaiian Representative William White introduced 2 bills which caused great furor, one for establishing in Hawaii the Louisiana Lottery, recently outlawed in the United States, the other, a bill to license opium. All the reformers opposed the lottery bill, which was introduced with the statement, "It will enable us to get rid of the planters and their cheap labor." Petitions started pouring in immediately, urging its passage, from all parts of the island, signed by both the Hawaiians and the Haoles. Then, another bill was introduced calling for a constitutional convention to eliminate the property qualification for voting. When the reformers opposed this bill, again petitions bearing thousands of Hawaiian and Haole names poured in at Iolani Palace, requesting the Queen to follow Kamehameha's example and promulgate a new constitution. In response to these petitions signed by more than two-thirds of her subjects, after consulting her personal advisors, the Queen started working on a new constitution. This constitution would abolish property qualifications for voting, restore appointment of nobles to the sovereign, and deny franchise to those foreigners who were neither naturalized nor married to Hawaiian women. The overthrow of the monarchy. Many forces were working against the monarchy. Secretary of State James G. Blaine gave his thoughts on the United States expansion to President Harrison. "There are only 3 places that are of value enough to be taken that are not continental. One is Hawaii and the others are Cuba and Puerto Rico. Hawaii may come up for the decision at any unexpected hour, and I hope we shall be prepared to decide it in the affirmative." 6. The lottery bill and the opium bill, minor pieces of legislation, were used by missionary/business interests to reactivate the rifle battalions. Also, they pleaded with the United States Minister, John Stevens, to help them overthrow the Queen. Stevens promptly responded by ordering the USS Pensacola to Hawaii to guard the American interests in that vicinity. He attempted to justify his gunboat diplomacy. "The English are getting a strong hold on the Hawaiian Islands, and the new Queen is partial to the English. The presence of a U.S. vessel not only operates strongly to preserve the good order among the many nationalities here, but it is a standing notice to the foreign nations that the United States has a special care for these islands." Although the Queen stated a preference for the absence of the USS Pensacola now stationed here, the warship remained. 7. The legislature adjourned on Saturday, January 14. After her speech of prorogation, the Queen invited its members, those of Supreme Court and the foreign diplomats, to Iolani Palace for refreshments. As she left, Representative Aquino rose from his seat and, carrying a copy of the new constitution upon a velvet cushion, led the Hawaiian members of the legislature in a stately procession across King Street to the palace, where they were ushered into the throne room. Others from the legislative hall followed. The palace grounds were now thronged with Hawaiians eagerly waiting this long-hoped-for moment when their queen would restore their rightful heritage. Queen Liliuokalani had gone directly to the palace blue room. There, she was in conference with her ministers. 2 of them, after first agreeing with her plan for the promulgation of the new constitution, were now trying to persuade her that it would be inappropriate and unwise to follow illegal methods of the reformers when they imposed the bayonet constitution. They argued that the changes should be made only by the legally elected Constitutional Convention. The Queen tried to protest that the revisions desired by the people could be made only by direct promulgation. For more than 2 hours, the conference continued. The Queen kept insisting upon immediate action, while the ministers standing firm for the postponement. Finally, rather than keeping people waiting longer, the Queen agreed, and all of them went out on the lanai to address the throng which had grown impatient. Attorney General Peterson spoke first, saying that it has been agreed that the changes should be made only by the methods provided within the organic law. Queen Liliuokalani then addressed the crowd, saying, "I have your petitions. I know your wishes and desires, and I shall listen to your views, but I cannot move at this time. So return to your homes peaceably and quietly. Keep me in your love, you have mine, with sorrow I now dismiss you." 8. Her subjects departed reluctantly. They would respect their queen's wishes. On Monday morning, the Queen issued a statement saying that no changes would be made in the Constitution except by the legal process. But the Annexation Club, formed secretly in the spring of 1892, had called a meeting for that afternoon at the Armory. The Hawaiians called a mass meeting at the same time, for all who opposed annexation in the palace square. At the Armory, more than 1,000 people attended the annexationist meeting, but at Palace Square, several thousand people of all nationalities came. Chairman Antone Rosa urged all not to grow angered or aroused but to continue in the peaceable way the Hawaiians have always followed. He presented a resolution pledging loyalty to the Queen and promised to sustain her plan for seeking constitutional changes only by legal means provided by law. While the Annexation Club speakers at the Armory said the meeting had been called to protect life, liberty, and property in Hawaii, they declared that the islands were in danger of bloody revolution and that they saw evil portent in the fact that the Queen is willing to overthrow the constitution she swore to maintain. Lauren A. Thurston cried, "There are rumors of riot and bloodshed, whose fault is it? Queen Liliuokalani's. She has wantonly put herself in the breach. It is not her fault that the streets have not run with blood, but in spite of her wishes." Some people like sugar planter Henry Baldwin urged moderation. He was quickly booed down to make way for inflammatory speakers who demanded the immediate overthrow of this disgusting monarchy, which is a menace to our liberties. Mr. Thurston thundered, "Gentlemen, I say now and here is the time to act." 9. The Committee of Safety had previously already made arrangements with American Minister Stevens that when requested, the Marines from the USS Boston, which was already in port, were to be landed. Stevens, eager to get matters started, had already arranged to have Marines ordered ashore at 5 p.m. of the same day. When they were seen marching up the street, the Queen's cabinet and Governor Cleghorn of Oahu lodged a strong protest with the American consulate, but to no avail. The same night, at the home of Henry Waterhouse, a former Australian, now a Honolulu merchant, the Committee of Safety was completing the plans to overthrow the monarchy and set up a republic pending hope for annexation to the United States. The government agents had watched the gathering and reported to Marshal Wilson. He asked the Queen's permission to make arrests. The Queen refused, hoping to settle the matters without bloodshed. But next morning, when they met at the office of W.O. Smith, Marshal Wilson posted a squad of policemen nearby with orders to arrest them if they started toward the palace. The day wore on. Nothing seemed to happen. Small groups of Hawaiians gathered quietly in Palace Square. The atmosphere was tense. Suddenly, a pistol shot was fired, breaking the silence. So the policeman posted outside Smith's office went to investigate, followed by the crowd waiting in the Palace Square. As the way was thus cleared, the conspirators hurriedly walked to Aliiolani Hale, where American Henry A. Cooper read a proclamation abrogating the monarchy and declaring the establishment of a provisional government, until terms of a union with the United States have been negotiated and agreed upon. Meanwhile, most residents of Honolulu were unaware of what was happening. As per prearrangement, 2 companies of volunteers immediately thereafter occupied the grounds of Aliiolani Hale and the Palace Square. There, the committee took possession and demanded that the Queen surrender authority. United States Minister Stevens immediately recognized the new government and so informed the Queen. The usurpers now declared martial law and issued an order that all arms must be turned in. Minister Stevens meanwhile was asked for continued United States Marine protection. Also, it was announced that the islands would be governed by an executive council headed by Samford B. Dole and other well-known planters. The police station and army barracks were taken. One of the first laws proclaimed provided the death penalty for an act of treason. At 5 p.m. the same day, a delegation called upon Queen Liliuokalani at Iolani Palace and demanded her abdication. Samuel Damon warned her, "If you resist, there will be bloodshed and a great many will be killed. You will probably be killed." 10. The Queen realized that resistance would be futile with rebel armed forces and United States Marines patrolling the streets. She also remembered that England had promptly repudiated a similar action when Lord George Paulet had seized the Hawaiian government in 1843. So, on January 17, 1893, Queen Liliuokalani, under the pressure of loss of life, bloodshed, and a threat on her own life, abdicated the throne of Hawaii. A peaceful, beautiful kingdom had been stolen by the American oligarchy with the indirect support of the United States. Later on, the dethroned queen wrote in her book, Hawaii's Story. It had not entered our hearts to believe that these friends and allies from the United States would ever seize our nation by the throat and pass it over to an alien power. Perhaps there is a kind of right, known as the right of conquest, under which robbers and marauders may establish themselves in possession of whatsoever they are strong enough to ravish from their fellows. If we have nourished in our bosom those who have sought our ruin, it has been because they were of the people whom we believed to be our dearest friends and allies. If we did not by force resist their final outrage, it was because we could not do so without striking at the military force of the United States. The people of the islands have no voice in determining their future, but are virtually relegated to the condition of the aborigines of the American continent. An alien element composed of men of energy and determination control all the resources of Honolulu and will employ them tirelessly to secure their ends. 11. On January 16, 1895, Liliuokalani was arrested, charged with treason and taken by police carriage to her confinement. Later, Colonel Will E. Fisher would auction the Queen's crown jewels. For 9 months, the Queen remained a prisoner in that room. She occupied herself by laying out plans to present her case to the American people and by starting her memoir. Aftermath. The American press was rejoicing at the voluntary overthrow of the Hawaiian monarchy and the position of the Hawaiian people for union with the United States. Though in truth, most of the Hawaiians naturally supported the Queen and Hawaiian independence. President Benjamin Harrison was defeated by Grover Cleveland in the election, yet he had ordered the annexation treaty drawn and presented to the Senate. The opposition of some senators delayed the action on the treaty. When President Cleveland came into office on March 4, he immediately withdrew the treaty. The United States officially condemned the overthrow of the Hawaiian monarchy. President Cleveland decided to send an investigator to Hawaii to find out the facts. Commissioner Blount arrived in Honolulu on March 29. After thorough investigation and after meeting everyone involved, including the Queen, Blount returned to Washington. There, he reported to the President that Hawaiians were overwhelmingly opposed to the annexation. They are convinced they have been the victims of a great wrong committed by American officials. They look to Washington for redress, Blount said. President Cleveland, a fair and just man, appointed Congressman Albert Willis of Kentucky as special commissioner to the islands. His instructions were to inform the Queen that his government would undo the flagrant wrong and bring justice to the Hawaiian people and their Queen. Additionally, Willis was told to tell the Queen that when reinstated, the President expects the Queen to pursue a magnanimous course granting full amnesty to all who participated in the movement against her. On November 4, United States Minister Willis invited Queen Liliuokalani to meet him at his hotel. The Queen, with Britisher James Robertson, her chamberlain, went to meet Minister Willis. Robertson waited in another room. Willis, after presenting the President's kindest greetings and his desire to undo the wrong that has been done, asked if she would be willing to sign a proclamation of general amnesty with complete protection and pardon to those who had overthrown her government. She replied, "To grant amnesty is beyond my powers as a constitutional sovereign. I could not act without the consent of my ministers. Our laws read that those who are guilty of treason should suffer the penalty of death and their property be confiscated by the government." Asked if she would carry out that law, she said, "I personally would be more inclined to punish them by banishment and confiscation of their property, but the final decision can be made only by my ministers." Willis terminated the interview. When he met her the second time accompanied by her advisor Joseph O. Carter, Willis read a statement which he said was made from notes of the former interview, and asked if it was correct. She said it was. Only later did she realize that the word beheaded was substituted for her own penalty of death. Later, she wrote, "Had I held the document in my own hand and been permitted to read it, I would have noticed the clause 'my opponents beheaded.' That is the form of punishment never used in the Hawaiian Islands, either before or since the coming of the foreigners." After Willis had read the notes, Carter asked the Queen if she was willing to rescind the part relating to execution of the death penalty, to which she replied, "I do in that respect." She still insisted however upon the penalty of banishment, adding, "There will never be peace in the islands as long as they remain here." On December 18 the Queen, as requested, gave her official statement to Willis. The statement said, "I agree to give full amnesty in their persons and property if they will work together with me in trying to restore peace and prosperity to our beautiful and once happy islands. I must remember only my dear people and my country. I must forget and forgive the past." 12. The Queen tried everything she could and yet she lost everything. Republicans were bent on stealing the kingdom. Finally, due to perhaps intense political pressure, President Cleveland gave in. On August 27, word came from Washington that Cleveland had recognized the Republic of Hawaii. Though the U.S. government gave its approval for the Republic of Hawaii, many Americans did not. Letters began to pour into Queen Liliuokalani from groups and individuals offering their help in restoring the monarchy. The Annexation Treaty, which failed to pass before, was reintroduced in the U.S. Congress in 1898. On July 6, the annexation bill passed by a partisan vote of 209 Republicans to 91 Democrats. On July 7, President McKinley signed the bill. 13. Thus, a beautiful kingdom and its ancient people, trusting, generous and simple, lost their freedom and their little country to an expansionist power. Unfortunately, the tragedy of Hawaii is now largely forgotten by mankind. Chapter 5. The Spanish-American War and Philippines Quagmire. Inventing the war. Since 1895, the Cuban insurrection led by General Gómez was getting stronger and Spain was unable to quell it. By 1898, the Cuban forces had been fighting their Spanish conquerors to attain independence for 3 years. Spain, an imperialist power and an aged empire, had been involved in racist brutality against the Cuban rebels, led by a clever Cuban leader named Gómez. The insurgency against the Spanish misrule was growing steadily now. This had created growing difficulties with the United States as well as a growing interest in Cuba. In certain sections of American society, there was interest in Cuban independence, but to a large measure the business elite of America were interested in expanding their business market for excess U.S. goods. All industries such as mining, banking, railroad, or sugar looked lucrative to the U.S. business circle. 2 successive presidents, Grover Cleveland and William McKinley, were opposed to adventurism in the Cuban affair and both initially sought, through the extension of good offices, to conclude the insurrection peacefully, but neither was able to ignore the growing increase of American public interest in the Cuban struggle. This was a phenomenon that rekindled the congenital American aversion to the lingering Spanish presence in the New World, and by the 1890s, America had gained much experience in overseas probes and interventions. Amongst the politicians, the military, as well as the leading businessmen, the ideology of interventions and expansion was widespread and popular. A popular expansion propagandist, Captain A.T. Mahan of the U.S. Navy had greatly influenced Theodore Roosevelt and other American leaders. The countries with the largest navies would inherit the earth, he said. Americans must now begin to look outward. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge of Massachusetts wrote in a magazine article, "In the interest of our commerce, we should build the Nicaragua Canal, and for the protection of that canal and for the sake of our commercial supremacy in the Pacific we should control the Hawaiian Islands and maintain our influence in Samoa, and when the Nicaraguan Canal is built, the island of Cuba will become a necessity. The great nations are rapidly absorbing for their future expansion and their present defense all the waste places of the earth. It is a movement which makes for the civilization and the advancement of the race. As one of the great nations of the world, the United States must not fake out of the line of march." A Washington Post editorial on the eve of the Spanish-American War pointed out, "A new consciousness seems to have come upon us, the consciousness of strength, and with it a new appetite, the yearning to show our strength, ambition, interest, land hunger, pride, the mere joy of fighting, whatever it may be. We are animated by a new sensation. We are face to face with a strange destiny. The taste of empire is in the mouth of the people, even as the taste of blood in the jungle. A few years before his election to the presidency, William McKinley had said, "We want a foreign market for our products." In early 1897, Senator Albert Beveridge of Indiana declared, "American factories are making more than the American people can use, American soil is producing more than they can consume. Fate has written our policy for us, the trade of the world must and shall be ours." Theodore Roosevelt, who would assume the U.S. presidency after McKinley's assassination, was quite contemptuous of races and nations he considered inferior. Once Roosevelt privately wrote his sister that he thought the lynching was rather a good thing. 1. Initially for Cuban independence, Cuban conquest was gaining ground amongst U.S. business and political establishment. By 1898, the turnabout in U.S. business attitudes on Cuba was significant. From the start of the Cuban Revolution, the businessmen had been interested in the effect on commercial possibilities there. There was already substantial commercial interest in the island, as summarized by President Cleveland in 1896. It is reasonably estimated that at least from $30 million to $50 million of American capital are invested in the plantations and in the railroad, mining, and other business enterprises on the island. The volume of trade between the United States and Cuba, which in 1889 amounted to about $64 million, rose in 1893 to about $103,000,000. Thus, as it observed events in Cuba, the United States government had on its mind power, profit, and expansion. But there was also a fear that the rebels might win on their own and keep the United States out. Even more abhorrent to their minds, it might become a black-dominated republic, as the rebels were identified as Negroes. A young and eloquent imperialist, in 1896, in an article in the Saturday Review, expressed this idea. His mother was American and his father was English, and his name was Winston Churchill. He wrote that while Spanish rule was bad and the rebels had the support of the people, it would be better for Spain to keep control. A grave danger represents itself. 2/5 of the insurgents in the field are Negroes. These men would, in the event of success, demand a predominant share in the government of the country, the result being, after years of fighting, another black republic. The reference to another black republic meant Haiti, as its revolution against the French had led to the creation of the first nation run by blacks in 1804 in the New World. 2. Philip Foner points out in his 2-volume study, The Spanish-Cuban American War. The McKinley administration had plans for dealing with the Cuban situation, but this did not include independence for the island. He explains that the administration asked its minister to Spain, Stewart Woodford, to try to settle the war because it adversely affects the functioning of the business and tends to delay the condition of prosperity. There was no mention of freedom and justice for the Cubans, Foner explains. He further explains the rush of the McKinley administration into war. Its ultimatum gave Spain little time to negotiate, by the fact that if the United States waited too long, the Cuban revolutionary forces would emerge victorious, replacing the collapsing Spanish regime. In February 1898, the U.S. battleship Maine, sent by McKinley earlier in Havana Harbor as a symbol of American interest in the Cuban events, was destroyed by a mysterious explosion and sank. 268 American men lost their lives. Though no evidence was produced immediately, the explosion was, ludicrously, blamed on Spain, and war fever spread across the United States. McKinley now began in the direction of war. He didn't want war, it seems, but he knew that only war could provide the solid foundation on which to resume building the new American commercial empire. McKinley and the business community now began to realize that to get Spain out of Cuba, only war was the answer. They also knew that to secure American military and economic influence in Cuba, the U.S. needed to take over Cuba despite what the rebels might desire. On April 11, 1898, McKinley asked Congress for war with Spain. On April 25, the Congress declared war on Spain. It is interesting to note that several years after the Cuban War, the chief of the Bureau of Foreign Commerce of the Department of Commerce, wrote about that period. Underlying the popular sentiment, which might have evaporated in time, which forced the United States to take up arms against Spanish rule in Cuba, were our economic relations with the West Indies and the South American republics. The Spanish-American War was but an incident of a general movement of expansion which had its roots in the changed environment of an industrial capacity far beyond our domestic powers of consumption. It was seen to be necessary for us not only to find foreign purchasers for our goods, but to provide the means of making access to foreign markets easy, economical, and safe. 3. The War in Cuba. On April 24, 1898, Spain officially declared war with the United States. A day later, McKinley ordered the blockade of Cuban ports. The 1. St. Battle of this war was fought at Manila Bay. The fleet of ships, the Baltimore, the McCulloch, and the Olympia, headed to Manila Bay, some 600 miles away from Hong Kong, where they were waiting. They were laden with ammunition and other ordnance. Quite a few of them were very modern. The squadron of ships arrived at Manila Bay on April 30. The idea was to attack the Spanish fleet at Manila Bay. Rear Admiral George Dewey was in charge of the operation. An artillery battle between the American and the Spanish ships took place. The Spanish ships were no match to the Americans. One by one, they were destroyed. Finally, they surrendered to the Americans. The Battle of Manila ended with a stunning victory for the Americans. Dewey's fleet had fired 6,000 rounds at the Spaniards with only 142 hits, an unimpressive average. But this was still enough, as it sank 7 of Admiral Montojo's ships, killed 161 of his men and wounded 210 more. On the American side, no one was killed and only 8 men were wounded. The damage to the vessels was minor. It seems the Spanish commanders displayed an incredible lack of tactics while their gunners were highly inaccurate. The battle at Manila Bay was short and easy for the Americans. 4. Meanwhile, war hysteria gained momentum at home. McKinley offered to raise and equip 216,500 volunteers, although less than half that number were needed. The invasion of Cuba was now a certainty. The rebel army of native Cubans was headed by General Gómez. He did not want one American soldier on Cuba's soil. All he wanted from America was supplies and munitions. He said he would drive the Spaniards out of Cuba himself with his rebel army. But America had other plans for Cuba. The United States undertook the largest military expedition ever, at that time, to leave its shores. On the transports were 15,058 enlisted men, 819 officers, 272 teamsters and packers, 30 civilian clerks and 107 stevedores. Also on board were livestocks of 2,295 horses and mules with their harness, plus 114 six-mule army wagons and 81 escort wagons. There were on board 16 light guns, 4 7-inch howitzers, 4 5-inch siege guns, a Hotchkiss revolving cannon, 8 3.6-inch field mortars, an automatic dynamite gun and 4 Gatling machine guns. 5. Teddy Roosevelt, Tr., who would succeed McKinley as president after he was assassinated, was in command of thousands of men who would be known as the Rough Riders. This was the initial invasion force. Much more was to follow as the war in Cuba proceeded. The flotilla of American ships headed towards the north coast of Cuba. The chosen landing place was the beach of Daiquiri. Finally, the ships reached their destination and landed at Daiquiri. The invasion of Cuba had finally begun. While thousands of American troops were disembarking, the Spaniards had abandoned the town, leaving a trail of destruction. When the U.S. troops moved to Siboney, they found the town also abandoned by the Spanish. Siboney was to be the base from which to assault Santiago. Americans were now coming across Cubans, most of them for the first time. Many who came here with the noble thoughts of freeing the oppressed people found that they didn't like them, many asking themselves, why should we fight for these uneducated savages? Las Guasimas. The next obstacle for Americans on their way to Santiago was Las Guasimas, where the Spaniards were strengthening their fortifications. On the morning of June 24 at 5:40 a.m., Fighting Joe Wheeler gave the order to throw his men at Las Guasimas in the first land battle of the war. If the Spaniards would have fought with enough skill and courage, the battle at Las Guasimas would have been a decisive battle of the war, ending in American defeat. But Wheeler was lucky. There were only 1,500 Spanish there. Throughout the war, native Cuban soldiers were helping the Americans by scouting for them, helping them carry their munitions as well as their artilleries. A skirmish did take place between the Spanish and the Americans. After some time, however, the Spaniards abandoned their line of defense, then broke and ran toward their next line of defense, the hills around Santiago. The American soldiers by now were calling the Cubans half-breed mongrels, villains, and mango-bellied degenerates. A lieutenant disdainfully wrote home. The valiant Cuban. He strikes you first by his color. It ranges from chocolate yellow through all the shades of deepest black with kinky hair. The next thing you notice is the furtive look of the thief. Next you notice that he is dirty. He is infested with things that crawl and creep, often visibly over his half-naked body. 6. Gomez, the rebel commander, believed that the American invaders simply wanted to use his men only as porters and trench diggers. "My men are soldiers, not laborers," he growled. Few of the Americans knew that the general never wanted them on the Cuban soil in the first place. The hills of Santiago, Kettle and San Juan. Despite blunder after blunder, this invasion was succeeding for the Americans. Shafter, the U.S. commander, planned to approach Santiago along the narrow coast road from Daiquiri to Siboney, which was already done. He then aimed to strike off inland toward the village of Sevilla, a half a dozen miles from the capital. Then he would follow the jungle trail and atrocious road toward the heights around Santiago. There the entrenched Spaniards were waiting for him. Several artillery and gun battles took place. The artillery battle that took place on July 1 St. at 8 a.m. on the road from El Pato to Santiago was of the fiercest character. It lasted for 45 minutes, columns of U.S. troops were advancing while sniper fires erupted time and again from bushes, injuring and killing them. Black soldiers fought valiantly in this war. Their charge up the San Juan Hill against enemy fire was especially courageous. The 9th and 10th Cavalry at Kettle Hill reached and destroyed the Spanish defenders, thus saving TR and the Rough Riders who were caught between a barbed wire fence and a precipice. They would otherwise have been annihilated. Though the Spanish troops defended fiercely, Kettle Hill was finally captured by the American troops. San Juan Hill also soon fell to the American onslaught. Now the longest battle of El Caney awaited them. Many were killed and wounded on both sides. After much firing, the Spaniards finally surrendered El Caney to the Americans. At El Caney, 235 Spanish were killed or wounded, and 120 taken prisoner. The American casualties were 81 killed, 360 wounded. Both sides fought bravely and fiercely at El Caney. 7. Battle for Santiago. The Spaniards had spread barbed wires and strong fortifications to protect Santiago. Now, rain had begun to fall heavily, creating mud on the trails and in the trenches. The Americans were now facing another deadly enemy, a fever epidemic. General Shafter, having some 1,600 men killed so far, was in no mood to storm the barbed wire and fortifications at Santiago. He was also receiving reinforcements from home, 2,000 from Tampa, 3,000 from Newport and 4,000 sailing from Charleston. On both sides, the situation was soon moving towards crisis proportions with imminent bombardment. 20,000 women and children were preparing to flee the city into the countryside where there was neither food nor shelter. Thousands of these destitute refugees, women, children, old men, the weak, helpless, hungry and tired, trailed past the American lines. Their condition desperate, plight in question, the war was inflicting unbearable hardships on these innocent victims, as usual. 8. The situation of the Spaniards being desperate, the Americans had demanded that they surrender. But the Spanish General Toral had rejected so far all the demands for surrender. Meanwhile, at the gates of Santiago, fever had reached epidemic proportions in the V Corps. While the army had suffered only 345 deaths from this battle, 5,462 were victims of fever, a 1:15 ratio. 9. After intense negotiations, the Spanish agreed to a capitulation, not surrender, as the Spaniards were to be allowed to return home with their arms. The battle for Cuba was over. The Spanish, who had ruled Cuba for 383 years, were finally forced out. Cuba was at last free from one imperialist power, yet for the people of Cuba, true freedom was elusive. A new imperialist power, the United States, was already occupying them now. At the surrender ceremony, one group of people was conspicuous by its absence. The rebel commander Garcia and his army of Cuban fighters, who had fought side by side with the Americans and who had helped the Americans substantially, were intentionally not allowed at the surrender ceremony. Garcia, when he tried to enter, was stopped by a private pointing a pistol at his head. Garcia turned back. Garcia wrote back to his boss Gomez that he was resigning. He had had enough with the Americans. He told his officers that the war wasn't over. They should keep on fighting against this army of the intervention. The question of Cuban independence was pushed aside by the Americans. Meanwhile, the planners, the ruling elites in Washington, were already preparing to write another ugly chapter in the continuous story of American imperialism, the invasion and occupation of the Philippines. But now, a brief description of the takeover of Puerto Rico. Takeover of Puerto Rico. Commander Nelson Miles was very happy to leave Guantanamo, Cuba, and sail for Puerto Rico on July 21 with the intent to subdue it. He was fed up with the yellow fever epidemic that had spread amongst the American troops in Cuba. His expedition consisted of 3,415 men with artillery, 2 companies of engineers and 1 from the Signal Corps. 9 transports were carrying them, convoyed by the Massachusetts, and 2 Ivy League small vessels, the Columbia and Yale. This force was going to face 8,223 Spanish regulars and 9,107 volunteers who had no idea about the Spanish surrender. Miles intended to land at Fajardo, on the northeast end of Puerto Rico. On the way, he decided to land at Guanica instead, a safer harbor. Guanica is near Ponce, at the opposite end of the island from San Juan. He wanted his troops to march cross-country to San Juan. Finally he landed at Guanica and found little resistance. That turned out to be the story of the whole of Puerto Rico. American troops found sporadic resistance from the Spaniards throughout. The local Puerto Ricans were fed up with colonial Spanish rule. They figured America had to be better as it was a democracy and a wealthy country. Except for occasional skirmishes with the Spanish troops who were on the retreat, the Americans found the native Puerto Ricans welcoming. When they reached Ponce, in the same manner, the natives welcomed them with open arms. The Spaniards who had held the town had retreated towards San Juan. At this time, there was a popular saying in Puerto Rico, better a lion's tail than a rat's head. The town of Guana, defended by only 400 Spaniards, surrendered after a short skirmish. The enemy was entrenched at Las Marias, but the American troops drove them back. The city of Mayagüez, with a population of 30,000, also surrendered. The same story was repeated at Adjuntas. The U.S. Navy captured Fajardo, and when the news of the armistice arrived on August 11, the end of Spanish rule was very near, much to the relief, even, of the Spaniards. Their defense of the island was less than enthusiastic anyway. It had been only a month and the U.S. troops were ready to go home. Thus, the United States gained the control of the island of Puerto Rico from the Spaniards. It was such an easy victory, if one can call it that, the humorists back home in America called it moonlight picnic. 10. In the 21st century today, Puerto Rico still is under U.S. occupation. It is neither a state nor an independent nation. Its people have little voice in the destiny of their island. Philippine quagmire. Before the Spanish arrived, the Philippine Islands were settled by Malaysians and Indonesians, giving it a mixed Filipino-Chinese heritage and culture before the Spaniards arrived and complicated the matter. King Philip II of Spain had conquered the Philippines in the 16th century and named it after himself. Ever since, Spain had subjected this archipelago of some 7,100 islands under harsh colonial rule, all 333 years of it. After winning the war in Cuba against Spain, the U.S. government had its eyes on the Philippines. Besides Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Guam, Washington also wanted to grab Philippines, first by treaty if possible, otherwise by force. But why would this budding world power want this far-flung Pacific real estate of 115,800 square miles of Asia? Well, there were a few reasons at work. Some of the intellectuals against the American expansion thought that the politicians in Washington desired to possess them because, like Everest, they were there. Businessmen were for acquiring it because they saw it as a vast new market in the Orient for U.S. goods as well as a great source of raw materials. The THIRD group was the church. They saw it as an opportunity to harvest vast numbers of unsaved souls. What the Protestant American church didn't realize was that the Catholic Spanish church had already converted a large number of natives to Catholicism, and their revolt was not against the church but against the Spanish colonial rule. Background: for a few years before 1898, an insurgent war was already going on between the Filipino rebels and the Spanish authority. The Filipinos were fed up with the harsh colonial rule across their country. The leader of this resistance army was a frail small man named Emilio Aguinaldo. He was born in 1869 in Cavite Viejo, his mother being a mestiza and his father was Chinese. As an ambitious young man, he went to Manila and got a better education at a Jesuit school. He first worked for the Spanish government as the captain municipal of Cavite, where he showed his leadership qualities. After his father's death, he went back to peddling vegetables for a while to support his mother. Finally, he realized the brutality of Spanish rule and soon became the leader of the rebel army to fight them. The insurgency had grown stronger and had overran Luzon. Guam takeover. America had plans to capture the city of Manila long before the main blew up. On May 25, 1898, the first ships of a very large expeditionary force sailed from San Francisco. The three transports were carrying 117 officers and 2,382 men under the command of Brigadier General Thomas M. Anderson. The transports stopped at Honolulu to pick up a convoy ship, the cruiser Charleston. Clear instructions were given to its commander, Captain Henry Glass, to stop along the way and pluck Guam off of the Spanish Empire. Glass approached cautiously, thinking it to be heavily fortified. He fired several shots across the bow but got no return fire. Upon landing, he discovered that the Spanish authorities didn't even know that war had broken out. The fort's guns had been taken elsewhere a long time back. The Spanish commander told Glass, "Why, Captain, we are without defenses at this port, as all our forts have been dismantled." Thus Guam gave in without a murmur. 11. Manila surrenders. Glass and the transports arrived at Manila the next day and disembarked at Cavite. The captain talked to Aguinaldo, who did not seem very pleased with the arrival of the Americans. On June 15, General Greene sailed in with 3,000 men, and on June 27 to 28, Brigadier General Arthur MacArthur sailed in with 5,000 officers and men under his command. Arthur MacArthur was the father of his famous son, Douglas MacArthur of the World War II Pacific War. Spain and the United States both wanted to keep the rebels out of Manila. Dewey referred to the Filipinos as Indians. General Merritt, after his arrival on July 25, said he had been instructed to treat the Indians as non-people and not to deal with them. He said he would treat Aguinaldo the same as a boy on the street. The Spanish commander in Manila, General Fermín Jordans told Merritt through an interpreter that for himself, he was willing to surrender to white people but never to niggers. 12. Thus, racism was rampant on both sides during this war. The battle for Manila was mild by any standard. Green's troops had landed on a peanut field, a little south of Manila, well within the range of the Spaniards' field guns. Several shots were fired by the Spaniards. 10 Americans were killed and 43 wounded. The Spanish kept up their fire for a while. From his ship Dewey did not fire back. Finally, he gave warning to General Jordans that unless he stopped, he would get a heavy load of shells in 48 hours' time. That was the end of Spanish firing and the beginning of negotiations. Both sides agreed to keep Aguinaldo out of the picture. But there was the question of Spanish honor. The Spanish agreed to surrender the city in return for Dewey to keep Aguinaldo and his army out. Also, it was agreed that they will fight a battle just to show that the Spanish resisted. Of course the outcome was already decided. So firing started on both sides. The commanders didn't even know that the armistice was just signed, as Dewey had cut the cable. In this so-called battle, 6 Americans and 49 Spaniards were killed. Now, Jordans could report to Madrid that he tried his best but was helpless against superior forces. The battle for Manila was practically over now. By December 10, the wrangling was over in Paris and both sides signed the Treaty of Paris. The United States got Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines. In return, the United States would pay $20 million, a great bargain. President McKinley told the Methodist Episcopal Church's General Missionary Committee, an expansionist pressure group, that he walked the floor of the White House night after night until midnight, going on his knees and praying to Almighty God for light and guidance. He said further that one night he, God, came, as a vision, and told him that there was nothing for him to do but to take them, to take Philippine, all, educate the Filipinos, uplift them, civilize them, and Christianize them. McKinley continued, and then he went to sleep soundly. The next morning, he called the chief engineer of the War Department, the map maker, and told him to put the Philippines on the map of the United States. This is what the U.S. president thought of and about Philippines. The battle for Luzon. Though the war with Spain was over, the occupiers of the Philippines now faced another grim reality, the war with the native Filipino army of Aguinaldo. Aguinaldo tried several times to negotiate with the U.S. occupiers but to no avail. Now, the U.S. commanders received the orders from their superiors to start a shooting war with the insurgents. All-out war with the insurgents began. In the spring, a dramatic change in public opinion took place. Letters from the troops were coming in complaining that they went in to fight Spain, not Filipinos. These who were volunteers consisted of 12,000 out of the 30,000 troops in the Philippines. The whole population of Luzon was opposed to the Americans. As a matter of fact, Filipino masses were loyal to Aguinaldo. Aguinaldo had told his followers to spread out and fight a guerrilla war against the Americans. The U.S. troops' unwritten policy was to take no prisoners. The distinction between combatants and civilians had become obscure. Prisoners were summarily executed by the occupiers. Racism was rampant, even worse than what it was in Cuba. Filipinos were looked upon by the American soldiers as inferior. They were called monkey men, niggers, and gugus. They were believed to be dirty people. About the town of Taytaytay an artilleryman wrote, "The town surrendered to us a few days ago and 2 companies occupy the same. Last night one of our boys was found shot and his stomach cut open. Immediately orders were received from the general to burn the town and kill every native in sight, which was done to a finish. About 1,000 men, women, and children were reported killed. I am probably growing hard-hearted, for I am in my glory when I can sight my gun on some dark skin and pull the trigger." 13. In its editorial, the New York Times condemned Aguinaldo's insane attack and his stupendous folly. This only goes to show that Filipinos are undisciplined people. To give such people the power to govern themselves, said Times, is like giving a dynamite cartridge to a baby for a plaything. Theodore Roosevelt, Tr., the former Rough Rider, soon to enter the White House himself, showed his own racism by telling his audiences that the Filipinos were just as savage and irrational as the Apaches, those other unfortunate freedom fighters we recently subdued. Though most newspapers were pro-war, many black-owned newspapers were anti-war. Many of the intellectuals had formed the Anti-Imperialist League and were working hard to end this brutal and unjust war. Meanwhile, the killing of the Filipinos, resistance fighters, and civilians alike went on. In the United States, McKinley got re-elected to the presidency. The fate of the Philippines was not a major issue of the 1900 campaign. Author Geo O'Toole, in his book, The Spanish War, an American Epic, W. W. Norton and Company, 1984, narrates an incident so eloquently as follows. As 1900 drew to a close, in December an old man in white suit, sporting flowing white mustache and the luxuriant tangle of white hair, drew his cigar, put it down and arose. Glancing at those assembled at the banquet table, he tapped a spoon against a water glass until the murmur of dinner table subsided and died down. The old man was Mark Twain, one of the most eloquently spoken and bitterest critics of the Philippine War. Tonight he was supposed to introduce a young Englishman who was touring the United States and lecture about his exploits in the Boer War. I think that England sinned when she got herself into a war in South Africa which she could have avoided, he began, just as we have sinned in getting into a similar war in the Philippines. Around the table, there developed a ripple of nervous anticipation. The young Englishman smiled somewhat uneasily. Mr. Churchill by his father is an Englishman, Twain continued, by his mother he is American, no doubt a blend that makes the perfect man. England and America, we are kin. And now that we are also kin in sin, there is nothing more to be desired. The harmony is perfect, like Mr. Churchill himself, whom I now have the honor to present to you. But Winston Churchill did not rise to the bait. He avoided commenting on the Philippines and confined himself to the safe ground of South Africa. It was a wise decision because this audience seemed to share the anti-imperialist views of the Toastmaster. 14. According to Justin Kaplan, Mark Twain's biographer, Twain by now was convinced that the war was an unholy alliance of Christianity, cash, and colonialism going under the collective name of civilization. Twain wrote several articles in leading newspapers. In the February 1901 issue of the North American Review, Twain lashed out at the brutality of the Philippine War by quoting an American soldier, "We never left one alive. If one was wounded, we would run our bayonets through him." Twain went on, "We need a new American flag, one with white stripes painted black, with skull and crossbones replacing the stars." Twain, in every line of criticism, shows his hatred of racism, slavery, cruelty, colonialism, exploitation, suffering, misery and hypocrisy. 15. In one of the letters published by the Anti-Imperialist League, a captain from Kansas serving in the Philippines wrote, Caloocan was supposed to contain 17,000 inhabitants. The 20th Kansas swept through it and now Caloocan contains not one living native. A private from the same outfit said he had with my own hands set fire to over 50 houses of Filipinos after the victory at Caloocan. Women and children were wounded by our fire. A volunteer who was from the state of Washington wrote, "Our fighting blood was up, and we all wanted to kill niggers. This shooting human beings beats rabbit hunting all to pieces." The United States in these times was full of intense racism. Between 1889 and 1903, every week, on average, 2 Negroes were lynched by mobs, hanged, burned, and mutilated. To the Americans, the Filipinos were similar, brown-skinned, physically distinct, strange-looking, and strange-speaking. Thus, racism was yet another factor that was added to the intense brutality of the war. The Manila correspondent of the Philadelphia Ledger reported in November 1901. "The present war is no bloodless, opera bouffe engagement, our men have been relentless, have killed to exterminate men, women, children, prisoners, and captives, active insurgents and suspected people from lads of 10 up, the idea prevailing that the Filipino as such was little better than a dog. Our soldiers have pumped salt water into men to make them talk and have taken prisoners people who held up their hands and peacefully surrendered, and an hour later, without an atom of evidence to show that they were even insurrectos, stood them on a bridge and shot them down one by one, to drop into the water below and float down, as examples to those who found their bullet-loaded corpses. Returning from southern Luzon, an American general, early in 1901, said, "1/6 of the natives have either been killed or have died of the dengue fever in the last few years." A Major Littleton Waller, accused of shooting 11 defenseless Filipinos on the island of Samar, testified during his trial as described by other Marine officers. The Major said that General Smith instructed him to kill and burn, and said that the more he killed and burned, the better pleased he would be, that it was no time to take prisoners and that he was to make Samar a howling wilderness. Major Waller asked General Smith to define the age limit for killing, and he replied, everything over 10. In the Batangas province, the secretary of the province estimated that of the population of 300,000, 1/3 had been killed by combat, famine, and disease. Mark Twain commented further on this war. "We have pacified some thousands of the islanders and buried them, destroyed their fields, burned their villages and turned their widows and orphans out of doors, furnished the remaining by exile to some dozens of disagreeable patriots, subjugated the remaining 10 millions by benevolent assimilation, which is pious new name of the musket." 16. The Americans, with their superior firepower and guns, killed the Filipino insurgents as well as civilians by the thousands. They burned their villages and mercilessly destroyed their rice fields. While the brutal war was being waged by the U.S. troops in Luzon, the northern province, a startling new development occurred, and this marked the turning point of the war. Early in March 1901, an officer in General Funston's district in central Luzon intercepted a messenger from Aguinaldo. He was taking dispatches to General Lacuna, asking that reinforcements be sent to the leader's headquarters camp. So now the Americans found out where Aguinaldo's camp was. MacArthur developed a plan to capture Aguinaldo. For that he hired scouts from the Macabebe tribe. They were fierce, pure-blooded natives of the islands who had been loyal to the Spaniards before the Americans came. They numbered only 25,000, living in Pampanga province. The Macabebe were dressed as if they were ragged members of Aguinaldo's guerrillas. They were then loaded on the Vicksburg, which slipped quietly out of Manila Bay. The Macabebe were informed that they will be in charge of 5 American prisoners they have supposedly captured, one of whom was the little red-headed General Frederick Funston of Georgia. The Vicksburg moved up stealthily near the shore to discharge the conspirators, some 100 miles up the coast from Aguinaldo's camp, so the smoke coming from the vessel was not seen. In the middle of the night, after unloading the team, the Vicksburg slid away with instructions to pick up the party 11 days later at a nearby place. Funston drilled the Macabebe in the little drama they were to play. On the way to Aguinaldo's camp, when they passed through the villages, they were to tell the inquisitive villagers that the Americans were caught while drawing maps of the countryside. Aguinaldo's camp was in the village of Palanan in the remote and mountainous northeast of Luzon. Further, the story to be told to the villagers was that after the skirmish, some were killed, but these 5 white men were captured as prisoners of war, to be taken to Aguinaldo. After a long and exhausting march, the expedition stopped about 8 miles from Aguinaldo's camp. Macabebe's leader Ilario Tal Placido sent a note to Aguinaldo saying that he was bringing in prisoners, but they were exhausted and had to stop to rest. They were in urgent need of food, he said in his note, the idea being that if Aguinaldo sent food he did not suspect foul play. He sent food and all was well so far. As they were on their way, Aguinaldo sent a message that the Americans should be left where they were, under guard. He didn't want them to know where his camp was. Funston told the scouts to go ahead. Later he sent Placido a forged note from Aguinaldo saying that the prisoners should be brought to the camp after all. So when Placido reached the headquarters with his men, the Americans were quite near but out of sight. There were 15 men guarding Aguinaldo's headquarters, and while Placido was talking with him, his men were quietly throwing a cordon around the headquarters. Placido, while telling his story to the chief, looked around, and when he thought the moment had arrived, gave the prearranged signal through the window. The guards were quickly overpowered, some were shot and killed while others were beaten and subdued. Placido, a very big and well-built man, grabbed the little 115-pound, trusting Aguinaldo. He then threw him to the floor of the hut and sat on him until Funston and the other Americans arrived. They took Aguinaldo immediately along the 8 miles of trail to the waiting Vicksburg. When they reached Manila, MacArthur received him with honor. Of course he was kept under close guard for 3 weeks. The American generals told him that his cause was hopeless. To their surprise, he was convinced, took the oath of allegiance, and issued a proclamation recommending that all hostilities be stopped. 17. Not only did Aguinaldo's surrender not stop the war, it seemed to get bloodier. The rebels, suspecting that Aguinaldo was coerced into giving up, intensified the resistance. The war was growing more brutal day by day. According to the War Department figures, before the war, the population of Luzon was 3,727,488. Because dengue fever was the result of famine caused by the war, it followed that, as per General Bell's statement in Washington, after returning from Luzon, 1/6th of the population of Luzon, meaning 661,000 people, had died as a result of the war. Can one call this the benevolent assimilation of McKinley? Before he left Luzon, General Bell organized a force of 2,500 men in columns of 50 each. They were ordered to search for rebels in every mountain, in every valley, and in every ravine. All food found outside the town was to be destroyed. All captured Filipinos were to be killed. The commanders followed Bell's example. As a result of this brutal policy of killings, 1/6 of the population of Luzon was wiped out. This included men, women, and children. By mid-1901, the war in Luzon was moving toward its excruciating end. Now the only major area still in active revolt was the island of Samar. 18. Samar and its horror. The island of Samar consists of 5,000 square miles of hilly, jungle wilderness with an annual rainfall of 100 to 170 inches. After Luzon and Mindanao, Samar is the third largest in the archipelago. Of the Visayan group on the Visayas Sea, it is the easternmost part. The island was devoid of any roads, had very few trails, and was totally unmapped. The rebels were in the hills away from the narrow plain on the coast. The rugged island is swept much of the year by rain, strong winds, and occasional typhoons. Its population was approximately 222,000 around this time, struggling to survive the harsh life. They were a mix of black with invading Moros, Spaniards, and Chinese living under hereditary chiefs. Using primitive techniques, they grew rice, tobacco, sweet potatoes, and a banana-type plant called Adica. Now, the invaders had their eyes set on conquering Samar. The army transport Liscum anchored into the harbor of Balancing, at the southern end of the island on August 11, 1901, bringing with it a force of army regulars and marines. Their commandant, Major Littleton Waller, was determined to conquer this island at any cost. Balangiga was a community of about 200 huts on stilts surrounding a central plaza. There were 2 masonry buildings there, a city hall and a Catholic church with convent. The natives in their outrigger canoes came home there to welcome them surrounding the ship. Many more American troops were to follow this initial invasion in due time. Thus began the terrible saga of Samar. Meanwhile, in the United States, President McKinley was shot by a young immigrant Leon Cholgas on September 6, in Buffalo, believing that he was liberating humanity. McKinley died on September 14 and Theodore Roosevelt took over as president. Balangiga Massacre. In one incident in Balangiga, the Presidente Pedro Abayan and their police chief Pedro Sanchez asked Captain Thomas Connell that they wanted to bring in 80 laborers from the countryside to clean up the plaza. Captain Connell was too happy to give permission and said, "Bring in as many as you can." 40 husky laborers came in the morning and 40 more arrived the next day. That night, the sentries noticed an unusually large number of women hurrying to the church. They were all wearing heavy clothes. Some were carrying small coffins. A sergeant, being suspicious, stopped a woman, pried open the coffin lid with his bayonet. A dead child in the coffin stared at him, the mother telling him cholera. With so many coffins, the sergeant thought an epidemic must have spread all over the countryside. But he had not heard about it. If he had only looked underneath the body, he would have found a bunch of cane-cutting bolo knives. If he would have only parted the folds of the garments these heavily swathed women were wearing, he would have found out that most of them were men. In the morning, the men of Company C were eating breakfast at the outdoor mess while their guns were stalked 100 feet away. The police chief Sanchez suddenly approached the American guard, grabbed his rifle and smashed his skull with the butt and fired one shot, giving a signal. At that moment, the church bell started ringing. Out of the church rushed many bolo men. Also, the laborers in the plaza pulled out huge bolo knives hidden beneath their clothing and attacked the breakfasting Americans. Most of them were cut to pieces within a few minutes. Out of 74, only 36 at the camp were left alive but severely wounded. All others were killed. A few escaped to tell the story. 19. Sergeant Patron, who survived the attack, took command. Before he took the wounded to Davé, 35 nautical miles up the coast, he sent riflemen back into the village to shoot any natives still alive and to drive the Filipinos who were looting the bodies back into the forest. These rearguard riflemen poured 5 gallons of gasoline and set the church ablaze. The 5 boats moved up the coast on the way to Davé. Some of them never reached there. Captain Book Miller decided to go back to Balangiga with 53 men to see if there was anything worth saving. When his ship Pittsburgh arrived at Balangiga, a party of half-drunk Filipinos was running to the beach, waving bolos and spears. Since the Americans left, the natives were having a party and getting drunk. Book Miller turned his Gatling gun and cannon on the crowd at the beach. Bodies flew into the air in a burst of flame, fire, and smoke. Several scores of natives were killed. The Americans then came charging through the surf with their bayonets and secured the town. To their horror, they found many mutilated bodies of their comrades, some with their stomachs cut open, some beheaded and some with deep wounds. They buried 36 Americans in a mass grave. While securing the town, 20 natives could not run away in time. The Americans shot and killed all of them. Houses still standing were burned to the ground. Balangiga was thus left a smoldering, burnt-out ruin. There was this 45-year-old Tony Waller, a ruthless man who had set up his headquarters at Davé. He was instructed by his superior, Brigadier General Jacob Smith, to take no prisoners. He must shoot and kill any native caught, 10 years or older. Also he must burn down the village. So Waller was on a search and destroy mission. He first took on the village of San Antonio, few miles away on the coast. Its residents were supplying rice to the rebels. Waller burned down the village to the ground. Waller followed this pattern all over. His patrols went out and devastated everything they found, killing pigs, burning houses, destroying crops, boats, and even piles of dried hemp. No mercy was shown. Once, patrols entered one hut where 2 women and a man were sitting with some evidence of army shirts, shoes, and blood-stained bolos. Everyone inside was killed. Waller was still carrying out his policy of total destruction. In one village, 7 men with their wives and children were found in one house. They were all killed one by one. All this devastation and killings was having an impact. Eventually fewer and fewer natives were seen. Captured prisoners told them that some 5,000 rebels had fallen back to the Sobotan cliffs and taken refuge in this strongly defended position. Waller decided to go there to attack the rebels. On November 16, Waller's forces reached the cliffs. The rebels saw the Americans and a fierce battle broke out. The rebels fought frantically but were no match for the Marines and fled. Many rebels were killed. Smith sent out the new order: the interior of Samar must be made a howling wilderness. On the 8th, Waller moved out of Basy again in 2 columns, one advancing along the beach and the other headed for the interior. They were joined by another company at Balangiga. For the next 6 weeks, these patrols pushed the rebels eastward, killing and burning the villages along the way. This went on and on all over Samar. Many prisoners were cold-bloodedly executed. The Filipinos seem to have been treated no better than dogs in their own country. The war finally ended in Samar. America succeeded in subduing the Filipino resistance. Meanwhile, in the U.S. Senate, Senator Albert Beveridge rose to reveal that God had been in charge of the takeover all along. "We will not renounce our part in the mission of our race, trustees under God, of the civilization of the world. God has not been preparing the English-speaking and Teutonic peoples for 1,000 years for nothing but vain and idle self-admiration. No. He has made us the master organizers of the world to establish a system where chaos reigns." In the aftermath, some of the commanders were tried in U.S. courts. Later on, President Roosevelt court-martialed General Smith. A short time later, he sent a letter of congratulations to General Bell on his Batangas campaign. There, 300,000 Filipinos were sitting in concentration camps. Smith's testimony at his court-martial was a masterpiece of perjury and betrayal. He denied that he ever gave orders to kill and burn or to take no prisoners. Waller, despite all his atrocities, was acquitted by an 11-2 vote, the court taking only half an hour to give the verdict. 20. Moros Massacre. The fighting in the rest of Philippines died out slowly, but it did not stop entirely until 1916 in Mindanao, the largest of the island. Captain John Pershing was attacked several times on Mindanao by the fierce Moros. The Moros were Muslim warriors, with their own traditions of polygamy and slavery. The Americans first tried to pacify them, but they were hard to please. So the war went on against them. The Moros retreated to the hills and mountains and fought the invaders whenever and wherever possible. In 1906, a horrific event took place. Mark Twain's anger saw no bounds just as rest of the American conscience was aroused from its usual sleep. Mark Twain gives a scathing account of it, titled "Comments on the Killing of 600 Moros." These dark-skinned savages, as Twain calls them sarcastically, have been pursued by American troops until they take refuge in the bowl of an extinct volcano crater, near Jolo. Twain goes on, "Since they were hostile and bitter at us because we have been trying to take their liberties away from them, their presence in that position was a menace." General Wood, who was in charge of search and destroy force, found that Moros who numbered 600, incorrectly, including women and children, were tucked away in the crater at an altitude of 2,200 feet. Very difficult of access for Christian troops and artillery, Twain notes. Wood, without much difficulty, got his men to the top and they looked down into the bowl. There at a distance of some 50 feet were the Moros. The general, who had about the same number of troops with him as the men, women, and children below, mounted his artillery as near the rim as possible and prepared to attack. Twain describes what followed. "The battle began. It is officially called by that name. Our forces firing down into the crater with their artillery and their deadly small arms of precision, the savages furiously returning the fire, probably with brickbats, though this is merely a surmise of mine. Heretofore the Moros have used knives and clubs mainly, also ineffectual trade muskets when they had any." The official report stated that the battle was fought with prodigious energy on both sides during a day and a half, and that it ended with a complete victory for the American army. The completeness of victory is established by this fact, that of the 600 Moros, not one was left alive. The brilliance of the victory is established by this other fact, to wit, that of our 600 heroes, only 15 lost their lives. The soldiers were, Twain notes, carrying out Wood's orders to kill or capture these savages. They had in effect been told to kill or capture according to taste, Twain says, and their taste had remained what it has been for 8 years in our army out there, the taste of Christian butchers. Twain, in his essay, compares the casualty rates in conflicts like Waterloo, the Civil War, and what he calls that pathetic comedy of the Cuban War. He goes on. Contrast these things with the great statistics which have arrived from that Moro crater. There, with 600 engaged on each side, we lost 15 killed outright and we had 37 wounded. The enemy numbered 600, the actual number by later count was 900, including women and children, and we abolished them utterly, leaving not even a baby alive to cry for its dead mother. This is incomparably the greatest victory that was ever achieved by the Christian soldiers of the United States. 21. This reminds one of the My Lai massacre of Vietnam War of 1968 or Highway of Death during the 1st Gulf War of 1991. Nothing seems to have changed. The same brutality and same ruthlessness persists, only with more sophisticated weapons to kill with. The insurgents were subdued and crushed in the end, not by shooting prisoners or killing everyone over the age of 10 or turning the land into a howling wilderness, although all these things had been done. It was achieved when General J. Franklin Bell, the American commander of the Balangiga province, saw that the guerrillas were like fish swimming in an ocean of people. He realized that the rebels could be crushed only by cutting them off the aid and shelter given by the Filipino people. Commander Bell issued his first order on December 8, 1901, saying that boundaries will be established surrounding each town or province. People must move within these zones, along with their movable food supplies including rice, chicken, livestock, etc. Those who do so would be protected against intimidations, assassinations, and depredations by armed insurgents. Those who don't comply by December 25 will be liable to confiscation and destruction of their property. Bell issued a second order, which basically observed: those with whom friendly relations may have been maintained must be relegated to a place subordinate to the doing of whatever may be necessary to bring a people who have not yet felt the distressing effect of war to a realizing sense of the advantages of peace. Once this policy was pursued, within a few weeks, the guerrilla warfare ended. President Roosevelt, on the 4th of July 1902, declared that the Philippine War had ended. It had, for all practical purposes. It had cost America 4,200 dead, and 2,800 wounded. On the Filipino side, 20,000 Filipino fighters and about 200,000 Filipino civilians had been killed or died of disease and famine brought on by the war. Other reports put the figures at 661,000 dead due to the dengue fever caused by the famine brought on by this war, in Luzon province alone. The water buffalo population on which the nature farmers heavily depended had been reduced by 90%. The cost of the brutal war was estimated to be around $170 million. 22. After the war ended, the ruling class in America did not seem to realize that, by their desire to dominate and control other people and their country, what immeasurable death, destruction, and misery they brought on hundreds of thousands of the poor inhabitants of the Philippines. Even a century later, after many more devastating interventions and misadventures, they do not seem to have yet realized the foolishness and criminality of their actions. Unfortunately, more than 100 years later, the folly of war and conquest still continues unabated. Chapter 6. The Atomic Bombing of Japan. The background. On December 7, 1941, Japan carried out a premeditated and ruthless attack on U.S. ships at Pearl Harbor. At the time, America was already in World War II on the side of Britain and Russia. But the unprovoked Japanese attack at Pearl Harbor changed things drastically. At Pearl Harbor, 350 Japanese planes in a premeditated attack on the U.S. Pacific Fleet destroyed or crippled 8 battleships. 2,403 Americans were killed. The next day, President Roosevelt declared December 7, 1941 as a day of infamy and declared war on Japan. Fateful decision. One of the most barbaric, ruthless, and criminal acts by a nation against the civilians of another nation was the use of 2 deadly atom bombs by the United States against the civilians of Japan during the Pacific War. The first bomb was dropped on the city of Hiroshima on August 6, 1945. Its population was between 320,000 to 400,000 people. As if this was not enough, 3 days later on August 9, 1941, a second bomb was dropped on Nagasaki, a city of 270,000 people. About 140,000 innocent men, women, and children were killed in Hiroshima. The death toll in Nagasaki was 70,000. The question is how and why the United States decided to employ such horrendous weapons against Japan, especially against its civilians. A lot of books, essays, and articles have been written about this event. Yet after some 60 years, the United States government and its compliant mass media have succeeded in hiding the truth from the rest of the world. The most common belief amongst the people about these horrific acts is that the United States government used the atom bombs to save from 250,000 to 500,000 American soldiers' lives by forcing immediate Japanese surrender. Yet the truth of the matter is quite different. During the Pacific War, which lasted from December 1941 till August 1945, the United States went through 2 presidents. On April 12, 1944, President Franklin Roosevelt died suddenly and his vice president, an ex-senator from Missouri, took over the presidency. He was especially inexperienced in foreign policy. By all accounts, Truman was an honest, hard-working, and decent man. But yet, he was far more complex a person. Robert Griffith describes. Truman was a complicated, not a simple man, a man at times different and aggressive, capable of both humanity and arrogance, a man who would leap to decisions quickly and perhaps impulsively, but he could also be vacillating and indecisive, a man who always seemed to know his own mind, yet he appears in retrospect to have been highly dependent on those who advised him, a man who valued honesty and plain speaking, but who was also capable of contradiction and deception, including, and perhaps especially, self-deception. 1. Henry Stimson, who would become the Secretary of War during the Truman presidency, jotted in his private journal a year before Truman became president, "Truman is a nuisance and pretty untrustworthy man. He talks smoothly but he acts meanly." 2. President Roosevelt in early 40s had already initiated the Manhattan Project to develop nuclear weapons. At the same time there were also frantic efforts undertaken by the governments of Japan and Germany to develop their own atom bombs. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., an interim committee, a body set up to focus specifically on issues connected with the atom bomb, was approved by the President on May 2, 1945. The committee included distinguished people like Henry L. Stimson, the Secretary of War, Dr. James B. Conant, Chairman, National Defense Research Committee, Dr. Vannevar Bush, Director, Office of Scientific Research and Development, Dr. Carl Compton, Chief, Office of Field Service, Office of Scientific Research and Development, William L. Clayton, Assistant Secretary of State, and Ralph A. Bard, Under-Secretary of Navy. 3. Jimmy Burns, a former senator from South Carolina, a close friend and mentor of the President, represented the President in the interim committee. The committee had engaged into many deliberations regarding the new weapon, and Burns kept the President well informed. By May 31/June 1, the committee had recommended that the atom bomb should be used on Japan, but in a particular way. But if this important group was a serious institutional and policy body, the actual decision to use the bombs was another and questionable matter. Between May 31 ST and August 6 TH, when the first bomb was used, a lot had happened. The details of its deliberations reveal that, for the interim committee, it was never a question whether to use the bomb or not. It had already assumed that the bomb will be employed, the question remaining was how to use it. The committee had come to the conclusion, according to its minutes of May 31 meeting, as follows. After much discussion concerning various types of targets and the effects to be produced, the Secretary expressed the conclusion on which there was general agreement that we could not give Japanese any warning, that we could not concentrate on a civilian area, but that we should seek to make a profound psychological impression on as many inhabitants as possible. 4. The minutes further record that, at the suggestion of Dr. Conant, the Secretary agreed that the most desirable target would be a vital war plant employing a large number of workers and closely surrounded by workers' houses. 5. The main point of course during the June meeting was that there be no revelation to Russia or anyone else until the first bomb had been successfully laid on Japan. 6. Some time back, the United States had offered Japan an unconditional surrender. In the Japanese view, the unconditional surrender meant the emperor could be arrested, tried, and executed. That could also mean the total destruction of their culture and lifestyle. Emperor Hirohito was like a god to most of the Japanese people. No Japanese would agree to their emperor being insulted, let alone be tried, removed, or executed. The US leaders knew well this feeling of the Japanese. Yet, on April 16 Truman gave a strong speech pounding his hand on the podium and declared, "Our demand has been and it remains unconditional surrender." 7. James Burns had a major hand in writing this speech. Meanwhile, the brutal war was going on. Japan was being subjected to massive bombings of its cities. On March 9, 1945, 300 B-29s loaded with small incendiary bombs attacked Tokyo and set fire to its paper and wood houses. A firestorm developed that was far more deadly than the controversial one created by the Allies at Dresden. In that night, perhaps 200,000 Japanese lost their lives in Tokyo. Most of the dead were women and children. American General LeMay was very happy. The raid in Tokyo was followed by a series of raids on the civilian populations of Osaka, Nagoya, and Kobe. Massive numbers of civilians were killed. It was a deliberate decision to attack the civilian population. Japan's situation was getting more desperate day by day. On May 6, Churchill sent a cable to Truman requesting an early meeting between them and Stalin at Potsdam. But Jimmy Burns had some different ideas. He convinced Truman to postpone the meeting until the atomic bomb had been tested. It was a fundamental strategic decision. All other top advisors were pressing for an early meeting with Stalin. Truman informed Churchill that he was busy with budget matters and would prefer the meeting around mid-July. Churchill was disappointed but agreed. It is interesting to note that before the atom bomb became a distinct possibility, the United States very much wanted Russia to enter into war with Japan. Russia had already abrogated its treaty with Japan. There was no way Japan could stand up to the United States as well as to the vast Red Army of Russia. Japan itself was terribly worried about Russia going to war with it. So Japan was frantically trying to placate Russia, hoping to avert Russian entry into the war. The Japanese ambassador Sato was meeting Russian Foreign Minister Molotov, trying to convince Moscow to mediate an end to the war. Japan knew that if Russia entered the war, Japan would have to surrender immediately. According to the US thinking before, if Russia joined the war and marched into Manchuria, it would tie up millions of Japanese troops there. That meant these troops would not be used for defending the homeland against the US invasion. But, with the atomic bomb a reality, the US now did not want Russia to enter into the war against Japan. That way, in post-war Japan, only the United States would have total control. Otherwise, with Russia in the war, the United States will have to share the kill. With Russia out of the picture, their political influence in Asia would also be limited. Truman's and Burns' thinking was that with the atomic bomb a reality, the United States must get Japan to surrender before the Soviets entered the war. Before the reality of the bomb, the US planning consisted of invading the Japanese island of Kyushu, the southernmost island first. Then, the massive invasion of Honshu was to be carried out by the spring of 1946 to end the war. The US leaders expected 1 million US casualties if the invasions became necessary. These were only estimates. There is no documentary basis for the 1 million figures in any event. James Burns, who was appointed the Secretary of State soon after Truman became president, had become the main advisor of the president, who seemed to be so ill-prepared for the job. Though there were many other advisors to the president, James Burns was at the heart of the decision-making process for President Truman. It was widely believed by many experts, military as well as civilian, that if Japan was offered a simple surrender, if the term unconditional was removed from the surrender offer, then it would have surrendered without the use of the atom bombs. Or if the United States would have clarified the term unconditional, or if she would have simply promised Japan that no harm would have come to their emperor and that they would keep the emperor's position unchanged, then Japan certainly would have surrendered. Without the promise of the emperor's position and safety, millions of Japanese soldiers would have kept fighting until death. Yet, despite knowing that with changing the terms of the surrender, the war could be ended, Truman, with the advice of James Burns, refused to alter the terms of surrender. Roosevelt's former aide, Harry Hopkins, on a presidential mission to Moscow in May 1945, reported Stalin as saying that according to his information the Japanese would not accept unconditional surrender, and that if we stick to unconditional surrender the Japs will not give up and we will have to destroy them as we did Germany. 8. Henry S. Stimson and George C. Marshall, the military chief of staff, exchanged several memoranda on the subject of unconditional surrender. On May 30, Stimson wrote, "As you know, I have been thinking about this matter for some time. In the place of the proposed statement of the overall objective, I am inclined to favor something as follows: the complete defeat and permanent destruction of the war-making power of Japan." 9. Marshall responded on June 9, "This seems acceptable from the strictly military viewpoint," and went on to suggest that we take action to discourage public use of the term unconditional surrender, which we all agree is difficult to define, and encourage instead more definitive public statements covering our policy and war terms. We should cease talking about unconditional surrender of Japan and begin to define our true objective in terms of defeat and disbarment. 10. It is difficult to know precisely what President Truman had in mind in making his decision to delay clarifying the surrender terms. Modern documentary discoveries leave no doubt that the advisor closest to the president in 1945 was James Burns, and that in general, he consistently opposed any modification in the surrender formula. There were others who also expressed their view on unconditional surrender. They believed that the greatest obstacle to unconditional surrender by the Japanese is their belief that this would entail the destruction or permanent removal of the emperor and the institution of the throne. If some indication can now be given the Japanese that they themselves, when once thoroughly defeated and rendered impotent to wage the war in future, will be permitted to determine their own future political structure, they will be afforded a method of saving face, without which surrender will be highly unlikely. The president said that he was interested in what I said because his own thoughts had been following the same line. Memorandum by Acting Secretary of State Joseph C. Grew, May 28, 1945. 11. General MacArthur's Southwest Pacific Command prepared a restricted background study in the summer of 1944 which argued that although there should be no weakening of the peace terms, to dethrone or hang the emperor would cause a tremendous and violent reaction from all Japanese. Hanging of the emperor to them would be comparable to the crucifixion of Christ to us. All would fight to die like ants. The position of the gangster militarist would be strengthened immeasurably. The war would be unduly prolonged, our losses heavier than otherwise would be necessary. 12. Even Churchill, at Yalta, in February 1945 had taken up this general line. In fact, as early as this date, he had advocated some modification in the surrender terms. On July 16, the Joint Chiefs of Staff felt so strongly about this matter that they arranged for the British Chiefs of Staffs to persuade Churchill to approach Truman to urge a change in surrender terms. Churchill did just that on July 18. 13. According to John Ray Skate's observation, from the perspective of the Joint Chiefs, the Emperor's status was no small matter. 14. The Joint Chiefs argued that for military reasons alone the Emperor's position should be protected. 15. General Marshall, the military chief of staff, had cautioned against any move to oust the emperor because it would lead to a last-ditch defense by the Japanese. The evidence is overwhelming that every top presidential military and civilian advisor up to this point in time except James Burns but including Prime Minister Churchill and the top British military leadership clearly and directly urged the clarification of the unconditional surrender formula. As a matter of fact, from the records, it is possible to identify more than a dozen separate occasions on which Truman was personally approached and counseled in one way or another on this matter prior to the issuance of the Potsdam Proclamation. The people who advised him and the dates are as follows. 1. Acting Secretary of State Grew advised on May 28, 1945, 2. Former President Herbert Hoover in a May 30, 1945 memorandum, 3. Grew advised again on June 13, 1945, 4. Counsel to the President Samuel I. Rosenman counseled on June 17, 1945, 5. Grew once again advised on June 18, 1945, 6. Assistant Secretary of War McCloy gave advice on June 18, 1945, 7. Admiral Leahy counseled on June 18, 1945, 8. The State Department cautioned in a formal recommendation of June 30, 1945, 9. Under Secretary of the Navy Ralph Bard advised on July 1, 1945, 10. Secretary of War Stimson, with the support of Secretary of the Navy Forrestal and Gray, counseled on July 2, 1945, 11. Stimson again advised on July 16, 1945, 12. Churchill counseled on July 18, 1945. 16. Despite all these expert advice from various prominent people and groups, Burns and Truman refused to modify the surrender terms. What did they actually have in their mind? Was it that they had already decided to use the atomic bombs and force an immediate surrender? Was it that they wanted to try this new weapon, on which a lot of money was spent? Or was it because they wanted to show to the world, the Russians in particular, that America was now the supreme power, stronger than any other nation in the world? By May-June 1945, significant development had taken place. The United States had broken through the Japanese code. Now, the Americans could clearly hear what the Japanese were saying. There was overwhelming evidence that the Japanese were close to surrender except they only wanted terms which would protect their emperor. A series of Japanese peace feelers were noted in Switzerland which OSS Chief William Donovan reported to Truman in May and June. This indicated even at this point that the only serious obstacle to peace was U.S. demand of unconditional surrender. Allen Dulles, at the time chief of OSS operations in Switzerland, and later director of the CIA, in his 1966 book, The Secret Surrender, recalled that, on July 20, 1945, under instructions from Washington, I went to the Potsdam Conference and reported there to the Secretary Stimson on what I had learned from Tokyo. They desired to surrender if they could retain the emperor and the constitution as a basis for maintaining discipline and order in Japan after the devastating news of surrender became known to the Japanese people. 17. Apparently, the group Dulles was in contact with in Switzerland were high-ranking Japanese Navy officials. On July 13, the acting director of OSS, Charles S. Jostin, informed Burns that the Japanese officials Dulles was in touch with clearly implied that the only condition on which Japan would insist with respect to surrender would be some consideration for the Japanese imperial family. 18. More interesting were three channels opened up in Sweden. The first channel was through the Swedish minister in Tokyo, Widar Bagi. He had close contacts with Mamoru Shigemitsu, the foreign minister in the Koiso government, and other high-ranking Japanese officials. As early as September 24, 1944, Bagi's reports had reached the United States through British Foreign Office. One of his telegrams stated, I learned from a very reliable source that in important civilian circles in Japan the peace problem is being discussed with increasing anxiety. A speedy German collapse is expected and it is not believed that Japan can then continue the war. 19. The U.S. minister in Stockholm on April 6, 1945 reported that Baggy's sources believed it probable that very far-reaching conditions would be accepted by the Japanese by way of negotiation. 20. However, there is no doubt that unconditional surrender terms would be unacceptable to the Japanese because it would mean dishonor. Application of such terms would be fatal and lead to desperate action on the part of the people. The emperor must not be touched. 21. Yet another channel involved General Makoto Onodera, Japanese military attaché in Stockholm, who was put in charge of Japanese intelligence for the whole of Europe at the end of 1944. Onodera was in touch with the Swedish royal family and through Prince Carl Bernadotte, also connected with the American Legion in Stockholm. On May 11, 2945, Herschel V. Johnson, the U.S. minister in Stockholm, reported that Onodera had told his contact, "It is realized that Japan cannot win and that the best possible solution would be to prevent the destruction of its cities and places of culture." He stated that he was authorized to arrange for a member of the Swedish royal family to approach the Allies for some settlements. 22. Now, as Johnson observed in the same cable, the overwhelming obvious issue involved the rigid formula for surrender. 23. It was also known to the U.S. government that the Japanese were trying desperately to involve Russia as a mediator in the crisis to achieve peace. The last thing they wanted was Russia also entering the war with Japan. On April 5, 1945, the Soviets decided not to renew the neutrality pact with Japan. Despite all this, the decision by the Truman administration not to alter the unconditional surrender formula was clear, forceful, and unequivocal. Additionally, it was a contested decision, one which went against the dominant thrust of policy development and of various specific cabinet-level and military recommendations. The Potsdam Conference with Stalin and Churchill was scheduled at Potsdam, Germany on or around July, 1945. This was delayed to this date because Truman wanted the results of the atomic bomb test before he met Stalin. The scientist and the director of the Manhattan Project had promised the president that they would be able to test their first atom bomb around mid-July. President Truman, James Burns, his hawkish Secretary of State, and other high-ranking officials now boarded the ship Augusta and sailed for Germany. On June 22, Emperor Hirohito, during a meeting with the Supreme Council for the Direction of the War, had declared that although war planning had to continue, it was also necessary to have a plan to close the war at once. 24. Now, on July 12, as the Augusta reached mid-Atlantic, an extremely urgent intercepted cable from Foreign Minister Togo to Ambassador Sato in Moscow revealed that, "We are now secretly giving consideration to the termination of war because of the pressing situation which confronts Japan both at home and abroad." 25. The following day, the United States intercepted the explosive Very Urgent cable from Togo mentioned above, which documented by far the most important diplomatic development of the summer: the direct intervention of Emperor Hirohito. His Majesty the Emperor, mindful of the fact that the present war daily brings greater evil and sacrifice upon the peoples of all belligerent powers, desires from his heart that it may be quickly terminated. Togo's cable went on. The main obstacle to peace was that so long as England and the United States insist upon unconditional surrender, the Japanese Empire has no alternative but to fight on with all its strength for the honor and the existence of the motherland. Togo requested that Moscow receive a personal representative of the Emperor who was to bring with him proposals for Soviet help in ending the conflict. It is the Emperor's private intention to send Prince Convoy to Moscow as a special envoy with a letter from him containing the statements given above. 26. Soto was directed to meet with Foreign Minister Molotov as soon as possible to make the necessary arrangements. When Soto finally met him on July 13, he particularly stressed that the special envoy was sent by the Emperor. 27. Hirohito's move was no small development. American officials recognized the profound and momentous nature of the Emperor's personal involvement. Unlike other peace feelers in Sweden, Switzerland, and Portugal or through the Vatican, this was clearly an official move, a move at the highest level. So now, President Truman and Burns are going on board the ship Augusta, having decided not to offer terms that the Japanese could accept and eagerly awaiting the outcome of a successful atomic bomb test at Alamogordo, New Mexico. On May 28, Stalin had reaffirmed his pledge to the US and Britain that the Red Army was prepared to march by August 8, 3 months after Germany's collapse of May 8. But he said that no troops would be committed until the final agreement on the Yalta Accord had been reached with China. So, Truman and Burns knew that Russia was going to attack Japan sometime during August, probably after August 8. But now that the atomic bomb was a distinct reality, the American leadership, namely Truman and his main advisor Burns, had second thoughts about Russian entry into the war. It seems they now desperately wanted to force Japan's surrender before the Russians declared war with Japan. That way, they could keep Russia out of Japan, and in post-war Japan the United States would be the only power to dictate terms. The Russian influence in Asia could thus be minimized. It is said that Truman was the man who started the Cold War. 28. As the thinking went, Truman and Burns wanted to impress upon Russia that they now have the most powerful weapon in their hands and the United States would not hesitate to use it to safeguard its interests, and Russia should back off its designs in Europe. Truman's state of mind on the eve of the Potsdam Conference is revealed by Jonathan Daniels, a man who had worked for Truman during the 1948 campaign and who was close to him. According to his notes made after a 1949 discussion of the atom bomb, Truman explained that as the meetings were about to start he had felt, if it explodes as I think it will, I'll certainly have a hammer on those boys. 29. In his book, The Man of Independence, Daniels expanded on above note. The president seemed to be referring not merely to the still unconquered Japs but to the Russians with whom he was having difficulty in shaping collaboration for lasting peace. 30. At 5:29 and 45 seconds a.m. on July 16, 1945, the first successful test of a nuclear device occurred at a site code-named Trinity in the New Mexico desert 200 miles south of Los Alamos and 60 miles northwest of Alamogordo. The first report sent to Secretary Stimson by George Harrison was cryptic. Operated on this morning. Diagnosis not yet complete but results seem satisfactory and already exceed expectations, Dr. Groves pleased. 31. This message arrived at 7:30 p.m. on July 16, 1945 and was immediately taken to the President and Burns in the Berlin suburb of Badelsburg by Stimson. 32. On the morning of July 18, another cable arrived and confirmed the great success. It provided more information. 33. Doctor has returned most enthusiastic and confident that the little boy is as husky as his big brother. The light in his eyes discernible from here to High Hold, and I could have heard his screams from here to my farm. 34. This informed code meant that the explosion could be seen for 250 miles and be heard 50 miles away. 35. Truman's expectation came true. He would have his initial encounter with Stalin at noon on July 17, some 21 hours and 30 minutes after the test. 36. The potential options for ending the war came into sharp focus now. First, the most important objective the president had in mind going to Potsdam was securing the Red Army attack. Secondly, it was such a priority because if the test failed, Russian attack was of paramount importance to end the war without the physical conquest of Japan. Thirdly, the president felt so pleased at Potsdam because he received assurances from Stalin that Russia would attack Japan after August 8. The conference lasted for a few days. Churchill and Truman both now knew that the war would end very soon. Churchill and Truman met on July 18 for lunch. Stalin had told Churchill that Mikado of Japan had offered Japanese surrender if the United States clarified the terms and assured surrender with some face saving and the assurance of national existence. Churchill passed on this message to Truman. Truman said to Churchill that the Japanese had no honor left after Pearl Harbor. In short, Truman seemed to have rejected this offer by Japan. Truman seemed to be very forceful throughout the Potsdam Conference with Stalin. This had surprised Churchill. The bomb had given Truman some extraordinary confidence. Regarding Poland and other Eastern European countries and post-war situation in Europe, Stalin and Churchill tried to discuss many issues, but Truman was not interested at this time to discuss them. When Stalin and Churchill persisted, Truman finally declared that he had already stated his view, that was his position yesterday, that was his position today, and that would be his position tomorrow. 37. Truman was relying heavily on the new weapon. Burns also regarded the bomb as very important vis-a-vis Eastern Europe. Truman and Burns, it seems, were simply trying to delay any final agreement on major post-war issues. Several analysts have recognized that the delaying strategy rested fundamentally on the expectation that, shortly, the new weapon would greatly strengthen the U.S. diplomacy. According to Robert Messer, Burns probably concluded that the overriding significance of the atomic bomb would only sink into the remarkably obtuse Soviet consciousness after its power had been demonstrated in combat against Japan. 38. From all this evidence, it seems that Truman and Burns had already made up their minds that the United States would use its new weapon on Japan very soon. Stalin and Truman both held their ground, so little progress was made on the Balkans or other issues. The conference basically ended in a stalemate. Before, the US was very interested in working out European matters with Stalin. Now they were not interested in it at the moment. Truman and Burns now believed that they had a trump card in their hand and they were going to use it. It was decided that Stalin should be informed. So on July 24, 3 days after receiving Grove's report, Truman, at the end of the day's plenary session, approached Stalin. In his memoir, the subsequent report is terse. I casually mentioned to Stalin that we had a new weapon of unusual destructive force. The Russian premier showed no special interest. All he said was that he was glad to hear it and hoped we would make good use of it against the Japanese. 39. Rather than frustration, the American leader's feeling of cheerfulness at the conclusion of the Potsdam meeting makes little sense unless one realizes that the top policy planners were thinking ahead, to the time when the enormous force of their new weapon would be shown. The growing reality of the new weapon gave the US leaders a deepening sense of confidence that they could manage the things quite well, with or without an understanding with the Russians. Meanwhile, a public radio broadcast was made by Captain Ellis M. Zacharias 4 days after the Potsdam Conference began. The broadcast essentially told the Japanese people that they had already lost the war and the defeat was inevitable. They had two alternatives. One was the virtual destruction of Japan followed by a dictated peace. The other was unconditional surrender with its attendant benefit as laid down by the Atlantic Charter. 40. It is a mystery as to why this broadcast was made when Atlantic Charter offer was so contrary to what Truman and Burns would offer later in the Potsdam Declaration. Anyway, a few days later the Potsdam Conference ended in a stalemate. The Potsdam Proclamation was issued. But the key portion of paragraph 12, offering assurances regarding the Emperor, was removed at the insistence of Burns and Truman. That means Japan, not being sure of the safety of the Emperor, could not accept the offer. On July 28, Premier Suzuki rejected the Potsdam Ultimatum. He announced that it was unworthy of public notice. But in reality, the Japanese were studying the proclamation before making any real response. They needed some time to respond. They had used the term mokyozatsu regarding the proclamation. The term was misunderstood by the Americans and was taken as a rejection. But in reality the term meant ignore it. It also can mean to be silent or to withhold comment or to ignore. Anyway, the Japanese were given very little time to consider the proclamation. It seems Churchill had judged that a combination of the Russian threat and a modification of the surrender formula would likely have ended the war. As early as 1944 he had argued that just by announcing that Russia would join the Allies in the Pacific might be decisive. 41. He had suggested at Yalta in February that modifying the surrender formula might save a year and a half of war. 42. On July 18, he had raised the issue directly with Truman, but the US president would not be moved. He had already decided what he was going to do. A large number of prominent figures in the US were arguing against using the atom bomb. But it seems plans were already underway to use the deadly weapon against the Japanese. Following a luncheon gathering of top military leaders at the Pentagon in 1947, as noted by James Forrestal, Eisenhower had said he begged Truman not to give away anything to get the Russians into the war because in his opinion there was no question but that Japan was already thoroughly beaten. 43. There is a copy of the powerful July 16, 1945 memorandum among Eisenhower's papers that Stimson wrote for Truman urging multiple workings before the bomb was used. 44. It is unclear though when this was given to him. However, Eisenhower in his book, Crusade in Europe, includes the following brief account of his personal and immediate reaction of hearing of plans for the atomic attack from Stimson. I expressed the hope that we would never have to use such a thing, the atomic bomb, against any enemy because I dislike seeing the United States take the lead in introducing into war something as horrible and destructive as this new weapon was described to be. 45. It is interesting to read the conversation between LeMay and the press. LeMay, the war would have been over in few weeks without the Russians entering and without the atomic bomb. The press, you mean that, sir? Without the Russians and the atomic bomb? LeMay, yes, with the B-29. The press, General, why use the atomic bomb? Why did we use it then? LeMay, well, the other people were not convinced. The press, had they not surrendered because of the atom bomb? LeMay, the atomic bomb had nothing to do with the end of the war at all. September 20, 1945 press conference by Major General Curtis E. LeMay, U.S. Army Air Forces. 46. The leaders of U.S. Armed Forces were also opposed to the use of this monstrous weapon. General Douglas MacArthur once spoke to me very eloquently about it pacing the floor of his apartment in the Waldorf. MacArthur believed that the same restrictions ought to apply to atomic weapons as to conventional weapons, that the military objective should always be limited damage to non-combatants. MacArthur, you see, was a soldier. He believed in using force only against military targets, and that is why the nuclear thing turned him off, which I think speaks well of him. 47. Former President Richard M. Nixon, July 1985. George C. Marshall, the military chief of staff, is also on record as feeling strongly that the atomic bomb should not be used without warning against a city. Brigadier General Carter W. Clark, the Army officer in charge of preparing the magic summaries in 1945, stated something very interesting in 1959 interview. We brought them, the Japanese, down to an abject surrender through the accelerated sinking of their merchant marine and hunger alone, and when we didn't need to do it and we knew we didn't need to do it and they knew that we didn't need to do it, and we used them as an experiment for 2 atomic bombs. 48. Many military leaders had felt that the bomb was not a military necessity. U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey study, after the fact official studies, conducted closest to the actual events, concluded that Japan in all probability would have surrendered by November, and the War Department's Military Intelligence Division judged that it was almost a certainty that the Japanese would have capitulated upon the entry of Russia into the war. Fleet Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, as reported by the New York Times on September 22, 1945 at a press conference at Pearl Harbor, took the opportunity of adding his voice to those insisting that Japan had already been defeated before the atomic bombings and Russia's entry into the war. 49. Nimitz considered the atomic bomb somehow indecent, not a legitimate form of warfare. Rear Admiral E.B. Fluckey, a submarine commander during the war and later personal aide to Nimitz, recalled that Admiral Nimitz did not think it saved many lives to blow up the Japanese like that. Some 69 scientists who were working on the development of the bomb at the Chicago Metallurgical Laboratory signed a petition headed by the leading scientist Leo Szilard. The petition basically said that the atom bomb should not be used unless the terms to be imposed upon Japan were made public in detail, and that after knowing those terms Japan refused to surrender. 50. They were against the use of the bomb, without considering the moral issue as well as without changing the surrender terms, and without letting the public and Japanese know the details of these terms, and without giving the Japanese proper opportunity to surrender. Fleet Admiral William D. Leahy, the man who chaired the meetings of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, felt very strongly against using the bomb and advised the President not to. Leahy's secretary, Dorothy Rehnquist, remembered vividly that on the day Hiroshima was bombed, Leahy said, "Dorothy, we will regret this day. The United States will suffer, for war is not to be waged on women and children." 51. As the testimony of top military leaders is considered, the evidence clearly confirms that not only was their advice not seriously sought but also, perhaps with one possible ambiguous exception, none of them believed the use of the atomic bomb was dictated by overwhelming military considerations. Several of them even expressed profound revulsion at the idea of targeting a city. The highly respected scientist Albert Einstein was vehemently opposed to the use of the bomb. August 10, 1946 headline in the New York Times announced, "Einstein deplores use of atom bomb." The story in the Times reported Einstein's view that a great majority of the scientists were opposed to the sudden employment of the bomb. Einstein felt that political, diplomatic rather than military motives had been major factors. "I suspect that the affair was precipitated by a desire to end the war in the Pacific by any means before Russia's participation." 52. The U.S. religious leaders were also very much opposed to the use of this terrible weapon. In the last week of July 1945, Truman and Burns by now had decided to use the new weapon on Japan. From Stalin they had found out that Russia was going to attack Japan on or around mid-August. But they didn't want Russia to join the war now. They wanted Japan's surrender and an end to this war before Russia came in. So the fateful order to atom bomb the Japanese cities was likely given on July 25th, a day before the Potsdam Proclamation was issued, which was July 26th. The proclamation was supposedly the warning to the Japanese to surrender or face total destruction. Yet the order to atom bomb them was issued 2 days before Suzuki's rejection of the proclamation of July 28. At the end of the Potsdam Conference, Truman, Burns, and their party were on their way back on board the ship to the United States. Truman had already given his go-ahead on the bomb at the earliest possible date after August 3, 1945. The order was dated July 25, 1945. On the fateful morning of August 6, 1945 at 8:15 a.m., a powerful atom bomb that the world had never experienced before exploded in the midst of highly civilian-populated area of Hiroshima. The city was destroyed instantaneously. Thousands of innocent Japanese women, children, and men were incinerated in seconds. 2 days later, at 5 p.m. Moscow time, Russia declared war on Japan. 53. Units of the Red Army crossed the Manchurian border at 12:10 a.m. local Manchurian time, on the morning of 9th August. 54. Late the same morning, shortly after 11 a.m., Nagasaki was bombed. Commerce Secretary Henry Wallace's diary notes show that at an afternoon meeting on August 10, Truman said he had given orders to stop atomic bombing. He said the thought of wiping out another 100,000 people was too horrible. He didn't like the idea of killing, as he said, all those kids. 55. On the morning of August 10, the Foreign Ministry of Japan sent a surrender offer to its representatives in Stockholm and Bern. With tears rolling down his eyes during the meeting of top 6 Japanese leaders, the Emperor gave his approval to surrender. The offer accepted the Potsdam Proclamation with one condition, that the Emperor be protected. The Japanese government are ready to accept the terms enumerated in the joint declaration which was issued at Potsdam on July 26, with the understanding that the said declaration does not comprise any demand which prejudices the prerogatives of His Majesty as a sovereign ruler. 56. With some changes in the surrender terms, the Truman government accepted the surrender offer, assuring the well-being and the position of the Emperor. If President Truman had changed the surrender terms before, like he did afterwards, the Japanese would certainly have surrendered without the atom bomb. After the war was over, the US media and the government pronouncements had falsely convinced the American people that the dropping of the atom bombs was absolutely essential to ending the war. Polls taken in August 1945 showed that an amazing 85% of Americans approved the use of the atomic bomb. Many believed that no matter how dreadful and destructive the new weapon was, the Japanese got what they deserved. 57. Unfortunately, for more than half a century, a lie has been perpetrated in the United States that the bomb was necessary to end the Pacific War and that the atomic bombing of Japan saved, depending on who one believes, a quarter to half or even 1 million American lives. The false propaganda and lies started just after the deadly bombing, right from the president onwards. On April 28, 1959, Truman told students at Columbia University simply that the dropping of the bomb stopped the war, saved millions of lives. 58. The actual estimate of casualties from the invasion was 31,000. It was presented to Truman directly on June 18 by General Marshall. 59. On the basis of ratios then common in the Pacific Campaign, this in turn would translate into 7,000 to 8,000 deaths. But Marshall also had been telling Truman and others that the invasion would cost a 1/4 to 1 million American lives, a highly exaggerated figure. 60. On August 6, 1945, Truman made a public statement calling Hiroshima an important Japanese army base, implying that was the main reason why it was bombed. 61. On August 9, 3 days later, in his report on the Potsdam Conference, the president offered a similar explanation. The world will note that the first atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, a military base. That was because we wished in this first attack to avoid insofar as possible the killing of civilians. 62. The following exchange took place at his Columbia University lecture in 1959. Student: it seems to me the second bomb came pretty soon after the first one, 2 or 3 days. President Truman: that is right. We were destroying the centers, the factories that were making more munitions. Just a military maneuver, that is all. 63. Further untruths uttered by the President, another encounter with students. Student: Mr. President, would you be willing to explain to us what led you to believe that the first atomic bomb had failed to achieve peace with Japan and made it necessary to drop the second one? President Truman: it was a military procedure under which the armed forces decided that it would be necessary to destroy both towns, the manufacturing towns for raw materials which were being sent to the Japanese in China, and the objective was, as early as we possibly could determine, to shut off the supplies to the Japanese. 64. In this case, the President simply avoided the direct question and at the same time, offered information which is not supported by the records. Thus, false information and lies upon lies were perpetrated by many top government leaders, including the President, after the deadly bombings. The news media, as always, just carried on these lies to the average Americans. As a result, generations after generations of Americans seemed to believe that the atom bombing of Japan was necessary to end the war and save 1/4 to 1 million American lives. Underlying reasons and aftermath. The readiness to use nuclear weapons against other human beings, against people whom we do not know, who we have never seen, and for whose guilt or innocence it is not for us to establish, and in doing so, to place in jeopardy the natural structure upon which all civilization rests. This is nothing less than a presumption, a blasphemy, an indignity of monstrous dimensions to offer to God. George F. Kennan, A Christian's View of the Arms Race. No doubt, Japan had committed some horrible atrocities against the Chinese in Manchuria and against the Koreans during their occupation of Korea for several decades. Their atrocities included the Pearl Harbor, the rape of Nanking, the bombings of Shanghai, the forced prostitution of Korean women, the human experiments of the notorious Unit 731, the horror of the Bataan Death March, and the systematic torture and murder of prisoners of war. But the account of those crimes is beyond the scope of this book. Our concern here is with America's crimes. intentionally targeting civilians and that also with deadly atom bombs, 2 bombs, 3 days apart, is a crime that is unpardonable. According to Gar Alperovitz's detailed book, The Decision to Use the Atomic Bomb, Alfred A. Knopf, 1995, it is worth examining the underlying reasons behind this horrible crime. 1. President Truman and Burns, the 2 main actors in the decision to bomb, knew very well that Japan was badly beaten and close to capitulating, if only their emperor was protected by the surrender terms. But they refused to alter those terms. 2. The Potsdam Conference was intentionally delayed so that the bomb would be ready before the conference. 3. All the peace initiatives by the Japanese were ignored, including the one by the emperor himself. 4. First they tried to encourage Russia to join the war against Japan. 5. Once the atom bomb test was successful, they had second thoughts. Then they wanted to discourage Russia from joining the war against Japan. 6. To atom bomb Japan was already decided by them. 7. But once they knew from Stalin that Russia will declare war on Japan around mid-August, they decided to speed up and give orders to throw the first atom bomb on August 6, 1945, before Russia had chance to attack Japan. 8. They, in their decision not to alter the surrender terms or to use the deadly weapon against Japan, ignored the opinions of overwhelming number of experts in the United States and Britain. 9. The Japanese leaders were not given enough time to study the Potsdam Proclamation. 10. They had decided to use the atom bombs well in advance before the Potsdam Proclamation. 11. Decision to bomb was not a military necessity. 12. U.S. military leaders were not seriously consulted. It was strictly a civilian decision. 13. Intentionally, major urban centers such as Hiroshima and Nagasaki and their civilian population were targeted to have maximum impact. 14. Though one bomb, a uranium bomb, would have produced the surrender, second bomb, a plutonium device, was used 3 days later. 15. After the ghastly killings of civilians, a campaign of lies and misinformation was carried out by Truman and his administration with the support of U.S. news media. So average American has been kept in dark about the actual reasons of such criminal act by a U.S. president. Even today. 2 more reasons can be added to these. 16. The bombs were used to force Japan to surrender before Russia entered the war so as to keep Russia out of post-war Japan governance. 17. Also, the bombs were used to impress upon the USSR and the rest of the world that America had this powerful weapon and it would not hesitate to use it to pursue its global interests and agenda. The claim by President Truman and some of his aides that 1/4 to 1 million American lives were saved if invasion was necessary is highly exaggerated at best. But, as per most experts at the time, no invasion was even necessary. The intentional targeting of civilian women and children in a highly populated urban area was intended to create the maximum psychological impact on the minds of the Japanese, the Russians, and the world. The instant deaths of thousands of Hiroshima and Nagasaki residents had profound impacts on the minds of people around the globe. More than 140,000 of Hiroshima's 350,000 people and 70,000 of the 270,000 people of Nagasaki perished within 5 months as a result of the atomic blasts. 65. There is hardly any logical dissent from the conclusion reached by the members of the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey, that surely Japan would have surrendered prior to December 31, 1945 and in all likelihood prior to November 1, 1945. Japan would have surrendered even if atomic bombs had not been dropped, even if Russia had not entered the war and even if no invasion had been planned or contemplated. 66. The U.S. leaders must have known this before they decided to use the bombs. Then why did they commit such a crime? Well, more than anything, they wanted to show Russia the new weapon the United States possessed. They not only wanted to show Russia, but also to proclaim to the world that the United States would not hesitate to use any means to protect and guard its interests. They also wanted to curb Russia from exerting its influence in Europe, especially Eastern Europe, and Asia. Also, the atom bomb would produce both Japanese surrender and subordination to the United States in the post-war period for years to come. It forestalled a possible Russian invasion of Japan, leaving the US free to shape, unilaterally under the occupation, Japan's post-war course. Also, the bombs as intended sent powerful and electrifying signal to the world and especially to the Soviet leadership of the new powerful weapon and American readiness to deploy it ruthlessly in the pursuit of its global interests. Only the utter inhumanity and brutal ruthlessness of man can commit such crimes against civilians of any country. The bombing of Hiroshima. The uranium weapon, America's prized new toy as Truman and Burns saw it, was called the Little Boy. The Little Boy, weighing 9,000 pounds, was transported to the island of Tinian in separate components and was reassembled there by 2nd August 1945 and was put into the hands of the 509th Composite Group. U.S. Air Force Headquarters at Guam on August 2 sent the directive to the 509th Composite Group on Tinian. It gave August 6, the date of special attack. Weather permitting, the first target was to be Hiroshima. If not, Kokura was the second target. Nagasaki was the third. Side bombing from the familiar high altitude was to be the method of attack. Planes which were not involved in the actual attack were not to enter within 50 miles of the target area either 4 hours before or 6 hours after the attack. By August 5, on Tinian the crews of the three planes, the B-29s which were to fly the Little Boy to Hiroshima, had been briefed by Captain William Parsons and Colonel Paul Tibbets. The same day, the Little Boy, now completely assembled, was carefully packed into the plane named Enola Gay for the delivery to Hiroshima. The pilots of these planes well understood the lethal nature of their fateful mission. Enola Gay was to carry the bomb. Chuck Sweeney, with a crew of 15, 3 scientists, and many instruments, was to fly nearby. The third plane, commanded by George Marquardt, was to carry a number of cameras to take pictures of the after effect. Colonel Tibbets, at 2:27 a.m. taxied the Enola Gay, named after his mother, onto runway A, turned the nose of the plane in the direction of Japan and took off exactly on time at 2:45 a.m. 2 other planes followed him. They were to rendezvous over Guam and head in formation for Hiroshima. 67. August 6, 1945 was a clear Monday morning. The people of the city of Hiroshima, with a population of close to 400,000, were up as usual and getting ready to go to work, while many were already at work. Some were having breakfast. Many school children had already gone to school. As described in their book, The Day Man Lost, Pacific War Research Society, it is interesting to see what average people of Hiroshima were doing and how they felt the first atom bomb. Mrs. Hizume, after saying goodbye first to her 2 daughters, bid goodbye to her husband, Tadayoshi. After 10 minutes to 8 he closed the front door behind him. Mrs. Hizume was now alone in the house. She cleared away the breakfast things and then put some soybeans in a pot to soak in preparation for their family's evening meal. That finished, she went upstairs to hang out the laundry that she had done the previous evening. It was not a clear day, with a slight breeze. The clothes, she thought as she stepped onto the wooden balcony, would not take long to dry. The next thing she was aware of was a sudden blinding flash that seemed to sear her eyeball. At the same time, her whole body felt as though a silvery current was flowing through it, and she heard a slight rushing sound as of falling sand. Within a split second, the current that she had felt passing through her body became a sensation of intense heat. Then she heard the crackle of burning hair. As she put her hands to her head, it became clear to her that every part of her hair was on fire. Without conscious thought, she ran inside and began to roll on the tatami, the straw mats that covered the floor, in an attempt to put out the flames that she felt were devouring her. Then the whole house began to quiver. Rising from the floor, she now saw that countless bits of jagged glass had pierced her body, her arms and legs were bleeding, she could even feel the sharp fragments of glass in her face. Hardly knowing what she was doing, she crept downstairs, where the family kept emergency kit. There she saw that the walls of her house had caved in, the doors had been blown off. The house no longer had a roof. Outside, it was as dark as if the city had been enveloped in a heavy dust storm. What had happened? 68. At 8 seconds past 8:16 in the morning, a huge explosion over Hiroshima took place. The little boy had exploded after a fall of 51 seconds from the bomb bay of the Enola Gay at a height of about 6 miles. The 3 B-29s, the bomb-carrying one and the other two observation planes, had turned sharply as their pilots were trained to do and had fled the scene of imminent disaster. The huge explosion took place at a height of 1,850 feet and less than 200 yards from its target, the T-shaped AIOI bridge that spanned the widest of 7 streams. 69. Pinpricks of purplish red light expanded to a glowing fireball hundreds of feet wide. The temperature at its core was 50 million degrees. At ground zero, the point on the ground directly below the detonation, at the Shima Clinic, the temperature reached several thousand degrees centigrade. The flash heat caused fires a mile away and burned skin 2 miles distant. To many people who saw it, the fireball looked like a huge bluish-white flash that blazed for about 3 seconds. The equivalent of 13,500 tons of TNT was released by the little boy over the center of the city. The point of explosion in the air is known as the epicenter. The point directly below it on the ground is called the hypocenter. The hypocenter was the courtyard of Shima Hospital in Tsukumaki. Within the radius of 500 yards of the hypocenter, the intense heat instantly incinerated almost everything. The heat waves traveled at a speed of around 1,200 feet a second within a 300-yard radius. Many buildings were set ablaze, as far away as 2 miles or more from the hypocenter. A thick cloud of dense smoke mushroomed into the sky at the height of some 40,000 feet. The shock wave was felt over a mile away from the hypocenter. Within half a mile of the hypocenter, the radioactivity was so intense that everyone who managed to survive both the blast and the heat was doomed to ultimate death from the horrific effects of the radiation. For some, the death was so sudden and swift that they did not even have time to cry out in pain and shock, many not even realizing what had happened. For others who were badly burned or injured in other ways, more painful and agonizing deaths awaited them in a matter of minutes, hours, or days. For others who were affected by the radiation internally, death was a lingering affair. Many were still suffering some 25 or 30 years later from the effects of radiation. 70. From the estimated 320,000 people, some 80,000 were instantly killed or mortally wounded. About 1/3 of the casualties were soldiers. The stone columns at the entrance to the Shima Clinic were rammed straight down into the ground. The whole building had collapsed. All its occupants were instantly vaporized. Out of a total of 90,000, 62,000 other buildings were destroyed. The city's utility and transportation services were wrecked. The water main suffered over 70,000 breaks. 180 of the city's 200 doctors had been killed, 1,654 nurses out of 1,780 were also similarly afflicted. From the total of 55 hospitals and first aid centers, only 3 remained operational. The largest single group of casualties occurred at Hiroshima Castle some 900 yards from the hypocenter. There, out in the open, several thousand soldiers and 1 American POW were exposed directly to the spreading blast. They were instantly incinerated. Their charred bodies were burnt into the parade ground. Similar fates befell thousands of others in the surrounding areas. Hiroshima Castle was totally destroyed. 90% of its occupants were killed. Amongst the casualties were the schoolgirls who were on duty in the communications center. The radiant heat set alight Radio Hiroshima. It burnt out trucks, tramcars, and railway rolling stock. Stone walls, steel doors, and asphalt pavements, all glowed red hot. The blast transferred clothing onto the skin. Men had their caps etched on their scalps, women their kimono patterns imprinted on their bodies, and children had their socks burned onto their legs. All this happened within seconds from the explosion. 71. In both Hiroshima and Nagasaki, 50% of all who were within 3/4 of a mile of the hypocenter died on the day of the explosion, and 80 to 100% of those exposed at this distance eventually succumbed to their wounds. The atomic bomb claimed the lives of 140,000 of Hiroshima's 350,000 people and 70,000 of 270,000 people of Nagasaki. According to Richard Rhodes' estimates, within 5 years, Hiroshima's atomic bomb-related deaths numbered nearly 200,000 and Nagasaki's 74,000. In the annals of warfare, no single attack extracted so heavy a toll in human lives as the atomic bombing of Hiroshima. Victims included not only those who felt the direct effect of the deadly blast but tens of thousands of others, including fetuses in the uterus who were exposed to the radiation days after the bombing. Hundreds of thousands have suffered ghastly effects of radiation, death in life in subsequent years down to present. One measure of the destruction of the firebombing and atomic bombing is the comparison with U.S. wartime casualties. In all theaters of World War II, the U.S. Armed Forces lost 292,000 troops and very few civilians. This is just a fraction of the non-combatants killed in the firebombing of Japanese cities in the spring and summer of 1945. 72. Thus, Hiroshima was destroyed by a single atom bomb. Most of the buildings were flattened out. Thousands of them burned and gutted. Besides the estimated 80,000 who were instantly killed, thousands received lethal dosages of radiation. Thousands were badly burned or injured. Most of them with their clothes torn and burned, their skin peeling from their face, hands, and legs, and their hair burned. Many looked like ghosts, moving around aimlessly, frightened, zombie-like, groaning and asking for help and water. A vast majority of them were children and women who would ultimately die a painful death. How many really died in Hiroshima? The official figures: 78,150 dead, 37,425 injured and 13,983 missing, are not accurate figures. They are far below the real numbers. Shimzo Hamae, the famous post-war mayor of Hiroshima, gave perhaps more realistic figures: 200,000 to 250,000 dead. The Japanese Red Cross advanced the numbers at 250,000 dead and 150,000 injured, these representing survivors gravely sickened by the bomb. 73. President Truman learned about the historic explosion while he was finishing lunch with the crew of the ship Augusta as it was sailing through calm waters towards home. A map room officer handed him the message, which read: Hiroshima was bombed visually, at 7:15 p.m. Washington time, August 5, 15 minutes after drop, Captain Parson reported condition normal in airplane following delivery. Results clear-cut successful in all respects. Visible effects greater than in any test. Truman looked up, his face alight. Captain, he exclaimed to the officer, this is the greatest thing in history. The destruction of Nagasaki. At midnight on August 8, 1945, Russia declared war on Japan and invaded Manchuria. The order for a second atomic bomb attack on Japan had already been issued long before that. At Japanese time 1:56 a.m., a B-29 Superfortress No. 77, nicknamed Boxcar, took off from Tinian for its 2,000-mile trip to Kyushu. It carried a plutonium bomb more powerful than the one thrown on Hiroshima. The last-minute problem with its fuel pump, which meant the plane was unable to use its reserve fuel supply, almost caused the cancellation of the trip. But the mission was ordered to continue anyway. 2 other B-29s were to follow the Boxcar. They would act as observer planes, one containing the cameras and the other instruments measuring the effects of the explosion. They were to rendezvous over the tiny island of Yakushima, south of Kyushu. The leading B-29 was named after its customary pilot Fred Bok. A winged boxcar was painted on its fuselage. As Fred Bok, on this occasion, happened to be flying the instrument plane, called the Great Artistic, Boxcar was piloted by Major Chuck Sweeney, a genial Irish-American from Boston. The second pilot was 25-year-old Captain Don Albury. A young Texan named Captain Kermit Beahan was the bombardier who sat in the plexiglass nose of the plane. It was his 27th birthday today. There were 12 men on board Boxcar, 2 technical experts, and a 10-man crew. The plutonium bomb carried by the plane was known as Fat Man because of its cheerful rotundity and consequent association with Churchill. It weighed 4½ tons and was 3½ meters long. It had an explosive potential of 22 kilotons of TNT. Their target was Kokura, on the north coast of Kyushu. But heavy industrial haze and smoke from a large fire hid its target in Kokura from view. The plane made 3 attempts but could not sight its target of arsenal in Kokura. The city of Kokura must have been lucky. The plane's fuel was also running low. Sweeney finally abandoned their mission's primary target and turned towards their alternative target, the city of Nagasaki. The deteriorating fuel situation meant that the plane only had one run over the next target and could not make it back to Tinian or even to Okinawa. The plane flew southward, approaching the city from the sea, flying at 29,000 feet up the harbor approaches. Puffy white clouds obscured his view again. The plane approached and passed the cloud-hidden target at the head of the harbor, but immediately a rift appeared in the clouds below and an outline of a stadium became visible. Kermit Beahan made some last-minute adjustments and aligned the crossbars of his bomb sight on the stadium beneath. He pressed the button. "Bombs away," he said, "bombs away." Boxcar, feeling lighter, groaned and veered to the left, roared high above Urakami Hospital and headed for an emergency landing at Okinawa. 1½ mile away from its target, the Fat Man fell silently and slowly under its parachute. It fell for 40 seconds. For people below in those 40 seconds, every move they made or didn't make became of vital importance, a choice between life and death, between degrees of pain and grief. The bomb exploded at 11:02 a.m., some 500 meters above the city of Nagasaki. 74. Thursday, August 9, 1945, in Nagasaki it was a nice, somewhat hot, sunny, and sultry day. The day was relatively clear by noon, got hazy, and overcast. At first, few people in Nagasaki saw the small, white, and shining fish-like object in the sky. It was a B-29 plane which kept disappearing behind the patch of clouds. People estimated the plane to be a reconnaissance plane. Then they saw a parachute blossom open far up in the sky, and as it was falling, they saw something dangling from it. The plane had banked sharply, making 180-degree turn, a strange maneuver it seemed. Since morning, the people of Nagasaki, not knowing that a catastrophe of epic proportion was about to befall on them, were going about their business as usual. Young girls and boys had gone to school. Adults, especially women, and some men had gone to work. The Mitsubishi plant was busy with its workers producing arms for the army. Hospitals were busy with patients, doctors, and nurses. There were many Catholics in the Urakami Cathedral, only 400 yards away from the hypocenter above which the plutonium bomb was about to explode. A little distance away from the Urakami Cathedral, at a small frame building, today at 11 a.m., a Shinto ceremony had already been conducted inside its hall. The groom was going away to the front, so he would only have one night to spend with his bride. The wedding party had moved into the courtyard, away from the hot and stuffy hall. People were chatting in small clusters. Someone in the party, though these were austere times, had managed a bottle of sake. People toasted the bride and groom with small china cups. The bride and groom toasted each other while the onlookers smiled and cheered loudly. It was around 11:02 a.m. No one had noticed the approaching plane in the sky. Everyone was busy enjoying the event to the fullest. It was an event that came only once in the lives of the couple. No one heard the approaching plane or paid any attention to it if anyone saw it. The wedding party was a mere 300 yards away from ground zero. Suddenly at 11:02 a.m. a powerful white and blue flash blinded them all. In an instant, their bodies had turned into hot ashes. There were no cries, screams, or moans. The sake bottle had burst and the rice wine evaporated instantly in the superheated air. 75. Some distance away from the cathedral, there was a natural small pool full of water near Upper Urakami River. A group of 10 boys were playing in their loincloths, a game called Find the Bell. Koichi Nakajima, one of the boys, 11 years old, had a small gilded bell. He would throw the bell into the water, count to 3 and all the boys would dive into the pool. The first one to find it would win the game. Koichi held up the little bell and shouted, "Here we go. 1, 2, and 3. All 10 boys dived into the water to look for the bell. But the water had become turbid, so no one found it. Koichi started getting worried because he had taken the bell from his sister's workbox without telling her. If he lost it, what would he tell her? All other boys had given up and were out on the bank, but Koichi, after surfacing, took a deep breath and dived deeper to look for the bell. 9 seconds after Koichi had dived, at 11:02 a.m. the bomb had exploded outside. When Koichi came out of water, he heard 2 other boys screaming in pain. He looked around frightened. Most of his friends were dead, lying on the river bank. Beyond them, he saw that all the houses were destroyed. It was a beautiful city few moments ago and now had turned into a wasteland. A big black cloud was rising above it. 76. The plutonium bomb, upon exploding above ground, had released enormous energy in the form of light, heat, gamma radiation, and pressure. Within 1,000 yards, nearly all living organisms, insects, birds, cats, dogs, chickens, and horses had perished instantly. Also, all plants, flowers, grass, and trees wrinkled and died. Wood started burning. Galvanized iron roofs and metal beams started bubbling and the resultant soft gooey masses twisted and formed grotesque shapes. Stones had pulverized. Every cubic inch of air was burned away for a second. Those exposed within this parameter neither knew nor felt anything. Their scorched, blackened, and unrecognizable forms dropped quietly where they stood. The heat rays, though very intense, lasted only a few seconds. Then came the blast. Within 800 yards, due to the tremendous pressure created, 100 times stronger than the strongest typhoon, all the buildings were totally destroyed. 3 miles away, the blast effect, traveling outward at a speed of 9,000 miles per hour, blew off the walls and roofs of the houses. Of the estimated 55,000 buildings in existence at the time, some 20,000 were destroyed either by fire or by blast. Thousands of people, those who escaped radiation, were hurt badly by flying glass, wood, beams, and other objects. 77. About 30,000 people were killed in the first few minutes of the explosion. 3 times this number would die in the days, months, and years to come. Urakami branch of Nagasaki prison, some 100 meters north of the epicenter, was annihilated along with 134 prisoners and wardens. Urakami church, 500 meters to the east, had collapsed, killing all 200 people and 20 priests inside. At Shiroyama Primary School, 500 meters west of the epicenter, out of about 1,500 children and teachers, about 1,310 died. Also, as many as 1,300 were killed at Yamazato Primary School. At Jose Girls' School, 212 pupils and nuns perished. Other schools were near the epicenter, each lost between 140 and 220 children and the staff. Over 1,000 doctors, nurses, patients and students were killed in and around the burning structures of Nagasaki College Hospital and the Medical College. Out of 1,800 that were there, over 200 patients and 530 medical students died. 78. The death and destruction was heart-wrenching. In the aftermath, after a few hours and during the next several days, thousands of people, most of them civilians who were terribly burned, were seen slowly crawling, walking, or simply lying down on the streets. Their faces were burned, blackened, the hair on their heads and eyebrows burned, the skin from their faces and limbs peeling and their upper body naked as their clothes were burned. They were groaning and moaning in extreme pain. They looked like ghosts with pink color of the inside of their skin showing from some areas of their face, hands, and legs. A terrible calamity that was man-made had befallen on their unfortunate city. 79. America had succeeded in targeting the civilians to create maximum casualties and have the greatest impact. Of those who died in this explosion, 3% were military personnel, 13% worked in the war industry. But a vast majority of them, comprising of 84%, were ordinary people. They were mainly women, girls, children, students, and the elderly. General Farrell, while on Tinian, sent a coded top-secret message to General Groves in Washington. Strike and accompanying planes have returned to Tinian. After listening to accounts, one gets the impression of a supremely tough job carried out with determination, sound judgment, and great skill. Weaker men could not have done this job. Firebombing of Tokyo and other cities. In January 1945, General Curtis LeMay was transferred to Guam from Qingzhou, China. He was one of America's most gifted veteran pilots. He had figured out, after about 2 months, how to dramatically improve the effectiveness of B-29s in destroying Japanese war production, and also in bringing the islands and its people to a state of despair, chaos, and submission. He was ready, staking his career on his decision. He had decided that the planes would fly at night at low altitudes and they would carry little or no armor. They were to drop only incendiary bombs. Also, to avoid the need for rendezvous, they were to fly singly. Low altitude meant less fuel, no armor meant less weight. That meant a far greater bomb load. The low altitude meant less stress on the plane too. Since most Japanese war production was now carried on within private dwellings now, incendiary bombs dropped on a thickly populated area could produce a catastrophic effect on the production as well as on the people who were engaged in that production. His plan was imaginative, bold, and revolutionary. He had decided to test it on the night of 9th March, 1945. He had not consulted General Hap Arnold, the Chief of Staff of the United States Air Corps. If his plan failed, he surely would be relieved of his command. He was counting on 2 factors, the unreliability of Japanese radar and the lack of experience of Japanese pilots with night fighting. Japan, however, knew some raids were to come at night. The morning newspapers on March 6 had reported that the number of enemy planes taking off and landing had increased and that the enemy might bomb some cities at night. Tokyo was the best defended city in Japan. Yet LeMay was ready to take a chance and risk his career on this bold plan. He had figured that Tokyo's defenses would be inadequate against low-flying planes. His decision turned out to be right. Tokyo had never been subjected to such horrific destruction. It had never before experienced such hell. The sky was clear that night, but there was a northerly wind blowing at about 30 miles an hour. Because of this wind, Japan's air raid detection apparatus was not functioning properly. As a result, the 10th Air Division, which was in charge of the defense of Tokyo, was not aware of large number of B-29s approaching the city. Their target was a highly concentrated urban area between the Imperial Palace and Nakagawa. Large numbers of flimsy wooden houses occupied the area. They were highly susceptible to incendiary bombing. The raid was code-named Meeting House. Some 300 B-29 planes took part in the raid. 3 wings of the U.S. Air Force were involved. The first 12 planes of each wing were to act as trailblazers. They were to mark the targets with an enormous fiery cross by dropping extremely inflammable canisters of magnesium and phosphorus. Moonlight was shining over the Bay of Tokyo and over the waters of Sumida River. At 12:08 a.m. the first canisters fell. The air raid alarm sounded 7 minutes later. There was nothing anyone could do now. Planes after planes started coming in, flying low and dropping tons and tons of incendiary bombs over the defenseless city. In half an hour, the fires were completely out of control. Flames shot up hundreds of feet into the air, producing smoke and heat so high that other oncoming pilots found it difficult to keep their planes under control. Many of the crew had to use oxygen masks. There was indescribable chaos, death, and destruction on the ground. No oxygen masks, no air to breathe, just fire everywhere. Thousands upon thousands of women, children, and men were being roasted alive by the massive inferno. Those who did not perish in the fire, choked to death or were trampled and crushed under the feet of mobs trying to escape the fiery hell. It seemed that the bridges crossing the Sumida River were the only exits. Thousands of panic-stricken people went for them. In the ensuing stampede, many were pushed into the river and drowned while others were crushed to death. 80. A cameraman named Koyo Ishikawa, attached to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, had photographed the raid. He described it as follows: huge pillars of orange flame spurted high into the sky, while the fires leapt unchecked from house to house. The very streets were rivers of fire. Everywhere one could see flaming pieces of furniture exploding in the heat, while the people themselves blazed like matchsticks. 81. One report describes Dr. Shingori Kubota, head of a military unit of 9 physicians and 11 nurses, going into the burned areas. His team, dodging charred remains of people, telephone poles, and strands of wire, drove through the streets and arrived at the Ryogoku Bridge at dawn. An appalling scene awaited them. In the Black Sumida River, he later wrote, countless bodies were floating, clothed bodies, naked bodies, all as black as charcoal. It was unreal. These were dead people, but you couldn't even tell if the objects floating by were arms and legs or pieces of burnt wood. The team crossed the bridge and came to the Haujo ward, where they encountered grim reminders of the horrific events of the previous night. Countless bodies of men, women, and children were lying in the streets and sidewalks in the positions in which they had died. Mothers were clutching their babies in a last embrace. Whole families were found huddled together. Many corpses reclined peacefully while others lay in grotesque positions. Like those in the Sumida, many bodies were charred beyond recognition. Others bore no mark or injury on them. They seemed to have died of suffocation or heat prostration, and the flames, by chance, had bypassed them. Bodies were found virtually everywhere. They were lying in the ashes of dwellings, canals, rivers, basements, streets, parks, temples, and theaters. 82. Masao Nomura was another witness. He was a reporter for the Asahi newspaper who visited the scene after the worst was over. Corpses without number, he wrote, lay everywhere in the streets, naked bloated bodies, bodies of policemen still in uniform, bodies of women beside their children. Here and there smoke still smoldered from ruined streetcars. Long lines of ragged, ash-covered people straggled along, dazed and silent, like columns of ants. They had no idea where they were going, all they knew was that they were still alive. I wanted to interview some of them, but I lacked the courage. My only interview was with this vast desolation. 83. Eastern Tokyo, 16 square miles of it, was totally destroyed, leaving 88,793 people dead and 130,000 injured. Some estimates put the number of dead at 120,000, while some Japanese records estimated the dead and missing at 197,000. Most of the dead were children and women. A total of 268,000 dwellings were burnt down. Almost a million people were left homeless. 84. In that night, during the midnight and around 3 a.m., 700,000 bombs fell on Tokyo. Their total weight was 10 times that of total bombs dropped on London by the Luftwaffe during the Great Fire of London in September 1940, and the area razed on March 9 to 10 in Tokyo was 15 times larger than that flattened in the 1940 bombings of London. 85. General LeMay was happy and satisfied. So were his superiors in Washington. His strategy had surpassed all expectations. So it was decided to repeat it elsewhere. About 36 hours after returning to their base, the B-29s took off again. This time, the target was Nagoya, located in the central Japan. Osaka came next on 13th March. 4 nights later, it was Kobe. In 8 days, these 4 cities were bombed with 11,000 tons of incendiary bombs. Delighted by LeMay's successful campaign, Washington designated 33 more cities as future targets. 86. By now, the authorities in Washington had reached the decision that if the atomic bomb was to be used, the target should be the ones which had military as well as strategic importance. Especially, it should destroy the already crumbling Japanese morale. That means, they thought, the target should have a radius of 1 mile with a dense population. Hiroshima and Nagasaki fulfilled all these requirements, as did a number of other cities. Overall, in this barbaric bombing campaign, 67 Japanese cities were destroyed, from Amagasaki, 18.9% to Toyama, 98.6% destroyed. On Tokyo alone, between 29th November, 1944 and 26th May, 1945, 7 bombing raids were carried out mercilessly. As a result of the destruction of millions of houses, a dislocation of Japanese people took place in a massive scale. Over 8.5 million Japanese left the cities on their own, fleeing the cities or by the order of the government. Tokyo alone suffered a loss of some 3.9 million people from February 1944 to November 1945, an exodus of 58% of its February population. 87. LeMay's B-29s were bombing smaller cities at the rate of 8 a week. By the time of the Potsdam Declaration, on 26th July, 1945, 42 cities and towns had been severely damaged by incendiaries. Prime Minister Suzuki mumbled his reply under pressure from the war faction, to turn down the offer. Privately he was heavily inclined to accept the Allied terms. He admitted after the war, "It seemed to me unavoidable that in the long run Japan would be almost destroyed by air attack, so that merely on the basis of the B-29s alone I was convinced that Japan should sue for peace." By August 6, the incendiary campaign of LeMay's B-29s had set fire to all but 4 of the 60 cities on his list. 88. General LeMay, to his delight and to the delight of many leaders in Washington, had succeeded, as per their intentions, in killing huge civilian populations in Tokyo, Nagoya, Osaka, Kobe, and many other cities of Japan. Altogether perhaps, 500,000 people were killed and as many as 10 million were made homeless. 89. Conclusion. Imperial Japan had committed many crimes against humanity in its imperial past in Manchuria, China, Korea, Bataan March in the Philippines, and during its infamous experiments with Chinese patients as guinea pigs with germs and virus. Its sudden attack on Pearl Harbor against the United States was also a terrible crime. But the intentional targeting of civilians in the firebombing of many Japanese cities, destroying their houses, livelihoods, mercilessly killing children, women, etc. was a criminal act that is unpardonable. In addition, Japan was ready to surrender at any moment, especially if the surrender terms were altered to protect the being and the institution of the Emperor of Japan, a reasonable condition, or if Russia entered the war. Despite knowing all this and despite Japan's many attempts to sue for peace, Truman dropped not 1 but 2 atom bombs, and that also upon the civilian populations of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That crime against humanity will go down in history as one of the most barbaric and brutal acts by the United States against the country which was desperately seeking to surrender with honor. Also, the intentionally targeting of civilian populations of mostly women and children with firebombing, in the cities of Tokyo, Nagoya, Osaka, Kobe, and others, was yet another crime against humanity. For generations, the civilian victims of atomic bombs have suffered from the horrific effects of radioactivity, where thousands of babies have been born with birth defects attributable to the radiation that hundreds of thousands of people in Hiroshima and Nagasaki were subjected to. These radiation victims suffered for years and finally succumbed to their agonizing wounds. There is no parallel in history when hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians were subjected to such a tragic fate on such a massive scale. The crime crosses all the limits of barbarity when one realizes that the whole tragedy was avoidable. Chapter 7. The Korean Disaster. The American President, Harry S. Truman, stubbornly insisted it was nothing more than a police action and stuck to the infuriating euphemism even while the American casualties kept mounting past 50,000 mark. W. Averell Harriman, that ageless old crocodile of American politics, called it a sour little war, while the Republicans called it the foreign policy blunder of the century and used it to end the 16 years of Democratic control of the White House. But perhaps the most appropriate description was that of General Omar Bradley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Frankly, a great military disaster, the wrong war, in the wrong place, at the wrong time, with the wrong enemy. 1. The origin. On February 8, 1945, holding informal discussions with Stalin during the Yalta Conference, Roosevelt told Stalin proudly that as Philippines required 50 years of tutelage, Korea should have a trusteeship of 20 to 30 years. Stalin replied that the shorter the period of trusteeship, the better. 2. W. Averell Harriman, the American ambassador to the Soviet Union, was present at this meeting and later quoted Stalin as asking why a trusteeship was necessary if the Koreans could produce their own government, which Harriman assumed to mean a Soviet-style government. 3. The official transcript of the meeting does not show this. Anyway, both the United States and the Soviet Union could not reach any firm agreement on post-war trusteeship for Korea. It seems Roosevelt was an internationalist, non-territorial, and opposed to unilateral control of any country or region. He wanted a trusteeship in Korea for several years under a joint command of the United States, Russia, and Great Britain. That way, he thought he would also contain communism by getting the Soviets involved. Some scholars believe that after Roosevelt's death in April 1945, the Truman administration subverted his sincere commitment to anti-colonialism. Truman, who succeeded Roosevelt to the presidency in April 1945, was grossly inexperienced in foreign affairs and was temperamentally a nationalist. He sent FDR's close advisor Harry Hopkins to Moscow and suggested a four-power, China, the four-th power, trusteeship for Korea, maybe for 5 to 10 years. Stalin replied that he fully agreed with the proposal. 4. Following the U.S. dropping of 2 atom bombs on Japan, Japan had formally surrendered. A few days before, however, the Soviets had already moved into North Korea with a massive force, fought the weak Japanese forces there, and finally occupied it. In the meantime, at about midnight, August 10 to 11, 1945, Colonel Charles G. Bonesteel and Major Dean Rusk began defining zones to be occupied in Korea by American and Russian forces. Thus, the initial decision to draw a line at the 38th parallel was wholly an American action, taken during this night-long session of the State War Navy Coordinating Committee. Bonesteel and Rusk arbitrarily came up with a boundary which divided the country into half. That boundary became known as the famous 38th parallel. 5. Immediately, the decision about the 38th parallel was conveyed to the Russians. If they agreed, fine, otherwise the American troops would have to be rushed into Pusan, to establish a foothold. Luckily for the Americans, the Russians agreed with this dividing line. The Soviet forces entered Korea a full month before the American forces. They could have taken the whole of Korea, yet they honored the agreement and stopped at the 38th parallel. 6. American troops were later able to occupy the part of Korea, south of 38th parallel, that included its capital, 2/3 of its population, the greater part of its agricultural land and most of its light industry. Stalin, out of a desire to maintain good relations with the US, probably refrained from taking over all of Korea. Secondly, North Korea served the basic Soviet need for security at little cost. For the Americans, the sudden collapse of Japan provided an unexpected opportunity for the American forces to move into a country that only days earlier, at Potsdam, had been conceded to the Russians. During that short time, the ambiguities inherent in 2 years of American planning for post-war Korea were resolved. Occupation was a surer method, so American forces were rushed into South Korea immediately. On December 16, MacArthur's headquarters in Tokyo received a candid report from General Hodge on the condition in Korea. After painting a gloomy picture, he ended his report as follows. Under present conditions with corrective action forthcoming, I would go so far as to recommend we give serious consideration to an agreement with Russia that both the US and Russia withdraw forces from Korea simultaneously and leave Korea to its own devices and inevitable, internal upheaval for its self-purification. How much misery to millions of Koreans, Chinese, and US forces would have avoided if General Hodge's advice was heeded in 1945 by the United States. On December 16, 1945, foreign ministers of Great Britain, the Soviet Union and the United States met in Moscow to discuss unresolved post-war issues, Korea being an important part of it. America was a prime proponent of trusteeship there. The Moscow conference ended on December 27 with apparent success. The Moscow Accords included provisions for a four-power trusteeship for Korea of up to 5 years. But the record of wartime discussions showed that the Russians were more inclined toward quick independence for Korea than toward trusteeship. Ambassador Harriman reported in November 1945 that the Soviets were silent about trusteeship but had advocated Korean independence in several forms. He noted, Soviet predominance, in Korea, is more likely to be realized through establishment of independent friendly Korean regime than through any system of international tutelage. Harriman thus believed that the trusteeship idea was therefore important, because, far from assuring Soviet paramountcy, a trusteeship would probably mean the USSR having but one of 3 or 4 equal votes. 7. In January 1946 George Kennan stated, USSR has since San Francisco, UN Conference, made it plain that in general it did not go along with either American or British conception of trusteeship. With regard to Korea in particular, USSR has indicated that it favored prompt independence for that former Jap colony. 8. Thus it is obvious that throughout, the Soviets believed that their interests will be better served in Korea through an independent government than through a multilateral body that the Americans had the capacity to dominate. Yet, a final draft was adopted at the Moscow Conference. Unfortunately, mainly because of American and Korean actions in the South, the accord foundered overnight. The leaders of the American occupation urged Washington to abandon or bypass trusteeship because all elements of the political spectrum in South Korea opposed the trusteeship. They linked the plan to similar Japanese policies, thinking it to be tutelage now under the Americans. The occupation command urged all South Koreans to unite behind the occupation so that trusteeship could be avoided. Throughout these occupation years, U.S. policy seems to be based on the premise that freedom from Russian domination was more important than complete independence for Korea. There took place a conference between the Americans and the Russians on limited economic and administrative matters, but it was deadlocked because of the U.S. inability to supply rice to the north. General Terentij Shtikov, representing the Soviet command in North Korea, due to catastrophic food situation in 3 northern provinces, had asked the Americans to supply surplus rice from the South in exchange for northern products, especially coal. But due to the institution of free market policy, the rice surplus had disappeared in the South. Despite the Soviet offer of 89 million yen in goods for exchange, the Americans were able to offer goods worth only 10.35 million yen, without the badly needed rice. 9. A joint commission opened on March 20 in Seoul consisting of 5 members each from the US and Russia. After 5 weeks of detailed discussion, it failed to reach any agreement on which group of Koreans should be consulted in pursuance of Moscow's agreement to form a provisional Korean government. 10. From the records, it is obvious that the Soviets ran their North Korean administration much better than their American counterparts in the South. In the South, most of those in power were rightist politicians, a majority of whom worked under the Japanese occupiers. Naturally, they were highly unpopular. The left was brutally suppressed with thousands of them arrested and executed by the Syngman government under the tacit approval and watchful eye of the U.S. occupiers. There were a large number of leftist-thinking people in the South. The Syngman government and their masters, the Americans, were quite unpopular. On the other hand, the Soviets ran the North Korean administration quite efficiently. They took pains to prevent abuses of the Korean people. Their administration was 100% Korean, lands of Japanese and native landlords were distributed free to tenant farmers and landless refugees, former Japanese factories were run by organized workers and officials instead of the industrialists, and people were very much left to their own devices. Though the rich, the landlords, and the industrialists did not like the new Soviet administration, a large percentage of the population loved their New Deal, including a new class of officials and committee men with central and local executive and administrative powers. Meanwhile, in the South, no such positive developments, only a policy of drift existed. No editorial on the anniversary of the liberation featured note of joy or optimism. One journal asked, "Should we celebrate this day with joy or tears?" 11. A South Korean educator who had lived in the North commented, "The best thing the communists did, was to make it possible for the children of lower-class families to go to school." It was agreed within the informants that the condition of the laborers was vastly improved, and for the first time laborers had a chance to rise to the upper ranks in politics. Women were also quite better off. It was the custom to appoint at least one woman to every People's Committee. 12. The Americans faced a dismal situation created by them 1 year after the liberation. According to the Hangdon Memorandum of August 23, 1946, there existed widening sectional and ideological cleavages in Korean society, diminishing popularity of the U.S. among Koreans generally, apathy from the right, non-cooperation or opposition from the left, entrenchment of Soviet influence and system in North Korea. 13. While Kim Il-sung, the nationalist leader brought to power by the Russians, had become quite popular among the North Korean masses, Syngman Rhee, the right-wing leader installed by the Americans, had become very ruthless, repressive, and highly unpopular amongst the South Korean people. Until the beginning of January 1946, when the trusteeship crisis took place, the Russians had made no plans yet to create a separate northern state. The bureaucracy was functioning on a provincial capital People's Committee administration. This was quite in line with keeping the temporary states of the division of the peninsula. 14. The police force was made up of peace preservation units that had emerged with the People's Committees. No reported or recorded moves existed at the time toward the creation of a separate, northern military apparatus. Even the political bodies, whether the committees or different parties, still continued to recognize Seoul as the center of the country. However, in the aftermath of the trusteeship crisis, this decentralized pattern ended. In early February, the rudiments of a separate northern administration emerged. Soon afterwards, northern military bodies appeared and fundamental societal reforms were pushed through. On the other hand, under the U.S. occupation, early and preemptive action toward the creation of separate regimes occurred in the South, during the last 3 months of 1945. Only in the aftermath of the results of Southern policies that the North started doing likewise. Thus it becomes obvious that while the Russians were acting in good faith in the North, the Americans were already making preparations to divide the country. 15. Thus, as 1946 came to an end, the two separate Koreas had taken form. With that, came the termination of an opportunity to create a truly independent country that all the Koreans aspired for. Despite strong U.S. occupation in the South, the right remained brittle, lacked popular support and effective legitimacy, and continued to need American legitimating. Even after a year, the right had failed to formulate a forward-looking convincing ideology. On the other hand, the left, in the first year, had demonstrated far superior powers of organization. If there had been no foreign occupation in 1945, the left's People's Republic and its committees would have won the control of the peninsula in a matter of months. While in the North, under Soviet occupation, the revolution came swiftly and comparatively bloodlessly. Overnight, working conditions, fundamental reforms of land relations and social relations were accomplished by the year's end after liberation, under the aegis of Kim Il-sung and Kim Tu-bong. The regionalization of politics which the People's Committees spawned was arrested and strong center had emerged. It also should be noted that there is no evidence that the Soviets moved as quickly as did the Americans to set up separate police, judicial, executive and military organs. 16. From the onset, the U.S. policy was afflicted with contradictions within and without. By the time the Americans put the trusteeship proposal on the table before the Russians in December 1945, the U.S. occupation had done so much of its own policy making that the Moscow agreements could not be implemented. Bruce Cummings ends his authoritative book, The Origins of the Korean War with the paragraph, but American policies, in their conception and their consequence, took no heed of Korean needs and demands for a full restructuring of colonial legacies. The best of intention were no substitute. This was not a matter of ignorance and mistakes but was the essence of the American failure in Korea. The first year after liberation thus provided a crucible for Americans as well as Koreans, in which a new imperium worked out the logic of its own interest. American belligerency and catastrophic failure in diplomacy could also be reasons for the Chinese involvement in Korea. Edgar Snow, in his book, Red China Today, The Other Side of the River, published in 1962, describes a conversation he had with Zhou Enlai in China. It took place on August 30, 1960. Zhou Enlai said that after the Korean War broke out and American troops entered South Korea, the United States adopted a policy of aggression towards Communist China. It sent the 7th Fleet to the Taiwan Strait and exercised military control over Taiwan and the waters separating it from the mainland. China deeply resented this presence. When the U.S. showed its intention of crossing the 38th parallel and pushing on up to the Chinese border at the Yalu River, China issued its warning through the Indian ambassador. According to Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev, as per his memoirs, Khrushchev remembers, North Korean Premier Kim Il-sung originated the idea of attacking the South. He went to Moscow and met Stalin for his approval. Stalin asked Mao Zedong, who approved the plan along with Stalin. When UN forces crossed the 38th parallel, the Chinese and the Soviets were really surprised. Then, China decided to enter the war. 17. Some believe that the United States invited North Korean aggression when, very early in 1950, speaking to the National Press Club of Washington, U.S. Secretary of State Dean Acheson noted that the American defense perimeter included Japan. He failed to mention Korea. He could not have chosen an audience better suited to send a signal to the Soviet Union and North Korea. The message in essence was, if you attack South Korea, the United States will not defend it. All the TASS correspondents had to do was to read the New York Times the next day. General MacArthur in 1950-51 had charged that Soviet agents had penetrated the US and British intelligence agencies. So the Soviets and the Chinese knew in advance the US policy of not attacking China but keeping the war confined to Korea only. So the Chinese knew that even if they entered the war there would be no reprisals against them on the mainland beyond Yalu River. This knowledge, if true, would have affected the course of their actions and the war. 18. President Ri of South Korea, earlier in that summer, had boasted that he would not be bound by any settlement of the Korean issue that left Korea divided. Earlier, two principal Far Eastern advisors to the Secretary of State Acheson, John M. Allison and John Foster Dulles, both had advocated the use of military force to settle the Korean question because diplomacy had failed since 1945. Even the U.S. State Department's professional planning staff suggested that it was potentially dangerous for U.S. forces to cross the 38th parallel. Such action might bring in the Chinese Communists and even Russia into the war, they warned, and thus start World War III. But the leader of the Republican Party, which controlled the Congress at the time, said this attitude represented appeasement. A military superiority complex was at work, a leading historian of the war, Clay Blair, later commented. the glory of global victory in World War II, the seemingly unlimited economic capacity of post-war America, the ultimate power of the nuclear bomb, all of these combine to make any perceived challenge look surmountable. To back away from this challenge, in view of our capacity for meeting it, would be highly destructive of the power and prestige of the United States, Secretary of State Atchison, patrician son of a bishop, wrote later, of the hasty days of decision in 1950. The war. From 1945 onwards, the Americans and the Soviets had occupied Korea. The Americans in South Korea below the so-called 38th parallel, to the southern tip of Pusan, and the Soviets above the 38th parallel, to the Yalu River that borders Manchuria, China. At the conference in 1945 at Yalta, both the Americans and the Soviets outwardly had agreed to bring to Korea an independent government, as the Japanese, after their defeat by the United States in the Pacific War, had withdrawn from Korea in 1945. But in reality, each of them had their own agenda. The Soviets wanted a pro-Soviet government. They had never deviated from that goal. To be pro-Soviet meant to be communist. That had been proven by the examples of Hungary and Czechoslovakia. The Soviets had a clear policy from the beginning. The Americans were not quite sure. But the Americans had the atom bomb. So the Soviets had to go slow, taking advantage of opportunities and the errors of the Americans. When the Russians came to Korea, the Korean people greeted them as liberators. After all, Soviet planning and preparations for the campaign in Korea and Manchuria were elaborate. The offensive was mounted on large scale, with over 1.5 million men, 5,500 tanks and self-propelled guns. 19 units of the Soviet 25th Army attacked the North Korean cities of Eungi and Najin, on August 10, meeting only light Japanese resistance. The American atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki and the quick successes of the Soviet Army in Manchurian battles forced an abrupt Japanese surrender, and it left a vacuum on the Korean peninsula. Thus the Soviets were well poised to fill, and they took full advantage of it. The Soviets established themselves in North Korea, overcoming little Japanese resistance. Militarily, the Soviets were in a position to march down the peninsula to Pusan. Politically, they won Korean population's gratitude, as they fought the Japanese occupiers and helped free Korea. These were two reasons for Soviet moderation in not taking over the whole of Korea. 1. A desire not to upset the United States needlessly. 2. The rapidity of the Japanese collapse must have upset the Soviet calculation on the ending of the Pacific War. Instead of a costly war, they had half of the peninsula at little cost. Also, the rapid collapse and withdrawal of the Japanese forces left the Soviet policies toward Korea relatively unformed and reactive to the US policies in the South. Additionally, they had to cope with an awesome material and human destruction at home in 1945-46 as a result of the war with Germany. 20. After the Soviet-American talks on Korea failed in the spring of 1946, the Soviets established a People's Republic in the north. Kim Il-sung, a Korean patriot who had fought the Japanese with the Chinese Communist armies in North China, was selected by the Soviets as the president. It was understood that Kim's government would make the way for the final government when established for all of Korea. The Americans came later, in September 1945 in South Korea, at the time of Japanese surrender. They were greeted by a People's Republic, led by a group of idealistic leftists, mostly socialist in outlook. Major General John R. Hodge brushed them aside. His orders were to establish a military government and then negotiate a real Korean government with the Russians. No progress at all had been achieved by 1948, towards establishing a popularly elected government for all Korea. The Americans wanted a government that was friendly to the United States, or by 1949 one might say an anti-communist government. The South Koreans were very unsatisfied and restless. At this time, there was a strong leftist current prevalent there. So, the United States finally agreed to permit the establishment of a civilian government in South Korea. They called it Republic of Korea, hoping that the North Koreans would join them. The Americans chose Dr. Syngman Rhee, a very old Korean patriot who had conspired against the Japanese for years and had lived in Hawaii and Washington. The Soviets simultaneously canonized the Kim Il-sung government by calling it the Democratic People's Republic. Each government now laid a claim to represent the Korean people. Each side now faced the problem of getting rid of the other regime and the dividing line at the 38th parallel. America saw its Korean problems multiplying now. The Americans had not armed the South Koreans as they did not trust Dr. Rhee's judgment. He had often spoken about the unification of Korea. Also, it was believed that if he had the capacity, he would attack the North. So, the South Koreans got a police force type army from the Americans along with 37mm anti-tank guns which were highly inadequate to destroy T-34 tanks. Similar disparities existed in all the other areas of armament between the North and the South. The Soviets were more practical. They immediately had begun building the North Korean army. It was second in power in Asia only to the Soviet army itself by 1949. The major force was the Armored Corps, with its Soviet T-34 tanks armed with 85mm guns. With only 10 army divisions and only 2 marine divisions, all under strength, General Hodge had observed wryly that, if attacked from the north, he could defend for about 15 minutes. Americans' major consideration was Europe. China had been written off. Korea was the problem. Many in Pentagon wanted to write it off as indefensible. Similar to Dean Acheson's speech at the National Press Club in 1950, a comparable diplomatic blunder some 4 decades later would again be committed by the American ambassador meeting Saddam Hussein of Iraq, in which she would tell the Iraqi dictator that what he does with Kuwait is not United States business. Perhaps this one was intentional. This would give a false, but intended, signal to the Iraqi dictator, prompting him to invade Kuwait. Coming back to Korea, the word spread to Moscow and Pyongyang rapidly. For the absorption of South Korea by the North, the green light was now on. North Koreans, early in June 1950, announced elections to be held to choose a parliament throughout Korea. The new parliament would meet on August 15 in Seoul and would take over the government of a united Korea. President Rhee flatly rejected this National Front call. 2 days later, after the meeting of North Korean Defense Minister and the military men, the invasion of South Korea was decided upon. The invasion of South Korea began at 4 a.m. on 25th June. The North Korean tanks rolled across the 38th parallel and began speeding south. 3 days later the North Koreans occupied Seoul. Before the onslaught of the powerful North Korean army, the South Korean army virtually disintegrated. They did not have weapons to defend properly and they became quickly demoralized. In Japan, General MacArthur did not have a single division of troops ready for combat. The Americans were established as occupation forces. Most troops lived a pleasant and lazy life, many with their mama-sans, Japanese mistresses. MacArthur shipped the U.S. Army 24 Division to Korea to try to stop the North Korean tide. The Americans started fighting but fell back. They were also poorly armed compared to the Russian armed lean and agile North Korean troops. So for 2 weeks the war went very badly for the Americans. President Truman and the U.S. military leaders met and the president said Korea had to be defended. The matter was taken up with the United Nations. The Soviet representative on the Security Council was absent at the time. The Americans rushed the motion through the Security Council, condemning the North Korean invasion as aggression. It authorized the United Nations troops to stop it. That meant the United States had the official backing of the whole world body, thus putting pressure on American allies and on neutral nations such as India to help in the general effort. The North Koreans kept driving south. They had their timetable. They wanted to force the Americans out, clean up all of South Korea and force the South Korean army to surrender. They wanted to hold those Korean elections and commence the parliament on August 15, the 5th anniversary of the Japanese surrender. The North Koreans were a little ahead of their schedule in their invasion of the South by July 10. On July 13, General Walton Walker came to Korea to take over command and set up his headquarters at Taegu in the southeast sector of South Korea. It was just few miles south of the line the Americans had chosen for defense. The line came to be known as the Pusan Perimeter. American troops started arriving in the southern part of South Korea, the 25th Division, the 1st Cavalry and various smaller units including the 1st Provision Marine Brigade. In the early days, the United States had difficulty mounting a naval force as the defense expenditure had been cut so drastically in the last 4 years. Fortunately for the Americans, the North Koreans were not versed in air warfare. In a short time, the United Nations established its air superiority, provided by the British, Australian, and American Air Force. It was not easy for the Americans to hold on to the Pusan perimeter. Despite the North Korean onslaught, the Americans held on to the Pusan perimeter. U.S. troops coming from Japan were growing stronger. More troops and newer weapons started coming in. By August 3, the Americans were getting more confident and hopeful. A major North Korean assault was stopped at the Pusan perimeters. They were being driven back now. The battle started looking less desperate. A new spirit, a new hope started emerging within the UN forces. The Marine M26 tanks proved equal to the T-345. The new guns, 75mm and 105mm, and the newer and better bazookas started having an impact on the US performance for the better. The North Koreans had slowed down and were looking tired. Their field commanders mounted a new offensive, on 3 sides of the Pusan perimeter and came close to breaking through. But the South Koreans, helped by air power and by a sea lift, fought back hard and held on. As of September 15, 1950, the Pusan perimeter was not broken. The major offensive by the North Koreans at Noktung had failed. General MacArthur was planning a surprise for the North Koreans. He planned to make an amphibious landing behind the North Korean troops, and General Walton's troops in the south were to join the landing forces, thus cutting off major North Korean forces in South Korea. On September 15, 1950, Marine and Navy planes bombarded military installations in the harbor of Incheon, a port city west of Seoul, the South Korean capital held by North Koreans since June 28. Then the U.S. Marines landed on the little island of Wolmi-do. Now the amphibious invasion of the northern offensive had begun. General MacArthur surprised the North Koreans totally, and when they heard of this move, they started an immediate withdrawal. The U.S. Marines were established in and around Incheon by September 15. No North Koreans were there to oppose them, as they did not expect this. General Edward M. Amond was put in charge of these northern invasion land forces, came to be known as the X-Corps. General Walker's army, down south, was expected to break through the North Korean lines and link up with the Incheon landing, thus cutting off the North Korean route of withdrawal. Walker had 157,000 men, compared to around 100,000 North Korean troops. But of the total UN forces, there were 73,000 South Koreans. The Americans did not have too much trust in them. The U.S. 8th Army, thus, took several days to get going. The North Koreans began to withdraw fast by that time, using every road available, so as to avoid being cut off from their supply lines. There was no more Pusan perimeter by September 23. The 8th Army was now ready to move north to join the Incheon land forces. 21. The Marines moved towards Seoul from Incheon. Kimpo airfields were captured 2 days later, and then, Yongdongpo. The North Korean resistance hardened as the Marines came closer to Seoul. As desired by MacArthur, the Marines could not capture Seoul by September 25, though it was falsely announced that Seoul was in UN hands. By September 27, General Walker's forces from the south finally were able to fight their way up to join the troops landed at Incheon. MacArthur flew from Tokyo to hand over Seoul to Syngman Rhee on September 29. In a ceremony, MacArthur took all the credit for this triumph and spoke loftily. It was all a grandstand play. General MacArthur was a brilliant tactician but failed as a strategist. This was obvious in the fall of 1950. A major blunder was committed by President Truman to allow General MacArthur to direct the strategy of the war far beyond the original aims of the United States and the other members of the United Nations. To stop the North Korean aggression was the original aim. But MacArthur entertained a far greater ambition. He wanted to destroy North Korea and possibly Red China too. It was a policy of disaster. The whole Korean War could not have happened if the United States did not side with the wrong side in 1946 in China's Civil War and aggravated the error by refusing to recognize the fact that Mao Zedong had won that war in 1949. The original aim of the Truman administration was to repel the North Korean aggression and drive them back behind the 38th parallel. This was already accomplished by October 1950, a little over 3 months after the war began. Just after the start of the war, the South Korean army was fleeing from one refuge to another. President Syngman re-declared that once the North Koreans were defeated, they must be totally put out of action so as they could never threaten again. Further, he said, the 38th parallel was no longer a boundary. The South Koreans and the US were relieved of Yalta obligations as a result of North Korean aggression. He wanted to unify the country under his Republic of Korea banner. Though people like John Foster Dulles, then a Truman associate, or John Allison, a civil servant, a director of State Department Northeast Affairs Office, were in favor, people like George Kennan, an expert on Soviet Union, a director of policy planning staff, and the CIA were opposed to the crossing of the 38th parallel. They believed it will be explosive and could bring Chinese communists into the war. MacArthur's attitude was highly jingoistic. He felt that the United States, having started the job of cleaning up Asia, must finish the job even if that required going right into communist China. As per the 38th parallel, he intended to cross it and occupy North Korea right up to Yalu River, bordering Manchuria, China. MacArthur, from this time on, was determined to force his own policy of carrying out war against North Korean communists and, if possible, to move against Chinese communists. MacArthur had no respect for the Chinese communist military apparatus, so he did not worry about them. But he hardly understood them. Back in Washington, the political establishment was all in favor of crossing the 38th parallel. Dean Acheson, Dean Rusk, John K. Emerson, Dwight D. Eisenhower and George Marshall, the Secretary of Defense, were all leaning towards crossing the 38th parallel. Truman was convinced. General MacArthur was finally authorized to destroy the North Korean army. But he was to be warned to not involve the Chinese or the Russians by violating their territory. But the day this directive was sent, the Americans had their first warning: if the Americans crossed the 38th parallel, the Chinese would enter the war on the side of the North Koreans. There was no contact between the US and China. So the warning came through the Indians, who were neutral though were involved in the UN effort symbolically with an ambulance unit in Korea. The Indian ambassador was informed by Zhou Enlai, the Chinese Prime Minister, that through Delhi, the Americans should be informed that if the 38th parallel was crossed, China would not stand by idly. The same day, the US was notified about this by India. Washington also received similar messages from the American ambassador to the Soviet Union, warning that the Chinese would join the North Koreans in the war. But the Washington hawks refused to believe. 2 days later, Zhou Enlai publicly warned about their intentions. But the Washington rulers believed it was a bluff. So, the United Nations forces, in October 1950, started moving north of the 38th parallel. General Walker was told to move on to the North Korean capital Pyongyang, to capture it, and then to drive to the Yalu River. General Uman's X-Corps were to land on the east and drive to the Manchurian border. MacArthur's move was suicidal as he had split his forces. He had left a 50-mile gap between General Walker's army and General Uman's. While they were warning Washington, the Chinese were moving more than 500,000 troops to the borders of Korea. Concerned, Truman met MacArthur at Wake Island. There, he was assured by the general that it was most unlikely for the Chinese to enter the war, and if they did, not to worry, he would handle them. The UN forces had moved swiftly. Pyongyang was in UN hands by October 20. While on the east, the US Marines had landed at the port of Wonsan on October 26. No Chinese were seen anywhere. The North Koreans were in total retreat and their political leader had fled into Manchuria. 22. Meanwhile, in Beijing, on October 24, Mao Zedong had presided over the meeting of the government ruling committee where it was decided that China had to enter the war as the Americans had ignored their warning. Mao dispatched 20 army units to Korea. Mao Zedong had approved Kim Il-sung's idea of invading South Korea. The date of approval or the date of final approval by both China or Russia is unknown, but one can figure out the date by the fact that in June, before the invasion by the North Koreans started on 25th June, elements of China's best army, namely Lin Piao's 4th Field Army, suddenly left its positions facing Taiwan and marched on to Canton. From there, they were dispatched by train to Otung, Manchuria on the Yalu River bordering Korea. From different parts of China, other segments of 4th Field Army also had moved to the Korean border. As the military situation worsened for the North Koreans, in late summer and early autumn of 1950, the Chinese 3rd Field Army also began moving from South China to Manchuria, thus building up the Chinese strength significantly. By the middle of October, the CCF forces of 3rd and 4th Field Armies had 400,000 troops massed in Manchuria just across the Yalu River from North Korea. 23. On 25th October, 1950, ROK 1. St. Division captured 3 Chinese prisoners near Unsan in North Korea. On the other side of the peninsula, in the X-Corps zone, ROK 3. RD. Division captured 26 Chinese troops on 29th October. By 20th October, 4 CCF armies of 3 divisions each had crossed into Korea. The Americans until now, despite having total control of the skies over the terrain, had failed to notice the Chinese troop movements. During this period, the Chinese troops moved nocturnally, so as to avoid aerial observation. Before dawn and during the day, these troops were carefully hidden and camouflaged. Also, they were highly disciplined. On the night of October 26, a Chinese unit launched its first attack on Anjiang. The next day, a small unit of the UN 8th Army reached the Yalu. That was the ROK 7th Regiment's reconnaissance platoon, and it was the only part of the 8th Army to reach the river. There are no indications of open Chinese intervention in Korea, a communique from MacArthur's headquarters said. But that day, thousands of Chinese troops were coming into Korea, mostly by night or during snowstorms, going from one forested area to another. They had few vehicles and their tracks were carefully wiped clean by rear guards. Observers from air could see great smoke clouds in the Anjiang and Unsan areas. They were forest fires. MacArthur's people could not figure out. They were old methods of making smoke screens. Hundreds of thousands of Chinese troops had crossed the border under the cover of these screens by the end of October. The Chinese struck in small units, here and there, confounding American intelligence men. The Chinese, on November 1, attacked ROK 2 Corps in the west and totally destroyed it. The 8th Army's right flank was opened up, making the way for the Chinese troops to come down the middle. On November 2, N.D. MacArthur finally acknowledged that the Chinese now posed a serious threat to the UN forces. On the same day, the 8th Army was in retreat south of Unsan, pursued and partially cut off by Chinese forces. MacArthur now demanded reinforcement from Washington as he realized that the overwhelming numbers of Chinese forces threatened his whole command. By November 4, the Chinese were moving 1 million men into Korea. Unsan was already captured by them and they were mopping up the UN forces in the area. The American tank and artillery losses were heavy at Unsan. The Chinese gave up all concealment on November 6 and started sending troops across all the 6 bridges on the Yalu River. The UN pilots flying in the Yalu area saw, as far as their eye could see, a steady stream of Chinese troops coming. But the front was quiet. The captured prisoners were released and were told to tell the Americans that the Chinese did not want to fight. Of course, MacArthur would not listen to the last message being sent by Peking to Washington. The Americans continued to misjudge the Chinese. They would believe nothing that the Chinese were saying. The Americans, it seems, were bent on expanding the war. So the war went on. But now the Chinese took the offensive. They had already poured hundreds of thousands of troops into Korea. They were ill-equipped and poorly armed. But their morale was very high. American artillery cut them down by the thousands. The US bombing and naval gunfire decimated many of them, and yet they kept coming. The Chinese military philosophy seemed to be the superiority of numbers, sacrifice of manpower. They were suffering enormous casualties. But they were undeterred. Again the United Nations forces were forced to retreat. The Americans and their allies, mostly fellow Anglo-Saxons, situation was getting worse. MacArthur's strategy of splitting UN forces turned out to be disastrous. Only sheer guts enabled the US Marines to fight their way out of the trap in the northeast and evacuate Wonsan. Up to November 24, 1950 and through the 1st phase offensive, American battle casualties in this war had been 27,827 to 21,529 in the 8th Army and 6,298 in X-Corps. Of the 8th Army casualties, 4,157 had been killed in action, 391 had succumbed to their wounds, and 4,834 were missing in action. 24. The Chinese kept advancing south. The Americans tried to encourage a move in the United Nations to bring the war to an end. They were not ready to take the casualties like the Chinese. The Chinese, sensing victory, became tougher and arrogant now. No, they said, the war would go on, unless the United States withdrew completely from Korea as well as from Taiwan. Peking said, the Chinese forces would drive the Americans into the sea and re-establish the People's Republic of Korea under a united Korea. They started a new offensive in January, and on January 4, 1951, they recaptured Seoul. Though transport and communication were primitive within the Chinese forces, yet their prowess as fast-moving light infantry, their superior numbers, and their use of classic tactics of combining frontal attack to fix the enemy and following it up by sending equal or stronger forces in enveloping moves to attack the enemy flanks and then to cut off the route for retreat were formidable. These tactics were very effective against the South Koreans first and then against the American forces. The fear amongst the Americans that a nation of 450 million people was ready to throw into battle a huge number of readily available light infantry, though poorly armed and supplied, worried them and influenced the war in Korea tremendously. The Chinese peasant, used to being politically indoctrinated, accepted death as a simple matter. Though he was usually illiterate, his main strengths were excellent capacity as a night fighter, possessive of raw courage to do as ordered, immense physical endurance while marching, and tenacity in attack. The arrogance shown by the Chinese after the capture of Seoul created a new stubbornness for the war. MacArthur got everything that he asked for. By March, under the new field commander, General Matthew B. Ridgway, a veteran of Latin American wars, Seoul was recaptured by the UN forces. But now, there was no big rhetoric on the US side. The American political leaders were now trying hard to find a political solution to the war and the future of Korea. The Chinese, it seems, had not suffered enough yet, despite enormous casualties. They were still exhibiting a stubborn arrogance. They still thought that they would drive the Americans into the sea. So again, in April 1951, they tried a new spring offensive. As it failed, General MacArthur, in the middle of the offensive, was suddenly relieved of command by President Truman. MacArthur, throughout the war, had exhibited complete intransigence. He wanted not only to defeat the Chinese, but to destroy them and even attack Russia if necessary. This attitude was very much at odds with the opinion shaping up in America. The difficulties of the war in recent months had taught the US leaders that there were limitations to economic and technological power. MacArthur had taken it upon himself to threaten China with air and naval attack, which would have complicated the negotiations further. Truman had had enough. He consulted his Joint Chiefs of Staff, who was also persuaded to change his views due to grim reality. They all agreed. MacArthur had to go. So, on April 10, 1951, Truman fired MacArthur. 25. The Chinese Communists, encouraged by the confusion and the change of command of UN forces, launched a new spring offensive. They brought in 1,000 aircraft, secured from the Soviet Union. But those aircrafts were destroyed by the UN forces. Another offensive also failed. The Chinese were learning the hard way that manpower alone had its limitations as well. The war dragged on for months. The political establishment in Washington, with the departure of MacArthur, was realistically now seeking a political solution rather than a military one for the war. But the Chinese still had much learning to do, and they were slow in doing it. Therefore, several months passed and thousands of troops died on both sides, though the Chinese casualties were 10 times more than the UN side. Finally, the war became static, where troops fought and died, like the European War of 1914-18 in France. In the end, the Chinese realized that they could not win the war, nor the Americans would quit. As a result, Panmunjom negotiations became more meaningful. The Chinese North Korean side was as difficult and demanding as possible, but the Americans, as a necessity, were patient. Finally, the Korean War ended where it had started, at the 38th parallel. The fighting ended at 10 o'clock on the night of July 27, 1953. Throughout the world, there was no rejoicing, only relief. There was neither joy nor sorrow in either camp, for there was neither victory nor defeat. "The war is over and I hope my son is going to come home soon," said President Eisenhower. But many sons were not coming home, for Korean War was not a small brush fire war. An estimated total of nearly 1,820,000 men were killed and wounded in Korea, of which the Communists suffered about 1,420,000. 26. Amongst the 15 nations who had joined the U.S. in military assistance in the Korean War under the United Nations, there were some 14,000 casualties. For the Koreans, the war resulted in an estimated 843,572 Southern and 520,000 Northern military dead and wounded, along with at least 1.4 million civilian deaths. It is estimated that casualties on the Chinese side were appalling. The Chinese suffered an estimated 1.5 to 2 million casualties. But the U.S. Defense Department put the estimate of Chinese Communists at 900,000 dead and wounded. 27. The American tragedy of Korea is attested by the American casualties figures: 142,091 people, with 33,629 of them killed. 28. The cost of war went beyond dead and wounded. South Korea was shattered, the North Korean countryside was laid to waste, and Seoul suffered the same ruin befalling any great city which was conquered and liberated twice. South Korea witnessed 3,700,000 people made fugitive by the war, 400,000 of whom had fled North Korea. About 400,000 homes were destroyed all over the Korean peninsula. 29. The atrocities. The atrocities committed by the Americans during the Korean War on civilians were cruel and heart-wrenching. So were the atrocities carried out by the Syngman-Rhee government in South Korea under the U.S. occupation and with its tacit approval. The U.S. forces during the occupation and the war also exhibited racism against the Korean people in their own country. Additionally, there are confirmed reports that the United States experimented with biological weapons in Korea. As there was a strong sentiment and sympathy towards the socialists and communists during the U.S. occupation, and as the socialist movement in South Korea was strong initially, Dr. Syngman Rhee's right-wing government brutally suppressed the communists and their sympathizers. Summary executions of the communists were routine and common. As a warning to others, bodies were dumped on doorsteps. The brutal and dictatorial Rhee regime by the spring of 1950, held an estimated 100,000 political prisoners in jam-packed jails, warehouses, and any space they could find. According to later estimates, tens of thousands of South Koreans, perhaps up to 100,000 were killed in the guerrilla war and the repression under Rhee's regime and U.S. occupation. 30. The South Korean officers were shunned and looked down upon by top U.S. officers as racism was rampant during the U.S. occupation and the war. The Republic of Korea, South, had lost some admiration for the Americans since U.S. Army advisors pulled out from frontline Korean units just after the invasion, when the Koreans needed them the most. American soldiers universally called all Koreans gooks whether they were soldiers, civilians, enemy, or allied. This reminds one of the Philippines where the Americans showed their highly racist attitude towards native Filipinos and called them gooks too. Walter Sullivan of the New York Times reported the U.S. troops' contempt alienated the local population from the beginning. Also, the Americans did not realize that the South Koreans hated the government they were defending. The racism against Koreans was widespread among Americans. Also, only a handful of Americans really took interest in the affairs of Koreans. On the other hand, the Russians did not exhibit any racist attitudes against the North Koreans during their occupation. As a result, the Russian-Korean relations were generally cordial while Korean villagers were aloof, gloomily morose, and surly toward Americans. 31. American and Australian warplanes dropped hundreds of tons of bombs mistakenly on ROK Army troops in early July, 1950. The Australians, ever eager to join the Americans in any invasion, had been enlisted by Washington to fight in Korea under the Allied U.N. command. Hundreds of South Korean soldiers as well as civilians were killed south of Seoul on July 3 by confused and reckless pilots. But all this killing was not accidental. MacArthur's headquarters, in late June, ordered indiscriminate bombing behind North Korean lines by the U.S. Air Force, including areas where many South Koreans, civilians still lived. The U.S. military then in July ordered the strafing of refugee columns coming down roads towards UN Army units. This was all in violation of all international laws related to wars. In mid-July, the Air Force's 35th Fighter Bomber Squadron in their F-80 jets were not only attacking enemy trucks, tanks, and army units, they were also strafing people in white clothes, refugees. Well, they were ordered to do just that. The 5th Air Force's operations chief had sent a memo to its acting commander. It went right to the point. Subject: Policy on strafing civilian refugees. It was headed: The Army has requested that we strafe all civilian refugee parties that are noted approaching our positions. It seems they suspected that the North Korean enemies were infiltrating the columns of white-clothed refugees, so the refugees were bombed and killed. Col. Turner C. Rogers wrote, "To date we have complied with the Army request in this respect." The same day Rogers wrote his memo, U.S. planes, after ordering thousands of civilians to collect on a broad field, attacked this huge gathering of refugees just because they had heard the rumor that North Koreans had infiltrated the area. 32. Meanwhile, all across South Korea, villagers were disappearing from their home as the Rhee regime rounded up real or imagined enemies. The political terror, bloodier, and more ruthless than ever before, was continuing. The killings in the South were carried out secretly but were too widespread to escape attention completely. An Associated Press correspondent, OHP King, reported that the National Police Chief in Suwon said police firing squads executed summarily 60 alleged communists or communist sympathizers in the 2 days after MacArthur's much-publicized visit to the town. Daejeon bloodbath. A British communist journalist traveling with North Korean troops after they had captured Daejeon on July 20, 1950, reported in the London Daily Worker that they had discovered that the South Koreans had killed thousands of political prisoners in the Daejeon area before retreating. This report, initially denounced, was proven authentic by a U.S. military report and photographs. The South Korean military police had trucked hundreds of political prisoners to a spot outside Daejeon, shot them, and dumped their bodies in long trenches. U.S. Army officers had photographed the killings. Lt. Col. Bob E. Edwards, a U.S. Embassy's military attaché, in a report to the Army intelligence staff in Washington, told the story briefly. Execution of 1,800 political prisoners at Daejeon, requiring 3 days, took place during first week in July 1950. The Daejeon bloodbath, according to Edwards, was just one of many. He further wrote that he believed that thousands of political prisoners were executed within a few weeks after fall of Seoul to prevent their possible release by the advance enemy troops. Orders for execution undoubtedly came from top level. 33. Now the US bombs were raining all over Korea, north and south, affecting millions of people, destroying their homes, their fields, uprooting them and killing them. Within a week of the invasion, President Syngman Rhee had escaped by car and special train all the way to the southern tip of the Korean peninsula. He had moved into the island beach home under Korean naval protection. Ordinary South Koreans were unaware how far their president had run away from the front lines. No-Gun Ri massacre. In the summer of 1950, the U.S. soldiers, by orders of their superiors, opened fire on a group of South Korean refugees. The area was at a railroad trestle, near the village of No-Gun Ri. According to the survivors, who were few, hundreds were killed, mostly women and children. The retreating American commanders had ordered the soldiers to shoot approaching civilians as a precaution against North Korean infiltrators among the refugee column. Author Charles J. Hanley, Sang Hun Ko, and Martha Mendoza were awarded the 2000 Pulitzer Prize for breaking the sad story of this massacre by the U.S. troops. After extensive investigation, they wrote the book, The Bridge at No-Gun Ri, which tells the story vividly as it happened. Hundreds of villagers, now war refugees, frantically running away from the war, were barely 3 miles away from their homes. They were fearful, exhausted, and had set down where the steep slopes of 1,750 feet White Horse Mountain came down to meet a gentle bend in the main line road. A little further, several yards away, near the small hamlet of No-Gun Ri, empty tracks crossed over the double-arched concrete trestle and then stretched onto Wongan. This town was beyond the 600 feet high ridge on the right front. Most of the refugees had gathered around the track where a brook trickled down the slopes to run beneath the tracks via a 5 feet high culvert that was cutting crosswise through the railroad embankment. The group of these refugees consisted mainly of women, some pregnant, some breastfeeding their babies, many children, the elderly, and some adults. It was quite hot as it was the summer. Here and there, on the hillsides, green uniformed Americans popped in and out of sight, sometimes looking through the binoculars. There were others near the track, keeping a watchful eye on the Koreans. A light plane was flying overhead, its engine drowning and circling low over the refugees. The poor villagers mused, they must be counting us to decide how many trucks they need to take us to south. Restless children were shouting, some playing, hungry babies were crying, men were fanning themselves through opened shirts to cool themselves. Some refugees heard a distinctive sound of soldiers blowing whistles. The next moment all sounds were drowned out. The whine from horizon from the direction of Wongan grew menacingly into a roar. Many refugees looked up and saw in between broken clouds American planes coming low towards them. Suddenly hell broke loose. The ground shook wildly and everything went up in the air with deafening thunder. Gravel from the railed, dirt, bushes, bags, and white clothing all went up in the air along with people and their body parts. Again and again the earth rocked, big dust clouds covered the daylight and the leaves were falling. The planes were roaring in again and again, dropping bombs, rockets, and firing machine guns. The people were frantically running in every direction, helter-skelter, panic-stricken, helpless, not knowing what was happening. Adults were dragging children by arms, children crying uncontrollably, some trying to hide. Others lay silent, bloody, dismembered, strewn about. Those injured crying pitifully for help. Cows were screaming. The limbs and other body parts of people and animals rained down. Teenager Chang Ku-shik, as he lay on the ground, suddenly felt something hot land on his back. It was the head of a baby. Chun Jae, 10-year-old girl, said later, "It looked like heaven crashed on us. I threw away the water and ran to my mother. I found her moaning, breathing her last gasps. Part of her head was gone." The South Korean refugees were being bombed by the Americans. It was Wednesday, July 26, 1950. Now, the ground soldiers, untested American GIs, were shooting them from the hillside and everywhere around many refugees that were at the underpass. The vaulted ceilings of the two underpasses were 40 feet high. Many refugees tried to escape the carnage but were shot down. Many lay dead or wounded in the tunnel. For 3 days and nights, up to the third night of July 28, the Americans kept shooting. By Saturday, July 29, it was all over. The Americans had killed all these South Korean refugees based merely on the suspicion that the North Korean enemies might have infiltrated these refugees. Precise numbers may never be known. But decades later a list was compiled by the survivors, consisting of 200 dead or missing. Their estimate put the total to 400 killed, 100 in the bombing and 300 under and around Trestle, by shooting. Possibly 200 escaped. Under those walls, amid flesh and blood, perhaps 24 remained alive, silent, and some unconscious. 34. The No Gun Ri massacre was not reported anywhere in U.S. Army reports or by any U.S. or South Korean newspapers at the time or later. After years of rejection of the villagers' allegations, the U.S. Defense Department and the South Korean Defense Ministry, on January 11, 2001, issued reports on their investigations of the No Gun Ri massacre and affirmed that U.S. military killed and wounded an unknown number of South Korean refugees at No Gun Ri. President Clinton issued a statement expressing deep regret but gave no apology or offer of compensation to the survivors. During the war, while retreating, the Americans were leaving behind a trail of civilian dead and the landscape badly charred. Scores of villages and towns were burned down by rockets and napalm bombs of U.S. warplanes. One jet pilot reported a controller telling him, at the mission's end, to set a South Korean village afire with his rockets rather than carry them home. A classified report of the Air Force's airborne controllers read, effectively worked over, particularly after the 25th, were 48 villages and towns. On August 16, the U.S. Air Force sent 98 heavy bombers to carpet bomb a 27-square-mile area across the Noktung, dropping 960 tons of bombs in hopes of randomly hitting enemy concentrations. In one village alone, Saichang, northwest of Wakguan, some 130 civilians were killed that afternoon in the bombing. Elsewhere in the zone, an unknown number of other villagers and stranded refugees were killed. A few days earlier, during the 25th Infantry Division's day-long siege on August 11, American troops fired on villagers taking refuge in a local Confucian shrine, killing about 80. The retreating 8th Army, against the vast numbers of Chinese troops, had resorted to a scorched earth policy, burning houses in the broad swath of its path, wrecking machinery and destroying livestock and food. "We burned everything," said F Company's Ralph Bernatas. Some 90 miles southeast of Seoul, in January 1951, an observer aircraft circled over a cave. Then 4 planes streaked in and dropped incendiary bombs, burning to death or suffocating the 300 refugees sheltering there. That bombing was one of dozens of U.S. air attacks on refugee columns in South Korea in 1950-51, survivors reported decades later. American journalists saw long lines of bullet-riddled refugee bodies along the roadside in South Korea, but no reporter ever reported this in American newspapers. Military censorship was very strict, even with threats of court-martial for reporters who bring our forces into disrepute. 35. The losses to the people of South Korea were enormous. In the first year alone, some 400,000 homes had been destroyed. Reports of rapes of South Korean women by the Americans were widespread. Bridge at Tuksongdong. On August 2, 1950, refugees, by their thousands, a shuffling stream of white 60 feet above water, children barefoot, women clutching babies and frightened old men riding piggyback were crossing the bridge at Tuksongdong, joining South Korean soldiers and men of the U.S. 24th Infantry Division pulling back over the Noktong, at a spot just 55 miles from the peninsula's southeastern corner at Pusan. Some refugees led ox carts hastily loaded with their lives' belongings. Rumors had spread about enemy infiltrators among these refugees. Carroll F. Kinsman, a sergeant with the 14th Combat Engineer Battalion, and his men were posted on the bridge to screen the fleeing civilians. They had stayed up all night searching the refugees and had found nothing. Trucks, loaded with the men of the 21st Infantry, shortly after midnight, rumbled across the bridge to head south, downriver to take positions behind the new Noktong line. The last defending unit, the ROK Army's 17th Regiment also withdrew over the river just before the sunrise at 6:32 a.m. Orders had been issued by the 8th Army headquarters that all units must withdraw behind the river by Thursday, August 3, and to blow up the Noktong bridge behind them, so that the enemy is denied crossing. It had taken 2 days to wire the Tuksongdong bridge with 7,000 pounds of TNT. The 8th Army deadline was now close. The engineers were notified by Stevens, the 21st Infantry's commander, that the last of his forces had cleared the 650-foot span. They now could go ahead. But the stream of refugees still continued crossing. An engineer officer ran onto the bridge, fired his pistol in the air to warn the refugees to clear the bridge, and then dashed back. The throng of refugees, not realizing, kept going, seeking safety of the other side. A declassified record shows that North Korean forces had not yet been sighted near the river at Tuksongdong. So there was no extreme hurry yet. But the young soldiers there sensed something terrible about to happen. They wouldn't stop. They were abutment to abutment. They were average folks, ladies, children, and old men, carrying their baggage on their head, recalled PFC Leon L. Dennis. There are people. PFC Joseph I. Pock said to someone. We are told to scatter, Kinsman said. Next thing I know they revved up the generator and threw the switch and the bridge went, driver Ginelli recalled. It lifted up and turned it sideways and it was full of refugees end to end. You saw the spans of steel flying and you knew they were killed. The charges had been set all over, below, on the bridge supports as well as along the roadway itself. The deafening blast pulverized bodies and showered them along with their shredded white clothing, bit of luggage, oxen, and wood into the fast-flowing river below. The Americans drove off in their vehicles, not taking trouble to look back. They realized that hundreds had died, said Kinsman, Dennis and Ginelli. An adjutant later noted in the 14th Engineers War Diary, the Tuksong Bridge was blown off 0701 hours. Results excellent. 36. There are reports that later on many refugees were shot while crossing the Noktong in low water level areas. Many Koreans were utterly disgusted with the corrupt, autocratic re-government. The opposition grew when they witnessed bloodbaths of executions carried out by the retreating government through the summer, when military police and other agents shot thousands of leftist political prisoners. Their bodies were dumped in mass graves outside Taekjeon and Taegu and elsewhere in the south. Biological warfare in Korea. As for the allegation that the U.S. used germ warfare in the Korean War, I can only say with dismay and some shame that what I dismissed as incredible then seems altogether credible to me now. George Wald, Nobel Prize Laureate, letter of March 15, 1979. By 1949, the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff had biological warfare built into emergency war plans, and in case the Berlin blockade crisis led to war, they intended to use it. After detailed discussions, By 1951, a mature policy for first use if militarily advantageous was in place. The Joint Chiefs had placed biological warfare in strategic category number 1, with the same priority as atomic warfare. As far as the Joint Chiefs were concerned, biological weapons could be employed from the outset of war at the discretion of the President. Regarding the use of biological warfare during the Korean War, much of the U.S. documentation is destroyed, lost, still classified, or has been painstakingly and more or less successfully laundered before being provided for public viewing. The details are being treated with the secrecy one might expect with such inhuman activity. The cover-up is evident from the fact that the U.S. Far East Command twice repeated a request that its records and documents on biological warfare be kept secret after the Korean War. Clear and identifiable direct evidence that the United States experimented with biological weapons in the Korean War is not available in the U.S. archives as they presently exist for public scrutiny. However, a wealth of materials recently declassified provided strong corroboration of material released by the Chinese Army and Chinese public health authorities. It shows that the United States was using insect vectors and other means of conducting biological warfare. 37. The Chinese historian of the Korean War, Colonel Chi Dexu says the Chinese military documents indicate that the early skepticism of Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai about rumors of bacteriological warfare turned to alarm with increasing medical evidence from the Chinese 42nd Army in Korea. 38. The 60-page report by the International Scientific Commission, headed by Dr. Joseph Needham of Cambridge University, consists of 605 pages of appendixes. It is a plausible recreation of equally plausible data from Chinese and North Korean sources that the United States experimented with insect and other vectors of biological warfare during the Korean War. Dr. G.B. Reid is a member of government's Biological Warfare Panel and head of the Defense Research Board's Biological Weapons Research Laboratory at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. Professor Reid, a scientist of impeccable reputation, was very much involved in joint U.S., Canadian and British biological warfare programs. Reid was asked to comment on the summaries of laboratory reports prepared by the North Korean Army's Medical Corps serving with the Chinese Army. These reports indicated that U.S. aircraft were using insect vectors to spread the disease. Reid concluded that although there were some anomalies, the evidence was feasible. Reid's account is stamped as having been seen by External Affairs Minister Lester Pearson. 39. The U.S. Army had learned about dissemination of germs from its connection with General Ishii of Japan. There is a strong circumstantial tract of corroborative evidence that, the U.S. experimented with biological weapons in Korea, the evidence of existence of an elaborate U.S. covert operation for conducting biological warfare, the production of disease-bearing insects, United States, and their discovery in China and North Korea, preparation of infected fowl feathers, United States, and their presence near exploded bombs in China, the overlap between bacteria and viruses cultivated in the U.S. and diagnosed in China, etc. Also, the U.S. prisoners of war in China had confessed to taking part in biological warfare. Finally, there were people in the U.S. like John Foster Dulles and many others who believed that a total war could break out with China, a war without any humanitarian limits where the U.S. Army's possession of technology and know-how which minimized the threat of retaliation in kind, including biological weapons, napalm, atomic weapons, and overwhelming superiority in delivery and communications, could give it, the U.S., tremendous advantage. It also fostered a willingness to engage in total war. Chapter 8. Meddling in, Iran, Congo, Indonesia and Et more. Overthrow of democracy in Iran. Background. In 1907, Britain and Russia divided Iran between them by signing a treaty. Russia took the north while Britain assumed control of the southern provinces. A strip between these two zones was declared neutral where Iranians could rule there as long as they did not infringe on the interests of these powerful guests. The treaty was signed in St. Petersburg and Iran, without being consulted, was simply informed after the treaty was signed. Informal foreign control of Iran became an explicit partition with the full backing of Russian and British troops. When the treaty came before the British Parliament for ratification, one of the few dissenting members lamented that it left Iran, lying between life and death, parceled out almost dismembered, helpless and friendless at our feet. Russian influence in Iran waned as it was consumed by civil war and revolution. The Bolsheviks, after they seized power in 1917, renounced most of their rights in Iran and to their credit, cancelled all debts that Iran owed to the Tsarist Russia. The British moved in quickly to fill the vacuum, being at the zenith of their imperial power. Oil had become the new focus of their interests. The newly formed Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, AIOC, which had grown out of the Darcy concession, had begun drilling huge quantities of oil from beneath the Iranian soil. Winston Churchill dubbed it a prize from fairyland beyond our wild dreams. Ahmed Shah, a corrupt impotent ruler, ruled Iran at the time. Realizing the tremendous value of this new resource, the British imposed the harsh Anglo-Iranian agreement on Ahmed Shah's regime. Its approval was assured as the British bribed the negotiators in advance. Under its provisions, the British gained control over Iran's army, its treasury, its communications network and its transport system. To solidify their new power, they imposed martial law and ruled by fiat. Lord Curzon, as Foreign Secretary, was one of the architects of this agreement. The Anglo-Iranian agreement started infusing the nationalist movement in Iran with strong passion. The freedom movements in other British colonies such as India had inspired the Iranian patriots. Radicals in northern provinces established a communist party. Millions of Iranians were living in appalling conditions in much of the country, conditions they had not experienced before. Several provinces had started separatist movements now. Iran seemed on the brink of extinction. Conditions were ripe for the emergence of a strong charismatic leader. In 1921, that leader appeared on the consciousness of the nation, a rough and tough man on horseback by the name of Reza. As a teenager, he had joined the military service by enlisting in the Cossack Brigade, founded by Russian officers, and served principally as a private guard for the interest of the foreigners and the Qajar kings who served them. He rose quickly through their ranks and was soon known as Reza Khan. He was a tough and brave soldier, 6 feet 4 inches tall, cutting a rugged and fearsome figure. During his years as a soldier, Reza had the opportunity to travel through Iran and see the miserable conditions through which most of its people lived. Soon, he came to share his people's hatred and disgust with their Qajar rulers. That made him a logical tool of the British, who were tired of dealing with the temperamental tribal leaders and desired a stronger central government. The Cossack Brigade seemed like a logical means to impose it. The British wanted to seize control of the brigade and oust its Russian officers. So, they resolved to stage a coup and replace the Shah's prime minister with their own. They had settled on an ex-journalist Sayyid Zia Tabatabai. To provide Zia with the military support he needed, they approached Reza. He was willing. Reza, along with few of his fellow officers, led 2,000 men to the outskirts of Tehran on the evening of February 20, 1921. The British, through Zia, had paid 2,000 tumans to Reza Khan and had distributed 20,000 among his 2,000 men. Reza aroused his soldiers with a passionate speech. The fervor in the camp was intense. Reza seized on it. Before dawn his soldiers entered Tehran and arrested the prime minister and every member of his cabinet. Reza made 2 demands to Ahmed Shah: Sayyid Zia must be named prime minister and he himself commander of Cossack Brigade. The Shah was helpless. With no resistance, the British-inspired coup had succeeded. 1. It was a testament to the British power, the weakness of decaying Qajar dynasty and the self-confidence of Reza Khan. Cossack regiments immediately started pacifying the country and suppressing the tribal armies. Power flowed into Reza's hands. Just 3 months after the coup, he dismissed Sayyid Zia and forced him to leave the country. Soon after, he persuaded the Shah also to leave the country, ostensibly on a temporary trip for health reasons. Now, Reza Khan was prime minister, army commander, and effectively head of the Iranian state. 4 years later, the Qajar dynasty was dead and Reza Khan was offered the peacock throne. On April 25, 1926, he proclaimed himself the Reza Shah. His new dynasty, he declared, would be known as the Pahlavi dynasty, after the language spoken by Persians before the Muslim conquest. Reza Shah ruled Iran with brutal decisiveness. He was ruthless against any dissent. Yet his achievements were many. He embarked on a huge construction program building plazas, highways, factories, parks, avenues, hospitals, railroad lines, and schools. But he was also corrupt. He confiscated so much land that at the peak of his power, he was the country's largest landowner. He was fascinated by Mussolini, Franco, and Hitler, partly because he needed a foreign friend who shared his enmity towards the British and the Russians, so naturally he developed a great sympathy for the German cause. Upon the start of World War II, he declared Iran to be neutral but in reality had tilted clearly towards Germany. Hundreds of German agents were allowed by him to operate in Iran. Western leaders feared that Nazis were trying to use Iran as a platform to attack across Russia's southern border. To prevent that, Russian and the British troops entered Iran on August 25, 1941. The Allies demanded that he sever all ties with the Germans. Reza Shah did not wish to work for the Allies and they had no use for him either. He abdicated his throne on September 16, 1941. The next day, his eldest son, 21 years old Mohammad Reza was sworn in to succeed. Reza Shah died in Johannesburg 3 years later. 2. Since 1908, when William Knox D'Arcy found oil in Iran, the British were getting rich off the Iranian oil. In the same year, the British leaders absorbed the D'Arcy concession, founded the Anglo-Persian Oil Company and took control of the oil exploration and development in Iran. 5 years later, at the urging of First Lord of the Admiralty Winston Churchill, the British government spent £2 million to buy 51% of the company. Now onwards, the interests of Britain and the Anglo-Persian Oil Company became one and inseparable. During just the first few years of its existence, Anglo-Persian drilled scores of wells, laid out pipeline more than 100 miles and extracted millions of barrels of oil. Not only did it distribute oil throughout Britain but also sold oil to countries all across Europe and all the way to Australia. In addition, Britain began construction on what would for half a century be the world's largest oil refinery on the desert island of Abadan. Qajar kings could have become rich and powerful with this immense wealth if they had the foresight of striking a better deal with the British. Instead, they sold their oil resource for a pittance. Iran's royalty payments in 1920, at 16% of net profit as per the concession agreement, were merely £47,000. Ahmad Shah considered it as Allah's generous gift, but it was peanuts compared to what the British were pouring into their coffers. 3. While the British were enjoying windfall profits, the Iranians lived in dire poverty. The Anglo-Persian Oil Co.'s books were not available to Persians for scrutiny. Workers at the Abadan refinery and elsewhere lived in appalling conditions. After the fall of the Qajar dynasty next year, Reza Shah came to power. Years later, looking at poor conditions of his people while Britain was exploiting them brazenly, he in November 1932 notified Anglo-Persian that he had cancelled the D'Arcy concession. The British were shocked, outraged, and desperate. They once again negotiated the D'Arcy concession in 1933. Under its new terms, Iran was guaranteed payments of at least £975,000 annually. The area covered by D'Arcy concession was reduced by 3/4 and the company agreed to improve the living conditions of workers at Abadan. Reza Shah, in return, extended the concession to last till 1961. Also, the name was changed to Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, AIOC. 4. The British did not keep their promise of improving the living conditions of the workers. Dr. Mossadegh. Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh was born on May 19, 1882 to a prominent family in Iran. His mother was a Qajar princess whose family members were governors, cabinet ministers, and ambassadors. His father died when he was still a child. At 16 he held his first job as chief tax auditor for Khorasan, his home province. By all accounts, he performed brilliantly, pointing out corruption in the administration. He went to Paris to study at École des Sciences Politiques but, due to some illness, had to come back after a year there. Mossadegh had returned to a country that was ablaze with conflict and uncertainty. The Iranians, due to the constitutional revolution, had tested the forbidden fruit of democracy. He was extremely honest and principled man from a young age. Within a year of his return to Iran, his uncle Farman Farma, who was the prime minister, asked him to join the cabinet as Minister of Finance. Mossadegh, not to take advantage of the family connection, declined. In 1917, he received another offer to become Deputy Finance Minister. This time, he accepted it at his mother's urging, as his uncle was no longer the Prime Minister. During his tenure in office, many of his colleagues were upset as he unearthed a series of corrupt schemes and insisted that the corrupt officials be punished. In less than 2 years, he was dismissed. He returned to New Chattel. But soon, he received the news about the infamous 1919 Anglo-Persian agreement that effectively reduced Iran to the status of a British protectorate. Mossadegh was furious and outraged. He did all he could by expressing his protests. In 1924, he ran for a seat in the Majlis, Iran's parliament, and got elected easily. Soon he became Reza Shah's sharpest opponent. By now he had become a thoroughly political man who had total grasp of his country, its political system as well as its backwardness and poverty. Much of it he blamed on the foreign overlords. In the Majlis, he towered over most others due to his interest and education. He had earned his degree, a doctorate of law, at the Swiss town of New Chattel. In Majlis, Mossadegh was a vigorous advocate of reform and modernization. But the country's main dilemma centered on its relationship with Anglo-Iranian Oil Company and Britain. Many Iranians resigned themselves to the exploitation by outside powers, but Mossadegh never did. Often, he gave fiery speeches in the Majlis emphasizing on democracy and self-reliance. If bringing in prosperity to the country through the work of other nations were of benefit to the people, he asserted in one of his speeches, every nation would have invited foreigners into its home. If subjugation were beneficial, no subjugated country would have tried to liberate itself through bloody wars and heavy losses. 5. On October 29, 1925, Majlis were surprised to receive a stunning proposal. Supporters of Reza demanded that Qajar dynasty be dissolved and Reza be named Shah. Mossadegh was horrified. In a fiery speech, he praised Reza's achievements but requested him to become the prime minister, not Shah. But Reza was a rising power and was coronate the Shah anyway. As Mossadegh had a strong base of popular support and excellent nationalist credentials, Reza directed his prime minister to offer Mossadegh the post of the foreign minister. To no one's surprise, however, Mossadegh declined the offer. Again, over the months that followed, Reza Shah offered Mossadegh high positions including those of the Prime Minister and Chief Justice. Mossadegh rejected all of them. With Reza Shah's autocratic rule, soon the Majlis were reduced to an impotent body, playing the role of a rubber stamp assembly for Reza Shah. He not only outlawed all opposition parties but also banned their leaders from public life. He rigged the 1928 election by ordering votes to be counted in such a way that no one opposed to him would win. Mossadegh lost the election. He was 45 and it seemed he was at the end of his political career. He decided to go back to his home province of Ahmedabad and retire there doing experimental farming. In 1940, Reza Shah, who still feared Mossadegh, put him in jail. A Swiss friend of the Shah intervened and had him released to Ahmedabad under house arrest. Mossadegh, in and out of politics for 20 years, watched Reza Shah with utter disdain. Suddenly, Reza Shah was gone. For the first time in many years, the elections were held in 1943. Mossadegh came out from his hometown, ran for his old seat in the Majlis and was elected, winning more votes than any other candidate. Now, Mossadegh set his eyes on the more powerful enemy of Iran, the British government and their Anglo-Iranian oil company. After the abdication of the peacock throne by Reza Shah in 1941, his young son Mohammad Reza Shah was crowned a new Shah of Iran. The British, after forcing his strongman father to abdicate, had decided to allow his son to take the throne. Right after the coronation, they directed the young Shah to appoint a pro-British prime minister named Mohammad Ali Firabhi. Through him, they practically ruled over Iran. Due to appalling conditions of workers in Abadan, there were many riots. Manukar Farman Farmanian, who in 1949 became director of Iran's Petroleum Institute, was shocked at what he found at Abadan. Wages were 50 cents a day. There was no vacation pay, no sick leave and no disability compensation. The workers lived in a shanty town called Kagazabad, or Paper City, without running water or electricity, let alone such luxuries as iceboxes or fans. In winter the earth flooded and became a perspiring lake. The mud in town was knee-deep. 6. The Shah, with the British directions, had ordered the Today, the Communist Party in the northern province banned. The Iranians were very frustrated with the British, who had refused to offer them a better deal regarding the oil concession. They had been offered a slightly better deal which became known as the Supplemental Agreement. The Majlis denounced it even before the Shah's cabinet's acceptance of it. Majlis term was expiring and the new elections were coming. The angered Majlis, who were supposed to vote on the agreement, filibustered it. The time ran out. The supplemental agreement was left to the next Majlis. During the next elections, the Shah used various tactics including bribery, election fraud, and recruitment of royalist candidates. He managed to secure the election of pliable candidates. Highly popular Mossadegh and others were declared losers. Several cities saw huge protests taking place. Mossadegh invited all who believed in fair election to his home on October 13. Thousands turned up. They together marched to the Shah's palace. For 3 days and nights he and others sat on the palace lawn. Finally Shah gave in to their demand and ordered new elections. In the new election, Mossadegh and 6 other founders of the National Front were elected to the Majlis. Now the Majlis had an organized and powerful opposition bloc, something new. The Shah-appointed prime ministers were weak and unwilling to fight for the supplemental agreement in the Majlis as per British desire to have it approved. After 2 prime ministers, a general named Ali Razmara was appointed the prime minister. Mossadegh rigorously worked against the agreement. On November 25, Mossadegh brought the supplemental agreement to a vote in his parliamentary committee. The committee unanimously voted to reject the agreement. Now, Iranians led by Mossadegh and his supporters were calling for the nationalization of the oil industry. At a mass rally on March 7, the calls which were for nationalization were now for death to the British. Prime Minister Razmara's days were numbered. He had begun quietly asking politicians of various stripes who would they prefer as the prime minister. Each one gave the same answer, Mossadegh. One day, thousands of Iranians had gathered in Tehran to express their hatred of Britain. The same day, Razmara and a friend of Shah drove to a mosque for the funeral of a religious leader. There, Razmara was shot dead. Now the nationalization fever had reached its climax. The British had lost the opportunity to compromise on the supplemental agreement. Before, a 50-50th partnership would have been fine. Now, it was too late. The Iranian masses had demanded total nationalization of the oil industry. On March 15, the Majlis met to cast the historic vote. 96 deputies turned up. Even those who had promised the Shah they would stay away also came. Everyone voted for the nationalization. 5 days later, the largely ceremonial Senate also voted its unanimous approval. Mossadegh was now the most popular leader and the hero in Iran. He had been fighting all his life for the nationalization. He could not venture out in the streets now without being mobbed by admiring crowds. Finally, the Majlis met again. There, a motion was passed that the hero of the hour, Mossadegh, be named the new Prime Minister. The Speaker of the Parliament called for an immediate vote. It passed by a margin of 79 to 12. Knowing that now he had the power in his hands, Mossadegh told the Majlis that he would accept the prime ministership only if they also voted to approve an act he had drawn up to implement the nationalization of Anglo-Iranian. Under its provision, its books were to be audited by a parliamentary committee, weigh both sides' claims for compensation, and start sending Iranians abroad to learn the skills for running an oil industry and draw up articles of incorporation for a new national Iranian oil company. That very afternoon the Majlis approved it unanimously. Mossadegh, the symbol of the Iranian nationalism and resistance to royal power and the British, was now Iran's new prime minister. Pre-coup activities. With Mossadegh their enemy in power, riding popularity wave, and with Iran's oil nationalized, the British were furious and desperate. MI6, their infamous spy agency which is still active today, became very active with many of their agents recruiting local Iranians to rise against Mossadegh. Now, the British doubled up their efforts to overthrow Mossadegh. Mossadegh's decision to confront the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company drew a huge segment of the Iranian population to him. Many Iranians were also drawn to him for his commitment to social reform. Mossadegh freed many peasants doing forced labor on their landlords' farms. He ordered factory owners to pay benefits to injured and sick workers and established an unemployment compensation system. Some 20% of the landlord's rental income was placed in a fund to pay for development projects such as rural housing, public baths, and pest control. He defended religious freedom, encouraged women's rights, and allowed courts above all to function freely. Even his enemies agreed that he was brutally honest and incorruptible in Iranian politics where corruption was rampant. Mossadegh, since assuming power, was trying to reach an honorable compromise for compensation for the AIOC with the British, but the British were becoming more and more rigid and intransigent in their attitude toward Iran. While corresponding with Mossadegh, the British agents were actively seeking the support of key Iranian political and other leaders for the coup. Anthony Eden, the British Foreign Secretary, was receiving good news in London that General Zahedi had proven highly responsive to their overtures. Tehran was alive with rumors that a coup was imminent. Mossadegh had had enough of the British. He had only one option left to get rid of the British, who he knew were plotting his overthrow. On October 17 he announced that Iran was breaking off diplomatic relations with Britain. On October 17, 1952, Mossadegh broke off diplomatic relations with the British and forced out all British personnel from Iran. By the end of the month all British diplomats, personnel, and all British agents were forced out of Iran. It was a sudden, heavy, and a fateful blow. Britain's hopes of staging a coup were dashed with one blow. Now their only hope to stage a coup was through the Americans. So, the British started requesting the Truman administration to undertake a coup to overthrow Mossadegh. Churchill and Foreign Secretary Eden worked hard to convince Truman and Secretary of State Dean Acheson, but both of them refused the British request. Dean Acheson was very right when he said his famous quote, "Never had so few lost so much so stupidly and so fast." 7. Truman liked Mossadegh. The British realized that the American presidential election of November 1952 was just on the horizon. Truman was not running for re-election. Dwight Eisenhower, the World War II hero and the Republican candidate, was running on a vigorous anti-communist platform. They knew that they had better chance with the new administration if Ike won the election. The British already had drawn up the coup plans, called Operation Boot. While Kermit Roosevelt, head of CIA operations in the Middle East, was passing through London from Tehran, they met him and showed him the plans. Soon after the Eisenhower administration took office in Washington, Anthony Eden, the British Foreign Secretary, and other MI6 officials went to Washington to convince the new American administration of the coup in Iran. By now, the Dulles brothers, Foster and Ali, as they were known, John Foster Dulles, the Secretary of State, and his younger brother Allen Dulles, the new director of CIA, were convinced of the usefulness of the coup in Iran. The British were very smart. With the Eisenhower administration and the Dulles brothers, this time they had invoked the idea of communist threat in Iran with Mossadegh in power. They had projected Mossadegh as a pro-communist sympathizer. Being right-wing staunch anti-communists themselves, the Dulles brothers soon agreed for the need to overthrow Mossadegh and to bring in an anti-communist pro-Western leader into power. By March 1953, Eisenhower had given his tacit approval to the coup plan. But they needed more than tacit approval. On June 14, Allen Dulles went to the White House to brief him of the coup plan. Sensing Ike's desire not to know the details, Dulles gave him Kermit Roosevelt's outline of what was proposed about the coup. That was all Ike needed. He gave his blessings. The coup. Kermit Roosevelt was the prototype of the gentleman spy. He was born in Buenos Aires and was brought up near his grandfather Theodore Roosevelt's, former president, estate near Long Island, and was educated at Harvard. Now he was running the CIA operations in the Middle East. He had been to Iran and other areas of the Middle East many times and had cultivated many contacts. That is why the British thought him to be an ideal man to execute the coup in Iran. They were the ones who recommended his name to the Dulles brothers to be in charge of the coup plot. Kermit Roosevelt and other CIA agents had found the British coup plan too rigid. They changed it to their liking and it was named Operation Ajax. Operation Ajax, the American coup plot, consisted of 4 components. Mossadegh was to be portrayed as a crypto-communist by starting a political and propaganda campaign against him, to encourage the opposition to create disturbances, to press the Shah to dismiss Mossadegh and appoint Zahedi as his replacement, and to get the support of the military officers for Zahedi's appointment. All these activities were to be conducted by the CIA in cooperation with MI6, both of whom had already had Iranian agents working within Iran. Donald Wilbur, a former agent of the Office of Strategic Studies, OSS, who had operated undercover in Iran during World War II, and Roosevelt prepared propaganda material against Mossadegh, got it translated into Persian and passed it on to the CIA. It poured off the agency's press and was rushed by air to Tehran. 8. Meanwhile, the British continued to harass Mossadegh by every means. MI6 Iranian agents late in April 1953 kidnapped Major General M. Afshardis, chief of Iran's police, and murdered him. Their intentions were to prove that Mossadegh's government was unstable and at the same time to eliminate an able and loyal officer who they felt would effectively oppose any coup attempt. To manipulate public opinion against Mossadegh, the Americans had budgeted $150,000. To enable General Zahedi to bribe as many of his fellow officers as possible to stand ready to carry out whatever military action might be needed, he was to be given $60,000, later to be increased to $135,000 to win additional friends. To suborn the Majlis for a similar effort, $11,000 per week were budgeted. 9. In those days of 1953, these were not small amounts, especially for a poor country like Iran. Iran was aflame by the time Kermit Roosevelt entered Iran on July 19 on a fictitious name of James Lockridge. Mossadegh's supporters in the Majlis had voted to remove Ayatollah Kashemi from his position as a speaker. As a result, more than half the deputies resigned. An additional 25 from other caucuses followed suit. This left Majlis with just over 20 deputies and it could not function anymore. Vast demonstrations took place in Tehran on July 22, urging the dissolution of the Majlis. On July 27, Mossadegh addressed the nation stating that some foreign powers were bent on overthrowing him to install their own supporters and a group of Majlis had supported their schemes. He then declared that he planned to ask people for a referendum whether or not they wanted continuation of current term of Majlis, and if they did then he would resign. In the referendum that followed, the majority of people voted to dissolve the Majlis. Thus, the ground was fertile for Operation Ajax to be launched, but the Shah was yet not informed of the planned American coup. His cooperation was vital for the success of the coup. Roosevelt decided to win the Shah's support through his twin sister Princess Ashraf, whom he trusted and who lived in France. To tell her to convince the Shah, Roosevelt sent an American officer who was known as the Lady Killer. Ashraf, after being told, agreed to persuade her brother to cooperate in the execution of the Anglo-American coup plot, but on one condition: that if the plot failed, the United States would support her financially to maintain her current lifestyle abroad. On July 25, 1953, she went to Tehran and told her brother about the plot. But the Shah could not decide yet what to do. Meanwhile, the princess, under the suspicion of scheming against the government, was told to leave the country. Then, the CIA director chose General H. Norman Schwarzkopf, who had served in Iran before as an advisor to the Iranian Gendarmerie, the rural police force. He knew the Shah well. Schwarzkopf, by the way, was the father of the general who commanded U.S. forces during the First Gulf War, the Desert Storm. Sr. Schwarzkopf arrived in Tehran on August 1, along with a couple of large bags containing millions of dollars. He assured the Shah that if he cooperated with the coup, America would give him full support. He also conferred with Zahedi, who was in hiding, as well as several old Iranian and American friends he knew in the military. These meetings now paved the way for the execution of the coup, which was to overthrow Mossadegh, re-establish the Shah as the supreme ruler, and in turn secure Western control over Iran's oil. 10. Schwarzkopf had urged Roosevelt to meet the Shah personally and work out the execution of the coup plan. By arrangements made through the Rashidians, Roosevelt met the Shah in secret and discussed the plans. The Shah was told to issue 2 firmans dismissing Mossadegh as prime minister and appointing Zahedi as his replacement. He also told the Shah he had his safe jam-packed with stocks of real notes, equivalent to $1 million US. The Shah promised to sign the 2 firmans on August 9, after which he said he would leave for his Caspian resort so that he would be away from Tehran during the operation. Instead, in panic, he flew away to the Caspian resort with his wife Soraya before signing the firmans. Roosevelt had to send an Iranian agent to the Caspian to obtain the required firmans. The agent came back with 2 sheets, blank, bearing the crown emblem signed by the Shah. As per Roosevelt's instructions, the sheets were filled in with appropriate details. In the midnight of August 15, Colonel N. Nazuri, commander of the Imperial Guards, escorted by 3 truckloads full of soldiers and 4 armored cars, rushed to Mossadegh's house to deliver the firmans dismissing him. Their plan was to arrest Mossadegh while other officials of the Imperial Guards would arrest cabinet ministers and the chief of the army staff. But things did not work out as planned. Mossadegh, feeling it odd that some should call on him at midnight, did ask the colonel in, and the officers in charge of guarding his house overpowered Nazuri's forces and arrested them without a shot being fired. The other plotters managed to arrest only low cabinet ministers and a National Front leader, who were released the next morning. The Imperial Guards were disarmed, 14 officers suspected as co-conspirators with Zahedi were arrested, and the government offered a reward to anyone who could find Zahedi himself. 11. The Shah, upon hearing the news about the abortive coup, panicked and fled with his wife on their private plane to Baghdad. The CIA drew contingency plans, thinking of flying Roosevelt, Zahedi, and their Iranian collaborators out of the country on the U.S. military attack plane. The press in Tehran berated the Shah, saying that he had abdicated. The Today Party demanded the proclamation of a republic. But Mossadegh's government announced that there was no intention of changing the regime. On August 16, there were huge anti-Shah demonstrations during which, Fatemeh, the foreign minister released by the plotters earlier, addressed the crowds. The Shah, Fatemeh declared, had fled to Baghdad to reach the nearest British embassy. 12. Besides General Fazlollah Zahedi, the British had established close contacts with Rashidian brothers in Iran. They were wealthy businessmen with wide contacts among people of their own profession, as well as old-fashioned politicians who were used to working with the British. While the Shah with his wife flew to Rome, the next day, assisted by Zahidi's men, CIA and MI6 local agents distributed vast numbers of copies of the Shah's firmans appointing Zahidi prime minister. With that news, opponents of Mossadegh got more united and confident. They consisted of some active officers who were loyal to the Shah, old guard politicians who had lost their clout and power under Mossadegh, retired army officers, and a number of big businessmen whose profits had plummeted as a result of oil embargo which the British had put on Iran right after the oil industry nationalization. The CIA and MI6 agents also contacted leaders of the Kashkai tribes offering them $4 million if they revolted against Mossadegh and recognized Zahidi as prime minister. The tribal leaders rejected the offer saying that they were not prepared to stab Mossadegh in the back. Mossadegh's wide popularity was a big obstacle for Roosevelt and he knew that, so to discredit Mossadegh, Roosevelt's agents flooded Tehran with clandestine papers which carried articles that branded Mossadegh as a communist collaborator and a fanatic. Additionally, with the help from Rashidian brothers, he hired, at a cost of $50,000, a large crowd of people and told them to act as if they were Today members. The hired crowd, on August 17, shouting slogans, threw rocks at Muslim clergymen and also at mosques. The crowd, joined by other Today members who happened to pass by, tore down statues of the Shah and his father and denounced both of them. 13. Roosevelt knew what he was doing. The more the crowd shouted against the Shah, the more the army and the people recognized them as the enemy. 14. Roosevelt and his agents knew, this crowd was more than provocateurs, they were the shock troops. They inspired fear of a communist takeover and created an atmosphere that forced people to choose between Mossadegh, the communist ally, and the monarchy, an established institution. As a result, Mossadegh's popularity waned while the hostility towards the Shah turned into neutral indifference. Mossadegh instructed the police to suppress the Today, thinking that they were real instigators. Mossadegh was aware of the coup plot, as well as those Iranians who were widely known as British agents and who were working to overthrow him. The Today party leader Nur ed-Din Kanuri, who had learned about the impending coup through the party's intelligence network, urged Mossadegh to take countermeasures by appealing to the people and by providing arms to the Today to stand against the plotters, but Mossadegh refused. He simply did not want people to risk their lives to keep him in power, nor did he want to depend on Today. This made things easier for Roosevelt and his agents. General Robert McClure, chief of U.S. military mission to Iran, tried to keep Brigadier General Taqi Riahi, Iran's chief of staff, away from Tehran while the second coup was tried. McClure invited Riahi for a few days of leisure and fishing. Riahi declined the invitation. McClure contacted army commanders personally urging them to support the Shah, not Mossadegh. They too refused his advice. But McClure and his men succeeded in bringing retired army commanders to their side with cash and a promise of promotion that brought in a number of active officers to the Shah's side. These included commanders of a tank battalion and 2 infantry regiments. Also, to prevent the police from opposing planned riots by hired mobs, Brigadier General Davé, an officer close to Zahidi, talked Mossadegh into giving him command of the police force, with the promise that he would serve him faithfully. With all the preparation done by CIA and MI6 agents, Kermit Roosevelt settled on August 19, 1953 as the date for the second coup. In case the coup failed, precautionary measures were taken in Washington, including military action if communists were seizing power. The exigency plans were also drawn for the deployment of ground, air, and naval forces to Iran. 15. Groups of paid thugs appeared in various sections of Tehran on the morning of August 19. All cars were stopped by them, giving drivers pictures of the Shah to stick in their windows and insisting they put on their lights. Soon everywhere in the center of Tehran, cars with the picture of Shah flooded the streets. Crowds surging out of Tehran's southern slums filled the air with chants of death to Mossadegh, and long live the Shah. Hundreds of soldiers joined in the chant, some of them in trucks or atop tanks. Also came tribesmen from outside the city, mobilized by chiefs who had been paid by Roosevelt's agents. Rioters attacked and burned 8 government buildings and the offices of 3 pro-government newspapers. Others attacked the Foreign Ministry, the Central Police Station and the General Staff Headquarters. All buildings were showered with gunfire and were met with volleys of bullets in return. Dozens of men fell. From the city center, a large mob of wrestlers, weightlifters, and others equipped with clubs, sticks, knives and chains headed by Shaban Ja'afari known as Shaban the Brainless, marched towards Mossadegh's house shouting "Long live the Shah!" All these men were paid by Kermit Roosevelt. Heading the group were jugglers, tumblers, and bazaar barkers. The leaders had generously used the CIA money to provide this entertainment, so as to entice the passers-by to join the mob. 16. 2 days earlier, the same mob pretending to be communists demanding the Shah's overthrow was asking Mossadegh's overthrow now. It was simply a mercenary mob, devoid of any ideology and paid for by the Americans, according to Richard Cottam, an expert on Iran advising the CIA in Tehran during the coup. The mob was protected by truckloads of policemen and soldiers whose commanders were promised money and promotions to join the Shah's supporters. When faithful General Riahi sent his column to control and suppress the mob, Police Chief Daftari, who was in reality Zahidi's man, told the officers of the army column, "We are colleagues and brothers, all faithful to the Shah and should not fire at each other." Pro-Mossadegh crowds had begun to move in but soon found that they were no match for such armed mobs protected by the military. 17. A group of hired mobs moved in and occupied the radio station. Zahidi came out of hiding and was driven on a tank to the radio station. There, a man according to Roosevelt shouted with authority and an emotional tone, well-intended lies, or pre-truths, on the radio. "The government of Mossadegh has been defeated," the man cried. "The new Prime Minister, Fazlollah Zahidi, is now in office. And His Imperial Majesty is on his way home." 18. When corps of the Shah's Imperial Guards attacked Mossadegh's house with artillery, tanks, and bazookas, a colonel named Mumtaz, who was in charge of the forces protecting the house, moved Mossadegh and his aides out over the back wall. Then, his forces counterattacked. A long bitter battle ensued where some 300 people were killed. Among them were found some people of the hired mob in whose pockets were found 500 rial banknotes paid to them by the CIA men. Mossadegh's house was ransacked and burned. 19. The following day, Mossadegh and his colleagues gave themselves up. Zahidi and Roosevelt right away sent the Shah a cable in Rome, telling him to return. On a chartered Dutch plane, he flew back on August 23 with many correspondents accompanying him. Thus, perhaps with only $7 million, the CIA overthrew a democratically elected popular nationalist Prime Minister of Iran and with it a budding democracy. The Americans thus carried out the immoral task that the British had been desperately trying to perform for more than 2 years. 20. Mossadegh was tried for treason by a military trial. To their credit, the U.S. Ambassador Henderson, speaking for the State Department, made it clear to Zahidi that Mossadegh's life should be spared. The Shah had personally appointed General Nasrollah Maqbali as chief judge and Major General Hossein Azmuddeh as military prosecutor. Well before the trial, the Shah had told Kermit Roosevelt that Mossadegh should be sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. That is what he was sentenced to at the end of his trial. Foreign Minister Hossein Fatemi was sentenced to death and was executed along with several others of Mossadegh's aides. After serving 3 years in jail, Mossadegh, as per his sentence, spent the rest of his life under house arrest in his ancestral home at Ahmedabad. At the age of 85, he died on March 5, 1967. He was buried in the dining room of his house in Ahmedabad, outside Tehran. After the coup, the fate of Iran's oil industry was decided after marathon negotiations. A consortium of American, British, and French companies took over the oil industry where Iran had little say in its management. Iran was to receive 50% of the net profits under a complicated formula designed to make it appear the division of profits more favorable to the Iranians. Final comments. It is obvious from Kermit Roosevelt's book, Counter-coup, 1979, that he believed that the people and armed forces of Iran when forced to chose the Shah over the USSR-supported Mossadegh. He believed that we were proven right, p. 210, in Iran. However, the facts were different. In reality, Mossadegh was the most popular leader in Iran. What Roosevelt did was to create a propaganda campaign where people started believing those lies against Mossadegh. Roosevelt stopped in London from Tehran, after the coup. After he finished giving a private briefing to Churchill, Churchill said to him, "Young man, if I had been but a few years younger, I would have loved nothing better than to have served under your command in this great venture." 21. Roosevelt, when he came to the United States, went to the White House to report on the coup on Friday, September 4, 1953. According to him, President Eisenhower, the two Dulles brothers, Secretary of Defense Wilson and Loy Henderson were present. He closed his presentation with following warning. "Gentlemen, there is one thing I want to make very clear. We were successful in this venture because our assessment of the situation in Iran was correct. We believed and we were proven right, that if the people of the armed forces were shown that they must choose, that Mossadegh was forcing them to choose between their monarch and a revolutionary figure backed by the Soviet Union, they could and would make only one choice. The people and the army came overwhelmingly to the support of the Shah. Of course this does not seem to be true." He went further. "If our analysis had been wrong, we would have fallen on our faces. But it was right. If we, the CIA, are ever going to try something like this, we must be absolutely sure that people and army want what we want." Further, he wrote in his book, "But Foster Dulles did not want to hear what I was saying. He was still leaning back in his chair with a cat-like grin on his face. Within weeks I was offered the command of Guatemalan undertaking already in preparation. A quick check suggested my requirements were not met. I declined the offer. Later, I resigned from the CIA. The Bay of Pigs disaster underlined the validity of my warning." This statement by Roosevelt reveals the kind of thinking amongst the rulers in Washington who were already planning another overthrow of a president in another country, Guatemala. 22. What did the United States gain from the coup? Yes, the American oil companies received a 40% share in Iran's oil industry and for a quarter of a century, made billions in profits. Also, the American defense industry sold billions of dollars worth of arms to the Shah. But for sharing oil profits, they did not need to have staged a coup. Mossadegh himself had invited the U.S. oil companies to come to Iran and run her oil industry, replacing AIOC, the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, but within the framework of nationalization. Britain also had better and more civilized options than the coup. Iran would have been happy to keep the British if they were more considerate and offered better terms to Iran. The United States, by its immoral and ill-advised coup, simply subverted and destroyed a budding democracy, which would have set a great example to the other dictatorial regimes in the Middle East. By removing a popularly elected leader of Iran, the United States paved the way for what followed there. More than a quarter century of Shah's rule was marked by many of his opponents being jailed and tortured by his feared Secret Service Savak. Also, he opened up Iran's oil industry to the Western powers for total exploitation while spending billions of dollars on Western arms. Ultimately, the United States was thrown out along with the Shah when popular revolt broke out after 26 years of his rule in 1979. The Shah was forced to flee Iran and an oligarchy of religious mullahs led by Ayatollah Khomeini seized power. After more than 25 years of rule by the mullahs, Iran is slowly getting democratic. But the fact remains that by subverting the infant democracy in Iran in 1953, Britain and the United States, by their myopic policy, damaged their own long-term interests. Murder of Patrice Lumumba of Congo. Perhaps no political life of a newly elected prime minister, so full of promise and with so much at stake, ended in such a tragedy as that of Patrice Lumumba of Congo, thanks to the Western powers, especially Belgium and the United States. Even the United Nations perhaps contributed to the tragedy wittingly or unwittingly by its actions and inactions. Patrice Lumumba was elected the first Prime Minister of Congo. A few months later, by a military coup, he was deposed and jailed. Later on, he was transferred to Katanga, a rich province of Congo where he was brutally murdered by the local government of Moise Tshombe. According to Ludo de Witt in his 1996 book, Crisis in Congo, the intervention in Congo and Lumumba's overthrow was engineered from the outset. In that sordid affair, the main international players were Gaston Isken's government of Belgium, U.S. Presidents Eisenhower and Kennedy, and the United Nations senior officials headed by Dag Hammarskjöld, the Secretary General. Ludo de Witt's 2nd book. The Assassination of Lumumba, Verso, 2001, describes in details the horrific torture and murder of the then world's most famous prisoner. De Witt, after much research, reveals that the violation of Congolese democracy was expressed in Lumumba's imprisonment. UN complicity was demonstrated by the help given to Mobutu's soldiers in capturing Lumumba. The Barracuda plot proved the Belgian attack on Congolese sovereignty, and the white officers' actions in Katanga in Lumumba's murder demonstrates the essence of the Congo crisis, a crisis which Lumumba's comrade Antoine Gizenga said, was in essence a colonial reconquest. 23. Belgium's deep involvement in Lumumba's murder is beyond the scope of this book. Here, we will only touch briefly on the complicity of the United States in this sad affair. Since World War II, millions of people around the globe had freed themselves from the yoke of colonialism through the nationalist movements of protests, civil disobedience, and in some cases, open wars. India led the way in 1947, China in 1949, Vietnam in 1954, and Cuba in 1959. In 1953, 4 African countries were members of the UN. By the end of 1960, that membership rose to 26. The United Nations declared 1960 the Year of Africa. That year, 16 African states gained independence. Congo was the largest and the richest. The independence in Congo, however, presented a dilemma to the Western powers. Their vast investments and income, especially from the rich countries like Congo, were suddenly threatened, especially by fiercely nationalist leaders like Patrice Lumumba. The West now had to change its policy from one of overt domination to the one of covert control. The new leaders were to be taught to respect the new colonial order. Lumumba was an obstacle to this goal, as he advocated the total decolonization that would benefit the population as a whole. The West knew that with Lumumba at the helm of the Congolese government, they would no longer be able to exploit the vast resources of the country like before. He had to be stopped at any cost. So, the nationalists headed by Lumumba had to be destroyed in the name of protecting Africa from Soviet imperialism. The actual and potential wealth of the country was enormous. From the end of 19th century, the resources of Congo were harnessed by King Leopold of Belgium and his governments and developed by a small group of business concerns from there. During their time, Congo had become one of the wealthiest colonies on the African continent, second only to South Africa. By 1960s to 1970s, Zaire produced 75% of the world's cobalt, 70% of its industrial diamonds, more than half of world's uranium, 9% of its tin, and 7% of its copper. The total export of metal in 1960 before the independence was valued at £100 million, a large sum at the time, especially for Africa. Additionally, Zaire had vast resources of cotton, coffee, rubber, timber, and palm oil, and an immense potential of hydroelectric power. Congo, with an area of nearly 1 million square miles, with some 14 million inhabitants, did not have one Congolese judge or a magistrate, not one engineer or a doctor, and only one lawyer at the time of its independence in 1960. 24. When the United Nations entered Congo, its southernmost province Katanga had declared its secession just 3 days earlier in 1960. Katanga was Congo's richest province in mineral and other resources. In 1960, it accounted for 75% of the Congo's mining production, estimated at 11.8 billion Belgian francs. Then 50 francs were equal to $1. Its contribution towards the total resources of Congo amounted to 50% of the budget. It contributed to 75% of Congo's total foreign exchange earnings. The production of copper approximated 300,000 tons, valued at over 8 billion Belgian francs. Besides that, it also produced cobalt, zinc, silver, platinum, radium, uranium, and palladium. Katanga was so rich in the mineral resources that it was called a geological scandal. Congo would have gone bankrupt if it lost Katanga. 25. Belgium was deeply involved in mining industries of Katanga, especially copper. Belgium and the West had much to gain by letting Katanga secede from Congo. Then they could continue exploiting its vast resources for many more years. So, the United States, Belgium, and other Western powers were in favor of Katanga's secession. The Soviet Union and its allies, the other African and Asian countries, were all opposed to Katanga's secession. The Western powers held that Katanga was entitled to its own political destiny. Congo, in the short span of 75 years, from 1885 to 1960, passed from a feudal fiefdom of Leopold II to that of a colony of Belgium and then to total independence. It seems incredible that those whom Belgium regarded as savages, fit only to labor and serve their white Belgian masters, were able to wrest in such a short period, freedom from their Belgian masters and to demand and assert their rights and dignity as free human beings. On the Independence Day in Congo, 30th June 1960, at the Palais de la Nation in Leopoldville, the solemn handover of sovereignty went smoothly at first for Belgium. In a heavily paternalistic speech, King Baudouin painted a glowing picture of colonization and equally promising neocolonial future. After his speech, it was the turn of Congo's first president Joseph Kasavubu to speak. He gave a perfectly innocuous speech, a speech what the former masters expected from the new African elite. Right after Kasavubu's speech, the President of the House of Representatives Joseph Kasongo invited Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba to speak. Lumumba gave a speech that, rather than addressing the former masters, addressed only to the people of Congo. Talking directly to his people over the heads of assembled diplomats and King Baudouin, Lumumba said that granting of independence is not a generous gift offered by Brussels, as King maintains. Independence had been proclaimed in agreement with Belgium, but no Congolese worthy of the name can ever forget that it is by struggle waged each and every day, a passionate idealistic struggle, a struggle in which no effort, privation, suffering or drop of our blood was spared. In Francoist terms, in contrast to Baudouin's glorification of the colonial system, Lumumba condemned it as the humiliating slavery that was imposed on us by force. Lumumba's speech was interrupted 8 times by sustained applause from all the Congolese present. 26. But the king and his party were not amused. From this event and the days that followed, Belgium realized that Lumumba was not going to allow Belgium and the West to exploit Congo any longer. Lumumba was going to make sure that Congo's vast mineral and other resources were here onwards going to help the poor masses of his own Congolese people. Patrice Lumumba was born on July 2, 1925, in a small village of Kotokokum in the Sankuru district of Kasai province. He was from Baitila tribe. His neighboring tribe was Baluba. He received his formal education at the local school run by a Catholic religious order. There, he learned to read and write French. He left his house in 1943 in search of a livelihood. At age 18 he moved to Kindu, a provincial city in Kivu, where he got a job as a clerk with a European mining syndicate. Hard-working and honest, he soon established himself there and was considered among the black elite of Congo. Soon he got married to Pauline and had 4 children. After more than 6 years in Kindu, he moved to Leopoldville, where he found work as a postal clerk. After having done well there, he was promoted to the position of clerk in the postal money order section of the Stanleyville Post Office. Soon he was offered the more prestigious job as a director of the National Institute for Agricultural Study of the Congo, in EC, at Yang-Mb near Stanleyville. Here, his ideas and personality were crystallized further. He also realized his skill as an orator and his ability to captivate an audience. He became a popular lecturer and realized that he enjoyed speaking before crowds, thus acquiring self-confidence in his own abilities. In 1953, Patrice Lumumba came back to Stanleyville and started participating in cultural, professional, and academic societies. He was by now an accomplished organizer and became director or secretary of 7 organizations. He soon started speaking for his people and their plight. By 1955, he had become the most prominent Congolese in Stanleyville. By 1958, he was deeply involved in Leopoldville politics. In October 1958, Lumumba, along with other prominent Congolese Ilio, Adula, and Joseph Ngalula founded the MNC. Movement National Congolais. Lumumba's organizational skill became a major factor for the widespread and rapid growth of the party. Many important Congolese politicians joined MNC including Mobutu, Okito, Mpolo, Kalonji, Benai, Ndaka, and Sugalo. MNC stood for an independent Congo based on a strong central government. Lumumba became the most dominating and popular figure in MNC by the spring of 1959 and the MNC became the most well-known party in Congo. Lumumba visited the first Pan-African conference called by President Nkrumah of Ghana, held in Accra in December 1958. He had started establishing friendly contacts with other African leaders by now. He was arrested several times by the Belgian government. His third imprisonment made him the political hero and he emerged as the most popular leader among the Congolese. When the national elections were held in 1960, Lumumba was popularly elected to the prime ministership in the newly independent nation of Congo. Kasavubu became the president, the titular head of the government. Lumumba, the fiery orator with mass appeal, had some weaknesses too. He was suspicious-natured and many times took decisions without consulting his colleagues. During his brief life, he made close friends and created bitter enemies. Kasavubu, conversely, was an aloof, slow-moving, deliberate, and inarticulate recluse whose appeal was confined only to his own tribe. According to Rajeshvar Dayal, Mission for Hammarskjöld, 1979, both men were incapable of teamwork, Kasavubu because of his secretiveness, Lumumba because of his personal idiosyncrasies. Also Dayal mentions that Lumumba's suspicious nature and blind unjustified prejudice against the United Nations cost him dearly. According to Dayal, the rift with Dag Hammarskjöld was a long step in Lumumba's downfall. 27. From day one of Lumumba becoming independent Congo's prime minister, Belgium, the United States and other Western powers had started working to bring about his downfall. They had their own vested interests in vast mineral resources of Congo, especially its province of Katanga that had proclaimed its own secession from Congo with lot of encouragement and support from the Belgian government. The Belgian government wanted to continue its neo-colonial policy, so that it could exploit Katanga and Greater Congo's resources and labor. With Lumumba in power, Belgium, the United States and other Western powers could not do that as Lumumba was determined not to allow Katanga's secession and would soon nationalize its key industries. To them, Lumumba was a communist, a dangerous man to be removed from the political scene by any means including his liquidation. In reality, Lumumba was not a communist but a staunch nationalist, just like Fidel Castro of Cuba was initially when he seized power in 1959. Lumumba was ready to accept help from any quarter, provided it was unconditional and would not compromise Congo's sovereignty. To the west, Lumumba was an obstacle. In 1956, President Nasser had thrown out the French and the British from the Suez Canal. By 1960, Fidel Castro had overthrown the Western stooge Batista in Cuba. According to the United States and the West, Cuba was lost to the communists. So now, Lumumba was seen as a mortal enemy by the Belgians, the Americans, and the British. Lumumba's assassination was on the table as early as August 18, 1960. During a National Security Council meeting, President Eisenhower had made it clear, without explicitly saying so, that he favored Lumumba's elimination. With the support of the CIA chief Dulles, an assassination operation was planned. But, a few months later, as soon as Lumumba fell into Mobutu's hands at the beginning of December, the risky plot against the Congolese prime minister was called off. According to Madeleine Kalb, there was no longer any point in surrounding his residence, the army camp at Thiesville, with hired assassins armed with poison toothpaste. He could simply be left to the tender mercies of his enemies. 28. John Stockwell, a former CIA operative and former chief, CIA Angola Task Force who had spent many years in Congo and Angola, describes the CIA plot to assassinate Lumumba a month before his actual murder by Tshombe's agents along with Belgian army officers on January 17, 1961. His description in his 1978 book, In Search of Enemies, A CIA Story, W. W. Norton and Company, is as follows. In the Lumumba assassination plot, the CIA was particularly diligent in its planning. Sidney Gottlieb, Chief of Technical Services Division and courier of the poison, had no sooner reached Kinshasa than headquarters had followed him with cables urging that the poison be given to Lumumba promptly, before its power diminished. An agent was located who agreed to administer the fatal dose. A CIA staff officer on the one hand refused to do the killing, but on the other did agree to lure Lumumba into a situation where he could be poisoned. The poison was not used, apparently because of difficulties in staging the killing, but a month later, on January 17, 1961, Lumumba was beaten to death by the henchmen of Congolese politicians who had close relationships with the CIA. What is important about above quote is that it comes from a CIA insider who was there in Congo for years and reveals how the CIA operated. Sidney Gottlieb was supposedly the head of the CIA's Technical Services Division in 1961. According to his testimony before the Senate Intelligence Committee in October 1975, the agency prepared and sent to Zaire a dose of lethal poison intended for use in an assassination attempt against former Premier Patrice Lumumba in 1961. 29. These extraordinary disclosures certainly reveal a great deal about Washington's attitude towards Lumumba and what could have been CIA's role had Lumumba not been liquidated by other means. But this reveals little and could be the tip of the iceberg. Gottlieb's testimony does not reveal anything about CIA's relationship with Belgium's intelligence network. Nor does it tell us what part the CIA played in transferring Lumumba to Katanga. According to René Lemarchand, he had heard the allegations in Kinshasa in 1960 that the CIA had provided Mobutu with the money he needed to pay his troops in exchange for shipping Lumumba to his executioners. 30. Shortly after independence on June 30, 1960, Lawrence Devlin arrived in Leopoldville and assumed his duties as chief of the CIA station in the American Embassy. Within a few weeks, he was deeply involved in an effort to overthrow the government and assassinate some of its top officials. 31. Soon after independence, the Congolese army mutinied. The Belgian troops reoccupied the country, helping in the secession of the Katanga province. Prime Minister Lumumba and President Kasavubu requested the United Nations forces to help remove the Belgians, reorganize the army and help in maintaining the law and order. The UN somehow delayed the replacing of Belgian troops. Additionally, it refused to move against the Belgian-supported Katanga secession. On the 14th and 15th of August, a furious exchange of correspondence occurred between Hammarskjöld and Lumumba. Hammarskjöld had made separate agreement with Moise Tshombe without consulting the Congolese government. Lumumba protested. Lumumba told the UN that according to the 14th July resolution, it was not to act as a neutral organization but rather it was to place all its resources at the disposal of Lumumba's government. Relations between Lumumba and Hammarskjöld had deteriorated considerably. After the breakdown in these relations, the United States came on the scene. Allen Dulles, the CIA head, on August 26 sent a telegram to Lawrence Devlin, the CIA station chief in Leopoldville. In high quarters here, it is the clear-cut conclusion that if Lumumba continues to hold high office, the inevitable result will at best be chaos and at worst will pave the way to communist takeover of the Congo with disastrous consequences for the prestige of the UN and for the interests of the free world generally. Consequently, we concluded that his removal must be an urgent and prime objective and that under existing conditions this should be a high priority of our covert action. This coming from the CIA chief leaves no doubt about the US involvement in the elimination of Lumumba. With a telegram from his boss, can there be any doubt that Devlin did not do something significant about the Lumumba problem? The CIA Deputy Director for Plans and its Need of Clandestine Operations, Richard Bissell, said later, the agency had put a top priority, probably on a range of different methods of getting rid of Lumumba in the sense of either destroying him physically, incapacitating him or eliminating his political influence. At about the same time Sidney Gottlieb, a CIA scientist, was ordered to collect biological material with a view to assassinating an unidentified African leader. Now the US ambassador became active in the matter. Around mid-August, he made it known in a telegram that Kasavubu will continue to be a political zero as long as Lumumba is active. He praised Joseph Ilio, the president of the Senate, and Bamako, the foreign minister, but acknowledged that they lacked political self-assurance compared to Lumumba. Timberlake tried to alert Kasavubu but could not succeed, yet, according to Madeleine Kalb, Timberlake tried to persuade Kasavubu that Lumumba was an extremely dangerous man, but Kasavubu would say nothing. In a cable to Washington, Timberlake told, "I confess I have not yet learned the secret of spurring Kasavubu to action." 32. It seems the UN leaders were now interested in eliminating Lumumba politically. According to a telegram of 26th August, from the US Permanent Mission to the UN, Hammarskjöld was convinced that Lumumba must be broken. 33. Lumumba had made it obvious that he would not stand for the division of his country. This was enough reason for his elimination in the eyes of the US and the Belgium. Kasavubu, the president of Congo, was being advised and supported now by the CIA and Belgian officials. Also, by now, the rift between Lumumba and Kasavubu had widened considerably. According to Stefan Weissmann. Dirty Work 2. Lyle Stewart Incorporated, 1979, there is strong circumstantial evidence of a U.S. role in the Kasavubu coup of September 5 against Lumumba. He further says, there is direct testimony of a U.S. diplomat on the scene as well as two former U.S. officials that the CIA was involved in the decisive Mobutu coup of September 14. 34. A declassified State Department chronology of the Congo crisis seems to confirm this. Planning of an operational nature dealt with covert activities to bring about the overthrow of Lumumba and install a pro-Western government. Operations under this plan were gradually put into effect by CIA. 35. Two reliable U.S. diplomatic sources have confirmed that shortly before his coup, the special group authorized payments to Kasavubu. This certainly strengthens the assassinations report's observation that, on the day following Kasavubu's initiative, two CIA officers approached a high-level Congolese politician to warn him of the Lumumba danger, offer assistance in preparation of a new government program, and provide assurances that the U.S. would supply technicians. 36. The first coup against Lumumba took place on the 5th of September 1960. On a radio address, Kasavubu, the president, declared that he was dismissing Prime Minister Lumumba and 6 of his ministers. The president got his Belgian advisor Jef van Bilsen to ask the United Nations to immediately close the radio station and all airports. United Nations Blue Berets placed a security cordon around the president's residence to protect him while Lumumba was left unprotected. Closing the radio station and the airport undeniably hurt Lumumba as he could not address the people on the radio. So he could not mobilize his supporters in Leopoldville while Kasavubu was able to use an anti-nationalist station broadcast outside of the Congo-Brazzaville. The cabinet and the Congolese Senate were supporting Lumumba while Kasavubu was supported by the CIA, the Belgians, and the United Nations. For the next few days, there was lot of tension and confusion in the capital. Now, another coup d'état took place. On the evening of September 14, Colonel Mobutu announced on the radio that he was neutralizing the politicians until December 31, 1960. Mobutu, Kasavubu, and others were afraid that Lumumba would gather enough forces and people and would make a comeback. His freedom was becoming dangerous in the eyes of the conspirators. The CIA and the Belgians were very active during this critical time. Lumumba, it seems, had many enemies, including the governments of Belgium and the United States. Even the United Nations was working against him and his supporters. On 9th September, Lumumba went out for the last time, addressing enthusiastic crowds. The next day, Mobutu ordered his troops to surround Lumumba's house. Lumumba was now under house arrest, with an inner cordon of blue berets, UN troops, and outer cordon of ANC soldiers under Mobutu's command. Belgium and the West were deeply interested in Katanga and its secession from Congo. Belgium controlled about 70% of the economy of Belgian Congo. Katanga was basically run by Union Miniere, a Belgian mining company. The company totally controlled the extraction of copper, tin, cobalt, uranium, and zinc in mines which were some of the richest in the world. There were 21,000 African workers and 2,200 European administrators at Union Miniere. Almost 66% of the colony's revenue came from Union Miniere. With all these riches at stake, it is no surprise that shortly after independence, Belgium sent troops to its colony to protect its colonial treasure house. After independence, there were large number of Belgian troops in Katanga and local commanders took his orders from his former masters. When Katanga seceded, Union Miniere funneled 1.25 billion Belgian francs into Tchambe's bank account. This was an advance on the 1960 taxes which it should have paid to Lumumba's central government. 37. With his powerful oratory, deeply entrenched nationalism, principles, and mass following of hundreds of thousands of Congolese, Lumumba had become a symbol of Africa's defiance of the white man's colonial rule. This had struck a chord of fear and hatred towards him in the minds of Western powers, especially Belgium and the US. The United States saw in him a friend of the communists, a man who would let the Soviet Union make headway into Congo. The Belgian government and the United States were working hard to eliminate Lumumba now. Colonel Marliera of the Belgian forces was given the task to get Congolese soldiers to support Mobutu. The Belgian government had made 20 million francs available to him to pay the soldiers. 38. It should be noted that though the United Nations was invited by Lumumba to protect his government and keep law and order, the UN miserably failed to protect Lumumba, the Prime Minister. The UN failed to protect and have him released under the immunity to high government officials when he was arrested and kept under house arrest. Also, when Lumumba was on the run from Mobutu's forces, again the UN failed to extend him any protection. On the evening of November 27 around 8 o'clock it was raining heavily. A Chevrolet drove out through the cordon of soldiers surrounding Lumumba's residence. It was taking his servants home, as often it had done before. But tonight, in that car was Lumumba, lying under the feet of passengers in the back. Because of the rain, the ANC guard was not very careful to check the car as it left. For safety reasons, Lumumba changed the car at the Astoria Hotel and got into a Ghanaian embassy car driven by an official. A little further on, two more cars joined. In them were Lumumba, his wife, his son, Akunda, the head of Mbolo's cabinet, and Wingudi, Lumumba's secretary. They headed for Equateur, Stanleyville, some 2,000 kilometers to the north. Once there, Lumumba would be safe and would surely be able to mount a counter-attack and take back his country. The major part of Stanleyville's people and their provincial leaders were all admirers and followers of Lumumba. Meanwhile, Mobutu and his soldiers were frantically looking for Lumumba all over. If they had gone straight, Lumumba would have easily made it safely to Stanleyville. Unwisely, on the way, he met many Congolese and addressed them, thus wasting precious time. Mobutu meanwhile asked for technical assistance from a European airline in search of Lumumba. He was provided with a European aircraft and a pilot, an expert in low-altitude reconnaissance flights. On the evening of December 1, Lumumba's party reached Lodi, on the left bank of Sankuru River. This river, about 600 meters wide, was the last obstacle for Lumumba's party to safely reach Stanleyville, 1,000 kilometers away. On the other side of the river, a strongly nationalist population was to welcome them, and the road to Stanleyville would be safe and straightforward. Lumumba, Muley, Matthias Kamashanga, and Valentine Lubuma crossed the Sankuru in a canoe while his wife, son and other waited on this side for the boat to return. When Lumumba came back to fetch his family, Mobutu's soldiers had arrived and he was captured. Some say he did not know the soldiers were there on the bank. Others say he went back precisely to convince them to release the other members of his party. Once again here, the UN failed to protect Lumumba. Nearby the bank, there was a camp of Ghanaian soldiers of the UN Congo force. In a version given by Lumumba's driver, taking advantage of a lapse in the vigilance of the ANC guards, Lumumba's driver dashed off to a camp of Ghanaian soldiers of the UN Congo force. According to the driver, a Ghanaian lieutenant explained to Lumumba that it was not his mission to offer him protection. Congolese soldiers then arrived, found Lumumba leaning on the back of the Peugeot, beat him with rifle butts and took him away. Rebelling against their officer, the Ghanaian soldiers freed the other fugitives who were taken prisoner and threatened in the center of Mwika, but they intervened too late to save the Congolese premier. A coded telegram from Dale and an internal UN document confirm the driver's version. The UN forces were given instructions to be neutral. The UN Protection Force of Ghanaians had received clear instructions that on no account they were to take any action in respect of Lumumba. These instructions were rigidly followed. 39. These documents are in contradiction of Hammarskjöld's assertions that it was not within the UN's mandate to protect Lumumba, and would contradict the principle of the active, non-use of force, because protecting Lumumba would imply a military initiative. On the morning of December 2, Lumumba was free again, and when he was rearrested, they were present. On the orders of their superiors, they stopped the brutality but allowed him to be rearrested. Additionally, these documents show that Hammarskjöld's explanations given to the Security Council after Lumumba's murder were not truthful. Mr. Lumumba escaped from his residence in a way unknown to the United Nations and traveled east, without any possibility for the organization to give him protection. He was arrested out in the country without any possibility for the UN to stop this action, as it was not in control of the situation. 40. After his arrest, Lumumba was handed over to Gilbert Pongo, assistant to Victor Ndaka, Mobutu's intelligence services chief, in Port Francais on December 2. Ultimately, Lumumba was transferred to Leopoldville in an Air Congo DC-3. If Lumumba had made it to Stanleyville, the whole of Congo would have gone up in flames and its history would have turned out to be very different. Mobutu, the self-proclaimed dictator for life, with the help and support of the United States, would ruthlessly rule Congo for 32 more years and would bring this rich country and its people to the highest limits of poverty and disaster while making billions of dollars for himself. On December 3, 1960, Lumumba was transferred by a military convoy to Camp Hardy, in Thiesville. He had been physically abused. UN Representative Rajeshvar Dale in an interview with the New York Times had clearly implied that he knew the US was financing Mobutu. 41. The US was now advising and subsidizing the top Congolese leadership, which decided to transfer Lumumba. Belgium and Washington were very active behind the scenes to have Lumumba transferred to the Katanga province, where he was certain to be killed by Moise Tshombe's government. On the early morning of January 17, 1961, Lumumba was taken near Lokala by a convoy. There he was forced to board a Dragon Rapide. On board were French pilot François Beaumont and 7 other people: Ndaka, Mobutu's man, 3 ANC soldiers, Lumumba and his colleagues Mpolo and Okito. They landed at Monda at 9:30 a.m. From there, they were taken aboard a DC-4 for a long journey to Elizabethville, Katanga. On the way in the plane, all 3 prisoners were badly tortured and beaten up. When the plane landed at 4:50 p.m. at Luano, Elizabethville's airport, there was enough fuel left in the plane for only 10 minutes more. Upon arrival at the airport, the prisoners were again beaten and terribly treated. From there, they were taken to an abandoned house called Bruez House, named after its owner. It was not too far from the airport and was in a remote area. Once there, all 3 prisoners were continuously tortured and abused. Everyone, including Cotonou ministers as well as the guards, tortured the prisoners. Belgian Colonel Van Valle admitted that the torturers were either Belgians or men under the command of Belgian officers. The head of the UN in Katanga, New Zealander Ian Berenson, made no attempt to put any pressure on Chambé or the gendarmerie's commander. By 9:15 p.m. on the fateful night of January 17, the decision to assassinate the prisoners was already taken by Chambé, Monongo, Kibwe, and others. Everybody had agreed to kill the prisoners the same evening. The green light to liquidate Lumumba already had come from their white masters from Belgium. Belgian Police Commissioner Frans Verschuur explains rather crudely in his secret report that killing Lumumba was the only solution. The execution had to take place, since none of the crimes committed by Lumumba could, without proof, and especially without any legal basis, serve as a pretext for a regular conviction. Lumumba had to disappear. Lumumba alive, even in jail, represented too serious a danger. He had the ears of the masses, except in Upper Katanga, and would have continued to have a real majority in the parliament. On the evening of January 17, after giving it some thought, Van Valle and company decided not to reprieve Lumumba, thus giving a green light for his execution while hoping that the storm that would follow would quickly dissipate. 42. At about 10 p.m., the 3 prisoners were pushed inside a car in a convoy consisting of 4 cars and 2 jeeps. President Chambé, Ministers Kaitang, Monongo, and Kibwe, Commissioner Sapwi and perhaps Minister Kimba were in the first 3 cars. Captain Gat was in the 4th car, which was driven by Commissioner Verschuur. The handcuffed prisoners were in the back. Michel's son and Mouk, 2 Belgian brothers, and the driver were in one jeep, while Sekla and 5 military policemen were in the second jeep. The convoy went for 6 kilometers, turned right towards an area of swampland. 300 meters further, the convoy arrived at a clearing in the wooded savanna. It was 10:45 p.m. All the preparations were already made. The spot was illuminated by Verschuur's and Sapwi's police cars. Under a tree, first Okito, the former vice president, was shot. Then Polo was shot. Finally Lumumba, with an enormous hail of bullets, was shot and killed. Immediately, their bodies were thrown into the prepared graves and were buried. 43. The great nationalist, who fought for the freedom and uplifting of his poor country and its people, was thus brutally killed. He was not even 36 years old yet. Next day, Chambé and his cronies declared that Lumumba and the other 2 prisoners had escaped at night. While passing through a village, the villagers recognized them and out of anger, killed all 3 of them. Shortly before nightfall on January 18, a convoy left for the scene of the execution. It was quite dark by now. One by one, the corpses of 3 men were exhumed and put into the back of a lorry. They drove 220 kilometers northeast of Elizabethville, towards Kazanga. Not far from Kazanga they stopped. There, the bodies were once again buried in hastily dug graves. Early in the afternoon of January 21, 2 Europeans and few black assistants left Kazanga in a lorry with hacksaw, 2 demijohns filled with sulfuric acid and an empty 200-liter petrol barrel. Not until the evening of the next day did they find the graves. There, they cut up the corpses with knives and hacksaw, and then threw the pieces into the barrel of sulfuric acid. The operation lasted the whole night. The 2 Belgians wore masks to counter terrible stench. Occasionally they drank whiskey. While doing all this, they realized that they did not have sufficient acid. Parts of the bodies were left unburnt or undissolved. So, according to Verschuur, the skulls were ground up and the teeth and bones were scattered on the way back. Same thing was done with the ashes. Nothing was left of these three nationalist leaders. Not even a small part of their bodies could be found now. 44. Over the years, finally, Mobutu usurped all power and became a ruthless dictator of Zaire, Congo. Receiving military and economic assistance from the United States, the International Monetary Funds and the World Bank, he ruled Zaire for some 32 years. His rule was brutally repressive, corrupt to the core, and marked by unpardonable self-indulgence. President George Bush Sr., a former CIA chief himself, was a long-standing supporter of Mobutu. The first African leader to be invited to stroll the lawns of George Bush Sr.'s White House was Mobutu. During his long rule, Mobutu bilked his country of its coffers and amassed a fortune for himself worth billions of dollars while his own people became desperately poor and the country came down to economic bankruptcy. Though the U.S. role in the overthrow and murder of Lumumba was behind the scenes, the fact remains that Washington played a major role in his overthrow and execution. Additionally, Mobutu could not have survived in power for so long without major U.S. support. Overthrow of Nkrumah of Ghana. Seymour Hersh, the veteran investigative journalist, in his article in the New York Times dated May 9, 1978, revealed that the Central Intelligence Agency advised and supported a group of dissident army officers, who finally overthrew the regime of President Nkrumah of Ghana in February 1966. The agency's role in the coup d'état was carried out without prior approval from high-level interagency groups that monitored CIA clandestine activities, according to the sources. In 1966, that group was known as the 303 Committee and it had rejected a previous CIA request seeking authority to plot against Mr. Nkrumah, who had angered the United States as he maintained close relations with the Soviet Union and China. The plan was the deployment of a small squad of paramilitary experts, members of the agency's Special Operations Group. These men were to wear blackface and attack the Chinese embassy during the coup, killing everyone inside and destroying the building. The men also were to steal as much material as possible from the embassy's code room. The CIA station chief in Accra, Ghana's capital, requested approval for the above plan, but the approval was reportedly denied. John Stockwell, a former CIA operative, has published a book, In Search of Enemies, in 1978, and there he briefly described the agency's role in the overthrow of Mr. Nkrumah. That is when the details of CIA's role in the coup became available. The CIA station in Accra was encouraged by higher-ups in Washington to maintain contact with the dissidents of the Ghanaian army so as to maintain intelligence on their activities. The station in Accra was given a generous budget and maintained intimate contact as the plot for the coup was hatched. The agency was so closely involved, according to Mr. Stockwell, that it was able to coordinate the recovery of some classified Soviet military equipment by the United States as the coup took place. 45. There were Soviet press reports that the CIA had played a role in the coup. According to Mr. Seymour Hersh, in his May 9, 1978 article in the New York Times, the Times sources said that many CIA operatives in Africa considered the agency's role in the overthrow of Mr. Nkrumah to have been pivotal. Mr. Hersh further says, the Times sources said that the CIA group led by Mr. Baines, the station chief in Accra at the time, received permission to purchase some Soviet intelligence materials that had been confiscated by Ghanaian army troops during the coup. Mr. Hersh further claims, after a payment of at least $100,000, the sources said, a special secret airplane flight was arranged and the Soviet materials, including a cigarette lighter that also functioned as a camera, were transferred to the CIA headquarters. 46. Looking at all this information, it seems quite likely that the CIA was deeply involved in the Nkrumah overthrow in 1966. It was not a neutral bystander by any means. Gestapo, the Indonesian coup and the bloodbath. Background. The course of Indonesian history dramatically changed on an early morning in the fall of 1965 by an event that will be remembered in history. That event unleashed forces that were boiling beneath the surface of Indonesian politics long before their independence from the Dutch. The country was marching towards socialism, or perhaps towards communism according to the Washington's rulers, but this fateful event and its aftermath suddenly changed the course that Indonesia was marching towards. In the process, perhaps as many as 500,000 Indonesians were massacred, though the estimates vary from 150,000 to more than 500,000. The country, thereafter, turned around from socialist/communist sympathizer, a friend of China, to a right-wing US-friendly/U.S. supported dictatorship that lasted for more than 30 years. Gestapo, the coup. The fateful event, known in Indonesia as Gestapo or 30th September movement, was an abortive coup d'état, supposedly carried out by the PKI, the Communist Party of Indonesia, in conjunction with pro-communist army and air force officers. Their plan was to liquidate the top army leadership, establish a government more acceptable to the left-wingers and pro-communists within the armed forces. The coup failed, and what followed was a bloodbath where as many as 500,000 communists or their sympathizers were brutally massacred. Long before and since its independence in 1949, Indonesia had a charismatic leader named Sukarno, Karna, derived from Hindu Mahabharata epic, Su being the prefix given to many Indonesian names meaning good, and O being the custom of ending many names in Indonesia. Son of a Balinese mother and a Javanese father, he was the Hindu Brahmin leader of the independence movement and had spent 12 years in Dutch prison. In prison, he had read extensively, including Matsina, Garibaldi, Trotsky, Lenin, Gandhi, Nehru, Sun Yat-sen, Thomas Jefferson and many others. Perhaps, the great Indian philosopher and spiritual leader Vivekananda inspired him the most. In the foreword to an edition of The Voice of Vivekananda, Sukarno expressed his feelings about Vivekananda. He was one of the men who gave so much inspiration to me, inspiration to be strong, inspiration to be a servant of God, inspiration to be a servant of my country, inspiration to be a servant of the poor, inspiration to be a servant of mankind. 47. During the 50s and early 60s, Sukarno's ideas had crystallized. He was fearful of the army generals and suspected that they were planning a coup with the help of the CIA. He had become a great friend of China and of Moscow, to a lesser degree. He seemed to like socialism and seemed to be steering his country towards it. His relations with the United States had soured by 1965. PKI, the Communist Party of Indonesia, and its leader Iked had become great friends of Sukarno. He was very popular with the Indonesian masses and commanded great respect and admiration from them. The plot of the coup was simple and diabolical. The plotters planned to remove from Jakarta all the generals and commanders of the Indonesian army who had command, authority, and who might oppose the conspirators' design for power. The resulting situation would make it necessary for President Sukarno to step in as commander-in-chief, reassure the people and finally to appoint a commander and the government sympathetic to the aspirations of the plotters. The removal of the army commanders was to be accomplished by various means, including assassinations, abductions, and deportations from the country once the new government was in power. The leaders of the coup carried out raids on the houses of 7 generals at about 4 a.m. on the morning of October 1, 1965. With one exception, the 6 generals were either killed on the spot or were kidnapped and subsequently murdered. In a matter of hours, the military operation was over. Besides the raids, the plotters secured the Central Telecommunications Building, the Radio Indonesia station, the Presidential Palace in Jakarta, and an air base just outside Jakarta. The staging ground for the attack was an abandoned rubber plantation. It was within the confines of Lubang Buaja, literally Crocodile Hole, a small hamlet on the edge of Halim Air Force Base, about 7 miles from the Presidential Palace in Jakarta. The area was remote and could easily be sealed off, if needed. Military trucks rumbled in the quiet streets in those early morning hours. One came into the Army Chief of Staff General Yani's driveway. An officer, accompanied by 2 enlisted men, jumped out. They told the guard they had an urgent message for the general from President Sukarno. The guard told them the general was asleep, but the officer bypassed him, entered the house, went upstairs, and knocked hard on the general's bedroom door. When General Yani opened the door, the officer, who was armed and rude, said, "President Sukarno wants to see you." "Put that gun away and salute when you address me," the general snapped angrily. In one report, the general is said to have slapped the officer's face. The officer shot the general as his young son came out to see what was going on. Mrs. Yani was not home. The soldiers dragged the bleeding body of General Yani down the stairs and tossed it into the truck and drove away. 48. Similarly, 5 other generals were killed. Unfortunately for them, they missed General Nasyushin, the Minister of Defense. Their another major setback was they did not include Major General Suharto, Chief of the Strategic Command. Perhaps, as Suharto himself said later, "They didn't think my command that important." The assassination squad assigned to General Nasyushin's home consisted of 100 men. The Nasyushins, awakened by the commotion outside, soon realized that someone was trying to kidnap the general. While the troops were trying to get in the front door, Mrs. Nasyushin pushed her husband out a side door where a high masonry wall stood between their house and the Iraqi ambassador's home. Nasyushin heard a sound as he was escaping. Looking back, he saw his 5-year-old daughter being shot and fall by a spray of bullets. His first impulse was to come back and confront the soldiers. But his wife convinced him to escape and save himself. Nasyushin climbed the wall and jumped on the other side, breaking his ankle in the fall. He remained in hiding in the bushes until he was rescued around 5:30 a.m. by General Omar. Meanwhile, in the darkness and all that confusion, the kidnappers met a man on the stairs they thought was Nasyushin. It was Nasyushin's aide, Lieutenant Tendian, who physically looked like his boss. On that night, he was wearing General Nasyushin's jacket and cap. When asked if he was General Nasyushin, he replied, "Yes." He was seized and thrown into the waiting trucks and taken away. This mistake would prove to be disastrous for the entire coup. 49. No one had any idea what happened to the kidnapped generals. As reports started coming in, it became clear that a major coup was underway, but by whom and against who was still a mystery. At 7 a.m., the conspirators took over the radio station and announced that a movement was being directed against the generals who were the members of the Council of Generals. Also, the statement stressed that this was strictly an army affair. The generals were said to be under arrest. An unknown officer, Lieutenant Colonel Untung, announced that as the commander of the movement, he had assumed full responsibility for preventive action against a plot by the Generals' Council, a CIA-sponsored subversive movement, which planned to stage a coup on 5 October. It was also announced that Sukarno was safe under the 30th September movement's protection. Untung issued Decree 1 at noon announcing the formation of the Revolutionary Council that would assume charge of the government. Somehow, the coup leaders had not taken into account Suharto, Nasyushin, and other loyal military commanders. General Suharto, after conferring with General Nasyushin, who was the defense minister and his superior and who instructed him to take charge, went into action. Within a few hours, he had collected around him elements of his own division and loyal units of other commands and set himself up to neutralize the conspirators who had by now taken over the radio station and the palace. His strategy was to avoid bloodshed, at this time, and talk the rebels into surrendering by negotiation, cajolement, bluff, and threat. Emissaries went back and forth between Suharto and his aides at the Konstrad headquarters and the commanders of the 2 rebellious battalions. Suharto's strategy of talk worked with 454th battalion leader, but the 530th battalion leader would not budge. Finally, at 6 p.m., Suharto issued an ultimatum to the 454th battalion. Either they evacuate their position by 10 p.m. or he would blast them off. The leaders were in the palace waiting for Sukarno, who was not there. This was a bluff by Suharto, as his position was not that strong if there was to be a confrontation. But the threat worked. They started withdrawing. By 8 p.m., Suharto was in full control of Jakarta. In the afternoon, Suharto received the information that Sukarno and the coup leaders were at Halim Air Base. That meant Sukarno was not a prisoner as he was able to send couriers to Jakarta. Suharto sent a word to Sukarno that he should depart from the air base as he, Suharto, was soon going to surround the base and attack, and he did not wish to harm the president. Sukarno was led to Bogor Palace while Iked, the PKI chief and one of the supposed leader of the coup along with Air Marshal Hani flew to Central Java in the early morning of October 2. Meanwhile, General Suharto closed in with his troops and seized the air base. By 6:10 a.m., on October 2, it was all over. Suharto had succeeded in suppressing the coup. The next day, the bodies of the assassinated generals were discovered thrown down a deep well at the edge of the military airport. They were badly mutilated and tortured. According to Howard Palfrey Jones, the U.S. ambassador to Indonesia until May 1965, in his book, Indonesia, The Possible Dream, the coup consisted of the communist leadership, dissident army officers, Air Marshal Hani, and communist youth groups who were trained and armed by the Air Force. He further assures that it had Sukarno's blessing. The immediate objective, on which all including Sukarno agreed, was to purge the army of its anti-communist leaders. The bloodbath and the United States. The photos of the mutilated bodies of the generals were published and shown all over the country. This had created anger and hatred towards the communists who were supposedly behind the coup. The coup had failed. General Suharto had taken over the charge of the country. It seems the coup had Sukarno's blessings as he wanted to get rid of the generals he had feared. But now, Sukarno was practically helpless as if under house arrest and without any power. Under Suharto's watch, by December 1965, a massive bloodbath took place across Indonesia. Communists, suspected communists, and their sympathizers were killed by the hundreds of thousands. The bloodbath in Bali was worst of all. More people were killed proportionately there than anywhere else in Indonesia. Also, communist-dominated areas of East and Central Java saw mass killings. Whole villages, which were known to be in the communist camps, were wiped out. The Balinese responded to the army's call, killing coldly and mercilessly. Though Bali experienced the maximum killings, rest of Indonesia was not better. Noam Chomsky in his 1993 book, Year 501, The Conquest Continues. South End Press, devotes a whole chapter to the dubious role the U.S. played in Indonesia, prior, during and after these bloody events. According to him, the scale of the massacre is unknown. The CIA put the estimate at 250,000 killed. The head of Indonesia's state security system later estimated the death toll at over 500,000. The figure given by Amnesty International is, of many more than 1 million. Regardless of the numbers, it is beyond any doubt that incredible butchery took place. According to the official figures, the army arrested 750,000 more. Many of them languished in the jail under horrible conditions for years without trial. Later on, Sukarno was forced to relinquish all powers and the military ruled unchallenged. Hindered only by the corruption of the rulers, Indonesia was open to Western exploitation. 50. Though there are some indications of it, the U.S. role in these gruesome events is uncertain. Gabriel Calco states that the 3 months preceding September 30, 1965, U.S. documents dealing with the convoluted background and intrigues, not to mention the embassies and the CIA's roles, have been totally withheld from the public scrutiny. The release of these materials, one can conclude, must be quite damaging to U.S. prestige given the availability of the detailed materials before and after July-September 1965. Ralph McGehee, an ex-CIA officer, reports that he is familiar with a highly classified CIA report regarding the agency's role in provoking the destruction of the PKI and attributes the slaughter to the CIA, a word deleted here, Operation. CIA censorship had imposed the deletion. Peter Dale Scott, the man who has carefully reconstructed the events, suggests that the deleted word is deception, referring to the CIA propaganda that creates the appropriate situation for mass murder operations, in McGeehy's words. Specifically, McGeehy referred to the atrocity fabrication by the CIA so as to lay the blame for the violence against the PKI. 51. According to Chomsky, there is no doubt that Washington was aware of the slaughter and approved of it. By early February, President Johnson was informed that as many as 100,000 people had been massacred. Dean Rusk, the Secretary of State, cabled to Marshall Green, the U.S. ambassador to Indonesia at the time of the coup on October 29, that the campaign against PKI must continue and that the military who were directing it are the only force capable of creating order in Indonesia and must continue to do so with U.S. help for a major military campaign against PKI. The U.S. was quick to provide aid to the army, but details have been kept secret from the public. Cables sent from the Jakarta embassy on October 30 and November 4 clearly shows that communications and equipment deliveries to the Indonesian army were accelerated and the sales of U.S. aircraft were quickly approved. The deputy chief of mission noted that the embassy and USG were generally sympathetic with and admiring of what the army was doing. 52. H.W. Brand's study and analysis of the events is particularly interesting. He clarifies without any controversy about U.S. government's sympathy for what the Indonesian army was doing. He leaves no doubt about Washington's enthusiasm about the turn for the better as the slaughter continued. 53. According to Brands, as he reconstructs the events, by early part of 1964, the U.S. was engaged in persuading and encouraging the army to take action against the PKI, thus making sure that when expected conflict broke out, the army would know it had friends in Washington. Secretary of State Dean Rusk commented, "The goal of the continuing civic action and military training programs was strengthening anti-communist elements in Indonesia in the continuing and coming struggle with the PKI." General Nasution, the Chief of Staff, the strongest man in the country according to the U.S. Ambassador Howard Jones, told Jones in March 1964 that Madian would be mild compared with an army crackdown today, alluding to the 1948 bloody repression in Madian. Brands concludes that the September 30 coup against the army leadership came as a surprise to Washington and the CIA knew little about it. Ambassador Green, who had taken over from Jones, told Washington he could not establish any PKI role. But the official story since then and now is that it was a communist plot. In his 1990 book, Indonesia, Crisis and Transformation 1965-1968, Ambassador Green clearly blames PKI leadership for the coup. Being part of the Washington establishment, not surprisingly, throughout his book, the U.S. role is portrayed as an innocent observer who had nothing to do with pre-coup situation or the post-Gestapo bloodbath. In his study, Brands informs that when information started coming in from the countryside indicating that a purge of the PKI was beginning, the main worry of the American officials in Washington as well as in Jakarta was that the army would fail to take full advantage of its opportunity. Brands continues, and when army seemed to hesitate, Washington sought ways to encourage the officers to proceed. Green recommended covert efforts to spread the story of the PKI's guilt, treachery, and brutality, though he at the time knew of no PKI role. 54. The reaction of Washington to the tragic events in Indonesia was one of relief and pride. Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, appearing before a Senate committee, was asked whether U.S. military aid during the pre-coup period had paid dividends. He agreed that it had and was therefore justified, of course the major dividend being the pile of corpses. In March 1967, in a private communication to President Johnson, McNamara went further, saying that the U.S. military assistance to the Indonesian army had encouraged it to move against the PKI when the opportunity was presented. Further, he said, particularly valuable was the program bringing Indonesian military personnel to the United States for training at universities where they learned the lessons they put to use so well. These were very significant factors in determining the favorable orientation of the new Indonesian political elite, the army, argued McNamara. A congressional report also asserted that the training and continued communication with military officers paid enormous dividends. The reasoning and the story sounds familiar as per Latin America, whose soldiers are trained by the School of the Americas. 55. From Brand's study, it is obvious that the U.S. did what it could to encourage the Army to liquidate the PKI and its members. Though in the beginning it hesitated as it was not sure of the outcome, but once it became obvious that Suharto and the Army were winning, it greeted the good news with enthusiasm as the slaughter mounted and started assisting Suharto's regime as it was triumphing over the bloodshed of hundreds of thousands of suspected communist victims. Mass slaughter of the Indonesians failed to provoke even a condemnation on the floor of the U.S. Congress. No major U.S. relief agency offered any aid. The World Bank started giving favorable loans to Indonesia, making it the third largest borrower at the time. Western corporations and governments soon started moving into the country for more business. The major U.S. newspapers and magazines were euphoric. Well after the results were known by mid-1966, an enthusiastic story appeared in the U.S. News and World Report, with the headline, "Indonesia, Hope Where Once There Was None. Indonesia these days can talk and argue freely, no longer fearful of being denounced and imprisoned," reported the journal. It was describing the totalitarian terror state that was liquidating hundreds of thousands of its citizens and had imprisoned hundreds of thousands more. Time magazine celebrated the good news from Indonesia with the heading "Vengeance with a Smile," with 5-page story and several pictures of the bloodbath that took perhaps 400,000 or more lives. 56. Several events were the cause for concern over US-backed Indonesian atrocities, in 1990 to 1991. In May 1990, States News Service released a study in Washington by Kathy Cadane which showed that the U.S. government played a significant role by supplying the names of thousands of Communist Party leaders to the Indonesian army, which hunted down the leftists and killed them, former U.S. diplomats say. As many as 5,000 names were furnished to the Indonesian army, and the Americans later checked off the names of those who had been killed or captured according to U.S. officials. The lists were a detailed who's who of the leadership of the party of 3 million members, Foreign Service Officer Robert Martins said. They included names of provincial, city and other local PKI committee members, and leaders of the mass organizations, such as the PKI National Labor Federation, women's and youth groups. According to Joseph Lazarsky, deputy CIA station chief in Jakarta at the time, these names were passed on to the military, which used them as a shooting list. He adds further that some were kept for interrogation or kangaroo courts because the Indonesians didn't have enough good squads to zap them all. Cadane further reported that top U.S. embassy officials acknowledged in interviews that they had approved of the release of the names. 57. Then Indonesia expert for the State Department Intelligence, Howard Federspiel, has said, "No one cared as long as they were communists, that they were being butchered. No one was getting very worked up about it. It really was a big help to the army," Martins said. "They probably killed a lot of people, and I probably have a lot of blood on my hands, but that's not all bad. There is a time when you have to strike hard at a decisive moment." 58. Few newspapers picked up the story. No one really cared much about it. The business went as usual. While ruffling some feathers briefly, the report was soon consigned to oblivion, writes Chomsky. Ambassador Marshall Green, who was the U.S. ambassador to Indonesia, denies any U.S. involvement in the Gestapo affair or in the bloodbath that followed in his 1990 book mentioned above. According to him, the list of thousands of Indonesian communists and those of PKI Qatar, supplied by Robert Martins, an expert in international communism in U.S. Embassy's political section, to an Indonesian official were of no value. He claims that these lists were made up entirely of names appearing in the press and were well known to the army. 59. But then, why was the U.S. Embassy's official compiling this list in the first place, and why did he supply it to an Indonesian official? After the surfacing of Cadane's story, the Post carried a letter by an Indonesian human rights activist Karmel Budi Arjo, who pointed out that direct U.S. complicity in the massacre was already known from the cable traffic between the U.S. Embassy in Jakarta and the State Department published by Gabriel Calco, specifically the Green Rusk, Marshall Green and Dean Rusk, interchange. Finally, Chomsky aptly points out in his book, Year 501, The Conquest. Continues. We may now rest easy in the knowledge that Washington did all it could to encourage the greatest massacre since the days of Hitler and Stalin, welcomed the outcome with enthusiasm and immediately turned to the tasks of supporting Suharto's rightly named new order. Thankfully, there is nothing to trouble the liberal conscience. 60. Massacre in East Timor. The island of Timor is located southeast of the Indonesian archipelago, just 300 miles northwest of Australia. For a long time before the arrival of the Portuguese, the island was well known for its abundance of sandalwood, beeswax, and honey. The island was tied to trading networks centered on East Java and the Celebes. This trading network was busy trading with India and China. 61. Around 1511, the Portuguese first arrived on the island of Timor. They came first as traders, but by the 16th and 17th centuries, the viceroy from Portuguese enclave of Goa, in India, officially ruled the island. The Dutch were also competing with the Portuguese for control of the island. By the mid-1800s, the island was being divided by the two imperialist powers on the paper. The Hague Court, in 1913, established the final border between the Portuguese, East Timor, and the Dutch, West Timor. 62. The Portuguese exploited the colony of East Timor using local labor and raising cash crops for export to the mother country. Occasionally, the East Timorese rebelled against the colonial ruler. But by 1912, Portugal established effective control throughout East Timor. The people of East Timor, however, remained very poor and backward throughout the Portuguese rule. During the Second World War, Japan succeeded in driving out the imperialist powers from the French Indochina, the Philippines, colonized by the United States, and the Dutch East Indies. They also occupied West and East Timor. As a result of brutal Japanese occupation and Allied bombing, some 60,000 East Timorese had lost their lives. In August 1945, Japan was defeated, so the Portuguese returned to their former colony of Timor, resorting to forced labor and repressive measures to reassert their control and rebuild the colonial infrastructure, which lay ruined. A relatively nonviolent coup known as the Carnation Revolution took place in Lisbon, the Portuguese capital, on April 25, 1974. A group of left-leaning military officers dedicated to democracy within Portugal and the decolonization of all its overseas territories, known as the Armed Forces Movement, MFA, overthrew the fascist government of Marcelo Caetano, which had succeeded the long-time Salazar dictatorship in 1968. 63. Within a few weeks, the elites in East Timor established a number of political parties. A power struggle ensued in Dili, the capital of East Timor. On November 28, 1975, the strongest party, Fretilin, declared independence from Portugal and founded the Democratic Republic of East Timor. There were 680,000 people in East Timor in 1975, 97% of them Timorese. 64. 9 days later, Indonesia launched a full-scale invasion of East Timor with thousands of troops. A day before the invasion, in Jakarta, the U.S. President Gerald Ford and U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger were toasting drinks at a dinner with the Indonesian dictator Suharto. It is inconceivable to think that the subject of East Timor did not come up at the discussion. There is little doubt that the United States gave the green light to Suharto, an important friend, a green light for the invasion. The day before the invasion in Jakarta, the U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger is reported to have told the reporters the United States understands Indonesia's position on the question of East Timor. 65. According to veteran journalist Jack Anderson, President Ford, who was visiting Suharto with Kissinger, himself admitted that, given a choice between East Timor and Indonesia, the U.S. had to be on the side of Indonesia. 66. At the time, the United States was the major supplier of military aid and training to Indonesian troops. It could have prevented the invasion. But no, on the contrary, it seems to have given a green light to the dictator. Not only that, at the same time, it increased the supply of arms to the Indonesian government. The United States had deeper interests in Indonesia. By the end of World War I, almost one-third of Dutch East Indies imports came from the United States and Japan. U.S. multinationals such as Caltex, oil, to Goodyear, rubber plantations, were already doing thriving business there, fulfilling U.S. appetite for rubber, oil, and tin. 67. By 1939, 15 key commodities were being supplied to the U.S. by the Dutch East Indies. The invasion initially involved 10,000 troops. The attack on Dili was to come from air and sea. Some 90% of weapons such as helicopters, planes, tanks, machine guns etc. were supplied by the United States. The attack on Dili was especially brutal. Hundreds of Timorese and Chinese were gunned down at random in the streets of Dili. In the 1st week alone, 2,000 citizens of Dili, 700 of them Chinese, were killed. 68. As the invasion and the occupation continued, thousands upon thousands of Timorese were savagely being killed by the Indonesian forces. During this continuing occupation and killings, in 1977, the Human Rights Administration of President Jimmy Carter authorized $112 million in commercial arms sales for fiscal 1978 to Indonesia, an increase of 2,000% from $5.8 million the previous year. While the massacre continued with fury, and Washington knew about it, the U.S. military sales peaked during the presidency of Ronald Reagan, exceeding by $1 billion from 1982 to 1984. Some 2,600 Indonesian military officers had received military training in the U.S. Britain was another major arms supplier to Indonesia while the massacres were in progress, selling £290 million worth of equipment in 1986 to 90 period alone. 69. While these massacres were going on in East Timor, the major U.S. news media surprisingly maintained a blackout of this news in the United States. It is estimated that as many as 20,000 Indonesian soldiers were occupying East Timor during the peak of the invasion. 70. The Ford administration had more than doubled its military aid to Jakarta to $146 million in the year following the invasion. After enduring many massacres and hard struggle, the East Timorese independence movement led by its leader Zanana Gusmao and others finally succeeded in getting rid of the Indonesian occupation. On May 20, 2002, the Democratic Republic of East Timor was born. But by this time, one-third of its population, more than 200,000 people had lost their lives as a result of the invasion and the ensuing war, the ongoing occupation, disease, and politically created famine. When Iraq invaded Kuwait in 1990, the United States threatened Saddam Hussein with war. Saddam soon offered to withdraw. The U.S., fearing that he might do just that and the war might be avoided, rejected his offer, waged the brutal war on Iraq, destroyed the country and killed 250,000 of its people. This invasion of Kuwait by Iraq was a little league game compared to the Indonesian invasion of East Timor and the resultant deaths of 200,000 East Timorese. Yet, here some 15 years earlier, the U.S. reaction was totally different. It shamelessly supported the invasion and annexation of East Timor by a friendly regime because it saw its interests served by this regime no matter how brutal. The tragedy of East Timor, which cost more than 200,000 lives, could have been avoided if the major powers, especially the United States, who were well aware of the ongoing tragedy, had put pressure on Suharto and had rejected his annexation of the colony. In conclusion, the Australian consul and an expert on East Timor, James Dunn, writes in his book, East Timor, A Rough Passage to Independence, that it should be remembered that East Timor's tragedy ended mainly because of the Asian economic crisis which precipitated the fall of the Suharto dictatorship, and not because of the change of heart on the part of those powers who 24 years earlier had readily accommodated the colony's annexation. Suharto regime continued to enjoy their support until the very end. 71. Stealing their nation, Chagos Islanders. Veteran journalist John Pilger thoroughly details the fate that befell the poor people of Chagos Island in his 2007 book, Freedom Next Time. According to him, since the 18th century, about 2,000 people were brought to the island of Chagos in the Indian Ocean by the French. They were to work on their coconut plantations. They were brought from Mozambique and Madagascar. These gentle Creole nation people have lived on the Chagos archipelago, the majority on Diego Garcia, that lies exactly midway between Asia and Africa. These islands passed on to the British after Napoleon was defeated in 1815. The British ruled over them ever since. 20 years after Napoleon's defeat, slavery was abolished. The islanders lived there happily ever since under the British rule. During the 1960s and 1970s the British government conspired with the US government, which wanted the island free and clear of these people. So it tricked and expelled the entire population of the Chagos, the British colonial dependency. This was done in extreme secrecy along with the conspiracy that preceded it. These innocent poor islanders were expelled so that their homeland could be handed over to the United States as the site for a military base. This act of kidnapping was carried out in high secrecy. For this, the British were rewarded a discount of $14 million off the price of a Polaris nuclear submarine. The United States built one of the biggest overseas military bases there. It was from Diego Garcia that their bombers took off one after another to bomb Afghanistan and Iraq in their recent wars with these countries. Thus, Britain and America conspired and carried out this illegal deal without getting any approval from the US Congress or from the British Parliament. The whole affair is in violation of the UN Charter. As a result of this immoral conspiracy, some 2,000 innocent and poor people of Chagos today live in the shanties in the Seychelles and mainly Mauritius, where they have been discarded. For losing their homes and their livelihoods, these people have been compensated a paltry sum of £1,000 each. 72. Chapter 9. Assassinations, Coups and Interventions. Latin America. Historical background. The United States has been a major historical influence on the political and economic developments in most of the Latin American countries. America's interest in Latin America can be said to have begun with the announcement of the Monroe Doctrine in 1823. The doctrine basically warned the European colonial powers that Latin America was in the sphere of influence of the United States and they must keep out. The United States started playing an active role in Latin America after the Spanish-American War of 1898. It launched America into a period of interventions in Latin American countries as well as into the Caribbean. Cuba soon became a U.S. protectorate. U.S. intervention, to keep out European power, was sanctioned in the area by President Theodore Roosevelt's 1901 corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. U.S. officials' collaboration with Panamanian rebels in 1903 brought the United States into possession of the Panama Canal. The Taft administration aggressively defended the U.S. investments and business interests in Latin America by interventions. This pattern of interventions became known as dollar diplomacy. This habit, using U.S. troops to protect U.S. business interests, continued through 1920s and it clearly established U.S. dominance over the political and economic life of much of Latin America. Interventions in Nicaragua. The early period till 1979 revolution. U.S. interventions in Nicaragua serve as a model of how the population of one country can be alienated by a strong neighbor. Nicaragua had become a major target for the Taft-Knox dollar diplomacy, in part because of President Taft's Secretary of State, former corporate lawyer Philander C. Knox's connection with U.S. mining interests there and also because of still attractive canal route. To Taft and Knox, the major purpose of U.S. policy at that time, like it is even today, was to protect and promote U.S. business interests abroad. Surprisingly, it still remains a major part of U.S. foreign policy. Latin America has been viewed always as an area for economic exploitation by the U.S. ruling elites. Nicaragua was no exception. As early as 1854, the U.S. Navy destroyed a town in Nicaragua, San Juan del Norte. They bombarded it and burned it down because there was committed an alleged insult to an American millionaire. 1. Nicaraguan dictator José Santos Zelaya, a liberal, followed an independent, nationalistic, and often authoritarian policy for Nicaragua. Taft administration had a difficult time adjusting to it because in addition, he thwarted attempts to control canal route through his country. In 1909 he was also suspected of negotiating a secret agreement with the Japanese and the British to build a canal. Zelaya also sought more control over U.S. investors in Nicaragua and arranged to refinance his country's debt through European banks. 2. The U.S. administration, in 1909, reacted by first issuing a set of guidelines for proper Nicaraguan behavior. This included demands that Nicaragua depend on U.S., not British banks. The United States also demanded control, via a U.S. agent, over the Nicaraguan Customs House. 3 Zelaya's refusal prompted the U.S. government to encourage the Conservative Party opposition in Nicaragua to overthrow his government. The subsequent civil war that followed saw U.S. intervention ostensibly to protect U.S. lives and property, but the real reason being the removal of Zelaya. Adolfo Diaz, a conservative, by August 1910, took over the government. The U.S. officials immediately began to supervise the repayment of Nicaragua's foreign debt. In 1912 again, due to confused political and economic situation and the threat to U.S. interest, Taft ordered Marines into the country. For the next 13 years, U.S. armed forces kept the liberals out of power and propped up a U.S. business-friendly government there. 4. Wilson administration, in 1916, managed to obtain Senate approval of the one-sided Bryan-Chamorro Treaty. The treaty guaranteed the United States exclusive right in perpetuity and relief from taxation to build a canal through Nicaragua. The U.S. in return would pay Nicaragua $3 million in gold. 5 Wilson was eager to extend U.S. hegemony in Central America, like his predecessors. The Marines were finally withdrawn in August 1925, but the political system, supervised by the United States since 1912, began to fall apart within a month. The liberals and the conservatives could not agree on who should be the president. The Coolidge administration could not accept this and turned to the old friend Adolfo Diaz. The Marines were returned to Nicaragua in December 1926 to guarantee his success, though the official line was maintained that their presence was needed to protect U.S. property and business interests. 6 By now, Nicaragua was turning into a virtual U.S. colony as due to these interventions, the country was unable to manage its own economic and political life. The U.S. Marines stayed in the country and supervised 1928 elections. But their major efforts were in the pursuit of rebel groups, especially the one headed by Augusto Cesar Sandino. He was the son of a middle-class property owner, a colorful leader able to draw support for his resistance from Mexico and from sympathetic groups in the United States. Sandino was a socialist, not a communist. Nonetheless, Washington did not like him, thinking that he was leading a Bolshevik movement. 7. Sandino and his group rightly insisted that they were not against the elections. But if Nicaraguans were going to decide their own future, they should be able to do it without any interference from the U.S. forces. To assure the world of the legitimacy of the elections, he proposed Latin American observers to come. However, the U.S. Marines stayed. They could not, however, quell Sandino's movement, nor could they capture him. Facing criticism at home and frustrating guerrilla-style resistance, they began a phased withdrawal in 1929. Sandino agreed to conciliation with the government in 1933. But ultimately he was betrayed, captured and shot by the Guardia, the National Guard, in 1934. The command of the Guardia was turned over to General Anastasio Somoza Garcia when the U.S. forces left in 1933. Within 3 years, Somoza overthrew the government and took over total control of the government with the backing from the ruthless National Guard. Thus Somoza and later his sons established full control over the country. Only the revolution of 1979, conducted in the name of Sandino, brought an end to the U.S. established ruthless dictatorship of Somoza family. Similar stories have been repeated in Latin America. Through its uncalled-for interventions in country after county of Latin America, the United States has left a legacy of ruthless dictators suppressing the poor masses of these helpless nations. In Nicaragua, Anastasio Somoza; in Cuba, Fulgencio Batista; in Haiti, François Duvalier; or in the Dominican Republic, Rafael Trujillo. All of them were ruthless despots who were pro-US and business-friendly. Nicaragua after 1979, Reagan and Bush. Background. Thus, the U.S. interventions in 1920s and 1930s gave rise to the dictator Anastasio Somoza, TACO, and continuous U.S. assistance helped him and his family stay in power until 1979. After TACO's assassination in 1967, his sons took over. Their power rested on the loyalty of U.S.-trained and supported National Guard. These guards and the officers were well cared for and paid. They stood by the Somoza family until the very end. Somoza regime was very corrupt and greedy. A terrible earthquake in 1972 leveled the capital Managua. Lot of foreign aid poured in, but rather than using it to rebuild the city, the greedy Somoza family and their officers filled their pockets with the foreign aid money. This was a turning point. By 1977, the economy had worsened, the poverty had increased, and dissatisfaction amongst masses reached a high point. The movement, Sandinista Front for National Liberation, FSLN, had become popular and was well organized. Finally, the revolution took place, and in July 1979, brutal and corrupt Somoza regime was overthrown. The Sandinistas assumed power, led by a young man named Daniel Ortega. Meanwhile, Reagan won the U.S. presidential election in November 1980. The relations between the U.S. and Nicaragua were bound to be not too friendly, as Somoza dynasty was installed and supported by the United States for so many years. Sandinistas were soon regarded by Reagan and his advisors as communist sympathizers, and socialists. Even the Republican Party platform had asserted that we abhor the Marxist Sandinista takeover in Nicaragua. A group of advisors to Reagan called for strong U.S. action in Nicaragua to halt the spread of communism. 8. The Sandinista revolution was not acceptable to the Reagan administration for four main reasons: 1. Its alleged aid to the El Salvador guerrillas. 2. The country's military build-up. 3. Its ties to communist countries. 4. Its totalitarian ideology. 9. Perhaps the most important reason being that the Sandinistas were pursuing their own independent policy, even though the policy was to raise the living standards of desperately poor masses of Nicaragua. How did that help the U.S.? It seemed the ruling elites in Washington were asking. They were more interested in safeguarding the U.S. business interests mainly. Thus, the U.S. policy towards Nicaragua under the Sandinistas was driven by two main factors. One was, as usual, a chronic hatred and fear of communism taking root in the Western Hemisphere, in this case, Nicaragua, like in Cuba, and the second factor was the protection of American business interests. Reagan policy. President Reagan and his advisors, early on, had decided to overthrow the Sandinistas from power. To achieve this goal, it seems they were ready to go to any length. To overthrow the Sandinista regime, the Reagan administration, illegally through CIA, sponsored outside army, based in Honduras, to carry out aggressive acts of sabotage, murder, rape, mass killings etc. of innocent civilians in Nicaragua. Millions of dollars were given to these mercenary army, many of them, disgruntled officers and soldiers of old Somoza regime. This mercenary army became known as the Contras. They had their base in neighboring Honduras, a country ruled by a U.S.-controlled puppet military dictatorship. This mercenary army consisted of thousands of soldiers heavily armed, trained, and paid for covertly by the United States. They terrorized the population of Nicaragua by their terrible acts of aggression, violence, rape, murder, looting and killings. Bordering areas of Costa Rica were also used to mount the attacks on Nicaragua. According to the Permanent People's Tribunal based in Geneva, Following statistics show what the United States was doing to Nicaragua through its mercenary army, the Contras. A part of the report says, from 1982 to September 12, 1984, documentation exists for 64 cases of kidnapping, 30 assassinations, 445 provocations, 289 infiltrations, 922 battles, 240 ambushes, 345 attacks, 98 acts of sabotage, making a total of 2,475 acts of aggression that bear witness to an incessant politics of aggression. 10. In mid-1983, there were 10,000 Contra fighters operating, thanks to the U.S. aid and training. The United States provided all kinds of equipment to the Contras, including planes. For instance, the 2 planes that bombed the Managua airport on September 8, 1983 were directly furnished by the CIA. White 65. The financial aid to the mercenaries was substantial according to the report by the tribunal. It was $19 million in 1982, and reached $54 million in 1983. This was financial aid. The total aid surpassed $100 million every year. 11. According to the same report, one of the worst acts of violence against Nicaragua by the United States was the mining of the ports of Nicaragua in the beginning of 1984, an undertaking being prepared since 1983. CIA agents personally supervised the operation, being stationed on a boat at the edge of the territorial waters of Nicaragua. As a result, ships of many countries suffered severe damage, including those of Nicaragua, Panama, Liberia, Japan, Soviet Union, and the Dutch. The United States defended the mining as an act of self-defense for El Salvador and its allies in accordance with the international law. New York Times, April 9, 1984. U.S. Senator Patrick Leahy declared, "Mining the harbors of Nicaragua is a logical consequence of a program aimed at conducting an undeclared secret war by proxy against a sovereign nation with whom we maintain full diplomatic relations." Washington Post National Weekly, April 30, 1984, point 12. The report further states that a sufficient number of factors indicate that the Reagan administration took several steps to economically hurt the fragile Nicaraguan economy so as to destabilize the Sandinista government. Mining the harbors reduced Nicaragua's access to international commerce in general and prevented the country from importing the goods that were vital to the people of Nicaragua. International financial institutions such as International Monetary Fund and the World Bank were directed not to extend any credit to Nicaragua. Additionally, the U.S. government suddenly reduced by some 90% the amount of sugar Nicaragua could export to the United States. 13. Reagan administration had charged that Nicaragua was supplying arms to the El Salvador rebels. But no substantial proof was ever produced by the United States. The Sandinista government developed contacts with Russia, Cuba, and other Eastern European countries. It received some aid and advisors from these countries just as she bought small arms from Eastern European countries, Italy, Libya, and France, but did she have any choice? A huge and powerful giant, a Goliath, was trying to strangle it, and she was merely trying to defend itself and survive. Nicaragua, under Sandinista, made significant progress for its poor people within a short span. Before July 1979, about 55% of the arable land was owned or controlled by some 2,000 landowners who held vast or medium-sized properties, while peasants numbering more than 120,000 had to survive on less than 3% of arable land. By the end of 1983, the state of Nicaragua owned 25% of the land, cooperatives and small landowners owned 20%, and 44% was owned by medium-sized farmers. Economic growth reached 10% per year in 1980, 8.7% in 1981. But due to Reagan's war against it, it fell to 1.4% by 1982. But the growth resumed to 4.5% by 1983 due to steps taken by the government. 14. Nicaragua, under Sandinista, was ruled not by one person but by a collective. Power was shared and was not the privilege of few. It was carrying out a literacy campaign to reduce illiteracy from 50% to 12%, and it had created a permanent program for adult education. It had launched a massive campaign of vaccinations which had eliminated polio. It had started the development of cooperatives in the agricultural sector, was carrying out agrarian reform, distributing land to the poorest farmers, and humanized criminal justice and prison system. Schools, primary and secondary, were started in rural areas, many libraries were built, and large-scale activities were carried out consisting of poetry, theater, and dance to encourage cultural activities. Thus, Nicaragua was making remarkable progress since the revolution. But the Reagan administration had its own agenda. Under tremendous pressure of aggression, killings, disruption of trade, economic pressure, and lack of foreign funds sponsored by the United States, Nicaragua was bending financially. In one last effort, it went to and filed charges at the Permanent People's Tribunal in Brussels and presented its case. The tribunal consisted of several Nobel laureate, professors of international law, diplomats, theologians, writers, jurists, philosophers, magistrates, and sociologists from around the world. 15. After much deliberation, the tribunal issued its judgment on October 9, 1984 from Brussels. Part of the judgment read as follows. The United States, which owes its own independence and liberty to popular struggle, has denied the fighting people of Nicaragua the credit to reconstruct a country ravaged by a dictatorship that the United States originally imposed. Rather, it has distributed and continues to distribute millions of dollars for the further destruction of Nicaragua. For a system that relies on the exploitation of a number of countries by a few, the peril does not lie in the traffic of arms, which has never been proven to the guerrillas of El Salvador. Rather, Nicaragua is dangerous in that it exports an example, the example of a small nation that does not allow itself to be humiliated, that manifests the strength of a national independence which is not reduced to a hymn and a flag, and that anchors in its very soil the fundamental principles of an authentic democracy. Nicaragua is under attack not because it could become a military dictatorship, but to make sure that it does. Nicaragua is under attack not because it could become the satellite of a great power, but rather to ensure that it will. In their final judgment, the tribunal condemned the policies followed by the United States in relation to Nicaragua as contrary to the rules of international law that forbid intervention in the internal affairs of a sovereign state and prohibit all associated acts of aggression. It further stated that these policies amounted to violations of the most fundamental law of international society and constitutes the commission of the most serious crimes against the right of peoples, a scathing condemnation of the United States indeed. Needless to say, the U.S. government not surprisingly had refused to recognize the tribunal. 16. Aftermath. In February 1990, the elections were held in Nicaragua, under the continuing military harassment by the U.S.-sponsored Contras, with its economy disrupted, its resources diverted to the defense expenditure, and the draft perpetuated. The poor people of Nicaragua could not bear the hardships created by the American policy towards their country. They knew, if they elected Violeta Chamorro, the candidate favorable to the United States, the U.S. will stop its war against their little country. The United States spent $9 million in support of opposition parties, including Chamorro's National Opposition Union Party. So they voted for Chamorro. Everyone was stunned that Chamorro won the election and the poor people of Nicaragua lost. Guatemala. In the early 1950s, Guatemala was a capitalist democracy. It was modeled on Roosevelt's New Deal, mildly reformist. But it had started following its own independent course, as it was directing resources to its own domestic population. In general, it had started successful development, had begun to carry out agrarian reform, and its social policy was oriented towards the needs of its domestic population. Finally, it had begun to turn into a democratic country tending to the needs of its people rather than an area for robbery by its rich elites and foreign businessmen, mainly American. Therefore, even though it was a capitalist democracy, it had to be destroyed. 17. Guatemala is a classic case where the United States perceived the threat of communism and hence, through covert intervention, overthrew a democratically elected president in 1954. They wanted to make sure that communism did not take root anywhere in the American continent. An instinctive desire to protect U.S. economic interests, besides the unfounded fear of communism, motivated U.S. action. In addition, Guatemala's strategic location, bordering Mexico and close to the sea routes to the Panama Canal, made it too important to allow even the semblance of communism to emerge, especially when policy of nationalization threatened U.S. properties. Guatemala, following the bloodless revolution of 1944, adopted a democratic constitution. For the first time in its history, a historic moment had come as Guatemalan middle class of teachers, lawyers, doctors, small businessmen, and mestizos, those of mixed Spanish-Indian blood, came to power. The revolution was the repudiation of the brutal regimes of a series of right-wing dictators who governed on behalf of landed elites who were direct descendants of the Spaniards. A former teacher, Juan José Arevalo, in its first democratic election was elected president with more than 85% of the votes in December 1945.18. Arevalo was a bona fide social democrat, believing in democratic principles. He initiated reforms which encouraged free speech, free press, and healthy competition among political parties, land reforms, labor union organization, and the control of foreign investment. But there was this huge and powerful U.S.-owned corporation, the United Fruit Company, who had an immense impact on Guatemalan economy and who was a major obstacle to land reforms and the control on foreign investment by the government. It owned and controlled large tracts of usable agricultural land for its banana plantations. It was also a major source of foreign exchange and revenue for the government and was the largest single employer in the country. It used the country's only network of railways for hauling bananas. 19 For a small country like Guatemala, to exert any influence and pressure on this powerful company meant to invite a confrontation with the company backed by the United States government. Arevalo was forced to clash with the country's landed aristocracy and with its U.S. allies as he tried to break up some of the huge coffee plantations and to distribute the land to the small farmers. Washington had started getting concerned as they saw this as an attack on private property and foreign investment. Another cause for concern became Arevalo's attempts to protect the labor, including the plantation workers, most of whom were Indians. Arevalo took these ideas to inter-American conferences. In Mexico City in 1945, he asked the other American states to isolate non-democratic regimes in the hemisphere. In 1946 in Bogotá, he tried it again. Neither the U.S. nor any other Latin American country rallied to his call. The United States was getting more alarmed now with Arevalo. 20. Now, even internally, the rebels had started getting arms from the United Fruit Company and started opposing him. But he survived. On November 30, 1950, Guatemala's second democratic election took place successfully. Former Army Captain Jacobo Arbenz Guzman, also one of the leaders of 1944 revolution, was elected president. Arbenz was determined to carry out Arevalo's reforms. In his March 1951 inaugural address, he promised to convert our country from a dependent nation with a semi-colonial economy to an economically independent country. He emphasized the need for the redistribution of the land and for the control of foreign investment. 21. The 1952 Agrarian Reform Bill was a turning point for the Arbenz government. The reform promised to provide land and work for most of the country's rural masses. It was hoped that the uncultivated lands held by huge companies, rather than being used to produce coffee and bananas for export, will be used to produce food for domestic consumption. The program in its first 18 months, had already distributed 1.5 million acres to more than 100,000 families. This land was purchased with government bonds. 22. The government had seized 210,000 acres of uncultivated plantation land in 1953, for which it compensated United Fruit $672,572 in bonds. This amount was based on the land's tax value as assessed by United Fruit itself. The government of Guatemala ignored the pleas by the United Fruit that the compensation was short by $15 million. The company was the victim of its own policy of undervaluing its property. It had originally paid $1.48 per acre but was now asking $75 per acre while the government was paying $2.99 per acre, so the United Fruit Company went to Washington to plead its case. 23. The United Fruit Company intensified its efforts to stop Guatemalan land reforms as well as to hold the passage of labor and tax laws. The whole affair turned into a major showdown with the U.S. government as it saw it as a communist threat in Central America taking shape. Besides, the U.S. government had a history of interventions in other weak and poor countries to back and protect U.S. corporations. So now, it undertook a major covert operation to overthrow the Guatemalan government. The U.S. government did not need convincing the threat in Guatemala. More than saving the company, it was interested in containing the apparent spread of communism as it saw it. Besides, the Secretary of State John Foster Dulles and his brother Allen Dulles, the director of the CIA, both had family and personal ties with several companies engaged in business in Latin America, including United Fruit. As a matter of fact, United Fruit had deep connection with the Eisenhower administration. Since 1944 revolution, the U.S. government had misgivings about the course of events in Guatemala. As early as 1948, the State Department had produced a report titled Communism in Guatemala. The report had already assumed that the reforms introduced by Arevalo were the evidence of Marxist ideology and communist inroads. It was now taken for granted that the labor movement in Guatemala was led by the communists. 24. Overthrow of Arbenz. In the summer of 1953, the plans to overthrow Arbenz were put into motion under immense secrecy. The CIA started assembling Guatemalan exiles and mercenaries in Florida and the Canal Zone and later also in Honduras and Nicaragua. Every attempt was made to show to the world that this was the liberation of Guatemala by Guatemalan patriots and the U.S. participation was minimal. In reality, CIA Director Dulles, Deputy Director for Covert Action Richard Bissell, Pip Robertson, Howard Hunt etc. were the main team running and directing the operation. The false U.S. claim of communist infiltration was given some credibility as the Arbenz government was forced to purchase a shipment of arms from Czechoslovakia on May 15, 1954. This purchase gave the U.S. leaders an excuse for the intervention and the U.S. President and Dulles made strong public statements accusing Arbenz of inviting communist dictatorship. 25. A former Guatemalan army colonel named Carlos Enrique Castillo Armas was selected to lead the training of the intervention force in Nicaragua and Honduras. Some colonels had fled Guatemala after plotting a coup in 1949. The idea was to create utter confusion and fear in Guatemala City before the invasion. As the invasion date arrived, the Guatemala City was buzzed by fighter aircrafts, some flown by CIA pilots from the United States. Other planes dropped propaganda leaflets warning of imminent revolution, while the country was bombarded with radio broadcasts with rumors of a patriotic liberation. A false impression was created by the propaganda rumors that a mighty army of liberation force was going to invade. The lie worked. Press reports in Guatemala as well as in the United States reported that Castillo Armas was leading an army of thousands. But in fact, the invasion force never had more than 400 men. 26. The U.S. planners used every means: propaganda, economic pressure, military threats, psychological warfare etc. to undermine the Guatemalan government. Shipments of arms to Honduras and internal agitation were initiated so as to destabilize the government who would fall, it was hoped, by the final blow of invasion. The strategy worked. Guatemala and its people felt utter confusion, fear, and paranoia. The military increasingly started moving away from Arbenz and his government. On June 18, 1954, the invasion started. But the Guatemalan troops offered stiff resistance to the invaders. The people did not welcome them. The invaders crossed the border while the CIA aircrafts flown by U.S. pilots provided help, but the operation fared badly in first 3 days. The invasion was saved only after Eisenhower approved dispatching more aircrafts. Slowly the army and the people started getting frightened and being convinced that a massive attack on the capital was imminent. Finally, the army as well as the people lost the will to resist. On June 27, Arbenz stepped down from the presidency. 27 Tejos ended Guatemala's budding democracy at the hands of a greedy hegemon bent upon imposing his will on poor and weak nations. Aftermath. Ever since the demise of Guatemalan democracy at the hands of the U.S. in 1954, for more than 30 years, the country and its people have been suffering from grinding poverty, violence, torture, illiteracy and health crisis. Since then, Guatemala has been ruled by one or the other dictator supported by the United States. According to Noam Chomsky, year 501 the conquest continues. Guatemala could have been a success story as it is richly endowed with resources. But Guatemala, in the 1990s had higher level of malnutrition than Haiti according to UNICEF. 40% of its students are chronically malnourished. Out of 9 million people, due to abuse, 2.5 million children leave school and engage in crime. Some 1/4 million children are orphaned due to political violence. 87% of the population lives below poverty line. Healthcare is not accessible to 6 million. 72% cannot afford minimum diet while 3.6 million don't have drinking water. The land ownership is going further and further into fewer hands. The purchasing power was 22% of 1972 level in 1989. With Reagan's neoliberal policies, it is dropping even further. Chomsky points out in the same book, we need not linger on the record of mass slaughter, genocide in the highlands, disappearance, torture, mutilation. The terror began as soon as the US-run military coup succeeded in overthrowing the reformist capitalist democracy. Some 8,000 peasants were murdered in 2 months in a terror campaign that targeted particularly United Fruit Company union organizers and Indian village leaders. The U.S. Embassy participated with considerable fervor, providing lists of communists to be eliminated or imprisoned and tortured. Over 440 villages were totally destroyed and well over 100,000 civilians were killed or disappeared, up to 150,000 according to the church and other, all with the enthusiastic support of the Reagan administration. Huge areas of the highlands were destroyed in a frenzy of irreversible environmental devastation. The goal was to prevent a recurrence of popular organization or any further thoughts of freedom or social reform. Chomsky writes further, the toll since the U.S. regained control is estimated at about 200,000 unarmed civilians killed or disappeared, and in the highlands, episodes that qualify as genocide, if the word has any meaning. In an amazing triumph of human spirit, popular forces and leaders continue their struggle against us-inspired neo-Nazism. 28. The Dominican Republic. Background. When President Johnson ordered the Marines into Santo Domingo in May 1965, it was nothing new. He was simply continuing a tradition of U.S. interventions in the island for more than 100 years. The direct U.S. military interventions in this island began in the administration of President Grant. According to John Bartlow Martin, in 1869, a U.S. commissioner, a front for unscrupulous U.S. adventurers, on the pretext of capturing Dominican pirates, arranged to annex the island. The Dominican president, who was quite prepared to sell his country for $100,000 in cash and $50,000 in guns, signed a treaty of annexation aboard a U.S. gunboat. Charles Sumner blocked the treaty in the Senate however and demanded that the United States extend kindness, benevolence, help, protection, all that is implied in good neighborhood but leave Dominican independence alone. 29. The island during the last years of the 19th century even after gaining independence in 1844 was aflame with rebellion and civil war. In 1912, 750 U.S. Marines were sent to the Dominican Republic to restore enough order for the country's foreign debt to be paid. The U.S. official also arranged for the country's president to resign so that the Dominican Congress could elect a man more acceptable to Washington. 30 The U.S. supervised a number of elections over the few years but in 1916, Wilson administration decided to send in Marines to keep order. Wilson, though anti-business outwardly, was caught up in the same thinking as his Republican predecessors. He proved equally aggressive in using force to collect debt owed to U.S. banks and investors. Wilson had committed more interventions than Roosevelt and Taft combined. Dominican Republic was declared under U.S. military command in 1916 and a U.S. admiral took over as Governor-General. Dominican Congress was dismissed and U.S. naval officers were appointed as cabinet ministers. When the United States finally withdrew in 1924, it left behind a well-trained Army Guardia Nacional headed by General Rafael Trujillo. He was elected to the presidency in 1930 and remained in full control of the country until his assassination in 1961. For more than 25 years, the United States supported the repressive regime of General Rafael Trujillo. Despite elections being held several times, after the departure of U.S. Marines in 1924, Trujillo remained a powerful figure in the country. He and his family controlled most of the agricultural land, nearly all of the nation's sugar industry and also the nation's army. During his time, for more than 30 years, Trujillo subjected the country to a reign of terror. Torture, imprisonment, exile and murders were his principal means of control. But the U.S. government liked him and supported him because he did their bidding and provided protection for the U.S. interests. Departing from its previous practice, the Eisenhower administration, in early 1960 began to change its policy of treating Trujillo as an ally to seeing him as a pariah. Perhaps fearing the repetition of Cuban example due to the brutality of the Trujillo regime, in 1960, Eisenhower started aiding the opposition group secretly. By April, the president approved plans for political action to remove Trujillo from the Dominican Republic. 31 The White House also approved a request to supply the opposition with sniper rifles, but apparently, they were not delivered. United States After learning that Trujillo's agents had tried to assassinate the newly elected president of Venezuela, Romulo Betancourt increased diplomatic pressure on Trujillo to resign. Failing that, the U.S. broke off diplomatic relations with Santo Domingo. Also, the ties to the dissidents were increased through the CIA station chief who remained behind in the country. The U.S. officials by September had concluded that to remove Trujillo from the scene, he will have to be killed. The CIA station chief was now actively collaborating with the opposition forces. Rifles, grenades, and pistols were demanded by them but were not delivered yet. When he took over the White House, Kennedy did not want the risk of being identified with the assassination, so he seemed to be trying to dissociate himself from the plot to murder Trujillo. White House, nonetheless, did make it known to the rebels that if they succeeded in seizing the power, then they would have full backing of the United States. Was this a signal, hint, or approval to eliminate Trujillo? Tremendous momentum, tension, and fear was building up now in Santo Domingo. On May 30, Trujillo was assassinated by a group that had collaborated with the U.S. officials. These officials also had supplied weapons to this group. The ambush plan carried out for the assassination closely resembled the one proposed by the CIA. It seems though no direct evidence of U.S. participation in the killing was found. 32. The Kennedy administration now made some determined effort to promote democracy and stop Castro-type revolution. This was rather a novel approach of supporting democratic forces rather than dictators. In November 1961, when two of the Trujillo brothers tried to stage a coup, Kennedy gave a disguised warning to them by dispatching a naval task force to patrol just off the Dominican coast. Further, he threatened to send in Marines if the efforts to hold elections were interrupted. The brothers got the message and fled the country. In December 1962, the elections were held under the watch of OAS and the U.S. Embassy. A social democrat named Juan Bosch was elected with 60% of the vote. He was a professor and a writer and because of his anti-Trujillo views lived in exile since 1937. The United States enthusiastically endorsed the return to democracy. On February 27, 1963, Bosch inaugurated and set in motion the economic and social reforms. Also he tried to gain control of the military and started on an independent course from the United States. All this made the US unhappy. The United States regarded him as inefficient and slow in carrying out reforms. Then, he made a clumsy attempt to invade the neighboring Haiti in the name of democracy. This alienated his own military as well as the American administration. The US ambassador now started criticizing Bosch for being too soft on the communists, although there was little evidence of any communist influence or activity in the country. When the United States refused to give enough economic support for his programs, the dissident Dominican military and business interests got the clear message that the United States had enough of Bosch. On September 25, just 7 months after assuming power, Bosch was overthrown by a group of military officers led by Colonel Elias Wesson y Wesson. The prospect of instability and the perceived threat of the leftists made the US waver from this changed course. They now thought it better to have an orderly military rule safeguard their interests. But Washington was not ready to let go all the democratic progress that was made. So, they broke off the diplomatic relations with the junta which had assumed power. But as nothing seemed to be accomplished by this, the diplomatic relations were restored back in December. The new Dominican leader, Donald Reed Cabral, was a wealthy car salesman, and was very close to the U.S. He raised the eyebrows of many when he declared that he might cancel the elections. He tried to control the military and reform the army. Some dissatisfied army officers, at his inability to clean up the army, joined forces with Bosch's Revolutionary Party, PRD, seized a radio station on April 24, 1965 and announced their intention to bring back Bosch to power. Cabral resigned on April 25. Thousands of Dominicans started demonstrating in the streets, and declared a victory for Bosch. The Air Force, led by Wesson y Wesson, quickly regrouped and established order. By April 27, the little revolution was finished. 33. The April 27 was a day full of turmoil. The revolt had not died but was still brewing. The rebel leader José Rafael Molina Urena of the PRD made an appeal to the U.S. ambassador to intervene and stop the air attacks. The ambassador W. Tapley Bennett told him that the United States cannot interfere, rather he should accept the junta. Molina agreed, but the masses did not, so the fighting continued. On April 28, bullets started flying around the U.S. embassy. The ambassador right away asked Johnson to send in Marines for protection. President Johnson declared on television that night that 450 Marines had landed in Santo Domingo to save lives. So far, the communist issue had not come up. But now the media and the press had started leaks from the CIA and the Defense Department that extremists were involved in the revolt and there stood real danger of communists gaining the upper hand. In reality, this was not the case. On April 29, 4,000 U.S. troops came in the Dominican Republic officially to protect U.S. citizens. Now Johnson administration also asserted that there was an international conspiracy and that people trained outside the country were about to take over the county. It was also mentioned that additional troops might be needed to protect the Dominicans from this conspiracy. The State Department then announced that 58 communists, 18 trained in Cuba included, were taking part in the revolt. 4 days later, a revised list was released. The list proved simply to be of known Dominican communists, some of whom were found to be nowhere near the Dominican Republic at the time of fighting. 34. The U.S. government had categorized the whole situation as communist-led rebels conspiring with untrustworthy Bosch, who was known to be visiting Cuba from his exile in 1963, were trying to create another Cuba. Thus, the U.S. response was predictable. Bosch, who was in Puerto Rico, claimed that the communists did not control the revolt. This was proven by the fact that the rebels consisted of all different types of radicals, nationalists, moderates, social Christians, students, workers, and teachers. The junta was supported on the other hand by privileged community of the country and also by Air Force officers. By May 10, in yet another election, to make sure that the communists did not win, the United States landed 22,000 troops now. It was a strong response. Johnson made it clear that the United States cannot, must not and will not permit the establishment of another communist government in the Western Hemisphere. Further, he claimed that we are not the aggressors in the Dominican Republic. Forces came in there with evil persons who had been trained in the overthrowing of governments and are seizing governments and establishing communist control. 35. Johnson administration tried to legitimize this intervention by giving it a stamp of international peacekeeping force. On April 29, an emergency session of the OAS, Organization of American States, met in Washington and agreed to send a 5-person peace commission to the Dominican Republic to investigate the problem. Needless to say, the OAS was not consulted prior to the arrival of 4,000 Marines. George Ball, the Undersecretary of State, assured that the U.S. action was consistent with the 1962 OAS resolution declaring that the extension of Marxist-Leninist power into the hemisphere is incompatible with the inter-American systems. 36. Ball conveniently omitted the mention of the Article 15 of the OAS Charter, which prohibits intervention into the internal affairs of other countries. Finally, an international force from Brazil, Honduras, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Costa Rica, and the United States, under the command of Brazilian commander, was sent to Dominican Republic. It restrained the aggressive behavior of the U.S. Marines. It helped buffer the combatants and create calm. The OAS mediators were able to acknowledge the grievances of the rebels and guaranteed them a part in the new government. 37. Aftermath. The U.S. intervention achieved its goals. Juan Bosch could not return to power and stability came to Dominican Republic. A provisional government acceptable to both sides was established and elections were set for June 1, 1966. Being afraid for his life, Bosch did not campaign in public. Joaquin Balaguer, once Trujillo's vice president, a U.S. favorite and the one who helped the transition to democracy after 1961, won the election. In September 1966, the last of the OAS and U.S. troops left the country. It is obvious that by and large, the U.S. intervention in the Dominican Republic, as in most other Latin American countries, were carried out not for helping the people of this country. The main reasons have been the protection of U.S. business interests and property, stability, phobia about perceived communist threats, sphere of influence, U.S. hegemony in the region and domestic political consideration. Panama. Background. I took the Canal Zone and let Congress debate. Theodore Roosevelt. With the acquisition of Panama Canal Zone and the construction of the canal, came the U.S. rise to power and its hegemony in Latin America. Canal also became a focal point of U.S. diplomacy. When threatened even slightly, it provoked strong U.S. reaction. With the annexation of California in 1848, U.S. interest in a canal across the isthmus had increased significantly. It was crucial to find a way so that the two coasts were connected, especially for commercial interests. The United States signed a treaty with New Granada, the old name of Colombia, who controlled the region known as Panama, in keeping with the Monroe Doctrine. By this treaty, New Granada granted the U.S. special rights to use the area. In return, the U.S. promised to maintain the neutrality of the isthmus, especially from the threat of British or other European powers. President Roosevelt and the Congress wanted a canal through Nicaragua as it was cheaper, and the French company who was granted a concession by Colombia was demanding an exorbitant price from the U.S. Eruption of a volcano put the matter in Colombia's favor. The United States had offered in March 1903, $10 million plus $250,000 per year for a zone through Panama, 6 mile wide. But Colombia wanted $25 million. President Roosevelt was fed up with the delays, and to increase his chances in the forthcoming election, he wanted a quick solution. The residents of the area known as Panama had occasionally revolted against Bogotá. Among them, there was a lot of resentment against the Colombian government. The United States, like it would do many times in the future, took full advantage of the situation. The Panamanians joined the United States and planned another revolt. With the help of a Frenchman, Bonavarilla, a plot was concocted at Waldorf Astoria Hotel, New York City, for the secession from Colombia. There is no direct evidence of the U.S. involvement, although, the White House indicated its approval of the plan. As planned, on November 2, 1903 a U.S. warship, the Nashville, arrived in Colon, Panama. Next day, a quickly assembled army of Panamanians seized control of the province without any bloodshed. Colombia tried to send troops to quell the revolt, but the U.S. Navy blocked it, merely trying to carry out its duty under the 1846 treaty to guarantee Panamanian neutrality. Panama declared its independence and the United States immediately recognized it. The United States had learned the way of sending the ship and keeping it in the harbor, like it did a few times before, in case of Hawaii and at Cuba before the U.S. Spanish War. It was an effective strategy of intimidating a small nation with show of force. A well-armed U.S. naval ship. The United States on November 18 signed a treaty with the Panamanian government for the construction of the canal. They required the same $10 million payment and $250,000 per year rent, as had been offered to Colombia. The United States was granted virtual sovereignty over a widened 10-mile zone in Panama. 38. Needless to say, one can see here, the United States, a new rising power, flexing its muscles, showing its dominance over a small country, helping a small portion of it secede and then stealing the canal. President Theodore Roosevelt wanted to produce results before the forthcoming election. Many years later, in 1968, a military coup overthrew a newly elected government and General Omar Torrijos came to power. The Johnson administration calmly acquiesced. When Torrijos and Manuel Noriega started dealing in drugs and arms, the U.S. looked the other way. Additionally, beginning in 1960s, Noriega was already reported to be on the CIA's payroll. 39. Torrijos became quite popular as he tried to help the poor and also took a tough stance on canal negotiations. A new canal treaty was agreed to in 1977 with the United States. Torrijos also had started sending arms to the Sandinista fighters in their struggle against the U.S. favorite Somoza dictatorship. The U.S. did not like this. Mysteriously, Torrijos was killed in a plane crash in 1981. Partly due to U.S. pressure, elections were held in 1984. They were fraudulent and Nicholas Bartlett was elected as president. When he tried to investigate the suspicious murder of an opposition leader in September 1986, General Noriega, who was in charge of the armed forces, overthrew him from power. The vice president, Eric Arturo Del Valle, assumed the presidency. First, the United States cut off all economic aid. But both sides needed each other, so the aid was restored soon. The U.S. government needed Panama and used it along with Noriega to send arms to Contras. Also, it was being used for military maneuvers in the area. Panama had by now become important listening post for U.S. intelligence as it was a crossroad for drug dealers, covert operators, arms peddlers, spies, etc. Noriega was profiting enormously, being a friend of the U.S. and being corrupt to the bone. Trouble with Noriega. By 1987, demonstrations by the opposition started gaining momentum as the Panamanian military became increasingly ruthless, trying to contain it. Panama was being used as a transit point for cocaine shipments. Noriega was getting out of control and embarrassing. He was establishing closer ties with Castro, the Sandinistas, and now had refused to collaborate with the United States in aiding Contras. Furthermore, he started talks with Libya for financial aid and had opened up Panamanian dry dock facilities for the use by the Soviet Union. Noriega's behavior was outright defiance and, knowing past history, was unacceptable to the U.S. masters. From a useful CIA parolee, Noriega had become a rogue man who must be removed, thought the Reagan/Bush administration. If we don't challenge Noriega now, in the year 2000 we'll be turning Waterway to a gang of thugs. If we do challenge him and it doesn't work, we could end up with a very mad Noriega. 40. The problem was not only Noriega, but the whole political and military system of Panama. 41. In December 1987, the U.S. imposed sanctions on Panama's sugar quota for imports into the U.S. Several other sanctions were imposed, including non-payments for canal use, restrictions on banks, etc. Not too long ago, Vice President Bush was shaking hands with General Noriega, thanking him for his cooperation and help. Now, he had become an enemy in the eyes of the United States. Elections annulled. The United States was hoping that the May 1989 elections will curb Noriega's power. The U.S. government gave significant financial help to the opposition, who had succeeded in mobilizing the voters to anti-Noriega cause. When Noriega realized from the early results that he was going to be dealt a major defeat, he quickly nullified the elections. President Bush was furious. OAS had condemned the election fraud and sent a delegation to negotiate Noriega's departure. But nothing happened. Except for this, U.S. was getting little help from its Latin American friends. 22 states at a Latin American conference in Caracas in March 1988 voted against any use of coercion against Panama. Not only they came out against any intervention, but also viewed it as an insult to all nations if the U.S. violated Panamanian sovereignty. They also attacked so many inconsistencies in U.S. policy. You can't function on the basis of liking a guy one week and wanting to dump him the next, declared a Brazilian diplomat. 42. In October 1989, Noriega's brazen behavior and challenge to the master hit its limit when a U.S. encouraged military coup failed. The general boasted and taunted the U.S. President Bush and dared him to try again. Noriega boasted, "The gringo piranhas want to do away with me." 43. Soon after the failed coup, the Bush administration started shipping military equipment to Panama. But they needed an excuse to invade. Noriega soon obliged. On October 15, he declared that Panama was in a state of war with the United States. An off-duty U.S. soldier was shot and killed by Panamanian soldiers the next day, and others were harassed, beaten, and detained. Later, a PDF policeman was shot by a U.S. soldier. The situation, it seemed, was getting chaotic. The intervention. On December 20, 1989, some 25,000 U.S. troops crossed the Canal Zone and seized control of Panama. It was called Operation Just Cause. The U.S. troops were backed by intense air support as they overcame Noriega's forces and took his headquarters. Within a week, most of the resistance had evaporated. Noriega was not captured yet. Official figures were 23 U.S. soldiers killed, 323 wounded, 297 Panamanian soldiers dead, and several hundred civilians killed. Unofficial figures for civilians killed are much higher, into thousands, and probably more accurate. On January 3, 1990, Noriega surrendered to U.S. forces and was flown to Florida to stand trial. The government that had supposedly won in the nullified election assumed power. From U.S. Army base, the new government led by Guillermo Endara announced its coming to power. According to the documentary The Panama Deception Part I, between 3,000 to 4,000 Panamanian civilians were killed during this invasion, but no U.S. mainstream media had reported these figures. They just told the American public the U.S. government estimates of the civilian deaths. The new leader Endara pledged to carry out the Canal Treaties. Bush administration lifted the economic sanctions and pledged to restore aid. However, the aid was so slow in coming that President Endara had to go on a hunger strike for a month to protest the lack of any action on the part of the United States. 44. Thus, use of force remains a viable option for the United States towards Latin America if all else fails, and whenever U.S. economic interests, investments, and corporate interests are threatened by the ruling elites, a strong reaction is sure to follow from the Big Brother. If economic sanctions, threats, import quotas, denial of finance and aid fail to produce desired results, then military coup, assassination of the leader, or the overthrow of the government will be ordered. That failing, direct invasion becomes a certainty to achieve the U.S. agenda. In the process, it is of no significance how many civilians will be killed, how many cities and villages will be destroyed, or how much environmental damage is done to the victim country. Also, the invasion serves another vital purpose. It served then and serves now. It serves as a cruel but stern warning to all the Latin American countries and other nations that unless they follow and toe the U.S. agenda and allow the exploitation of their resources and cheap labor, the United States will not hesitate to use force against them. Haiti. New World's second oldest republic. Haiti was more than the New World's second oldest republic, more than even the first black republic of modern world. Observed anthropologist Ira Lowenthal. Haiti was the first free nation of freemen to arise within and in resistance to the emerging constellation of Western European Empire. 45 The story of interaction of the two oldest republics of the New World is a sad story of exploitation, suppression, racism, and degradation of one small nation by the huge hegemonic power. Soon after a slave rebellion that drove out the French colonial rulers and their allies, the Republic of Haiti was founded on January 1, 1804. The French name Saint-Domingue was discarded by the revolutionary leaders. Instead they called it Hispaniola, the name used by the native people who had greeted Columbus in 1492 when he arrived and established his first settlement in the New World. There was no celebration amongst the descendants of the native population. From pre-Columbian population estimated at between hundreds of thousands to as many as 8 millions, within just 50 years, they had been reduced to a few hundreds to none left. Perhaps according to contemporary French scholars, France took the western third of Hispaniola, now Haiti, from Spain in 1697.46. Columbus had described the people who lived there to be gentle, lovable, peaceful, and trusting, and their land rich and bountiful. Las Casas, the Spanish priest who was present when the atrocities were being committed, wrote, "A beehive of people, who of all the infinite universe of humanity, are the most guileless, the most devoid of wickedness and duplicity. Driven by insatiable greed and ambition, the Spanish fell upon them like ravening wild beasts, killing, terrorizing, afflicting, torturing, and destroying the native peoples, with," he wrote further, "the strangest and the most varied new methods of cruelty, never seen or heard before, and to such a degree that the population is barely 200 persons." Las Casas wrote in 1552, "From my own knowledge of the acts I witnessed." 47. The Spanish failed to plunder the island's riches by enslaving its gentle people, the native Indians. They simply could not work like slaves and died by the hundreds of thousands. That is when the Spaniards started sending in slaves from Africa in early 1500s. The African slaves made good workers, and soon Saint-Domingue became the wealthiest European colonial possession in the Americas. Hispaniola now was a rich colony. It produced 3/4 of the world's sugar by 1789. It also led the world in the production of cotton, indigo, coffee, and rum. France, who by now was in possession of the island, had 450,000 slaves. The slave masters provided France with enormous wealth from the labor of these slaves. The white population numbered some 40,000 and there were 30,000 mulattoes. The slaves in the French Hispaniola rebelled many times to gain freedom. By 1791, the slave revolt had reached serious proportions. The United States, which was enjoying thriving trade with the French colony, gave $750,000 as well as some troops in military aid to the French rulers to help put down the rebellion. France sent a huge army which included German, Swiss, Polish, and Dutch troops. The commander of this army, after realizing, wrote to Napoleon that it would be necessary to wipe out the entire black population to impose French rule. His campaign failed and Haiti became independent. It is the only case in history of an enslaved people breaking their bondage by using military might to beat back a powerful colonial power. The rebel victory had come at a terrible cost. Much of the agriculture of the country was destroyed. Perhaps 1/3 of its population was killed. France's claims of reparations were backed by Haiti's slave-holding neighbors. Finally, in 1825, Haiti's ruling elites accepted this claim, recognizing that to be a precondition for the entry into the global market. Decades of French domination of Haitian finance resulted. France then obliged by recognizing Haiti. United States was the last major power to recognize Haiti in 1862. U.S. interventions. U.S. Navy ships, between 1849 and 1913, entered Haitian waters 24 times to protect American lives and property. There was little if any consideration for the rights of its people. Assistant Secretary of State William Phillips wrote, "They are an inferior people, unable to maintain the degree of civilization left them by the French or to develop any capacity of self-government entitling them to international respect and confidence." William Phillips recommended a policy of invasion and U.S. military occupation that President Wilson quickly adapted. The French had committed terrible crimes against the Haitians, description of which need not be mentioned here. But it should be noted that extreme exploitation of the people of Saint-Domingue and deep extraction of their wealth have made France rich and earned for France the ticket to the rich men's club, like the wealth of the British, who prospered tremendously as a result of the robbery of its colonies, including the Crown Colony India, or the affluence of Spain and Portugal due to their infamous slave trade and their colonies in the New World. It is no coincidence why all former imperialist Western European nations are rich while many of their former colonies are relatively poor or underdeveloped today. Racism was rampant in Europe as well as in the United States in those times. Winston Churchill authorized using the chemical weapons against recalcitrant Arabs as experiment, while denouncing the squeamishness of those who raised objections to using poisoned gas against uncivilized tribes, mainly Kurds, a policy that the great British leader strongly favored, expecting that it would spread a lively terror. He also had some special plans for England. In 1910, as Home Secretary, he had secretly proposed sterilization of 100,000 mental degenerates and the dispatch of tens of thousands of others to state-run labor camps so as to save the British race from inevitable decline if its inferior members are allowed to breed. These were the ideas prevalent in those days but were kept secret in Home Office files because of their sensitivity, especially as they were taken up by Hitler later on. Point 48. The U.S. invasion. Haiti was invaded by the United States in July 1915 and subsequently held the second oldest nation in the Western Hemisphere under military occupation for 19 years. While in Haiti, Wilson's troops murdered, destroyed and reinstituted virtual slavery. They demolished their constitutional system, installed a puppet president, dissolved the legislature at gunpoint and denied freedom of speech. With the help of the U.S. troops, the U.S. officials seized customs houses, took total control of Haitian finances and imposed their own standard of efficiency on the administration of the Haitian debt. 49. As a result of the brutality of the invaders and the dispossession of peasants as U.S. corporations took over the spoils, strong resistance took root. The U.S. Marines responded with brutal savagery, which included the first recorded instance of coordinated air-ground combat, bombing of rebels who were surrounded by troops in the bush. Some 3,250 rebels were killed, at least 400 executed, while the Marines and their local recruits gendarmerie suffered only 98 casualties, killed and wounded. The total deaths were put at 15,000 by Haitian historian Roger Gaillard, including victims of repression and consequences of war. Haitians were hunted like pigs. The leader of the revolt, Charlemagne Péralte, was murdered by the Marines who secretly entered into his camp in disguise. The U.S. invaders forced the client regime to accept a treaty which legalized the occupation. While supervising the occupation of Haiti and Dominican Republic, President Wilson was impressing the U.S. public with clever oratory and building his reputation as an idealist defending self-determination and the rights of small nations. 50. The U.S. occupiers had imposed a new constitution on the helpless people after its National Assembly was dissolved. It was known that anti-American candidates would win, so elections were not permitted. The occupation consistently suppressed local democratic institutions and denied elementary political liberties. Instead of respecting and building on the existing democratic institutions, which were quite impressive, the occupiers blatantly overrode them and illegally forced upon them their own pro-business, authoritarian and undemocratic system. The occupation had reinforced the internal race/class differences based upon oppression dating back to the old French colonial days. It should be noted here that the U.S. press was quite supportive of the occupation through its bloodiest early years. Haitians were described in the U.S. press as coons, mongrels, unwholesome, or a horde of naked niggers. As a result of the racism of the occupiers and their collaborators, 20 years later, a new dictator arose. His name was Papa Doc Duvalier. The U.S. Marines finally left Haiti in 1935, after some 19 years' brutal occupation. 20 years later, Papa Doc assumed the reins of power with the promise of handing over the power to the black majority. In reality, he kept the power for himself and with his personal killers, the Tontons Macoutes, and the traditional elites, all of whom prospered under his murderous kleptocracy. While the people of Haiti were trying to survive as the agricultural wealth was totally destroyed as a result of U.S. occupation, large number of U.S. companies had moved into Haiti to exploit its resources and its cheap labor. Papa Doc protected the American companies and the U.S. investment while his own people starved. After the death of Papa Doc, his son Baby Doc or Jean-Claude Duvalier came to power, and in 1985, Haitian legislature made him president for life and the supreme arbiter of the nation. Baby Doc's corrupt rule, repression, and rampant poverty resulting from IMF-imposed structural adjustment program, all these factors contributed to massive protests in the country in 1986. Finally, Baby Doc was driven out of the country in 1986 by a jet provided by the United States and was flown to France for an asylum. When he left, some 60% of the population earned less than or equal to $60 per year, according to the World Bank. The country had become an ecological and human disaster with soaring malnutrition amongst children, shockingly high child mortality rate, and mass poverty. After Baby Doc's departure, U.S. favorite Armed Forces Chief General Henry Namfi took over the power. Namfi was no different than Duvalier's. He continued the reign of terror as his predecessors. A rural priest in a small church said that, "We are glad that Duvalier is gone, but what we have now is Duvalierism without Duvalier." The priest's name was Father Jean-Bernard Aristide. Elections were scheduled for November 1987, but Namfi and his cronies were going to make sure that they retained the power. The terror continued by a reorganized Tontons Macoutes. A gruesome massacre took place in July 1987, with the involvement of the army and the Macoutes. The same groups sponsored and escalated violence, which led to the cancellation of the election. Meanwhile, the U.S. military aid continued. Another military-run fraudulent election took place, followed by a coup restoring Namfi to power again. A gang of thugs, a month later, attacked Aristide's church as he was conducting a mass. About 13 people were killed and 77 were wounded. Aristide went underground. Another coup saw Duvalierist General Prosper Avril arrest and expel Namfi. Aristide came back to the church and continued calling for freedom and peace. He was ordered by his superiors to leave the country, but people blocked his departure, and he went into hiding. But at the last minute, he decided to run in the December 1990 elections that were scheduled. In a stunning upset, defeating the U.S. candidate, Aristide won 67% of the vote and won the election. The courageous small-town priest, dedicated to the upliftment of the poor, took office in February as the first democratically elected president in Haiti's history. Briefly though, he was overthrown by yet another military coup on September 30, 1991. During his brief tenure, Aristide did extremely well for the people. U.S. planners were very unhappy at the stunning victory by Aristide. Before running for office, Aristide had said that of course, the U.S. has its own agenda here, adding that it was natural for the rich to make investments and want to maximize return. This is normal capitalist behavior, and I don't care if U.S. wants to do it at home, but it is monstrous to come down here and impose your will on another people, whom you do not understand and for whom you care nothing. It is obvious that Aristide would have to go. 51. Upon taking power on September 30, 1991, the army embarked upon a campaign of terror to root out the vibrant civil society that had taken root in Haiti since the departure of Duvalier dictatorship. At least 1,000 people were killed in the first 2 weeks of the coup, and by December many hundreds more, according to Haitian human rights groups. The Organization of American States, OAS, right away imposed an embargo on October 29. The US joined it. The embargo was not very successful. It was ineffectual and loosely observed. Europe disregarded it. Bush administration lifted the embargo on February 4 for the assembly plants that used cheap Haitian labor for goods for export to the US, most of them US-owned. In the meantime, massive popular support for Aristide remained intact. It was difficult to find anyone on the street, either in the provinces or in the capital, that did not support the priest-turned-politician. Close associates of him bitterly condemned the US move. A close advisor, a priest close to Aristide, denounced Washington for having totally betrayed him from beginning. US policy, he complained, is the most cynical thing you can ever find on earth. I don't think the US wants Aristide back, because he is not under their control. He is not their puppet. 52. This advisor priest's assessment is reinforced by a leaked secret document allegedly authored by a staff member of the U.S. Embassy in Port-au-Prince at the behest of the Prime Minister Honoré and other Haitian officials. The Council of Hemispheric Affairs, COHA, had questioned its authenticity and it was denied by the State Department. But later research has validated it as completely reliable, COHA concluded. The document surreptitiously lays out a plan to allow a symbolic restoration of Aristide as a PR ploy, with his complete removal later on, when the attention has decreased. By the time the document surfaced in January 1992, most of its recommendation had been implemented, COHA noted. Others were to follow shortly. Aristide, 3 weeks later, accepted what COHA described as a near-total defeat for the democracy in Haiti, a tragic sellout by a desperate man, who was forced to agree to a government of national unity in which his role would be only symbolic. COHA stated that Aristide, by signing away his powers in exchange for the still uncertain prospect of his restoration to a figurehead presidency, was forced to mutilate his own stature. The National Unity Government brought together two partners, a group, headed by René Théodore with 1.5% of the votes, representing the U.S. government, the Haitian military and the elite, and another led by Aristide with 67% of the electorate but no other asset. The Haitian military celebrated the agreement. Only thing left was to replace Théodore by Marc Bazin, the old U.S. favorite. That happened in June 1992 when Bazin was inaugurated as Prime Minister. While Bazin gave his inaugural address in French to a gathering of men in dark suits and perfumed women in white dresses, reported Howard French, Aristide gave his in Creole, the language of the masses, receiving the presidential sash from a peasant woman. 53. Echoing Aristide, an advisor of the Basin government said that, all it would take is one phone call from Washington to send the army leadership packing. Once again, Aristide came to power and assumed presidency in 1994 until 1996. In 2001, he became president of Haiti for the third time. Well, as per habit, yet again, the U.S. government supported a military coup in Haiti in February 2004 and Aristide was unceremoniously escorted out in a U.S. jet to South Africa while the U.S.-supported military government took the reins of power. Aristide, while in South Africa, said that he was still the legal and legitimate president of Haiti and that the United States forces had kidnapped him. Like many times before in many other countries, the United States, by its constant interference in the internal affairs of Haiti, by direct invasion, by economic embargo and by military support, destroyed budding democracy in this nation whose people sacrificed so much to drive out one imperial power, the French, only to be constantly harassed by another, the United States. Haiti, as a result, has simply become a cheap slave labor camp for the rich U.S. corporations today, as it was before for so long. It would have been better if Haiti was left alone to find its own way to a stable democracy and economic prosperity. After all, these were the people, enslaved for so long, first by the Spaniards, and then by the French, but had succeeded in driving out the powerful imperial power. If left alone to find their own way, the people of Haiti would certainly have found their freedom, political as well as economic. Chile. Background. Perhaps no other Latin America leader has suffered at the hands of the United States like the democratically elected socialist leader Salvador Allende of Chile. The United States shamelessly conspired to overthrow him when its brutal economic sanctions could not do the job. He was cornered, harassed, and threatened economically, resulting in his suicide by ruthless U.S. policy carried out against him and his nation. The year 1973 was the culmination of widespread U.S. interference in Chile's politics, including assassination plots, destabilization campaign, meddling by U.S. business interests with close ties to the White House, and a complicity in a military coup that overturned many years of democratic governance in Chile and ushered in over a decade and a half of brutal military dictatorship. The episode is a grim reminder of the brutality with which the United States could act in order to gratify its greed for profit, to counter its paranoid fear of communism, and to satisfy its ego, which was overflowing with arrogance and hubris. For most of its 150 years, Chile had democratic government based on constitutional law. Seldom had there been any interference by the military in its politics. Also, Chile had a multi-party system unlike the U.S. system, where several parties like National Party on the right and two Marxist parties, the Communists and the Socialists on the left, and the Christian Democrats and Radicals in the center, all competed for the popular votes. Chile was not poor. Its copper mines generated considerable income and foreign exchange. A large middle class enjoyed decent living standards without the distinctions based on race or family background. In 1970, major U.S. corporations such as Kennecott and Anaconda controlled most of Chile's copper industry. Salvador Allende, a Marxist, did not suddenly pop up into the political landscape of Chile at the time. Since 1930s, he had been a member of Congress and a presidential candidate 4 times before. Though not a bearded hardcore revolutionary, he did propose drastic change in Chile's economy. In 1958, as a Socialist-Communist Alliance candidate, he came close to winning the presidential election. In 1964 election, he received 38.9% of the votes, though Christian Democrat Edward Free, a favorite of the United States, became the president with more votes. 54. Prior to 1970 election, the voters were leaning towards left due to mounting economic problems, inflation, etc. Chile had established diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union in 1964, long before Allende came to power. A national campaign was going on against the foreign ownership of the national economy. Even Free had already planned to control foreign investment and had begun negotiations for nationalizing copper industry. He had also signed a trade agreement with Cuba in 1970. The military was getting concerned because of economic conditions. There were rumors in 1969 about a coup to be led by a general named Robert Villa. Well, they were rumors, nothing happened and General Villa was retired. But CIA found a friend in General Villa. By 1969, CIA already had begun to develop covert plans to stop Allende from winning the election. Allende ran in 1970 election under the Popular Unity label, which was a coalition of socialists, communists, and center radicals. The party's platform included expropriating the banking systems, the copper mines, major industries, and service monopolies such as the telephone system. 55 The political trend in the country was towards nationalizing major industries and services. As per Free's recent shift to the left, Allende's program did not seem to be anything drastic to most Chileans. To U.S. corporations, it seemed like a disaster in the making. In the 1970 election, Allende received the highest votes, 36.2% compared to 34.9% for rightist Jorge Alessandri and 27.8% for Radomiro Tomic. As there was no absolute majority by any candidate, according to the Chilean constitution, the Congress had to decide now. Bowing to the popular votes, the Congress voted in favor of Allende, 153 to 35, with 7 abstentions. Allende assumed the presidency as the first elected Marxist president in the Western Hemisphere on November 3, 1970. Condition of Chilean economy. U.S. moves. During the tenure of the Allende government, Chilean economic dependence on the United States remained a major factor. By 1970 U.S. and foreign corporations controlled almost all of the most important industries and other areas of the economy. Also, Chile was highly dependent at the time on external financial sources to maintain its month-to-month commercial operations as well as the financing of the long-term development projects. Chilean economy's export sector, which comprised mostly of copper, was controlled in part by the U.S. corporations. So its foreign exchange earnings were under the U.S. control. About 95% of the replacement parts for machinery in its copper industry were coming from the United States. Chile had become like a drug addict. Daily doses of foreign loans were necessary to nourish the habit cultivated by previous regimes. The economy had by now lost the capacity to sustain itself without external, mostly U.S., help. 57. Despite considerable efforts by U.S. corporations and the U.S. government, Allende had come to power. CIA and ITT, the all-powerful telephone conglomerate in Chile, had doled out hundreds of thousands of dollars to the opposition candidates. ITT had stepped up its anti-Allende activities and had started lobbying the U.S. government to take action. The CIA estimated that the U.S. would incur serious economic losses if Allende came to power. Washington now sent out a word that U.S. diplomats and military officials, who had served in Chile, should renew their contacts with friendly groups, especially the armed forces. Henry Kissinger was reported to have said, "I don't see why we have to let a country go Marxist just because its people are irresponsible." 58. CIA also figured that this victory would create considerable political and physiological costs for the United States, but that there was no threat to U.S. security or to the global military balance. 59. The White House and Kissinger were caught by surprise at Allende's victory. Soon after, Kissinger and Nixon marked Chile as a definite threat to vital U.S. interests. Assassination of Schneider. Christopher Hitchens, in his startling book, The Trial of Henry Kissinger, narrates a detailed account of the Nixon, Kissinger and CIA involvement in the coup and the assassination of the General Staff, who was adamantly opposed to any military meddling in the electoral process. He writes, "Divisions on the right and the adherence of some smaller radical and Christian parties to the left made it a moral certainty that the Chilean Congress would, after the traditional 60-day interregnum, confirm Dr. Salvador Allende as the next president. But the very name of Allende was anathema to the extreme right in Chile, to certain powerful corporations, notably ITT, Pepsi-Cola, and Chase Manhattan Bank, which did business in Chile, and to the United States. This loathing quickly communicated itself to President Nixon. He was personally beholden to Donald Kendall, the president of Pepsi-Cola, who had given him his first corporate account when, as a young lawyer, he had joined John Mitchell's New York firm. A series of Washington meetings, held within 11 days of Allende's victory, essentially settled the fate of Chilean democracy. Further, according to Hitchens, after having discussions with Kendall and with David Rockefeller of Chase Manhattan and with CIA Director Richard Helms, Kissinger went with Helms to the Oval Office. Helms' notes of the meeting show that Nixon wasted little breath in making his wishes known. Allende was not to assume office, not concerned with risks involved, no involvement of embassy, $10 million available, more if necessary, full-time job, best men we have, make the economy scream, 48 hours for plan action, 60. 2 tracks of actions were to be followed by Washington in Chile. The first consisted of covert activities such as bribery, propaganda, and threats to persuade the Congress not to confirm Allende. Ambassador Corey, as instructed by Washington, delivered the following warning to free on the consequences of Allende's selection: "Not a nut or bolt will be allowed to reach Chile under Allende. We shall do all within our power to condemn Chile and the Chileans to utmost deprivation and poverty." 61 Free did not respond, but the threat was not an empty one. The second track, of which Corey was not informed, was to encourage the military coup. Presidential pressure persuaded the CIA to pursue this course also. Nixon suggested that the CIA be prepared to spend $10 million if necessary. The main obstacle to the military takeover was Chilean Commander-in-Chief General René Schneider, who had no intention of interfering with the constitution. So the logical course to follow was to remove Schneider from the scene. So, a clumsy effort to collaborate with two different groups willing to kidnap Schneider and provoke a coup. General Vio headed one group while the other was headed by General Camilo Valenzuela. Washington promised to recognize a military government as soon as it seized power.